Is the Beast Tamer genius forced to bind with the lowest tier Qing Tung Yao, becoming a laughingstock? He is determined to transform the useless Qing Tung into a top-tier beast that can intimidate the three realms, striking back against the six major powers and crafting the wildest legend of beast taming. Chapter 1. The Youth and the Qing Tung. Qing Tung Yao, a lowly beast of the common tier, resides at the bottom of the beast food chain. Xiao Chen, a beast tamer, has fallen into servitude, reduced to mere dust in the human world. Outside the Yuan City in the Tianyuan Empire, in a courtyard at the foot of Luoxia Mountain, a wide courtyard is adorned with verdant vines. One particular vine spreads across the entire courtyard, infusing it with vibrant life. This vine belongs to Xiao Chen, his sole contracted spirit beast, the plant-type spirit beast, Qing Tung Yao. Under the palm-sized leaves, pairs of horns peek out. Several robust Qing Mu Ling Yang are leisurely munching on the leaves. Qing Mu Ling Yang, one of the most successfully domesticated spirit beasts by humans, delights in the foliage of the Qing Tung. From any perspective, it appears to be a serene and peaceful scene. Regrettably, this tranquility is far from pleasant for Xiao Chen. At the age of 20, the young man gazes at these gluttons with a face of helplessness, his teeth gnashing in frustration. Although they'll grow back after eating, must you consume even the tender shoots as soon as they sprout? Dressed simply, he is of modest height, appearing utterly ordinary. Even in perilous circumstances, he manages to maintain a warm smile as he watches his hard-raised spirit beast become fodder for the Qing Mu Ling Yang. It has been over a decade, hasn't it? Perhaps 11 or 12 years, or maybe 14 or 15. Xiao Chen has somewhat lost track. When he first arrived, he was merely an 80-year-old child. Back then, he envisioned escaping this courtyard within 10 years, a goal he evidently failed to achieve. Fortunately, my plan is about to be set in motion. Not long after becoming a beast tamer, Xiao Chen devised a method of escape. However, his strength has always been insufficient, and the timing has yet to be ripe. He can only wait. Indeed, Xiao Chen became a beast tamer within this courtyard. Uncertain of his innate talent, he was forcibly bound to contract the most ordinary plant-type spirit beast. The thought of the powerful beast tamer who coerced him into servitude and imprisoned him for over a decade casts a shadow over Xiao Chen's eyes. From a child to a long-haired youth, this has been a most splendid phase of his life, a time when a beast tamer grows the fastest. Reflecting on the past, Xiao Chen's heart cannot remain tranquil at that moment. A sound emerged from behind him. In this courtyard, aside from Xiao Chen, only one other person is permitted to enter. An image immediately flickers in his mind. A figure clad in a black robe, wearing a ghostly mask, slender and austere. Whenever this individual draws near, a chill instinctively envelopes Xiao Chen. This person has left a profound imprint upon him, one that penetrates to the depths of his soul. Upon hearing the sound, Xiao Chen's expression swiftly alters, morphing into one of deference. Xiao Chen, your Qing Tung Yao is on the verge of breaking through to the fourth layer, is it not? A voice devoid of emotion emanates from behind him, replying to the esteemed one, it will surely break through within 6 months. Xiao Chen lowers his head, his tone laced with a hint of unease, but also a touch of determination. Put an extra effort. Once you raise these 10 Qing Mu Ling Yang to the yellow tier, I shall grant you your freedom. Qing Mu Ling Yang are yellow tier spirit beasts as long as they grow normally. They can achieve yellow tier strength at that point. These spirit sheep may produce cores that can fetch a handsome price. The growth of spirit beasts is not swift, especially for those without a contract. Xiao Chen has long calculated that it will take at least another decade before they truly reach the yellow tier. He does not wish to wait another decade. He is certain that even if these spirit beasts are raised to maturity, he will not attain freedom. Esteemed one, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly. Xiao Chen's face reflects utmost respect and joy. You have performed well over the years. As long as you remain obedient, your rewards will be plentiful. This voice is exceedingly calm, and any ordinary person would never suspect it belongs to a villainous figure. Yet upon hearing these words, a chill rises within Xiao Chen. I shall not disappoint the esteemed one. Your talent in beast taming is not lacking in a few years. I will impart to you the art of beast taming. In your lifetime, you may have the opportunity to ascend to the rank of yellow tier beast tamer. Yes, a yellow tier beast tamer. If that were the case, he could once again contract a spirit beast. Would it then be another forced contract with the Qing Tung Yao? If so, Xiao Chen would prefer to remain unadvanced. The figure in black spoke only a few words before falling silent once more. Based on past experience, this person should have quietly departed. Yet Xiao Chen does not dare to relax. Even for a moment, his expression remains unchanged as he diligently attends to his tasks. For over a decade, Xiao Chen has encountered this individual only a handful of times. Regarding this esteemed one, Xiao Chen possesses not a shred of information. Their surname, appearance, the spirit beasts they have contracted, their strength, none of it is known to him. For over a decade, Xiao Chen has observed in secret, relying solely on conjecture regarding this esteemed one's nature. Perhaps this person is a yellow-tier beast tamer with 2 contracted spirit beasts. Or perhaps their strength surpasses even that. In any case, Xiao Chen knows he is no match for them. Xiao Chen's preparations are thorough, yet he remains patient, waiting for an opportune moment to act. Every year at this time, that enigmatic figure departs for a period. This conclusion is drawn from years of observation. The Qing Tung Yao, being the most ordinary plant-type spirit beast, possesses considerable strength in its early stages. It grows rapidly, requiring minimal resources for cultivation and boasts strong vitality. Before other higher-tier spirit beasts have matured, they may not necessarily triumph over the Qing Tung Yao. The reason no one is willing to contract the Qing Tung Yao as a spirit beast is that it has virtually no potential for growth. Most Qing Tung Yao can only reach the common tier. Even at the peak of this tier, they pose no threat to higher-tier spirit beasts. Only a select few Qing Tung Yao have the potential to break through to the yellow tier. Common tier spirit beasts are, after all, the most mundane existence in this world. If not coerced, Xiao Chen would rather die than contract such a spirit beast. As Xiao Chen contemplates this, a voice echoes in his heart. You criticize me daily, yet you fail to acknowledge the hardships I've endured since following you. When you escape from here, will you not rely on me? Xiao Chen feels a twinge of guilt. He momentarily forgets that the Qing Tung can perceive some of his thoughts. This is due to their bonded contract. Since attaining the 3rd layer of the common tier, the Qing Tung has been able to communicate with him through thoughts. Strangely enough, while typical low-tier spirit beasts do not possess high intelligence, this Qing Tung is remarkably astute. In his daily boredom, Xiao Chen often engages in conversation with his spirit beast. They can communicate as friends. Indeed, Tungu is correct. You have truly suffered. Over the years, the leaves sprouted by the Qing Tung have become the sustenance for the Qing Mulingyang. They are consumed, regrow, and are consumed again. This cycle continues endlessly. When you need me, call me Tungu. When you do not, simply refer to me as Qing Tung. Xiao Chen finds it challenging to lie to his spirit beast, with whom he shares a deep bond. Oh, no. You will forever be my Tungu. Tio escape from here. He must rely on Tungu. He is acutely aware of his position. It is not disdain, but rather a sense of unwillingness. I do not disdain you. I disdain my own impotence. As he speaks, Xiao Chen channels his limited soul power, infusing it into the vine-like shadow in his sea of consciousness. This is the only method he knows to enhance his spirit beast, and it has become part of his daily routine that he's been engaged in this endeavor for over a decade, which is also why Tungu, despite being tormented by numerous Qingmu Lingyang, has exhibited a remarkably rapid growth. Now that the moment has arrived, he yearns to escape from this monotonous and bleak existence. Even in the face of considerable risk, he is determined to take a chance. Moreover, his method of departure appears to be devoid of peril. Xiao Chen, that fellow has been gone for quite a while, hasn't he? My cultivation seems to be reaching its limits. Is it time for a breakthrough? The growth potential of Qing Tung is rather limited, yet its speed of development is commendable. Then prepare to make a full-fledged breakthrough. That rascal is likely to be away for 2 months. If Qing Tung were to devote itself entirely to growth, it would perhaps already be at the 5th tier. The constant hesitation to advance stems from the fear that a higher realm necessitates the nurturing of more spirit beasts. A decade ago, Xiao Chen grasped this principle. Thus his first directive to Tungu was to establish deep roots before expanding its leaves. Though he lacks experience in cultivating spirit beasts, he understands that a plant can absorb more nutrients the deeper its roots penetrate. Rooting downwards is the task that Tungu has diligently pursued each day for over 10 years, and even Xiao Chen cannot discern how deep Tongji's root system has extended by now. Chapter 2. Ultimately breaking free from the cage. Due to the deep roots established over the years, the growth of Tungu has accelerated remarkably, to the point where he is now capable of accomplishing what Xiao Chen has long prepared for. Specifically, this entails elevating Tungu by 2 levels within 2 months. The extensive root system of Tungu is unparalleled among his peers of the same rank. After waiting for so many years, the moment of liberation has finally arrived. Give it your all, Tungu. From this day forth, no one shall dictate the course of our lives. Xiao Chen has endured a great deal of frustration over the years. Now that he has reached this pivotal moment, he cannot help but release a cry of exhilaration towards the heavens. Tengge deeply resonates with Xiao Chen's feelings, perhaps even more profoundly. You are right. From this moment forward, no one shall dare to take even a single leaf from me. Tengge emits a roar, seemingly more fervent than Xiao Chen. A few Qingmu Lingyang raise their heads, gazing curiously at the frenzied Xiao Chen and the wild Tengge. After a decade of accumulation, the time for eruption has finally arrived. Thousands of roots from the depths are fervently absorbing energy. In the vast courtyard, countless vines dance like green serpents, exuberant and flamboyant. Ting Ji's momentum surges rapidly, instantly reaching the 4th level of the mortal rank. Xiao Chen observes clearly that numerous sharp thorns have sprouted along each vine. Although he has not awakened any skills, this marks a significant improvement. In future battles, Tengge may possess some degree of lethality. Previously, he could only bind enemies with an abundance of vines, lacking any discernible offensive capability. Now, with these thorns, his threat level has markedly increased. In a sense, Tengge can now be considered a combat spirit beast. Following the breakthrough, Teng Ji's strength continues to rise swiftly. Xiao Chen also feels an enhancement in his spiritual and physical powers. Tengge, within a month's time, you must achieve another breakthrough. At the 4th level of the mortal rank, you will no longer fear these Qingmu Lingyang. Yes, these spirit sheep are merely domesticated beasts, having long lost their wild nature. They are gentle in temperament and poor in combat skills. However, being spirit beasts, their raw strength is not to be underestimated. If they were the Qingmu Lingyang found in the mountains, they would have comprehended some skills by the 4th level. They have lived too comfortably, and in the face of the rampaging vine, they can only cower in the corners. Henceforth, they shall no longer consume a single leaf from the vines. In fact, they may well end up as spirit meat on someone else's table. Rest assured, Xiao Chen, I will certainly achieve another breakthrough within half a month. Generally, a typical vine demon matures in about 20 years, and given Teng Ji's age, he has nearly reached his prime. It is unfortunate that I do not possess storage equipment. I cannot take these Qingmu Lingyang with me. The thought of this troubles Xiao Chen greatly. After nurturing these spirit sheep for so long, must they ultimately be handed over to the very enemy who has caused him so much suffering? Every beast master typically has their own spirit beast space. But Xiao Chen's space can only accommodate a miniature version of the vine. Even if he cannot take them, perhaps he should just slaughter them? As this thought crosses his mind, he realizes that even if he cannot consume so much spirit meat, he does not want to let that person benefit from it. As if sensing Xiao Chen's intentions, Tengge quickly speaks. Xiao Chen, you need not worry. I can consume what you cannot. Xiao Chen knows little about vine-type spirit beasts, but he can feel Teng Ji's desire and excitement. It is an instinct. Upon seeing these spirit beasts, Tengge yearns to treat them as fertilizer. Are you certain? Do not tell me you are still a carnivorous demon beast. Although they lack combat skills, their strength is not insignificant. 10 spirit beasts. Are you sure you won't overindulge? Xiao Chen clearly has no understanding of Teng Ji's capabilities. Even Tengge himself is unaware that he now possesses some differences from his kin. If you cannot eat, then do not eat. What else can be done? Xiao Chen contemplates this notion, concluding that he must not allow that black-robed individual to benefit from them. The 10 spirit beasts of the 3rd and 4th ranks, if exchanged for spirit stones, would surely be worth thousands of lower-grade spirit stones. After laboring for so long, at least he has not worked in vain. The thought of that individual returning in a fit of rage brings a sense of relief to Xiao Chen. Finally, he has managed to vent a fraction of his frustration. Once his strength is sufficient, he will return to settle the score with him. Tengge, do not rush to take action. Let us allow them to starve for a few days. We shall act when they are devoid of any means of resistance. After all, they have been companions for several years, and Xiao Chen feels a twinge of reluctance. However, if they do not act, these Qingmu Lingyang will inevitably starve to death. Moreover, this is clearly not the time for compassion. These spirit sheep were originally intended for sale. Their fate has long been sealed. When the time comes, let it be swift. Do not let them suffer too much. They have consumed my leaves, and I have absorbed their essence. We are even. In the days that follow, Xiao Chen experiences the most relaxed period in over a decade. He need only await Teng Ji's swift advancement. After 7 days, all 10 spirit sheep have perished. Each one is ensnared in a dense network of vines. The long vines pierce their bodies like needles, voraciously siphoning their essence. Due to the bond forged by their contract, Xiao Chen can distinctly perceive that Teng Ji's growth rate has accelerated significantly. What a pity. Xiao Chen cannot help but sigh. If not for the constraints of his limits, Teng Ji's growth would be remarkably swift. The fruits of a decade's labor are not in vain. Yet, after 12 days, Tengge unexpectedly breaks through again, reaching the 6th level of the mortal rank. With this ascension, Tengge undergoes further transformation. while the vines themselves do not thicken. A layer of yellow bark has formed on the exterior. The resilience of the vines has improved, and the strength at his disposal has increased as well. Tenggu, is it time to depart? Soon, once I have absorbed all of this essence. Each spirit sheep has been wrapped into a large green dumpling by Tenggu, which diminishes a little more each day. Especially after his breakthrough to the 5th level, the rate of this change becomes particularly pronounced. Xiao Chen seems to have stumbled upon a method to cultivate Tenggu. However, he quickly dismisses the idea. If one possesses sufficient spirit meat, could it not facilitate Tengji's rapid advancement? Feeding Tenggu with spirit meat would require an exorbitant amount of spirit stones. Moreover, considering Tengji's appetite, the thought is indeed somewhat daunting. Tenggu, have you considered that with this growth rate, you may reach your limits in just a few years? Racial talents are innate and difficult to alter. We shall cross that bridge when we come to it, one step at a time. After all, you have forged a contract with me, and you cannot simply abandon me. I believe you will grow increasingly powerful. I shan't starve. Xiao Chen is at a loss for words, feeling as though he has become a long-term meal ticket. Nevertheless, he also harbors the belief that his talent for beast mastery may indeed be commendable. If one day he can ascend to the rank of Huang-tier beast master, he could contract another spirit beast. At that time, even if Tenggu does not grow, there would still be hope. Indeed, if necessary, I shall support you for a lifetime. If all else fails, we can hide in a remote area and live out our days. After all, I am a beast master. Although, in this world, everyone can master beasts. Chapter 3, Escaping the Abyss. After another 10 days, the 10 green dumplings have finally vanished without a trace. The 10 spirit beasts have been completely consumed, leaving nothing behind, as Tenggu has digested them thoroughly. To my astonishment, you are indeed a carnivorous demon beast. It seems that plant-type demon beasts can refine spirit meat, which does not appear to be uncommon. Evidently, this spirit meat has an immense impact on Tengji's growth. Over the past 10 days, he has remarkably ascended to the 6th level of the mortal rank, signifying a notable degree of strength. At least, at his age, he could be considered relatively outstanding among the weakest group. Xiao Chen was adept at comforting himself. Having been trapped here for so long, his expectations had diminished significantly. Surviving long enough to escape had been his sole desire for an extended period. Xiao Chen, my roots have reached the other side. If you wish to leave, you may do so at any time. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Chen finally felt a sense of relief. After waiting a few more days, that person would return. If he failed to escape, it would spell his doom. Every beastmaster would randomly generate a unique skill upon contracting with a spirit beast, and Xiao Chen had, of course, reaped some benefits, enabling him to flee from this sealed courtyard. The wood escape technique allowed him to utilize the evasion skills of his plant-type spirit beast. Though not a particularly formidable skill, it was of utmost importance to Xiao Chen at that moment. Wherever the Vine Brother extended, Xiao Chen could swiftly traverse using the evasion technique. He was uncertain of the courtyard's location, but it had taken the Vine Brother several years to extend its roots outside. With the roots now emerged, sprouting new vines was a trivial matter. After waiting for so many years, Xiao Chen's heart brimmed with excitement, yearning to escape immediately. However, he ultimately did not wish to leave without a trace. Thus, he paused to inscribe several bold characters on the floor. Today, I shall slay your spirit beast. One day, I shall unmask you and take your head. Reflecting on this, he felt it lacked sufficient satisfaction. At the Vine Brother's strong insistence, he added, now, consume my leaves. One day I shall bind you into a human rice dumpling. Having completed this, Xiao Chen felt a measure of relief. I shall leave today, but I will return. This place had ensnared his youth and clipped his wings. Having escaped, he was determined to reclaim the time lost. With a mere thought, Xiao Chen found himself standing atop a vast wilderness, thousands of feet above ground. Simultaneously, the Vine Brother transformed into a small cluster of vines, appearing in Xiao Chen's consciousness. For years, it had been rooted to the ground, forgetting the realm of spirit beasts. Each beastmaster possessed their own spirit beast space, and the Vine Brother consumed very little energy within this realm. Thus, it was most suitable for long journeys. After attending to these matters, Xiao Chen turned his attention to his surroundings. He stood on a hillside, and several hundred feet ahead lay rows of houses. At a glance, Xiao Chen recognized these structures. Having spent so long within, he was intimately familiar with their architecture. To his surprise, he discovered that such courtyards were not singular. Xiao Chen's expression darkened as he realized he might be one among many unfortunate souls. Perhaps, like him, numerous individuals had been forcibly captured and enslaved to nourish spirit beasts. There were at least hundreds of such houses. It was likely that the number of cloaked figures within surpassed one. In such a vast area, they must have accomplices. Gripped by this realization, Xiao Chen wasted no time and swiftly made his way into the forest. To stand openly observing was perilous. If detected, he would face dire consequences. The mere thought of being recaptured immediately after fleeing sent chills down his spine. Henceforth, he resolved to tread with utmost caution. It must be acknowledged that his understanding of this world was limited. He had been seized just as he was meant to acquire knowledge. Lacking any close relatives, he felt little attachment to anything. Deeply imprinting this location in his memory, Xiao Chen departed without a backward glance. One day, no matter the distance, I, Xiao Chen, shall return for vengeance. This thought flashed through his mind, a lifelong obsession he was determined to fulfill. Xiao Chen had never been one to forgive easily. Such a deep-seated grudge could never go unavenged. I feel the same way, the Vine brother echoed. However, Xiao Chen, as you flee into the mountains, exercise caution. Seek a suitable route to circumvent, for the mountains are rife with demon beasts. Ultimately, this world was dominated by demon beasts, and humanity was far from powerful. Without the ability to contract spirit beasts, humans would not even possess the small territories they currently inhabited. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Xiao Chen's tone was less than pleasant, for he had indeed encountered a demon beast. Fortunately, it was not a troublesome foe, merely a third-tier wind spirit mouse. The wind spirit mouse, a wind-type demon beast of ordinary grade. These low-tier demon beasts are small yet exceedingly agile, making them difficult to capture. Upon spotting such a beast, Xiao Chen felt no inclination to pursue it. Capturing one required prior preparation. Thankfully, it was merely the weakest tier of demon beasts. Initially, Xiao Chen had underestimated the wind spirit mouse, but upon realizing that its potential surpassed even that of the Vine brother, his mood soured instantly. Like the wind spirit mouse, he was merely an ordinary being. Although the wind spirit mouse was commonplace, it posed no significant threat. As Xiao Chen reflected on these matters, he noticed a fierce gust of wind approaching. A formidable bird, several feet in size, swooped down towards him with astonishing speed. This bird, adorned in azure feathers, possessed talons that could easily shatter stone. Startled, Xiao Chen barely had time to scream internally before he could react. The massive bird was mere moments away from him, capable of sending him flying with a single flap. Lacking experience in dealing with such demon beasts, he stood frozen, paralyzed by instinct. Fortunately, the bird's target was not Xiao Chen, but rather a hapless little mouse awaiting its demise. Was this a ninth-tier demon beast? Xiao Chen was uncertain of its classification, but it was undoubtedly far stronger than the current Vine brother. Miraculously, the bird merely glanced at Xiao Chen before losing interest and soaring away. From its gaze, he sensed disdain and contempt. Indeed, he was inferior even to the wind spirit mouse. Feeling exceptionally vexed, he knew that this was not the time to dwell on it. The presence of such a powerful demon beast indicated that others might soon emerge. With a long sigh, Xiao Chen fled hastily. He had just confronted a life-and-death crisis. Who would have thought that mere moments after escaping from his prison, he would encounter danger? He dared not venture further into the mountain, opting instead to skirt its edge for several miles before hastily retreating from the mountain range. Gazing at the towering peaks from a distance, Xiao Chen felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. It seemed that countless formidable beasts lurked within those deep mountains. Reflecting on today's experiences, he recognized the importance of seeking safety when one's strength was insufficient. It appeared that heading to a human city was the wisest choice. Xiao Chen was utterly unaware of his location and had no knowledge of the route to the Yin city. Unbeknownst to him, his casual remark had been overheard. Naturally, there were countless demon beasts within the L, and ordinary individuals venturing to the outskirts of the mountain typically formed teams. As Xiao Chen pondered, a voice suddenly resonated behind him. Startled, he wondered how someone could approach so silently. No, it was not just one person, there were several. All were young, of similar age, and donned similar attire. A brief glance revealed an emblematic character Lin embroidered prominently on their clothing. Lacking familiarity with the various factions within the Yin city, Xiao Chen was oblivious to the significance of this character. Is this L? L was one of the few places he recognized. He observed the sunlight's afterglow cascading over the mountains, creating a truly picturesque scene. True to its name, L was indeed beautiful. Were it not for the multitude of formidable demon beasts within, it would be an unparalleled sight. Indeed, it is the largest mountain near Luoxiashan and Dine City. The newcomer appeared quite curious as to how anyone could be unaware of Luoxiashan. Furthermore, this individual's strength seemed rather lacking. How could they venture alone to such a perilous location? It is indeed quite dangerous to traverse here alone. I see. Thank you for the information, my friend. May I inquire how far we are from Dine City? Could you kindly offer directions? As fate would have it, Xiao Chen did not intend to question the identity of the other party, merely seeking guidance. Moreover, due to past experiences, he had grown wary of trusting others. Even though the individuals before him hardly appeared to be malevolent, he remained cautious. Chapter 4. Not a Dream. Brother Tung had significantly enhanced his strength. Yet he was still far from being able to protect himself. Demonic beasts often prowled outside Dian City, and even Huang-rank beast tamers could find themselves in peril. I am Lin Xian, a member of the Lin family from Dian City. Young brother, if you are heading back to Dian City, would you care to join us? Upon hearing the name Lin family, Xiao Chen's countenance remained unchanged, exhibiting remarkable composure. This evidently did not align with Lin Xian and his companion's perceptions. Anyone who hears of the Lin family in Dian City cannot help but display either envy or reverence in their gaze. This compelled the group to scrutinize the seemingly ordinary youth once more. Of course, Xiao Chen was also discreetly observing the young man before him. Lin Xian possessed striking features, exuding humility and courtesy with an extraordinary presence. It was evident that his strength was exceptional, further complemented by his gentle demeanor towards strangers. During their first encounter, Lin Xian indeed left a splendid impression on Xiao Chen. Since the other party had introduced himself, Xiao Chen felt it inappropriate to be rude. I am Xiao Chen, grateful for your invitation, Brother Lin. I am accustomed to solitude and shall return to the city on my own. Upon witnessing the remarkable strength of these individuals, Xiao Chen, though believing they harbored no ill intentions, could not shake his unease. Having been captured once, he became exceedingly cautious. Lin Xian was unperturbed by Xiao Chen's refusal. Very well. You may continue along this main road for 100 miles to reach the city. Do not fret about losing your way. This is the sole path leading into the city. By the way, entering the city requires a spirit stone, so do prepare one. The frequent appearances of demonic beasts outside the city make it prohibitively expensive to maintain several roads. Perhaps noticing Xiao Chen's tattered attire resembling that of a beggar, Lin Xian made a point to remind him. Xiao Chen nodded in gratitude. He felt a pang of regret, pondering whether he should have accepted the company of these members of the Lin family. After all, they had extended an invitation. It would not have been overly embarrassing to accompany them. With only a few hours until nightfall, even at an accelerated pace, he would not reach the city in time. Furthermore, where would he procure a spirit stone? Why not simply steal one? Might I inquire what spirit beast you possess? If it is swift, you may have the opportunity to return before nightfall. Xiao Chen discerned Lin Xian's intent to probe his capabilities. After all, one would not venture to the outskirts of Luoxiashan without some measure of strength. My spirit beast is the Qing Tung Yao. Xiao Chen did not shy away from revealing this, extending his wrist. A pattern resembling a Qing Tung Yao flickered momentarily before vanishing. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's contracted spirit beast, the others from the Lin family displayed disdain. Any rational individual would not form a contract with such a spirit beast. They could only be desperate individuals. Those with talents so meager that they could only contract low-tier spirit beasts, or unfortunate souls forced into contracting a Qing Tung Yao. Lin Xian's expression remained unchanged. Yet it was evident that he had lost interest in Xiao Chen. A beast tamer with a contracted Qing Tung Yao presented little potential for growth. Perhaps this would mark their only intersection in life. Brother Xiao, we have pressing matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. With that, 5 wind wolves materialized from thin air. Yellow-rank spirit beasts. Though their strength was merely at the 7th or 8th level of the mundane realm, they could reach Huang rank upon maturation. Xiao Chen watched as the group mounted their wind wolves and sped away, filled with envy. Perhaps he would never attain such heights. Farewell, esteemed companions. Xiao Chen bid them farewell, his envy evident in his gaze, which the Lin family members noted. The Lin family displayed commendable decorum, refraining from any display of arrogance, and while they looked down on him, they did not overtly express it. Such a family must possess considerable depth. He may need to leverage their status in the future. If he could obtain a wind wolf, posing as a member of the Lin family would be plausible. Unbeknownst to him, the wind wolves were cultivated with great effort by the Lin family of Dian City. Some mutated wind wolves achieved even Xian rank upon full maturation. Wind wolves were among the few spirit beasts Xiao Chen recognized. Renowned for their speed, they could traverse the winds with remarkable swiftness. Additionally, wind wolves boasted formidable attack power, with not only their robust physique and sharp teeth, but also their ability to unleash wind blades of tremendous force. It seems imperative that I acquire some essential knowledge, otherwise, I would be unable to identify demonic beasts upon encountering them. Initially, Xiao Chen intended to hasten his return to the city, yet he found himself in no rush. Regardless of speed, he could not reach it in time. Even if he did, he lacked a spirit stone. While walking, Xiao Chen contemplated how to arrange the matters ahead. His foremost task was to locate a safe haven. Though the likelihood was slim, he must remain vigilant against potential pursuers. That enigmatic figure in the black robe possessed unfathomable strength. Certain spirit beasts excelled in tracking, making caution imperative. The second matter was to swiftly enhance his strength. If Brother Tung could reach the 9th level, he would feel significantly more at ease. The Qing Tung Yao possessed only ordinary rank aptitude, which typically limited its growth to the 9th level. The third task was to acquire knowledge promptly. For instance, how to efficiently cultivate spirit beasts and enhance his own strength swiftly. Regardless of how bleak the prospects seemed or the arduous path ahead, he resolved to strive towards becoming a Huang-ranked beast tamer, at which point he could contract a spirit beast. Before that, he needed to obtain some spirit stones to purchase the necessary texts. Prior to his escape, he had underestimated the challenges that lay ahead. Lacking power and funds, while also fearing pursuers and demonic beasts, he recognized that lingering in that small courtyard had not been so bad after all. As this thought crossed his mind, he quickly realized its fallacy. Freedom is the most precious treasure at all times. Even if it meant facing demise at the jaws of a demonic beast, he would not willingly return to that cage. As evening approached, with Dian City still a considerable distance away, Xiao Chen observed merely one or two individuals hastily departing on spirit beasts. Finding someone willing to accompany him seemed improbable. Xiao Chen felt a twinge of envy towards those individuals. Having a mount would be quite advantageous. The mobility of the Qing Tung Yao was practically non-existent, making it wholly impractical as a steed. Thankfully, Xiao Chen had grown accustomed to solitude. Whenever boredom struck, conversing with Brother Tung sufficed. Brother Tung, could you perhaps conceal your aura moving forward? For instance, if you possess the strength of the 6th level, allow others to perceive you as merely at the 3rd level. What Xiao Chen meant by concealing some cultivation was a reduction by half. I cannot do that. I simply 1T. Xiao Chen felt a sense of helplessness. This would reveal his depth and complicate matters. In that case, you could create a conspicuous injury. This way, others would instantly recognize you as severely wounded and weakened. Upon hearing this request, Brother Ting appeared even more perplexed. Shouldn't I appear strong to ensure safety? Furthermore, I cannot perform what you are asking. Then forget it. Just be yourself. The nature of the Qing Tung Yao is such that they must appear increasingly fierce and powerful to ensure their safety. To compel an individual to transcend their inherent nature is undoubtedly a formidable challenge. This endeavor necessitates patience. The act of seizing a pig to devour a tiger is not as daunting as it may sound. As Tungu's wisdom evolves further, the learning process will become significantly more facile. After several hours, darkness enveloped the land entirely. Despite exerting himself to the utmost, Xiao Chen had traversed only 30 li. The journey through the inky night posed greater dangers, prompting him to steer clear of the roadside in search of a suitable refuge for the night. De Yincheng, perched atop the endless expanse of desolation, appeared but a minuscule speck against the vast wilderness. Presently, Xiao Chen found himself on the boundless plains outside De Yincheng. Due to the proximity to human settlements, formidable demon beasts were scarce in this vicinity. Occasionally, he glimpsed a few creatures of mere 1 or 2 ranks. Yet he harbored no intentions of hunting them, for the time was not ripe for such endeavors. Uncertain of the safest locales in the wild, he remained vigilant against both demon beasts and humans, for he perceived the latter to be potentially more perilous than the former. After walking roughly 5 or 6 li, fatigue began to weigh heavily upon him. Tungu, let us set up camp here. No, let us take root. He halted before a small valley, which could hardly be termed as such, but rather a sizable depression. Distributing the vines around him would ideally conceal the valley. Xiao Chen endeavored to arrange the vines naturally, ensuring they harmonized with the surrounding environment. Nestled beneath the foliage, he became virtually undetectable to the untrained eye. Should he encounter demon beasts of rank 5 or lower, he would seize the opportunity to hunt them. Those of rank 5 and above, he would ignore unless provoked. Xiao Chen was acutely aware of which demon beasts to engage and when to exercise restraint. Exhausted from the day's tribulations, he merely offered a few succinct instructions before succumbing to slumber. This day had been rife with the tumultuous highs and lows of life, leaving him both mentally and physically drained. Following this night, a new dawn awaited. Enveloped by layers of vines, Xiao Chen savored a rare tranquility, free from the disturbances of demon beasts. Under the vast wilderness, the full moon cast its silvery glow upon the earth. The emerald leaves mirrored the pristine moonlight, resembling a multitude of twinkling stars. Distant roars of beasts echoed, their sounds blending seamlessly into the serene atmosphere. Despite being in the wild, Xiao Chen found himself enveloped in an unprecedented sense of security. Remarkably, he slept soundly until dawn. He awoke unperturbed by nightmares, the chill of the night, or the bleeding of the Qingmu Lingyang. Only when sunlight filtered through the gaps in the vines did he gradually open his eyes. As his vision cleared, a wave of realization washed over him. Ha, this is no dream. We have truly escaped. At that moment, Xiao Chen was filled with unwavering conviction. Indeed, this was a day he cherished. Each subsequent day would be one he eagerly anticipated. Chapter 5. What of talent? Tungu, upon waking from this slumber, my soul energy has completely replenished. Xiao Chen was greatly pleased as he departed from the confines of the courtyard. His spirits lifted, his recovery capacity had noticeably improved. Soul energy is the very essence of a beastmaster's power, playing a pivotal role in nurturing spirit beasts. Although Xiao Chen was not entirely versed in the methods of enhancing soul energy, he simply expended and restored it daily, gradually augmenting his reserves. It was also evident that the growth of his spirit beasts would reciprocally nourish his soul energy. Today, we must continue our journey, drawing closer to the Yinchang. Moreover, we need to distance ourselves from the well-traveled paths of humanity. If fortune permits, Xiao Chen hoped to discover a gathering place of Qing Tong Yao, so that Tengu would not stand out conspicuously. Although Xiao Chen's strength was still insufficient, he possessed his own advantages. In contrast to these low-ranked demon beasts, humans exhibited superior intelligence. Concealing himself among a throng of Qing Tong Yao was a notion that Tengu had not considered. Xiao Chen, I cannot sense the presence of my kin. However, my clan is numerous, and locating them should pose no difficulty. Upon exiting the Yinchang, it was not merely a realm overrun with demon beasts, but they could be spotted intermittently. Qing Tong Yao were quite common, and it would not be arduous to find a few. The outskirts of the city were perilous, yet they offered tremendous benefits for Teng Ji's development. Xiao Chen was without a single coin, rendering survival in the city impossible, let alone nurturing spirit beasts. With sufficient spirit stones, life within the city would be exceedingly comfortable. Conversely, lacking resources, remaining in the city would be akin to living as a slave, having been confined for so many years. He found it challenging to adapt to social interactions. Were it not for the need to procure essential items, he might have wished to wander freely with Tengu. Logically, the periphery of Yinchang should be relatively safe. After all, this was human territory, and more formidable demon beasts would not dare approach. However, as Xiao Chen ambled about for half a day, he discovered that the reality was far from such. Periodically, he encountered formidable entities and occasionally witnessed bands of demon beasts. Most were of the rank of fan, and at times he could sense the presence of more potent beings, such as Huang-rank demon beasts. Tengu seemed to possess a premonition of danger, enabling him to evade several powerful demon beasts. Fortunately, luck was on their side. After nearly a day's journey, they stumbled upon a vast expanse of greenery, a multitude of Qing Tong Yao, numbering in the dozens. Placing Tengu among them would not seem out of place. And most of these Qing Tong Yao possessed ranks of 3 or 4, posing no significant threat to Xiao Chen. Tengu, find a spot in the central area. The strength of these Qing Tong Yao was modest, and Xiao Chen, being human, did not dare approach too closely. As long as they sensed the presence of other clans, these creatures would instinctively defend themselves. Once Tengu identified a suitable location, he could employ the would-escape technique to enter seamlessly. Rest assured, my kin will not attack unless provoked, Tengu assured him. The hunting methods of Qing Tong Yao are quite primitive. They would instinctively hunt any intruding demon beasts. Plant-type spirit beasts can absorb the earth's nutrients, rendering their need for prey minimal. Even in the absence of prey, they can continue to thrive. This is why many slaves are bound to Qing Tong Yao, as their cultivation costs are nearly non-existent while still yielding continual returns. While the individual strength of these Qing Tong Yao may be lacking, their sheer numbers afford them considerable deterrent power. By choosing such a sanctuary, Xiao Chen effectively gained the protection of dozens of guardians. With Teng Ji's rank 6 strength, he ranked among the elite within this assembly of Qing Tong Yao. The survival principle among demon beasts dictates that the strong command respect, and thus the throng of Qing Tong Yao graciously parted to allow passage. Teng Ji's vine snaked forward like a long serpent. The intellect of these Qing Tong Yao was rather limited. They primarily acted on instinct. Moments later, Xiao Chen found himself in the very heart of their midst. Tengu, secure a space the size of a small courtyard. Spread your roots wide, covering every corner. This would allow Tengu to monitor the surroundings continuously and capture any low-ranked demon beasts that might wander by. Should danger arise, Xiao Chen could swiftly utilize the would-escape technique to flee. This soul-awakened technique would serve as his most vital lifeline moving forward. A peculiar sensation washed over Xiao Chen. After living for over 20 years, it seemed he was finally on the verge of establishing a place he could call home. Even in the absence of material possessions, he felt an unusual sense of security here. He sensed that Tengu, too, was filled with excitement. Reveling in the company of his kin, I have yet to devise a strategy for your accelerated growth. For now, you must anchor your roots deep. This area spans several hundred acres, and henceforth, it shall be your domain. Occasionally, other would pass through the periphery, most of which were of the 3rd or 4th rank, providing ample nourishment for Teng Ji's growth. From then on, Xiao Chen's daily sustenance would rely on Teng Ji's hunting skills. It was imperative to conceal your vines amidst the greenery, ensuring that the targeted prey did not become wary. After successfully capturing prey, it was crucial to leave no traces of blood or overly obvious signs of the hunt. More formidable would often dismiss the with disdain. With Tengu at the 6th layer and accompanied by numerous, Even passing 6th rank would be in peril. Days passed, and it took Tengu time to extend its vines into every corner. Should any outsiders traverse this area, they would only perceive a densely packed green sea spanning several hundred acres. Unbeknownst to anyone, beneath the verdant facade resided a human being. The climate was pleasant, warm in winter and cool in summer. Once settled, Xiao Chen finally had the leisure to ponder how to enhance the. Each day, he nurtured with his soul power. The soul skill he had gleaned from the figure in the black robe. When his soul power was nearly depleted, he would take time to rest. Having discovered that sleep could expedite his recovery, he vaguely sensed some of his soul power awakening within him. Within his sea of consciousness, 6 luminous white rings of soul power seemed to materialize. Xiao Chen speculated that perhaps he had attained the 6th layer of power. Achieving such a rank at his age was not particularly remarkable, yet it was certainly commendable. Considering that Xiao Chen had not focused on cultivating his soul power over the years, reaching this level was nothing short of extraordinary. He merely speculated that his innate talent was not lacking, yet he remained uncertain of the specifics. Unbeknownst to him, the black-robed figure regarded him with growing wariness, a feeling that had intensified over the years. Chapter 6. Making a big move. Within just a few days, Xiao Chen had grown quite accustomed to life in this place. He named his residence Qing Tung Yuan, a home woven from the only sanctuary that offered him peace. Gradually, the surrounding acclimated to Xiao Chen's presence, their hostility diminishing over time. Occasionally, Xiao Chen would venture to the outskirts for a stroll, serving as bait when necessary. This task became increasingly effortless with practice. Whenever Tengu detected the presence of stronger, Xiao Chen would execute a technique to evade capture. Provocation, retreat, and ambush would unfold seamlessly. This routine continued for 2 years, during which Xiao Chen lived quite comfortably. His strength increased significantly, and more importantly, he genuinely found joy in his circumstances. His fondness for this place grew. He had grown accustomed to residing there, even considering it his home. The small courtyard constructed from became his haven. Over these 2 years, he meticulously tended to Qing Tung Yuan. In that span, Tengu ascended to the pinnacle of the 6th layer, with the next goal being the 7th layer of cultivation. Attaining the 7th layer would signify a peak in the. During these 2 years, the collective efforts of the led to the successful hunts of several 6th rank. While the number of lower rank increased even more, many had noticeably improved, with most reaching the 4th layer of strength. 4th layer possessed thorns on their vines, marking them as offensive. If life were to persist in this manner, it would undoubtedly be splendid. However, Xiao Chen also noted that the number of captured had dwindled recently. More had begun to vanish within this green expanse, developing a sense of caution. Each possessed some level of intelligence. Upon encountering the vast green, they would often choose to circumvent it, heightening their wariness as the death toll of their kind rose. Just as he was on the verge of breaking through to the 7th layer, began to shy away. Passive waiting was not an option if they refused to approach. He must devise a strategy to lure them in. In the absence of prey, one must take the initiative. If opportunities do not present themselves, they must be created. Compared to the, Xiao Chen's intellect proved more advantageous. The weaknesses of the were glaringly apparent. While their attack power was commendable, their mobility was woefully inadequate. Their lack of agility rendered them rather cumbersome, making them well suited for defensive skirmishes. Even low tier could overwhelm them if they attacked en masse. Individual no longer satisfied Xiao Chen's appetite, leading him to focus on the nearby packs. If he could eliminate one of these groups, the rewards would be substantial. However, these packs were guarded by formidable beings. Their intelligence often surpassed that of ordinary humans. He had no desire to provoke the large flock of gray sparrow beasts, nor the numerous wind spirit rats, which numbered in the hundreds and were too agile and small for them to contend with effectively. In the distance loomed a powerful group of frost giant pythons, which Xiao Chen wisely chose to avoid. Perhaps he could only set his sights on the group of pig beasts. There was no alternative. One must squeeze the softest fruit. The pig beasts, endowed with talent, were renowned for their strength and possessed relatively low intelligence. Like the pig beasts were among the most common low tier in this world. Many low-tier beast tamers favored teaming up to capture a nest of pig beasts, both humans and relished. And the meat of the pig beasts was undoubtedly a relatively affordable and accessible source. The pig beasts were also one of the most successfully domesticated in the human realm. Capturing dozens of them could yield an impressive number of. Pig beasts thrived in groups, and their awakened skill was often frenzy. Once enraged, their combat prowess surged dramatically. Likewise, once provoked, they were easily led into a frenzy, charging recklessly even in perilous territories. Xiao Chen aimed to lure a herd of into an ambush, and the pig beasts seemed the most viable option. What troubled him, however, was that the nearby pig beast group was surprisingly strong, most boasting 5th layer strength. If dozens of such pig beasts stormed into Qing Tung Yuan, the outcome remained uncertain. Xiao Chen had no desire for mutual destruction. He held great value for the. Perhaps he would need to wait until Tung Ge's strength increased further before taking action. They could produce countless vines, providing a significant advantage in group battles. Tung Ge, you must be on the verge of a breakthrough, right? Xiao Chen had noticed that as strength increased, Tung Ge's rate of advancement had slowed considerably. At some point, it may even come to a halt. I am unsure why this is the case. By all accounts, a breakthrough should have occurred long ago. Tung Ge was equally troubled, as its demands for energy had become increasingly extravagant. It bore little resemblance to an ordinary, whose advancement requirements seemed significantly lower. A typical would naturally reach maturity without the opportunity to refine. Tung Ge, there is no need to rush the process of advancement. Let it unfold naturally. You must continue to establish deep roots. It is crucial to prevent those from scattering upon a charge. The deeper your roots, the better you can withstand the onslaught of the frenzied pig beasts. Rest assured, no one would dare to seek their demise. Should they approach, I shall bind them like Zongzi. Tung Ge was filled with confidence, having experienced few significant setbacks over the years, which had inflated its ego considerably. Clearly, Tung Ge was unaware that Xiao Chen was preparing for something monumental. Tung Ge remained oblivious, unconcerned even if a yellow tear were to approach. The plant-based demon beasts exhibit a peculiar resilience, displaying a fearless nature that remains unfazed even by severed tendrils and broken leaves. In the eyes of Xiao Chen, this fearlessness is the most vital trait among the Qing Tung Yao. Regrettably, he himself lacks this quality entirely. Due to his unique experiences, he values his life immensely and dares not take any risks. Tung Ge, I am inclined to take action against that group of Zhu Laozhou. What do you think? Without a moment's hesitation, Tung Ge responded, then let us strike. There are only a few dozen of them. Although courage was abundant, intelligence was certainly lacking. The strength of that group of Zhu Laozhou is comparable to that of the Qing Tung Yao. Tung Ge, how formidable is their leader? Two beings at the 6th tier. They are not easy to deal with, yet they can be defeated. Among the demon beasts of the mortal realm, the combat prowess of the Qing Tung Yao is not to be underestimated. If we can lure the enemy over, our advantages will increase significantly. Then let us undertake this endeavor, allowing you to ascend to the 7th tier in one fell swoop. If this succeeds, it won't just be Tung Ge. Several Qing Tung Yao nearby may also advance to the 6th tier. A clash between two equally matched groups of demon beasts will undoubtedly be fierce. The sole distinction lies in the presence of a beast master on the side of the Qing Tung Yao. Chapter 7. Active Provocation. The Qing Tung Yuan, where Xiao Chen resides, is located approximately 60 to 70 miles southwest of Diyan City. Here, one is unlikely to encounter particularly powerful demon beasts, and human strongholds are scarce in this region. Groups of demon beasts like the Qing Tung Yao and Zhu Laozhou find relative comfort in this area. As long as they defend their small territory, they face little danger. Recently, the Zhu Laozhou have been in a foul mood. The reason is simple. The nearby Qing Tung Yao are growing too rapidly, consistently encroaching upon their territory. Their formidable leader has issued several warnings, which the Qing Tung Yao have heeded, retreating upon request, only to reoccupy their territory the following day. Each time they push the limits, their tolerance has begun to wear thin. Initially, they could not comprehend why their territory was shrinking. However, after meticulous examination, their astute leader finally discerned the issue. Those accursed Qing Tung Yao advance 200 zhang, yet only retreat 100 zhang. This revelation ignited great fury among the 36 members of their clan. Even more infuriating is that these Qing Tung Yao are sheltering a human, a detestable human. This human not only ruthlessly mocked their wise and valiant leader, but also tampered with a sacred object of their clan, a hazelnut tree that is several centuries old. A tree so large that it could be embraced by a person was stripped of its bark, while survival was guaranteed. They would not receive their favorite food for the next few years. This is utterly intolerable. They must capture that human and toss him into the clan's mire. Although the human possesses little ability, his prowess in fleeing is indeed remarkable. They have pursued him dozens of times, yet never succeeded. Recently, the entire clan has been worn out due to this human. Their leader has gone into a frenzy several times, yet each time, that despicable human has escaped. Xiao Chen has no desire to bully others, but finds himself compelled to provoke them time and again. Nevertheless, the Zhu Laozhou, despite their temperament, have refrained from acting impulsively. Xiao Chen musters his patience and stirs the flames once more. The Zhu Laozhou have no other hobbies. They delight in mud baths. During their leisure time, they frolic in the mud, relishing the experience. After pursuing Xiao Chen fruitlessly for several hours, a group of Zhu Laozhou returned to their sanctuary only to be dumbfounded. What did they see? There was no mud pit, only cracked earth. This is truly catastrophic. Where's the water? They all questioned, bewildered as to why their once thriving mud pit had suddenly dried up. Moreover, beneath the pit lay deep, bottomless holes. The moisture from the pit had been absorbed directly by Teng Ji's exceptionally powerful roots, and these holes were indeed their doing. The Zhu Laozhou, being rather innocent, had not yet attributed the mischief to Xiao Chen. Ha ha ha, you were so focused on chasing me that you failed to notice I had pilfered your home. Xiao Chen could not help but provoke them. If this did not drive them to madness, he would truly be at a loss. However, this time, the Zhu Laozhou did not disappoint him. It's you, despicable human. You have desecrated our mud pit. Although Xiao Chen did not understand their language, he surprisingly grasped their meaning through mental waves. A mud pit holds such significance for them. Had he known, he could have simply instructed Teng Gu to release water at that moment. Witnessing the furious, bloodshot eyes of the Zhu Laozhou, Xiao Chen realized that today's plan was likely to succeed. These Zhu Laozhou seemed to be on the brink of a collective frenzy. At this juncture, Xiao Chen decisively added fuel to the fire. Ha! It was I who released the water into that mud pit. What can you do about it? Not only this time, but I shall grant you a daily supply. As he spoke, he gestured provocatively. Finally, the typically gentle Zhu Laozhou erupted. Each one transformed into a frenzied, bloodthirsty state. Their physiques surged, doubling in size to rival that of a tiger. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Chen hesitated not a moment. He fled. Teng Gu, save me. To ensure his safety, Xiao Chen did not run on foot, but instead employed the wood escape technique. His figure vanished from sight. Yet his raucous laughter reverberated through the Qing tongue foliage. The 36 Zhu Laozhou had already lost their sanity, charging recklessly towards the Qing tongue yuan. The strength of the Zhu Laozhou in their frenzied state had dramatically increased. Their collective charge was indeed imposing. The once placid Zhu Laozhou were now driven to charge like a wolf pack. In this regard, Xiao Chen's role as bait proved highly successful. Each Zhu Laozhou possessed tremendous force, and together their impact was staggering. Xiao Chen could feel the earth tremble slightly beneath him, and he began to panic. Would this truly spiral out of control? Quickly, raise the first barrier. Countless vines intertwined, forming a dense green wall. Each vine could withstand 100 pounds of force, rendering such a barrier formidable. However, Xiao Chen had perhaps overestimated his efforts. The number of charging Zhu Laozhou was simply too great. The frenzied Zhu Laozhou, possessing strength rivaling that of 7th-tier beasts, bore down with tremendous force. As Xiao Chen observed the Zhu Laozhou collide with the green wall, he heard the sound of snapping vines. The robust vines, unable to withstand the impact, shattered into pieces. Broken branches and green leaves littered the ground, trampled by the horde of Zhu Laozhou. Teng Gu, act quickly. Erect the second barrier. Xiao Chen had prepared a total of 9 layers of barriers for these Zhu Laozhou, each layer more difficult to breach than the last. The overwhelming charge of the Zhu Laozhou necessitated a gradual reduction of their momentum. As they barreled through one barrier after another, oblivious to the fact that with each layer breached, they lost 2 clan members. Chapter 8. The First Offensive Skill. After breaking through 5 layers of barriers, the momentum of the Zhu Laozhou began to wane. However, their combat spirit remained high. Their numbers had diminished from 36 to just over 20, a significant reduction. In their bloodthirsty frenzy, the Zhu Laozhou appeared oblivious to this fact. After the 6th layer of the barrier was breached, their speed noticeably slowed. At this moment, several 5-layer Qing tongue yaos finally exerted their full strength. One of them bound a 5-tier Zhu La beast, while the others made every effort to thwart the Zhu La beast's charge against the last 2 defensive lines. Disregarding the cost, the 2 leading Zhu La beasts were indeed formidable. They rampaged through, breaking one restraint after another. Fortunately, there were enough vines. And even if they could not harm these 2 leaders, they could significantly deplete their strength. The situation for the 2 leaders was manageable, but the condition of the other Zhu La beasts was far worse. After half an hour of combat, several Zhu La beasts had exhausted their energy and collapsed onto the ground. This group of Zhu La beasts possessed considerable power, yet their foolishness led them to directly assault the formation of the Qing tongue yaos. Even so, the vines of the Qing tongue yaos had already been mostly broken. Thankfully, only those 2 leaders posed a threat. As long as their strength was depleted or they exited their frenzied state, there would be no problems. Xiao Chen, should I act now? The elder, seeing that his kin had sustained considerable injuries, grew anxious. Do not rush, their frenzy will soon subside. Both sides are evenly matched. But if we wait for them to tire, victory is assured. These Zhu La beasts are indeed strong, yet much of their energy is spent on breaching the formation. To ensure our success, I will lend you a hand. Xiao Chen, being a beast tamer, had limited combat prowess. Nonetheless, he felt he could contribute during battles. Lacking experience, he decided to act recklessly and exerted his full power. At this moment, he was approximately a 6-layer beast tamer, with a soul power that was not particularly weak. He channeled his soul energy into the ethereal form of the Qing tongue within his sea of consciousness. Just then, the two leading beasts charged at the final barrier. They now showed signs of fatigue, their strength waning. Now is the time, strike. Xiao Chen shouted, and dozens of vines shot forth like arrows towards the two six-layer beasts. Facing two opponents, the elder did not flinch. Whether it was due to Xiao Chen's actions or the recent enhancement of the elder's strength, the two powerful beasts found themselves ensnared by the Qing tongue, unable to break free. Ultimately, they failed to breach the last line of defense. Xiao Chen merely observed from the sidelines, not truly participating in the battle. However, after such a fierce conflict, he felt an overwhelming fatigue, a weariness of the soul. I truly do not wish to bully the honest, yet for the sake of progress, I have no choice. Given the option, Xiao Chen would rather not target these Zhula beasts. The situation was settled. Xiao Chen no longer needed to worry about safety. He sat down, watching the Qing tongue yaos clean up the battlefield. This battle had entirely annihilated a small group of Zhula beasts. To slay 36 beasts in one fell swoop was no insignificant achievement. The spiritual flesh from these beasts could fetch a considerable sum of spirit stones if sold in the human realm. Suddenly, Xiao Chen thought that earning spirit stones might not be as difficult as he once believed. However, transporting so many Zhula beasts to the Yin city posed a significant challenge. At the very least, he could not carry them all himself, nor could he move the spiritual flesh. The elder needed a substantial amount of spiritual flesh to advance, and he also aimed to cultivate capable Qing tongue yaos. After the battle, the area outside the Qing tongue garden lay in disarray, with green leaves and broken vines scattered everywhere. Next, they would need to take time to recuperate. In the future, the territory of these Zhula beasts would belong to the Qing tongue yaos. It would not be long before a vast expanse of greenery emerged. Xiao Chen was particularly pleased with the numerous green zongzi formed outside the garden, among which the elder had formed 6, the strongest of the lot. Xiao Chen continued to nourish the elder daily with his soul power, and these zongzi provided him with immense spiritual energy. Just 3 or 4 days later, the elder made a breakthrough. To ascend to the 7th layer, the elder required significantly more spiritual flesh than other Qing tongue yaos. Perhaps the elder was stronger than his peers at the same tier, or perhaps his innate talent was considerably inferior, necessitating more resources for advancement. Regardless of the circumstance, Xiao Chen was unconcerned. What mattered was that the elder had indeed succeeded, becoming a 7-layer beast. While Xiao Chen was still in slumber, he suddenly sensed something and awoke with a start. Upon waking, he realized that his soul power had seemingly increased substantially. The soul rings within his consciousness had transformed into 7. Does this mean I am now a 7-layer beast tamer? Xiao Chen was not entirely certain, but it seemed accurate enough. In some respects, his growth was commendable. At least half of the inhabitants in Yin City did not possess such strength at his age. Although he had squandered many years, it was not too poor a result. Unfortunately, the elder was merely a beast with common talent, and his future growth prospects were indeed worrisome. Xiao Chen, I have awakened my first innate skill. Every ordinary tier beast has the opportunity to awaken an innate skill, and upon advancing to the yellow tier, they will awaken another. Gaining an additional skill will undoubtedly enhance their strength significantly. Xiao Chen looked at the Qing tongue, excitement evident on his face. Elder, what skill have you awakened? Root binding. This skill is rather commonplace, as many plant-based spirit beasts can awaken it. However, Xiao Chen was exceedingly pleased. Finally, I have an offensive skill. It may not be a particularly fierce attack, but it serves more as a control skill. Come, let us test it. Xiao Chen threw a stone towards the Qing tongue, and suddenly, a cluster of roots shot forth from the vine's joints, ensnaring the stone mid-air like a net. The stone, soaring in the sky, was instantly captured. Excellent. This skill will be useful for capturing prey in the future. Chapter 9, Truly Brave. The roots, akin to iron wires, were strong and powerful. Indeed, after the elder's ascension to the 7th layer, his strength had dramatically increased. It seems I must prepare a sharper weapon. With a skill for restraining foes, combined with my awakened would escape technique, the effectiveness in battle will be significantly enhanced. When an enemy is restrained, I can instantly teleport to them and sever their head with a single strike. Surprisingly, the wood escape technique proves to be quite useful. It is both offensive and defensive, and when utilized properly, can yield extraordinary effects. The elder had leveled up, and several other 5-layer Qing tongue yaos had also broken through to the 6th layer. Now, the Qing tongue garden was much safer. 2 months swiftly passed, and the territory of the Zhula beasts had been completely occupied by the Qing tongue yaos. Upon inspecting the area, Xiao Chen noticed that many new Qing tongue yaos had sprouted. In this region, their clan had gained a measure of strength. At this point, the elder had completely refined the Zhula beasts, ultimately reaching mid-7th layer strength. At a normal pace, he had the potential to break through to the 8th layer within a year. Xiao Chen was quite pleased. In just a few years, the elder could reach his bottleneck. Now, I must devise a way to begin earning money. In the future, I wish to support you and contract a new spirit beast. Xiao Chen was confident that within 10 years, he might become a yellow-tier beast tamer. At that time, he would be able to contract a second spirit beast. Xiao Chen, are you considering taking action against that group of Fengling shoes? I truly have such intentions. Previously, Xiao Chen had been unable to deal with those agile little beasts. But now that the elder had awakened root binding, he could indeed capture small spirit beasts. In that case, you should refrain from making plans. I alone could wipe out their entire nest. The elder was forever confident, which left Xiao Chen quite dissatisfied. I have told you before, do not underestimate any enemy. If the Fengling Shu were to awaken its skills, its lethality would indeed be quite formidable. The wind-based abilities it possesses are numerous and potent, capable of striking from a distance. Their leader is merely at the 6th tier of power. Truly there is nothing to fear. Just as Qing Tong was about to speak, a sudden alertness overcame him. Such a situation is exceedingly rare. If an ordinary beast were to pass by, Brother Tong would have dealt with it directly. What is happening? Is there a powerful beast approaching? Xiao Chen could sense the shift in Qing Tong's emotions, rare to witness such tension from him. Indeed, a beast draws near, accompanied by humans. The presence of both beasts and humans is rather unexpected. In an instant, Xiao Chen comprehended that a beast master had arrived in this area with their beasts. The reason for their presence here is certainly not for leisure. They have come for the hunt. Upon hearing of the humans' approach, Xiao Chen too grew anxious. Compared to beasts, he holds a far greater wariness towards humans. How many have arrived? If unnecessary, Xiao Chen would rather not provoke any humans. 3 individuals, along with 3 spirit beasts. It is manageable with just 3 people. Even the most formidable humans would hesitate before so many Qing Tong beasts. A score of Qing Ting beasts could potentially take down a yellow-tier beast. One of them may possess strength akin to yours, while that Lian Mohu matches my own. Perhaps, it might even surpass my abilities? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen swiftly dismounted from a swing woven from vines. A fire-type spirit beast, why did you not mention it sooner? If one were to consider what kind of adversary Xiao Chen most dreaded, it would undoubtedly be a fire-type beast. Fire can conquer wood. A single inferno could plunge so many Qing Tong beasts into despair. Lian Mohu, are you familiar with this spirit beast? Xiao Chen did not anticipate that Qing Tong would possess knowledge of something he himself did not. It appears that beasts are capable of awakening their own legacies. This seems to be a truth. I cannot explain why, but I just know upon seeing it. Lian Mohu, a beast with innate talents surpassing the Xian tier. No, wait. Are you mistaken? Is it above the Huang tier, or the Xian tier? If its innate talent lies above the Huang tier, does that not imply it could grow to possess power beyond the Xian tier? Xiao Chen had never encountered a spirit beast with such exceptional innate talent. He was genuinely taken aback. To possess such a spirit beast, one must surely have a notable background in Dian City. Brother Tong, stay low and do not provoke them. Such individuals are not to be trifled with. Xiao Chen himself concealed within the Qing Tong garden, unwilling to venture forth. He did not wish to inquire about the identities of these individuals or their intentions for being here. By refraining from provocation, they typically would not encounter significant problems. Ultimately, as long as they do not harm these Qing Tong beasts, all would be well. Xiao Chen harbored these thoughts, yet fate often foils one's intentions. He truly wished to avoid trouble, desiring merely to enjoy a few more days of peace in this place. Xiao Chen, you should take a look. The situation feels off. My brethren are already restless. The intelligence of the Qing Tong beasts can only be deemed average, yet they instinctively fear a powerful spirit beast like the Lian Mohu. Wood-type beasts are particularly sensitive to their natural predators. Of course, their instinct to survive causes their reactions to be exceedingly intense. If not handled carefully, they might retaliate fiercely. In the face of such formidable entities, the most crucial aspect is to remain calm, exceedingly calm. Then I shall take a glance. Xiao Chen did not dare to reveal himself. Instead, he employed the art of wood escape to conceal himself among the dense leaves of the Qing Tong beasts. Through the gaps, he observed the unfolding scene outside. As expected, just as Brother Ting indicated, Xiao Chen beheld humans as well as spirit beasts. 3 young men stood at the periphery, gesturing towards the verdant expanse. The foremost figure sat atop a powerful beast. Is this the Lian Mohu? Witnessing such a beast for the first time, Xiao Chen was indeed struck with awe. Though it merely possessed the strength of an ordinary tier, the Lian Mohu exuded an aura far surpassing that of a mere ordinary beast. The crimson tiger towered to human height, beyond its formidable claws and fist-sized eyes. Xiao Chen was particularly impressed by the layer of flames enveloping this colossal feline. This was no ordinary fire. It contained a potent essence of fire energy. Perhaps due to the extraordinary nature of the Lian Mohu, the youth atop its back appeared exceptionally remarkable as well. Likely no more than 15 or 16 years old. His youthful visage had yet to fade. At such a tender age, a youth of significant background should, by all accounts, not need to venture out for the hunt. Moreover, this locale was evidently not ideal for hunting. Xiao Chen found himself puzzled, unable to ascertain the intentions of these individuals. Just as he was mulling over this, the youth on the tiger's back spoke. Xiao Hong, if you find yourself bored, feel free to set these Qing-tung beasts ablaze. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was nearly driven to exclaim in outrage. To incinerate this green forest out of boredom, what kind of logic is this? If truly bored, one should venture deep into the wilderness to hunt alone. No matter how powerful a spirit beast may be, it should not squander its energy on such frivolities. Even more infuriating to Xiao Chen was that the Lian Mohu seemed eager to heed the suggestion. It remains unknown what abilities this tiger possesses, yet at the mere suggestion, the powerful beast began accumulating fire elemental energy within its jaws. At this moment, Xiao Chen had no choice but to bravely step forward. If he did not intervene, his home would surely be engulfed in flames. To be candid, with so many Qing-tung beasts present, he felt somewhat emboldened. Ordinary Qing-tung beasts are inconsequential. However, if someone were to command their actions, their combat effectiveness could indeed be significantly enhanced. Nonetheless, fire-type attacks inflict severe damage upon plant-type beasts. After the battle, it is highly probable that the Qing-tung garden would be rendered desolate. This garden represents years of Xiao Chen's toil, and he does not wish to see it reduced to ashes. Gentlemen, please refrain from acting hastily. Xiao Chen swiftly appeared before the three men. With a broad smile, he adopted an innocuous demeanor. His sudden appearance startled the trio. In a place like the wilderness, everyone remains prepared for combat at any moment. The youth atop the tiger remained still, while the two beast masters behind him reacted immediately. Two large black spirit beasts resembling dogs manifested simultaneously, their eyes fixated on Xiao Chen, brimming with vigilance. Another two fire-type spirit beasts. These three individuals are truly his nemesis. The large beasts are not dogs. They merely possess a dog-like appearance. The fire-type spirit beasts unmistakably exude intense fire elemental energy through their eyes and fur. Hudo, a beast with innate talents of the Xian tier, currently stands at the 7th level of the ordinary tier. This is truly outrageous. 3 spirit beasts with innate talents of the Xian tier have appeared at once? Brothers, remain calm, remain calm. Xiao Chen actively displayed weakness, signaling to the trio that there was no need for tension. His sudden emergence indeed startled them. Such agility is truly remarkable, his strength undoubtedly extraordinary. May I inquire who you are? In the endless wilderness, no one would recklessly take risks. Xiao Chen appraised the 3 men, striving to maintain composure. I am Xiao Chen, a member of the Lin family from Dian City. This expanse of Qing-tung leaves is cultivated by the Lin family, so I kindly ask that you do not harbor any ill intentions. The reason he invoked the Lin family was that he was aware of only one Lin family in Dian City, oblivious to other factions. Employing the Lin family as a shield against this fire-wielding youth seemed the most prudent course of action. So you are from the Lin family. We are merely passing through, with no ulterior motives. Your cultivation is quite impressive. You must be a core disciple of the Lin family, correct? I am merely a humble steward of the Lin family, and would not presume to consider myself among the esteemed descendants of the Lin clan. It is evident that my brothers possess extraordinary grace and must surely hail from a prominent lineage. To be candid, Brother Xiao, we are not residents of Dian City. However, we have certainly heard of the illustrious reputation of the Lin family. I wonder, does Brother Xiao have any familiarity with the surrounding area? Upon hearing the words of these individuals, Xiao Chen felt a sense of relief, realizing they appeared to be quite amiable. Moreover, the prestige of the Lin family indeed proves advantageous. I can only claim to possess a limited understanding, not a profound one. Xiao Chen wished to minimize interactions with these individuals, hoping they would depart swiftly. That is splendid. We have matters to inquire of Brother Xiao, one of them remarked. By the way, allow me to introduce myself. I am Su Lin, an ordinary 9th-tier beastmaster. It was surprising that this young gentleman, younger than himself, wielded such formidable power. Fortunately, he did not act recklessly. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. These 2 are my attendants, both of whom are 8th-tier beastmasters. The attendants appeared to be of a similar age to Xiao Chen. He could not help but acknowledge that his own abilities were rather average among the beastmasters. In terms of potential for growth, he found himself incomparable to others. Su Chun and Su Yang extend their greetings to Brother Xiao. It was unclear which esteemed family they belonged to, but their demeanor was notably humble. Brother Xiao, we have just arrived into Yen City after a teleportation from another location. Surely, you can see that we are on the brink of a significant breakthrough in our strength. Xiao Chen indeed observed that they seemed to be here for training purposes. With a 9th-tier cultivation level, advancing further would elevate them to the yellow tier. If they could obtain a fire-type crystal core, The flame demon tiger they possessed would likely reach that threshold swiftly. However, a sudden thought struck Xiao Chen. These three must originate from a major family. For such prominent descendants, acquiring a crystal core would be a trivial matter. In any case, there was no need for them to venture into perilous places personally. He scrutinized Su Lin once more. His demeanor and strength suggested an extraordinary background. Brother Su, are you in search of fire-type demonic beasts? The fire type is preferable, but we would also consider other attributes, as selling the spirit stones could secure what we need. Su Lin appeared somewhat embarrassed, as all their spirit stones had been expended on teleportation. Presently, they were even poorer than Xiao Chen. It was indeed a difficult adjustment for someone who was usually affluent to suddenly find themselves in want. Despite possessing such high-tier spiritual beasts, they found themselves in dire straits. It was evident that nurturing spiritual beasts required substantial funds, rendering every beast master nearly destitute. There were indeed numerous demonic beasts in the vicinity. Yet those reaching the 8th or even 9th tiers were exceedingly rare. Perhaps only the frost giant python, located 5 miles away, would suffice. If I am not mistaken, there are at least 1 or 2 with a 9th tier capability. Upon hearing this, Su Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then let us hunt the frost giant python. To Xiao Chen's surprise, both Su Chun and Su Yang nodded vigorously in agreement. He finally confirmed that these 3 truly were novices. They might not be his misfortune, but rather his opportunity. If that were the case, he could genuinely seize this moment. The frost giant python is a yellow-tier talent demonic beast, renowned for its immense strength and the ability to exhale a chilling breath. A formidable creature. It could even encase its adversaries in ice. Most importantly, these pythons are known to be social creatures. The appearance of one invariably indicates the presence of dozens more nearby. These 3 were indeed naive and fearless, eager to hunt down the frost giant python. Fortunately, such beasts possess a strong territorial awareness. Normally, they would not stray far from their domains, which was why Xiao Chen had never been overly concerned. However, should anyone intrude upon their territory, they would undoubtedly be devoured. My brothers, the number of frost giant pythons is typically not limited to just 1, so you must exercise caution. After some contemplation, Xiao Chen kindly offered this warning. At that moment, he certainly would not propose collaboration, as there was no feasible price to negotiate. Nonetheless, he believed that their strength was sufficient to ensure their safe return. Thus, today might indeed present an opportunity for him to reap rewards. We fear no demonic beasts below the yellow tier, Su Lin declared confidently, prompting Xiao Chen to refrain from further remarks. After all, he had issued his warning, and they could not attribute any misfortune to him later. The location was not far. Should danger arise, they could return to this spot. When that time comes, I will do my utmost to assist you. Xiao Chen spoke earnestly, appearing quite altruistic. His words touched Su Lin, who had recently experienced significant upheavals in his life. Brother Xiao, the world is filled with those who are self-serving and treacherous. Individuals like you are indeed a rarity. I merely pointed the way. It was no great effort on my part. Doing what I can is simply a matter of convenience. And it is hardly noteworthy. At that moment, Xiao Chen felt quite pleased with himself. Su Lin and his 2 attendants looked upon him with newfound respect. Such kind-hearted individuals were scarce. Yet, it was often the case that good people do not fare well in life. Despite Xiao Chen's evident talent, he remained merely a minor steward of the Lin family. Brother Xiao, await our good news. Su Lin bowed slightly before galloping southward atop the flame demon tiger. Now that is true bravery. Xiao Chen felt a profound admiration for these individuals, who appeared to be unafraid of danger. Once the 3 powerful figures had departed, Xiao Chen promptly prepared for the impending opportunity. Tung Gu, quickly, prepare for battle. Seize this chance to ascend to the 8th tier. Previously, Xiao Chen would never have dared to entertain thoughts of confronting a horde of frost giant pythons. However, with someone else taking the lead, he felt compelled to take the risk. If he did not seize this fortuitous opportunity, it would be a disservice to the heaven's generosity. Under his command, dozens of Qing Tung demons constructed numerous traps and erected multiple wooden barriers. After successfully capturing a group of Zhula beasts, he had further improved his array. He had excavated over 50 additional traps in the ground alone. This time, he was determined to succeed. Chapter 10. The Good-Hearted Xiao Chen. Even among demonic beasts of the same tier, the disparity in strength can be quite substantial. Even among 9th-tier beasts, there exists a significant gap between those of ordinary talent and those of profound talent. Sacred beasts and divine beasts can even effortlessly transcend a major realm in battle. Xiao Chen evidently had not considered this, underestimating the true strength of the 3 individuals. The Qing Tung demons were already well prepared, awaiting the impending onslaught of demonic beasts. Suddenly, a powerful, resounding roar echoed from the south. The flame demon tiger, as a high-tier spiritual beast, sent tremors through the surrounding demonic beasts with its mighty roar. Alongside the tiger's formidable cry, two other voices, slightly softer yet still distinct, could be heard. Those two Huado had surprisingly impressive strength. Tungu, can that tiger subdue the horde of frost giant pythons? The other Qing Tung demons appeared somewhat intimidated by the presence of the three high-tier spiritual beasts. Yet, Tungu remained unperturbed, displaying remarkable composure. While other beasts might indeed tremble in fear, the frost giant python was a different matter altogether. Strong and bloodthirsty, these creatures are fiercely united in their communal nature. It seemed that Su Lin and his companions were about to face a fierce battle. Indeed, they are from a formidable faction, and their courage is truly remarkable, Xiao Chen mused. Xiao Chen, did you not lure them into this predicament? It must be said that as the realm of Brother Tung continues to ascend, his spiritual intelligence has developed to the point where he can see through Xiao Chen's thoughts. What is meant by deception? I merely spoke a few truths. How they choose is their concern. Moreover, he is not without his own endeavors, as he is still contemplating how to assist in the aftermath. As he spoke, Xiao Chen heard the roars intensifying in the distance, filled with fury and a hint of unperceived panic. Perhaps both Su Lin and his spirit beast lacked substantial combat experience. The battle had commenced, and it was proving to be rather tricky. Xiao Chen accurately deduced the current situation and executed another would-escape technique, moving several hundred zhang to the south. He aimed to draw closer, intending to guide Su Lin and the others into the Qing Tung Great Formation. The prowess of Su Lin and his companions evidently exceeded Xiao Chen's initial estimations. He had initially thought that the trio would only last a moment before retreating in disarray. After waiting for nearly an hour, amidst the intermittent roars, he continued to await the outcome. It should be about time. He was uncertain how many frost giant serpents had been slain. After such a prolonged engagement, it was nearly time to withdraw, silently counting down in his mind. He then observed several figures swiftly approaching from afar. 3 fire-red demonic beasts appeared, exuding an impressive aura. However, they seemed somewhat beleaguered. While retreating, they had to intermittently fend off the pursuing foes behind them. The trio coordinated their cover exceptionally well, yet still appeared to be struggling. As they drew nearer, Xiao Chen discerned their true condition. It was his first encounter with such a scene, leaving him momentarily astonished. My goodness, this is truly remarkable. Bathed in the twilight glow of the setting sun, 3 youths charged forth on their spirit beasts, bloodied yet unyielding. Each youth bore injuries, yet they each carried a colossal prize. The corpses of frost giant serpents, as thick as a bowl and over 10 zhang long, were dragged back with sheer determination. This sight would remain etched in Xiao Chen's memory for many years to come. These 3 fellows must be as financially strained as I am. If they were not intent on claiming their spoils, it would have been effortless for them to escape. The 3 youths sprinted towards Xiao Chen, appearing somewhat disorganized, yet exuding an aura of triumph. Brother Su, over here, I will assist you. Upon seeing the corpses of the frost giant serpents, Xiao Chen felt a surge of confidence. These brave individuals seemed to have plunged directly into the depths of the serpent territory, cleaving down the strongest among their leaders. Their hunting approach was indeed extraordinary, and Xiao Chen found it exceedingly appealing. The strength of these frost giant serpents far surpassed what Xiao Chen had anticipated, with 1 at the 9th level of the ordinary rank and 2 at the 8th. Fortunately, the 3 most formidable had been slain. Otherwise, if a 9th level beast had breached the Qing Tung formation, countless vines would have been severed. Brother Xiao, these foes are rather formidable, Su Lin remarked, tossing a massive fireball behind him. This was presumably Su Lin's awakened skill. The fireball, as large as a basin, obliterated a massive boulder. Compared to his would-escape technique, Su Lin's combat sorcery was significantly more potent. Do not worry, Brother Su, I am thoroughly prepared. Observing Su Lin's demeanor, it seemed he hesitated to draw the pursuers towards their direction. Xiao Chen was also greatly impressed to witness dozens of giant serpents pursuing them at high speed. Brother Xiao, I must trouble you. It was clear that the only course of action was to trust Xiao Chen. You need not fret. These behemoths have nearly exhausted their spiritual energy and can scarcely unleash many skills. Hearing this, Xiao Chen felt a sense of calm wash over him. This battle would likely not be more challenging than their previous encounter with the Zhula beast. Brother Tung, I leave it to you. Xiao Chen executed 2 successive would-escape techniques, appearing on the opposite side of the Qing Tung forest. Soon, Su Lin and the others arrived at his side. Xiao Chen felt satisfied. Though lacking offensive skills, his speed and evasion was undoubtedly commendable. Observing the trio in their disheveled state, he felt a slight sense of equilibrium. A horde of Qing Tung demons obstructed their path, while the frost giant serpents seethed with rage. What further incensed them was the fact that these lowly Qing Tung demons had audaciously taken the initiative to attack. Countless vines surged towards the frost giant serpents without a hint of hesitation, exerting their full strength. even to the point of desperation. The Qing Tung demons were actually aiding a few humans? Even if their intelligence was somewhat lacking, one would presume they would act on instinct. The frost giant serpents were oblivious to the fact that the Qing Tung demons were executing the will of a human. The first frost giant serpent charged into the Qing Tung forest, quickly becoming engulfed in a sea of green. The second and third followed suit. The group could only witness the green ocean swirling and hear the furious roars of the frost giant serpents. What transpired beneath that verdant surface remained a mystery to them. Now that the Qing Tung demons had claimed the territory of the Zhula beasts, the expanse had become immense. In such a vast arena, they had established numerous barriers and layers of peril. What is this? Su Lin gazed at the astonishing scene, rendered speechless for quite a while. Such a collective of Qing Tung demons exhibited such combat prowess? It was unfortunate that the growth potential of the Qing Tung demons was too limited, otherwise, cultivating a batch of them would indeed be a wise choice. Xiao Chen observed the three, each bearing injuries. Su Yang's hand was still bleeding, and the spirit beasts were similarly stained with blood. Are you all right? Being so close to the Lian Mo Hu, Xiao Chen found it difficult to maintain his composure. If he were to possess such a contracted spirit beast, he would surely awaken from dreams with a smile. We are fine. Had it not been for the sheer number of these giant serpents, we would have already subdued them. As Su Lin spoke, he winced slightly, likely in pain. Indeed, should we encounter such beasts again, we shall surely withdraw unscathed. Our lack of practical experience and coordination led to the waste of many skills. While inexperienced, they certainly possessed a strong aptitude for learning. Congratulations to you all. This expedition has yielded substantial rewards. Just the 3 giant serpents alone could fetch a hefty price. Chapter 11. A treasured location. Such beasts are truly treasures in their entirety. Their scales can be fashioned into armor, while their flesh can be utilized for medicinal concoctions. These 3 giant serpents might well be exchanged for 1 or 2,000 spiritual stones. There are still a few corpses left unclaimed. We shall return for them shortly. What level of strength did those remaining serpents possess? All were at the 7th level. Xiao Chen was left utterly speechless. This was remarkably formidable. It turns out these fellows had slain even stronger giant serpents. With better coordination, they could potentially eradicate the entire horde of frost giant serpents. No wonder so many serpents remained. Only 1 or 2 were at the 7th level. Brother Xiao, the remaining serpents are your spoils. We shall not claim them. You have assisted us immensely this time, but we find ourselves lacking in resources and can only express our gratitude in the future. Xiao Chen had long harbored such intentions, yet had not yet devised how to voice this request. This was rightfully his, yet many would not concern themselves with such matters. The stronger one was, the greater the share of the spoils they would claim. Now, with Su Lin proactively broaching the subject, Xiao Chen need not contend for it. He did not expect any thanks from them. Merely having the remaining giant serpents left for him would be an immense stroke of luck. It is not a matter of assistance, merely mutual aid. Su Lin is indeed a decisive individual. Once he acquires what he desires, he does not linger and promptly departs. As twilight descends, we must return to the Yin City without delay. Brother Xiao, we shall converse again in the future. With such a bounty of prey in tow, it is evident that they would not dare to spend the night outside the city. Xiao Chen eagerly wished for their swift exit. The battle here is not yet concluded, so I shall not accompany you further. Xiao Chen harbors a cautious demeanor towards everyone and prefers not to grow too close to others. Perhaps this farewell today signifies that they may never meet again. The future of Su Lin and his companions is boundless, barring unforeseen circumstances upon their return to the city. Su Lin will promptly ascend to the rank of Huang Jie Beast Master. At such a tender age and with formidable strength, he is indeed rare in the Yin City. Farewell, Brother Xiao. Travel safely. Under the setting sun, several figures gradually vanished, and Xiao Chen finally exhaled in relief. Once those individuals had completely distanced themselves, a smile of satisfaction graced his face. With their departure, there would be no one to contest him for the remaining spoils. Truly, this time he has reaped a substantial benefit. The ensuing battle persisted for another hour, and it was only when night fully enveloped the sky that the conflict truly concluded. Thanks to thorough preparation, the losses were far less than anticipated. Over 30 giant pythons lay bound, resembling elongated green zongzi. Half of these formidable beasts have been allocated to Brother Tung. Once these zongzi are fully processed, Brother Tung will be poised to break through to the 8th tier. At that point, the strength of these Qing Tung beasts will rank among the best in the vicinity. Xiao Chen has already set his sights on nearby groups of pack beasts, and once they are cleared, Brother Tung may very well reach the 9th tier. Beyond the 9th tier lies a bottleneck, the threshold of mortal tier beasts. Those who can transcend this barrier are exceedingly rare. Xiao Chen remains uncertain if Brother Tung will be among the exceptional few. Thus, he must first make a trip to the Yin City. His understanding of this world of beast masters and of beasts and humans is rather limited. He only knows that this is an unimaginably vast realm, teeming with countless powerful beings and myriad secrets. Since he became aware, he has been confined within that courtyard, fully detached from the outside world. Perhaps, in his infancy, he once visited a human city. Those memories are but faint echoes in his mind. Xiao Chen, should we not also claim the territory of the frost giant python? As Xiao Chen pondered, Brother Ting's voice interrupted his thoughts. Our territory is already sufficiently expansive. We cannot afford to extend it further. Otherwise, we may attract undue attention. If the Qing Ting beasts occupy such a vast expanse, it would undoubtedly invite unnecessary troubles. One should act according to their strength. However, you have reminded me. Let us venture there together. The frost giant python has resided there for some years. Perhaps we can uncover something of value. Furthermore, you have absorbed all the blood left from the battle. The blood of the flame demon tiger must surely be beneficial for Brother Tung as well. Eliminating this blood will help avoid attracting powerful beasts. The territory of the frost giant python spans several miles, a realm that ordinary beasts dare not tread lightly. Given the recent cataclysmic battle, there are currently no beasts in this area. In a few days, however, it is likely that beasts will gradually return to this region. Indeed, this place may soon become the domain of other beasts. In the boundless wilderness, countless beasts perish daily, leading to a burgeoning population of beasts. Having resolved to search the territory of the frost giant python, Xiao Chen wasted no time and set off immediately. Beneath the moonlight, a solitary figure traversed the desolate expanse. Upon entering the territory of the frost giant python, Xiao Chen immediately sensed a peculiar scent. The ground was no longer flat, marred by the trails left by the serpent's movements. Additionally, the signs of the earlier conflict between Su Lin and his companions were evident. Massive boulders lay charred black, a testament to the ferocity of the battle that had unfolded. Brother Tung, like Xiao Chen, was keenly attuned to their surroundings. Xiao Chen, this area once hosted Huangjie beasts. Perhaps due to an innate intuition among beasts, Brother Ting swiftly deduced this conclusion. The frost giant python is inherently a Huangjie beast. As long as they mature normally, they are destined to attain that rank. However, in such a locale, becoming a Huangjie beast may not be advantageous. Proximity to the Yan city means that if humans discover their presence, they will undoubtedly come to hunt these Huangjie beasts. The value of a Huangjie beast is exorbitant, fetching thousands of spirit stones. After further exploration, Brother Ting suddenly made a significant discovery. Lo and behold, this place is indeed a treasure trove. Xiao Chen, I believe I shall remain here for a month or two. Xiao Chen, finding nothing particularly remarkable, was intrigued by Brother Tung's enthusiasm. What have you found? In human parlance, this is a fertile land. Upon hearing Brother Ting's description, Xiao Chen quickly grasped the situation. His expression grew complex. Moments ago, he had nearly employed a wooden escape technique to investigate. These beasts are quite discerning, even designating specific areas for excretion. Nevertheless, that place can indeed be deemed a fertile ground, as long as it aids in the growth of Qing Tung. Xiao Chen wholeheartedly supports it. Brother Tung must continuously grow and draw nourishment from the earth. Now, they possess a measure of self-defense. Lingering in this area for some time poses no problem. There appears to be a cave ahead, Brother Ting announced, uncovering yet another discovery. The traces at the cave's entrance were fresh, indicating that many frost giant pythons frequented this cave. Brother Tung's vines had already ventured within the cave, prompting Xiao Chen to approach cautiously. Chapter 12, The Beastmaster's Heart Sutra. Moonlight streamed into the cave, allowing Xiao Chen to discern its interior. The cave was vast, and at first glance, he was greeted by a sea of white. Upon that white surface, glimmers of light danced. What is that? Xiao Chen gasped in astonishment, as he seemed to behold something quite extraordinary. It was merely a heap of bones, nothing particularly special. Brother Tang's roots were already inching toward the bones, likely sensing that within these remains lay something beneficial for its growth. Every entity possesses its unique essence. The greatest advantage of plant-based beasts is their ability to absorb various nutrients. In summary, this creature is truly indiscriminate in its appetite, consuming all that it encounters. Although the frost giant python is a beast, it has meticulously managed its territory. There are designated areas for excretion and burial. How many lives have perished here? Not just humans, but countless beasts as well. This is not merely a pile of bones, it is a mountain of skeletons. Under the moonlight, the bones appeared to emit a faint glow, heightening the eerie atmosphere. Xiao Chen spotted a human skull gazing directly at him, as if observing him intently. Clearly, many humans and beasts have come here to hunt the frost giant python. Brother Ting's capacity for absorption and refinement was astounding. A mountain of bones spanning dozens of feet was effortlessly reduced to mere powder. Brother Tung, is there anything special among the bones? While most plant-based beasts can easily refine flesh and blood, the decomposition of bones is a rarity. This is nature. Any spiritual bone possesses some unique essence. Of course, I cannot identify what they are, but they hold immense benefits for me. Refining these spiritual bones may not directly enhance Brother Ting's strength, yet it should yield considerable advantages. The significance of a mountain of bones for Brother Ting is arguably equivalent to that of a crystal core. Could sense that Tung Gu had undergone some unknown transformation. A mountain of bones had turned to dust within a day, had spent the entire night searching the vicinity but had little to show for it. He managed to collect a few ordinary-grade shinkong grasses, which could be exchanged for a handful of spirit stones. Clearly, Tung Gu had reaped immense benefits. A valley-sized fertile land had become the finest nourishment for its growth. Returned to the cave, intending to find a cool spot to rest. Tung Gu, your efficiency is commendable. A mountain of bones has vanished without leaving even a trace of powder. Suddenly, what caught his eye was a palm-sized jade tablet placed at the location where the mountain had stood. It was his first encounter with such an object, and he was unaware that it was called a Yujian, a device for recording information. Undoubtedly, it was left behind by humans who had perished here. Picked up one of the Yujian and gently probed it with his spiritual force. He then stood frozen in place, utterly astonished. How could this be? His hands trembled uncontrollably, and his eyes sparkled with an unusual light. Could it be that his luck was extraordinarily good? That whatever he lacked had appeared. This was a cultivation technique, a method for beast tamers. This was something had long sought but never obtained. And now it had unexpectedly come into his possession. Any single technique could be worth hundreds or thousands of spirit stones. Had thought it would take him years to afford even one. The title Beast Taming Heart Sutra imprinted itself in his mind, followed by a dense array of annotations and illustrations. Instantly, it felt as though his mind had been enriched with vast knowledge. Various types of demonic beasts, their growth characteristics, and cultivation methods flooded his consciousness. At its core was the method for cultivating the spiritual force of a beast tamer and ways to assist spirit beasts in their training. In that moment, felt as if he had gained an encyclopedia on beast taming. This was a treasure trove awaiting him to explore and digest at his leisure. Immersed in the newfound knowledge, was elated, oblivious to the fact that the Yujian in his hand had crumbled to dust. Was this Yujian truly a one-time use item? The rank of the Beast Taming Heart Sutra must be quite high. Could not be certain, for its contents were so comprehensive that he felt overwhelmed. The section detailing the types and characteristics of spirit beasts alone contained tens of thousands of entries. The cultivation methods for certain spirit beasts were explained with remarkable detail. It could be said that this was an encyclopedia of knowledge related to beast taming. To master this Beast Taming Heart Sutra might take decades, if not centuries. In addition to the knowledge concerning spirit beasts, the sutra also recorded other fundamental principles of beast taming. An ordinary-grade beast tamer could live up to 100 years. A yellow-grade beast tamer, nourished by spiritual force, could reach 200 years. A profound-grade expert could live 400 years, and an earth-grade expert could live 800. Considering this, S age was not particularly great. Especially after breaking through to the yellow grade, he had even longer life ahead. Were all beast taming techniques like this? How could such a small jade tablet contain so much information? What kind of person had left behind such a technique? A multitude of questions flashed through his mind. This technique might be worth several thousand spirit stones. Just the thought of it made barely able to contain his excitement. He was unaware that a single Yujian of this nature could fetch several thousand spirit stones. The information recorded on the tablet was undoubtedly far more precious. To have stumbled upon a technique buried beneath a mountain of bones was nothing short of miraculous. The refining spirit technique was the sole cultivation method documented within the Beast Taming Heart Sutra. Since that this refining technique was the essence of the sutra. After all, while the knowledge of beast taming was extensive, it was not unique. Was particularly intrigued by the cultivation of spiritual force, knowing that it was the core of a beast tamer's practice. Other knowledge could be learned gradually, but the cultivation of spiritual force was the most pressing. Spiritual force is the foundation of a soul master's power, akin to how spiritual energy is vital for demonic beasts, how magic power is essential for sorcerers, and how vitality is crucial for cultivators. In truth, spiritual force, spiritual energy, and vitality are fundamentally the same, differing only in their manifestations. Had never encountered sorcerers or cultivators before, suggesting that such individuals did not exist in this world, prompting him to consider exploring further. He believed that spiritual force could aid in the growth of spirit beasts and trusted the notion that spiritual force and spiritual energy were essentially the same. In this vast world, power knows no hierarchy, yet cultivators vary in strength. This realm is inhabited by demonic beasts and beast tamers. For anyone can become a beast tamer as long as their spiritual force is sufficiently strong to contract with powerful spirit beasts. Spiritual force can help spirit beasts grow, open up spirit beast spaces, and serve as the source of a beast tamer's awakened abilities. Presently, every time employed the would escape technique. It indeed required the use of spiritual force. However, the consumption of spiritual force was not substantial with each use. Should he awaken a combat-related skill, the consumption would likely be much greater. Spiritual force is one of the primordial powers of heaven and earth, and every cultivator can absorb the spiritual force present in nature. The rate of absorption is influenced by each beast tamer's innate talent and the quality of their cultivation techniques. There are numerous ways to enhance spiritual force, such as refining the blood and flesh of demonic beasts or utilizing heavenly spirit herbs to create spiritual liquids and elixirs. Of course, the most effective method is to obtain a demonic beast's soul core. In this world, people often refer to soul cores as crystal cores. Soul cores can be used for alchemy, elixir creation, or direct refinement. Another crucial method for beast tamers to enhance their spiritual force is to help their spirit beasts advance in rank. Each rank increase grants the beast tamer a significant amount of spiritual force. Felt this acutely, as he was currently a 7th level ordinary grade beast tamer, and most of his spiritual force had grown through this method. Naturally, his primary use of spiritual force was to nurture his spirit beasts. In this regard, the growth of a beast tamer and their spirit beasts is mutually beneficial and complementary. The refining spirit technique seemed to be a particularly challenging cultivation method. Spent 6 months merely to grasp the basics. However, once he did, the results were remarkable. With the refining spirit technique, S growth rate had surged several-fold compared to before. With this technique, he was finally confident that he could become a yellow-grade beast tamer in his lifetime. At that point, he could contract another spirit beast. Contemplating this made him immensely excited. In 6 months, Tungu had refined all the frost giant pythons. A vast expanse of fertile land had become his greatest nourishment. Another 6 months passed, and, accompanied by Tungu, had eradicated several nearby demonic beast clans. At this moment, the 8th soul ring finally formed within his spiritual essence. At just over 20 years of age, he had become an 8th level ordinary grade beast tamer. Tung Ji's growth was even more astonishing. After refining the flesh and blood of several clans, its power surged once again. Chapter 13, The People of the Tribe. After Su Lin and the others left, they never returned. It was likely that Su Lin had advanced to become a yellow-grade beast tamer. Even Su Yang and Su Chun might have achieved the same. With their strength, it was indeed unnecessary for them to hunt in such a place. To gain more rewards, one must venture deeper into the wilderness to hunt yellow-grade demonic beasts. A 9th level ordinary grade demonic beast could at most fetch 1,000 spirit stones, while a yellow-grade demonic beast soul core would be worth even more than that. The absence of interruptions was rather beneficial. Led a group of Qing Tung demons in a continuous campaign of conquest. Although the pace was somewhat sluggish, the subsequent years were marked by steady progress and continuous achievements. Xiao Chen could hardly recall how long it had been. It was likely several years since he last encountered any humans. Each day, he diligently immersed himself in the study of the Beast Mastery Sutra. In the past, he was familiar with only a couple of beast types. But after years of systematic study, he could now recognize most common beasts. Unfortunately, the Qing Tung Yao seemed too primitive, and the sutra did not provide any cultivation methods for it. The training of his beast, Tungu, would have to rely solely on his own exploration. The refining spirit technique was indeed an admirable practice, and the deeper Xiao Chen delved into it, the more he appreciated its merits. The technique was divided into 9 layers. A rather extravagant segmentation. After years of arduous cultivation, Xiao Chen barely managed to enter the first layer. Despite only having reached this initial stage, the benefits he reaped were immense. The most noticeable improvements manifested in 2 ways. His soul power cultivation speed had increased several-fold, and his soul power had become significantly purer. Even more unexpectedly, the soul power consumption when casting the wood escape technique had diminished considerably, and his soul power recovery rate had also accelerated compared to before. This was not merely a simple enhancement. It was a monumental leap in every aspect. Had he begun practicing this extraordinary technique earlier, he would have undoubtedly reached the yellow rank of cultivation by now. Over the past few years of training in the refining spirit technique, Xiao Chen had garnered substantial self-taught knowledge. However, his realm elevation was not particularly pronounced. Currently, while he was solidifying his foundation without any apparent ascension, the strength of his soul power had doubled compared to before. The greatest beneficiary of his soul refining practice was Tungu. In these years, Tungu had experienced continuous fortuitous encounters, leading to its strength breakthrough to the 9th layer, which came as no surprise to Xiao Chen. In fact, he suspected that Tungu had refined countless spiritual meats and should have long since advanced to the yellow rank. To be precise, Tungu had now reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer. This peak represented a formidable barrier for beasts of mortal rank and a significant tribulation. Very few beasts could defy the heavens and break through such barriers. Xiao Chen could only hope that Tengge could indeed shatter its shackles. Otherwise, it would face a bleak future with no possibility of advancement. For most Qing Teng Yao, the 9th layer of the mortal rank marked their limits. Tengge, your strength has increased, yet your appetite seems undiminished. Xiao Chen lamented, noticing that despite Teng Ge's stagnant realm, its growth in vines had only surged. A single Qing Teng Yao could truly be regarded as a miniature forest. Now, he could swiftly conjure a Qing Teng garden wherever he went. Xiao Chen, I can still break through, Tengge declared with unwavering confidence, as if it were a foregone conclusion. Why are you so certain? Xiao Chen inquired. I just feel it. Tengge replied. Do you think I am unaware that you intend to consume all my resources? I must insist that you do not touch those beast corpses. They are meant to be exchanged for money. Reflecting on his 5 to 6 years spent in the Qing Teng garden, Xiao Chen realized he had accumulated very little. Over these years, Tengge must have consumed resources exceeding 10,000 spiritual stones. It seemed that a breakthrough for Tengge was unlikely in the short term, prompting Xiao Chen to devise plans for the future. Even without external assistance, he was confident he could advance to the yellow rank within 5 years. Perhaps it was time to make a trip to Dian City to exchange for cultivation resources and seek opportunities for Teng Ge's breakthrough. Tengge, it is almost time to leave. What about your kin? After all, you have spent several years together. They had fought side by side against enemies, forging deep bonds. If possible, Xiao Chen wished to preserve these Qing Teng Yao. Otherwise, should powerful beings pass by in the future, they might harbor ill intentions towards them. Without Xiao Chen's presence, the survival capabilities of these Qing Teng Yao would diminish significantly. Xiao Chen, you should first attend to your business in Dian City. Those with strong abilities have already reached the 9th layer and possess some strength. They should be fine for the time being. Indeed, with Teng Ge's breakthrough to the 9th layer, several Qing Teng Yao had also attained similar cultivation levels. Throughout these years, Xiao Chen had either been hunting beasts or traveling to hunt beasts. Frankly, the threatening forces around them had been cleared away by Xiao Chen and his companions. Unfortunately, the Qing Teng Yao were rather slow-moving. Otherwise, he would have brought them along without hesitation. Many beast masters, in addition to contracting spirit beasts, also cultivated various other spirit creatures. For instance, the Lin family had raised numerous wind spirit wolves. Let us first go to Dian City, and after completing our tasks, we will see if we can bring them along to the depths of the wasteland. With so many helpers, it would indeed be much easier for Xiao Chen to accomplish his objectives. Although the Qing Teng Yao were slow, they were not immobile. Perhaps they could gradually advance into the depths of the boundless wasteland. Who could say? Xiao Chen, you ought to expand your beast space as much as possible. It will also serve as storage in the future. After practicing the refining spirit technique, Xiao Chen's soul power had become far more abundant than before. However, he was still reluctant to expend too much soul power on developing the spirit beast space, as Teng Ge's enhancement was of greater importance. Currently, Xiao Chen's spirit beast space was only the size of a small area. Fortunately, within this space, Tengge could transform into a cluster of palm-sized vines. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome. The limited size of the spirit beast space made storage nearly impossible. The primary objective of the trip to Dian City was to sell items in exchange for cultivation resources. Without available space, brute force was the only option. As they set out, Xiao Chen had to carry the corpse of a wind spirit mouse. Though originally quite small in stature, this particular wind spirit mouse had reached the 9th layer in strength during its life. Wind spirit mice were not particularly rare spirit beasts, but ones of such high caliber were indeed uncommon. Perhaps due to the law of scarcity, a 9th layer wind spirit mouse commanded a price significantly higher than other beasts of the same rank. Xiao Chen planned to use this wind spirit mouse to acquire his first fortune. Now, as an 8th tier soul master, he was no longer among the weakest in Dian City. However, at present, Xiao Chen was ragged and covered in dirt, carrying such a burden on his shoulder, making him an object of many curious gazes. Xiao Chen was not fond of social interactions, and he clearly found these stares unsettling. Yet, he had no choice. He had to enter the city. To enter Dian City, a spiritual stone was required, but once inside, safety was assured. That brother must truly be dedicated. In order to hunt a wind spirit mouse, he probably dove straight into a mouse hole. Look at his tattered clothes. Clearly, he has endured considerable hardship. An 8th tier soul master. Ah, that is the realm of my dreams. I wonder what his beast is. It resembles a wind spirit mouse somewhat. Along the way, Xiao Chen was nearly pointed at and scrutinized as he approached the gates of Dian City. Fortunately, he possessed some strength, and more importantly, he had hunted a 9th layer beast. To enter the city, a spiritual stone was required, which Xiao Chen had anticipated. He had no spiritual stones. but he had other items in hand. Within his beast space lay a collection of materials, some beast scales, some robust teeth, and some resilient wood. Only small items could fit within the spirit pet space. Brother, I have exhausted my spiritual stones. May I use these items as payment instead? Xiao Chen produced a piece of fine fur, uncertain of its true worth. However, seeing the soldier's eyes gleam with interest, he realized he might be at a disadvantage this time. Hurry and enter the city. I will cover the entrance fee. Without hesitation, Xiao Chen strode into the Yin city. His first visit to the Yin city left Xiao Chen profoundly awestruck. The city walls towered skyward, reaching several hundred zhang in height. The city walls are not merely designed to fend off ordinary demonic beasts, but also to deter aerial ones. Upon the walls stand powerful beast tamers, their presence is palpable. With the aura of Huangjie spirit beasts subtly lingering, alongside a more formidable, concealed essence that instills trepidation in Xiao Chen. Dian City is the only human settlement within thousands of miles, sprawling and home to a staggering 30 to 40 million inhabitants. The distance from the southern to the northern edge of the city is a remarkable 200 miles. It is said that this is one of the smaller human cities. Some locales can boast populations exceeding 100 million. This is not merely a city. It is, in essence, a realm of humanity. Initially, Xiao Chen envisioned exploring the expanse of Dian City. However, it appears he can only meander around the southern vicinity. With utmost caution, he refrains from engaging in too much conversation with others. Even though he is currently destitute, he remains wary of those around him. This instinctive behavior has been ingrained through past experiences. He soon discovered a shop nearby, trading his wind spirit mouse and an assortment of miscellaneous items from his beast space for spirit stones. To his fortune, he acquired precisely 1,000 spirit stones. Uncertain of whether he had profited or incurred a loss, he knew that this sum was not insignificant. He promptly placed the spirit stones into his beast space and merged into the bustling crowd. In the human world, one must blend in as a human. At the very least, he should not appear so out of place that he could easily be singled out in a throng. Therefore, instead of hastily purchasing cultivation resources, he took the time to tidy himself up. An hour later, Xiao Chen adorned himself in clean attire, finally feeling somewhat human again. After grooming, he seemed transformed. From this day forward, he would be a legitimate beast tamer. Changing his clothes felt akin to being reborn. Satisfied, he mused that perhaps he could live normally in this world, or at least appear to do so. Tenggu, we must endeavor to earn spirit stones henceforth. I need to ascend to Huangjie swiftly, which will require substantial resources. In the future, acquiring a high-quality spirit beast will entail considerable expense. Contemplating this, Xiao Chen experienced a pang of anxiety. Unbeknownst to him, the substantial expenditure he contemplated was far greater than he realized. He found himself at a loss as to how to acquire spirit stones. It seemed that upon leaving the group of Qing beasts, his only means of resource acquisition had been severed. Accustomed to solitude, he felt no particular pang of loneliness when alone. Yet now, amidst the bustling market, a sense of isolation began to envelop him. Let us make our purchases first. We shall navigate the path ahead step by step. Xiao Chen felt utterly adrift, uncertain of his direction. Nevertheless, action must precede clarity of purpose. In the southern part of the city lies an expansive trading hub where he could procure anything he desired. A brief inquiry led him to the location of the southern market. The southern market sprawls with a plethora of shops, featuring a vast square designated for beast tamers transactions. With 1,000 spirit stones in hand, he could indeed purchase a considerable amount. However, now that he possessed some strength, the items he required were not inexpensive. Huangjie Qingmu spirit sheep meat was priced at 2 spirit stones per pound, suitable for feeding high-level spirit beasts. A soil-type soul core could be acquired for 600 spirit stones, and those wishing to purchase should act swiftly. The service to configure soul liquid charged 30 spirit stones per transaction. Spirit beast offspring were available for 600 spirit stones for a Huangjie spirit beast to take home. The array of goods captivated Xiao Chen's interest. While 600 spirit stones could procure a Huangjie spirit beast, it was evident that such beasts would be of mediocre quality, possibly lacking combat prowess. For instance, the Qingmu spirit sheep could evolve to Huangjie, yet its actual combat capability was somewhat lacking. The price of a single Huangjie Qingmu spirit sheep exceeded 600 spirit stones. Having absorbed some knowledge from the beast taming techniques, Xiao Chen realized he had only scratched the surface of understanding regarding demonic beasts. He was not well versed in many spiritual medicines, heavenly materials, or crafting materials. However, a casual stroll through the market could yield substantial rewards, allowing him to learn about things previously unknown to him. After a round of exploration, he discovered a plethora of items he yearned to acquire. Yet, the vital resources he required were far too many for the limited spirit stones he possessed. Let us just purchase a few bottles of soul power potions. This seems to be the wisest choice. Enhancing one's strength is always a prudent investment. He felt a twinge of regret, recalling the countless demonic beasts he had slain alongside the Qing Tung army over the years. Had he preserved even half of the spirit flesh from those beasts for sale, he would likely have amassed tens of thousands of spirit stones by now. While lost in thought, Xiao Chen heard a vendor calling out, seeking to purchase 200 pounds of late-stage Lingya for 100 spirit stones. This announcement instantly captured Xiao Chen's attention, revealing that late-stage Lingya could indeed be sold for a handsome price. Furthermore, the price was quite favorable. Within the Qing Tung garden, there were nearly 10 Qing Tung beasts in the late stage, accumulating a significant quantity of Lingya. Unbeknownst to me, I have inadvertently possessed a treasure trove. If I were to harvest the Qing Tung leaves, could I not earn several thousand spirit stones? He mused. Tungu, since you have reached a bottleneck, would it be too detrimental to pluck a few of your leaves? Upon hearing this, the Qing Tung became instantly alert. This was the instinctual response of a beast to danger. He had not anticipated that the peril would arise from his own master. Xiao Chen, what are you planning? He felt somewhat embarrassed and replied, it's nothing too drastic. Seeing as you have ample vines, I thought it prudent to help prune you a bit. Don't even think about it. The two shared a mutual understanding, and the Qing Tung quickly grasped his intent. If the conditions are right, I might consider providing you with a wood-type crystal core. Upon hearing this, the Qing Tung fell silent, fully aware of its fervent desire for such an item. Leaves could regrow, and it was not a grave concern. However, crystal cores were not easily obtained. Typically, one could only acquire them by slaying a Huangjia demonic beast in the wild. In any case, the leaves will regrow in a few days. It merely requires some increased nourishment. With the promise of acquiring what he desired, the Qing Tung's demeanor transformed. As long as a few Lingya leaves were harvested, it would not harm the essence of its being. Xiao Chen, you're the one who suggested it. Rest assured, the Ling Jing will be arranged for you. It seemed he had stumbled upon a promising avenue for wealth. With so many Qing Tung beasts in the garden, collecting a batch of Lingya every 2 months could yield him several thousand in returns. Even if Tung Gu could not advance further in strength, it could still continuously generate spirit stones for him. The price may not be steep, but the sheer quantity would compensate. My brother, what do you intend to do with so many high-level Lingya? It cannot be for raising Qingmu spirit sheep, for they require no such quality of leaves. Moreover, 200 pounds of Lingya would not suffice for even a few meals for the Qingmu spirit sheep. The vendor regarded Xiao Chen as though he were a fool. What do I need Lingya for? Naturally, to nourish the Linkan, or perhaps even for my own consumption. Linkan, a novel species that piqued his curiosity. He had not encountered any mention of Linkan in the Beast Taming manual. Perhaps it was not documented at all. Or maybe the content was too intricate for him to discern. He had never considered that he could also make good use of these Qing Tung leaves. He was hesitant to raise Qingmu spirit sheep, fearing that once they matured, others might seize them. The Linkan is distinct. Each Linkan occupies very little space. When needed, one can simply place the Linkan into the spirit beast space and take it along at any time. My young brother, might I inquire about the cost of raising these Linkans? Xiao Chen genuinely wished to ask, yet the other seemed somewhat impatient. Not high at all. Just a single spirit stone for each initial Linkan. If you're interested in raising them, I can sell you a batch. Xiao Chen nodded inwardly. Indeed. The cost was quite reasonable. It appeared that he could also rear some. If I were to purchase 1,000, could there be a discount? Xiao Chen, pondering his next move, had stumbled upon a project perfectly suited to him. At that moment, he completely forgot about acquiring the soul power potion and was ready to invest his limited spirit stones into the breeding endeavor. A discount is certainly possible. The price is negotiable. The vendor's eyes sparkled with excitement. Clearly, he did not expect someone with such wealth immediately seeking to buy 1,000 young silkworms. Considering the numerous Qing Tung Yaos, along with the Ling Yi from Tung Ge for emergencies, he would undoubtedly not suffer any losses. Without a second thought, he prepared to make the payment. Just then, a man beside him suddenly interjected, "My young brother, do not heed his misleading words. The initial investment for Linkans is indeed minimal, but with Shun Kinjiobien, each transformation sheds a layer of cocoon. With each advancement, the quality of spirit leaves required for nourishment increases significantly. Most cultivators can only raise the Linkans to the second transformation before giving up entirely. The breeding costs are too substantial. If a single silkworm consumes several pounds of high-grade spirit leaves daily, it becomes unbearable for anyone." The one providing this caution was a robust, muscular man with a simple countenance. "Thank you for the reminder, big brother." Upon meeting Luo Cheng for the first time, Xiao Chen sensed that this individual was honest and dependable. Moreover, his strength was formidable. He was indeed a 9th-tier beast master. Xiao Chen, who generally held distrust towards others, found that he felt no wariness towards Luo Cheng. There was no logical explanation. It was an instinct he had always trusted. Haha, that's a trivial matter. Young brother, if you wish to earn spirit stones through breeding, raising Qingmu Lingyang is the most reliable option. Xiao Chen understood this rationale. Although the cycle was longer, the returns were steady. A very reasonable suggestion. However, Xiao Chen would certainly not entertain this advice. Firstly, it reminded him of some past he wished to forget. Secondly, he had no secure location to safely rear Qingmu Lingyang. Unlike that, each Linkan is minuscule in size, making them exceedingly convenient to carry. Big brother, I currently possess very few spirit stones, and I certainly cannot afford to raise Qingmu Lingyang. The burly man laughed heartily. I am Luo Cheng. I see that you, young brother, are quite young yet possess considerable strength. With your capabilities, you could earn a substantial amount of spirit stones without even breeding. There are numerous ways to acquire spirit stones, and the quickest way is to venture out and hunt magical beasts. In the past few years, Xiao Chen had indeed hunted many magical beasts. However, it was challenging for him to hunt higher-tier beasts. Furthermore, he did not wish to miss any opportunity to earn spirit stones. Big brother Luo Cheng, I perceive your strength is remarkable. May I inquire which spirit beast you have contracted? Xiao Chen was unaware that such casual inquiries about another's spirit beast were somewhat against the rules. Many would conceal their spirit beasts, and even if known, the skills of a spirit beast remain a secret of the beast master. By asking this question, Xiao Chen revealed a fact. Although his strength was commendable, he was clearly an inexperienced beast master. Luo Cheng, however, did not mind. I was fortunate enough to contract a ground-type mammoth. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen felt a surge of joy. The mammoth was indeed mentioned in the Beastmaster scriptures. An image instantly formed in his mind. The mammoth, immensely powerful, adept in earth-based techniques. Undoubtedly, it would make an excellent mover. Big brother Luo, I have a favor to ask. I need to venture out of the city to transport some items into the city. I assure you, I will not shortchange you. For a round trip, I will give you 200 spirit stones. Xiao Chen calculated that transporting the spirit leaves from those Qing Tung Yaos to the Yin City could yield around 2,000 spirit stones. If it were anyone else, he likely would not have trusted them and certainly would not have sought their collaboration. Yet, the person before him gave Xiao Chen a sense of reassurance. Was it due to Luo Cheng's seemingly honest demeanor? Xiao Chen was uncertain of the reason, but it was the first time he had proactively sought someone for collaboration. Just transporting some items? If that were the case, why would he require a 9th-tier beast master to assist? A few low-tier beast masters would suffice, and many would be willing to help. Some beast masters with ordinary qualifications contracted spirit beasts of lesser power, yet they were exceedingly practical. For instance, certain powerful cattle-like magical beasts may lack combat prowess, but excel in transportation. Many beast masters specialize in transporting goods and can make a good living. Yes, it can be done within half a day. Luo Cheng, with his straightforward nature, was not dull-witted. Upon hearing that such a simple task could yield a substantial profit, he felt it was somewhat surreal. Xiao brother, do tell me, is there any danger involved? There may be some risk, but I can assure you that it will not be significant. The greatest danger is the possibility of being robbed of the goods. However, being near to Yin City, with both Luo Cheng and Xiao Chen being strong, such a possibility is minimal. The total value of the spirit leaves is not excessively high. Xiao brother, you strike me as an honest person, so I will trust you this time. Luo Cheng did not anticipate that he would agree to such a request. Previously, he would have never taken on such laborious tasks. Xiao Chen pondered how Luo Cheng perceived him as an honest man. Moreover, was Luo Cheng too trusting of others? Xiao Chen realized that this man genuinely believed in him. Such individuals, if not powerful, would indeed be prone to danger. At this moment, both Xiao Chen and Luo Cheng seemed to regard each other as somewhat naive individuals. Well then, big brother Luo, let us stroll around for a bit before heading out of the city. To be frank, this is my first visit to the Yin City, and I am not very familiar with it. Upon hearing this, Luo Cheng suddenly understood. So, Xiao brother hails from a tribe in the wasteland. No wonder you seem so cautious and careful. Was it that obvious? Xiao Chen felt somewhat helpless. He was still adjusting to this atmosphere. However, what did Luo Cheng mean by tribe? Chapter 14, The Elder Brother and the Second Brother. Even when he tried to appear more natural, his wariness towards others made him feel somewhat out of place. Xiao Chen was unaware that the more one tried to conceal something, the more conspicuous it became. Xiao brother, did your tribe's elder not accompany you? Indeed, with your strength, you can venture out on your own. Xiao Chen then learned that beyond the endless wasteland, there were numerous human tribes, both large and small. The Yin City frequently saw individuals from tribes coming to procure supplies and sell their tribal produce. It was said that some powerful tribes were just as formidable as cities like the Yin. By the way, Xiao brother, have you joined the Beastmaster Guild? I've heard that many individuals from tribes come to the city for the first time specifically to join the Beastmaster Guild. Luo Cheng spoke a bit too much, but it indeed allowed Xiao Chen to learn a great deal of related knowledge. For instance, he had never heard of the Beastmaster Guild before. The Beastmaster Guild? Indeed, nearly all beast tamers are members of the Beast Tamer Guild. The guild is one of the most vital organizations for humanity's survival and growth amidst the formidable threats posed by countless ferocious beasts. These beasts reign supreme in this world, while humanity, lacking sufficient strength, can only endure a meager existence. The Beast God Temple commands millions of humans, fending off relentless waves of beastly assaults, struggling to survive. The Beast God Temple represents the most formidable and significant force for humanity. The Beast Tamer Guild is a crucial branch of the Beast God Temple. To be precise, the guild is not a distinct faction, but rather a coalition of all beast tamers. It is said that the world's most powerful beast tamers are all affiliated with this guild. Brother Xiao, beneath the Beast Tamer Guild, there exist numerous beast tamer organizations. In Dian City alone, there are tens of thousands of organizations affiliated with the guild. It is truly unimaginable that a single Dian City could host such a multitude of beast tamer organizations. Xiao Chen's first thought was the potential benefits of joining the Beast Tamer Guild. To him, since everyone else was joining, he might not necessarily need to. Prominent families in Dian City and those ranking among the top powers are also considered members of the guild. For instance, the Lin family is a 9th-tier force within the guild. The minimum requirement for a 9th-tier force is to possess a Xian-level beast tamer. From this perspective, the threshold is indeed quite high. It is difficult to imagine what those 8th-tier and 7th-tier forces must be like. Brother Luo, have you ever joined the Beast Tamer Guild? Upon hearing this, Luo Cheng felt somewhat embarrassed. To be honest with Brother Xiao, I was once one of the 7 tigers of Dian. Xiao Chen was taken aback by this revelation, puzzled. Once, the 7 tigers of Dian? Given Luo Cheng's strength, it seemed implausible that he could rank among the top 7 in Dian City. Clearly, the 7 tigers of Dian were not the strongest individuals in the city. It is like this. We 7 brothers established a group known as the 7 Tigers and joined the Beast Tamer Guild. The name of this 7 Tigers group is rather peculiar. When discussing the 7 Tigers, Luo Cheng felt a mix of pride and melancholy. He spoke of the past. Could it be that the 7 Tigers group had already perished? Unfortunately, my 6 older brothers did not return from a mission. Now, I am the only one left in the 7 Tigers. Alas, if I cannot recruit new members soon, the 7 Tigers may be dissolved. With the stronger 6 Tigers gone, does this organization still hold any significance? Dissolution would not be a major issue, would it? An organization with only one member is almost the same as non-existent. At this point, Luo Cheng became quite irate. How could it not be a problem? When we established the 7 Tigers, we contributed 100,000 spirit stones. Moreover, the 7 Tigers were finally about to have a Huang-level beast tamer, enabling us to receive 1,000 spirit stones monthly from the guild. Now all of that is gone. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen became intrigued. Establishing an organization is quite costly. This is indeed somewhat exaggerated. Additionally, receiving 1,000 spirit stones each month, who would not be tempted by such generous benefits? When Luo Cheng advanced to Huang level, he could simply lay back and receive spirit stones daily. Just this benefit alone would be sufficient to entice many individuals to join the Beast Tamer Guild. Brother, what other advantages are there to joining the Beast Tamer Guild? Beyond receiving spirit stones monthly, one can also undertake missions issued by the guild. These missions offer substantial rewards, benefiting all powerful beast tamers. Particularly for low-tier beast tamers like us, the rewards for missions are significantly greater than other forms of income. The contribution points earned for missions can be exchanged for any resources one needs at the guild. The Beast God Temple aims to unite as many humans as possible, and establishing the Beast Tamer Guild is a crucial measure in this endeavor. For humanity to survive, we must cultivate an increasing number of beast tamers and eliminate as many beasts as possible. Each beast hunted adds to the resources available to humanity. Brother, if I wish to join the 7 Tigers, would that be possible? Upon hearing this, Luo Cheng was overjoyed. He truly did not expect Xiao Chen to make such a request. Brother Xiao, if you are willing to join, that would be splendid. Once we receive rewards, I shall share half with you. I have one condition. Please, speak freely. Could we perhaps change our name? Certainly. But it will cost 10,000 spirit stones to change it. Never mind. Perhaps it is best left unchanged. Is the Beast Tamer Guild truly so eager to collect spirit stones? To change a name costs 10,000 spirit stones. Xiao Chen initially intended to explore further, but Luo Cheng, eager and impatient, pulled him directly to the Beast Tamer Guild. Joining the 7 Tigers involves simple procedures. Unfortunately, he ended up spending 100 spirit stones to receive a small jade token. Fortunately, Luo Cheng willingly covered this cost. Brother, from now on, you shall be the leader, and I shall be the deputy leader. 2 individuals in a team, both holding official titles. Henceforth, you shall call me brother. and I shall refer to you as second brother. Or perhaps, second brother sounds better. As you wish. Second brother, be sure to keep this identity token safe. In the future, we can use this token to communicate, and you can also track your contribution points through it. Furthermore, if we wish to undertake missions, this token serves as the key to access various teleportation arrays. Once our strength increases and we gather more spirit stones, I will take you to undertake trial missions. Hearing this, Xiao Chen grew ever more curious. What are trial missions? Naturally, they are various missions issued by the Beast Tamer Guild. For instance, if a tribe is besieged by beasts, we can teleport directly to the location to rescue those in peril. Rescue missions are merely one of the many trial missions available. Each trial mission carries its own dangers and requirements. A certain amount of spirit stones must be paid to undertake some trial missions. Every trial mission is a test of life and death. So, does this mean there are various teleportation arrays within Indian City? Xiao Chen, genuinely curious, inquired about the nature of these teleportation arrays. Indeed, those powerful beast tamers who possess spatial abilities can transport individuals to desired locations. This capability is precisely why humanity can survive amidst the siege of countless beasts. Hearing this for the first time, Xiao Chen found the world to be remarkably wondrous. There are individuals who can master spatial abilities? Does this imply that such powerful beings can transport people to any corner of the world? One can only wonder what tier such a beast tamer might belong to. As Luo Cheng spoke, Xiao Chen felt a surge of longing. He realized that he would likely never have the opportunity to become such a powerful beast tamer in his lifetime. Xiao Chen, somewhat bewildered, joined the Beast Tamer Guild as the deputy leader of the Seven Tigers and became brothers with Luo Cheng. The Seven Tigers, ultimately, are a rather inconsequential force. Their own strength is not formidable, and it is currently challenging to obtain any benefits from the Beast Tamer Guild. However, once he completes his current tasks, he can indeed undertake some missions. For this reason, he no longer harbored any suspicions regarding Luo Cheng. After finalizing the procedures, Xiao Chen wasted no time and directly pulled Luo Cheng outside the city. Second brother, now you can tell me what goods we are bringing into the city. At that moment, Xiao Chen and Luo Cheng sat together on the broad and flat back of a mammoth. Brother, there is nothing particularly special. I simply want to bring some Qing Tong Yao leaves to sell into Yin City. Additionally, I need to clarify something. My first spirit beast is a Qing Tong Yao. What? It took Luo Cheng a while to process Xiao Chen's words. Second brother, your talent should be considerable. How did you end up contracting such a spirit beast? Xiao Chen felt quite helpless. He did not wish to elaborate on this matter with Luo Cheng. Brother, the Qing Tong Yao I have contracted is truly exceptional. In time, you will come to realize that my spirit beast is on par with any high-tier demon beast. Initially, there may be some complications, but it is destined to soar to great heights. This was but idle chatter from Xiao Chen, a means of self-comfort. It is understandable, as my knowledge of such spirit beasts is rather limited. However, I possess a wood-type crystal core that may prove useful to you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was genuinely astonished. A spirit beast's crystal core, such a valuable item given so readily? Perhaps brother has just relinquished 1,000 spirit stones in one go. Is it truly possible for him to be so generous upon our first acquaintance? Xiao Chen's thoughts were complicated, as he still harbored some wariness towards Luo Cheng. Yet, despite his mixed feelings, he was not at all polite and promptly tossed the wood-type crystal core into the demon beast space. Thank you, brother. I will surely repay you manifold in the future. Trust is invaluable, and Xiao Chen would certainly not allow Luo Cheng to bear such a cost without compensation. Inside the demon beast space, Brother Tung was unabashed, with countless tendrils enveloping the crystal core entirely. Xiao Chen did not intervene, understanding the immense energy contained within a single core. He earnestly hoped that after Brother Tung refined this core, there might be delightful surprises in store. Xiao Chen was certainly unwilling to relent. He desired to experiment further. Even if it required several precious crystal cores, he would not hesitate. With a mere 1% chance of breaking through to the Huang tier, he was determined to seize that minuscule opportunity. Moreover, he had already discerned that Brother Tung was evidently a rather unique Qing Tong Yao compared to others. As they walked, the two continued to discuss matters concerning spirit beasts. Second brother, my Meng Ma Xiang possesses boundless strength and formidable defense. If I were to encounter low-tier opponents, I could easily triumph with sheer physical power alone. As he spoke of his spirit beast, Luo Cheng could hardly contain his excitement. Brother, pray tell, what skills has your spirit beast awakened? Little Meng's awakened skill is called Rock Shield, which allows it to envelop itself in a layer of rocky defense, greatly enhancing its defensive capabilities. The Meng Ma Xiang's natural defense is already impressive, and with an added shield, it can charge through swarms of demon beasts with ease. This skill is indeed as steadfast as its name suggests. The skill I awakened is named Meteor Strike. enabling me to summon meteors from the sky to strike foes. Its power is indeed substantial, though its accuracy leaves much to be desired. Such a skill can inflict massive damage in group battles. Haha, as long as the power is sufficient, that is all that matters. My spirit beast has awakened a skill called Tendril Bind, which will perfectly assist you in controlling adversaries. One for control, one for offense. This combination is simply splendid. Haha, that sounds excellent. After discussing spirit beasts, the two delved into tactical cooperation for quite some time. Clearly, they were eager to collaborate and slay some demon beasts together. Xiao Chen, who had always been a solitary wanderer, now found the prospect of a partner to be a rather appealing notion. In a world teeming with formidable beings, there were few whom Xiao Chen could genuinely trust. Perhaps only this individual before him. Amidst their banter, the two had arrived at the location of the Qing Tung Garden. On this day, Xiao Chen spoke more than he had throughout his entire life. Luo Cheng, upon witnessing the vast expanse of greenery before him, found himself speechless. Xiao Chen, you claim you can command so many Qing Ting Yaos. It is truly hard to believe. The sheer number of these creatures appears to exceed 100. To fully subdue such a multitude, one would likely need to mobilize a considerable force. These are my companions. Today, I shall gather some spirit leaves, and in return, I will compensate them generously. The Qing Tung Yao possess a certain level of intelligence. Those at the 9th tier are already comparable to ordinary humans. Xiao Chen, with sincere communication, obtained what he sought. In fact, he did not even need to harvest the leaves himself, as these companions took care of it for him. Vines effortlessly broke and presented themselves before Xiao Chen. Little Meng, enlarge your form to the maximum. With Little Meng's strength, transporting tens of thousands of pounds is no challenge at all. Thus, they could complete the task in a single trip. The mammoth-like Meng Ma Xiang could easily intimidate any ill-intentioned individuals. Furthermore, although these Qing Tung leaves held considerable value in spirit stones, transporting them would have been quite a hassle. Any rational individual would refrain from attempting to rob such a bounty. Only after paying the entry fee with spirit stones did Xiao Chen finally feel at ease. Brother, I was not mistaken, was I? We can return to Diyan City within half a day. Luo Cheng had not anticipated such a method. He was even more surprised that their outing's task was to transport Qing Tung leaves. On the return journey, the Meng Ma Xiang had transformed into a green hill. This outing yielded over 2,600 spirit stones. Xiao Chen kept a portion for himself and handed the remainder to Luo Cheng. At last, Xiao Chen now possessed 3,000 spirit stones, a truly impressive sum. Second brother, I now believe you could raise some spirit silkworms. The divine silkworm of 9 transformations yields a batch of silkworm silk with each metamorphosis, ensuring profit without loss. With so many Qing Tung leaves, there is no need to worry about future sustenance. Moreover, his own spirit beast was a Qing Tung Yao. Haha, then I shall heed your advice, brother. With 3,000 spirit stones, Xiao Chen promptly set aside 1,000 to purchase spirit silkworms, acquiring exactly 1,000 silkworm eggs. Little brother, spirit silkworms are remarkably easy to care for. As long as there is sufficient food, you scarcely need to attend to them. Such spirit insects are truly Xiao Chen's favorite. Newly hatched silkworms are merely the most ordinary of mortal-tier spirit insects. With a significant client in the picture, the seller provided an exceptionally detailed account. As long as they successfully undergo 2 metamorphoses, this batch of silkworms will guarantee profit. To raise these silkworms, Xiao Chen would need to relinquish nearly half of the demon beast space. Each silkworm larva is smaller than a caterpillar. Once they grow larger, the space will undoubtedly become insufficient. It seems that in the future, he will need to expend some soul power daily to expand the demon beast space as much as possible. Acquiring a batch of spirit silkworms provided another method to earn spirit stones. With his spirit beast being a Qing Tung Yao, this was evidently the most suitable approach for Xiao Chen. With abundant harvests, Xiao Chen felt immensely satisfied. He still possessed 2,000 spirit stones and needed to spend them wisely. Brother, I also wish to purchase a weapon. The more powerful, the better. In every battle, Xiao Chen had found himself unable to contribute significantly. Thanks to the nourishment of soul power, his physical strength and fortitude had increased considerably. During combat, he hoped to be of assistance. In a certain sense, his wood escape technique and Brother Tung's tendril bind complemented each other perfectly, provided he could unleash sufficient destructive force. If his own strength fell short, acquiring a sharper weapon would undoubtedly be the best course of action. What kind of weapon do you wish to purchase? One within the 2,000 spirit stones range, with maximum potency. Xiao Chen's intent was clear. He sought a weapon that would serve him well for an extended period. What? You intend to buy a weapon for 2,000 spirit stones? Luo Cheng was somewhat skeptical, astonished at his brother's apparent wealth. 2,000 spirit stones could secure a Huang-tier soul weapon. Soul weapons, of course, are equipment that beast masters manipulate using soul power, boasting formidable power. Human strength is inherently feeble. With the aid of soul weapons, one can contend with demon beasts of the same tier. Naturally, acquiring a more economical option would be preferable. Presently, Xiao Chen was wholly focused on enhancing his combat capabilities, thus he could not afford to skimp on weaponry. Of course, if he could save some spirit stones to purchase soul power potions or the like, that would be even better. Xiao Chen, you need not necessarily purchase an exceptionally fine weapon. The foes you will encounter in the future will mostly be Huang tier opponents. If you acquire an overly good weapon but lack sufficient soul power, it would only yield minimal effectiveness. Perhaps you should heed my advice and invest in a more formidable weapon. In the battles of low-tier beast masters, raw strength often proves to be paramount. Much like Xiao Meng, who frequently gains the upper hand in combat due to his strength advantage. In Chapter 15, The Killing Mission, when one's soul power is not particularly robust, the damage inflicted by a massive axe weighing 500 pounds is comparable to that of an ordinary soul weapon. Others tend to shy away from such cumbersome weapons as they significantly hinder agility. However, Xiao Chen's situation is different. He merely needs to coordinate with Brother Tong, delivering a decisive blow at a crucial moment. Truly, he is my elder brother. Your words have clarified the type of weapon that suits me. Thus, a weapon worth 2,000 spirit stones was exchanged for a colossal axe valued at just 200 spirit stones. The Kai Tian axe, an impressive name. Yet it is merely a 600-pound ordinary axe. Although Xiao Chen possesses considerable strength now, wielding this axe still presents a challenge. In the forthcoming period, focus on your training. There is no need for elaborate tricks, just the ability to swing the axe and strike. Luo Cheng, endowed with ample combat experience as one of the founders of the Daiyan 7 Tiger Regiment, is far more solid in strength compared to Xiao Chen. With plenty of spirit stones remaining, Xiao Chen produced 1,000 spirit stones to purchase several soul power potions. The ordinary tier soul power potions cost 100 spirit stones each, while those above the yellow tier often exceed 1,000 spirit stones. 8 bottles of ordinary tier soul power potions amounted to 800 spirit stones. With the remaining 1,200 spirit stones, he acquired a yellow tier wood-type crystal core, leaving him with only a few spirit stones. He still had some time before reaching the yellow tier beastmaster level, so he must devote himself to nurturing Brother Tong during this period. The wood-type crystal core is a rare item, and without hesitation, Xiao Chen decided to purchase it. Luo Cheng is quite familiar with the Yin City, guiding him to several shops with fair prices. Additionally, Luo Cheng himself stocked up on a substantial amount of supplies. Xiao Chen calculated that his elder brother likely spent tens of thousands of spirit stones in just one day. Second brother, this money has taken me 10 years to accumulate. These supplies are meant for my breakthrough. Now, Luo Cheng senses he is on the verge of a breakthrough. It seems congratulations are in order for my elder brother. Xiao Chen felt fortunate that his newly recognized elder brother was soon to become a yellow tier beast master. Achieving the yellow tier signifies a genuine entrance into the realm of beast masters. Once I achieve my breakthrough, I must find a way to contract a second spirit beast. Purchasing a spirit beast cub of the mysterious tier or above requires at least several 100,000 spirit stones. Many exceptional cubs even demand millions in low-grade spirit stones. Just thinking about this gives Xiao Chen a headache. Elder brother, how about you accompany me outside the city? I cannot vouch for anything else. But the speed of earning spirit stones should not be slow. Previously, he had been alone, and his strength had not yet reached a sufficient level, limiting his actions. If Luo Cheng were willing to join him, the speed of earning spirit stones would increase significantly. Of course, he only mentioned it casually, without much expectation. Luo Cheng's strength is formidable, and his spirit beast is equally powerful, allowing for a better growth trajectory. I believe this plan is feasible. Combat is the most effective way to enhance one's strength. Xiao Meng is currently refining a piece of earth-type crystal core and should break through to the yellow tier within a month. Elder brother, are you agreeing to this? Xiao Chen asked incredulously. What is there to refuse? This counts as a team activity for our 7 Tigers Regiment. It would seem inappropriate for me as the leader to abstain. I want to ensure you have some means of self-defense. Clearly, the concerns Xiao Chen exhibited were quite pronounced. It is not solely for your sake. I mentioned I am on the brink of a breakthrough. Staying in Yin City serves no purpose, and I would incur daily spirit stone expenditures. Your side has an abundance of Qing Ting demons, equally as safe as within the city. Having known him for merely a day, Luo Cheng already gifted him a crystal core, facilitated his entry into the Beastmaster Guild, and now prepared to assist him outside the city for some time. Even if he trusts his instincts, Xiao Chen began to suspect whether his elder brother had ulterior motives. Fortunately, he did not possess anything of significant value, so he felt no need to worry. For a typical spirit beast, refining a crystal core takes a month. However, Brother Ting appears to be somewhat extraordinary, as Xiao Chen observed it absorbing half a crystal core in just a short span. despite no apparent increase in strength. The refinement speed exceeds that of an ordinary being. In simpler terms, it consumes much yet produces little. After refining the crystal core, there were subtle changes. It seemed a faint pattern emerged on the leaves of Qing Tong. Perhaps Brother Ting's strength has indeed improved, albeit marginally, making it imperceptible to Xiao Chen. Second brother, I have placed all valuable items in the spirit beast space. If you are prepared, we can depart the city at any time. Having exhausted our funds, we cannot linger here any longer. As long as we remain in Dian City, spirit stones will be endless. Before leaving the city, they made another visit to the Beastmaster Guild. This time, they intended to pick up some tasks suitable for their current level, which allowed them to accept several ordinary tier missions. However, considering Luo Cheng's impending breakthrough, they remarkably accepted 2 yellow tier missions. An ordinary tier Beastmaster can undertake 5 ordinary tier tasks and 1 yellow tier task. The killing mission involved eliminating 100 ordinary tier level 9 demon beasts, with a reward of 2,000 contribution points. Xiao Chen directly accepted the most challenging ordinary tier task and also took on a yellow tier mission. The killing task required the elimination of a single yellow tier demon beast. The reward amounts to 5,000 contribution points. Each demon beast slain enhances human strength incrementally, while conversely weakening the demon beasts. Of course, humans often fall victim as well. Your identity token resonates with your soul. As long as it is you or your contracted beast that slays a demon beast, contribution points will be awarded. An identity jade token contains a wealth of useful information. Dian City, 7 Tiger Regiment. Xiao Chen, contribution points, 0. Xiao Chen gazed at his identity token, lost in thought, realizing he needed to impose more pressure on himself and accept additional tasks. Can I take on more tasks? Certainly. You may accept 5 ordinary tier tasks and 1 yellow tier task. However, once accepted, the tasks must be completed, or you will incur a steep penalty in contribution points. The specifics of the penalty amount to 10 times the reward. Abandoning a task is quite costly, and one should never accept tasks without confidence. Then I shall proceed with the killing task. It is easier to settle. The rewards for killing tasks are indeed quite generous. Eliminating 1,000 ordinary tier demon beasts yields 1,000 contribution points. Slaying 10,000 ordinary tier demon beasts results in a reward of 10,000 contribution points. Killing 100,000 ordinary tier demon beasts grants 1,000,000 contribution points. Such astonishing tasks are not ones that an ordinary person would dare to accept. It must be noted that failing to complete the task results in a 10-fold penalty. 1,000,000 contribution points is a sum even a mysterious tier beast master might struggle to repay. Yet, Xiao Chen did not dwell on such concerns and accepted several exceedingly extravagant tasks without hesitation. Indeed, he has never been an ordinary person. Moreover, Brother Tung is also no typical spirit beast. He believes he will linger among the demon beasts for quite some time, making these tasks feasible. Considering the demon beasts he has previously slain, Xiao Chen likely accumulated a considerable amount of contribution points. 1 contribution point is equivalent to 1 spirit stone, so when calculated, the rewards from these tasks presented by the Beastmaster Guild are undeniably bounteous. Second brother, you should first take on 2 simpler tasks to test the waters. Once you are accustomed, you can tackle more challenging tasks. Unbeknownst to his elder brother, Xiao Chen dove straight into the deep end. The simplest task appears to be the elimination of 100 ordinary tier level 9 demon beasts. Alright, elder brother, I will act within my means. 1 contribution point is equivalent to 1 spirit stone. If all these tasks are completed, Xiao Chen would possess over 100,000 spirit stones. Along with the spoils from slaying these demon beasts, he would undoubtedly amass a fortune amounting to several 100,000. Upon the completion of the task to eliminate 100,000 mortal tier demon beasts, he would directly receive a reward of 1,000,000 contribution points. Contemplating this promising future, a smile inadvertently graced his lips. As he stepped into the task hall for the first time, Xiao Chen felt a surge of curiosity. While Luo Cheng selected tasks, he wandered his gaze around. Mortal tier tasks attracted the most participants, while there were also quite a number engaging in yellow tier tasks. However, he did not observe anyone accepting tasks of the mysterious tier or above. Moreover, with his current authority, he could not access information regarding tasks of the mysterious tier or higher. Within the hall, there were several high-tier public tasks displayed. Public tasks are accessible to all beast tamers. They do not require acceptance, as completion alone yields rewards. The heavenly tier task involved entering Demon Island to retrieve a demon beast cub. The mysterious tier task required participation in a beast-tied defense battle to slay a mysterious tier demon beast. Another heavenly tier task entailed discovering an unknown species of demon beast. Each public task holds immense significance for the Beast Tamer Guild and humanity as a whole. Yet, these seemingly accessible tasks are, in fact, the most challenging to accomplish. Without the strength of the mysterious tier or above, one would hardly consider undertaking such public tasks. Currently, Xiao Chen's identity token function was rather simple. It merely recorded his identity, the 5 tasks he had accepted, and the number of contribution points he possessed. He eagerly anticipated what his identity token would entail once he reached the yellow tier. High-tier tasks felt far beyond his reach, and he had initially believed that such tasks had no relation to a humble beast tamer like himself. However, upon casting his gaze towards the uppermost section, he found himself frozen in astonishment. What did he behold? He recognized a painting, a visage he was all too familiar with. The image often appeared in his mind. Years had passed, yet upon seeing this image again, he could not help but tremble, his pupils constricting. It depicted a figure in a black robe, adorned with a mask as dark as ink. Beneath the image were listed several tasks. All public tasks, a ground tier task to slay any member of the outer circle of the Yuming Hall, a heavenly tier task to slay any member of the Yuming Hall, a sacred tier task to slay any guardian of the Yuming Hall, a divine tier task to slay any elder of the Yuming Hall. So, it turned out that those clad in such garments were not limited to just one individual. This was indeed a fearsome and powerful organization. The heavenly tier task required the slaying of a heavenly tier demon beast to complete. Was it true that even a mere member of the Yuming Hall possessed strength comparable to that of a heavenly tier demon beast? So, they were called the Yuming Hall. Why would such formidable beings target someone as weak as a mere child? There were too many unknowns. It seemed that his experiences were not as simple as he had believed. In an instant, Xiao Chen was flooded with thoughts, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Are you scared by this image? Rest assured, individuals of our caliber could never encounter such figures, Luo Cheng remarked, glancing at the ghostly mask with an uncomfortable expression. Just meeting its gaze sent a chill down his spine. He recalled how he had also been drenched in cold sweat upon first seeing this painting. What would happen if one day I crossed paths with them? What can be done? With Big Brother around, what is there to fear? Though the words were utterly unreliable, they alleviated much of the chill Xiao Chen felt. After escaping that small abode and living on the desolate plains for several years, he had thought he had completely evaded his past. Yet who could have known that his enemies were so powerful? He might not even be qualified to stand against them. It was entirely possible that no matter how hard he tried throughout his life, he would never reach their heights. As he exited the city once more, Xiao Chen appeared somewhat distracted. This meant that the individual he had seen must at least be a member of the outer circle of the Yuming Hall. In other words, that person must possess at least ground-tier strength. Such power was indeed something to which he could only aspire. The number of ground-tier experts within Dian City was undoubtedly scarce. Little brother, what troubles you? Luo Cheng inquired, noticing Xiao Chen's unease, puzzled by what had transpired. Rather than directly responding, Xiao Chen proclaimed, Big brother, I will become a yellow-tier beast tamer, and I will reach the mysterious tier and ground tier. This declaration was directed at both Luo Cheng and himself. Thus, regardless of the cost, he was determined to push forward. If one crystal core was insufficient, then he would procure 2. If slaying one demon beast was inadequate, he would eliminate them one by one. The sudden revelation regarding the Yuming Hall instilled within him a great sense of pressure. Yet it also ignited an unquenchable drive within Xiao Chen. Little brother, remember, progress must be made step by step. For now, let us focus on refining those soul power potions. Newly initiated beast tamers, upon glimpsing the vast world, often become overly ambitious. Reaching the mysterious tier and ground tier as a beast tamer is not an easy feat, as the elder brother, Luo Cheng, felt it necessary to offer guidance. Big brother, do you think it's impossible? Of course, it is possible. Who doesn't harbor a dream? Luo Cheng reminisced about his own aspirations of becoming the foremost figure in Dian City, to capture a sacred beast for sport. Hearing this, Xiao Chen erupted into laughter. Though it was an absurd dream, what if it were to one day come true? As he left the city, dusk had already fallen. At this hour, more people were returning to the city. Only powerful beast tamers like Luo Cheng dared to spend the night outside the city. Upon returning to Qingting Garden, Xiao Chen embarked on his path of cultivation. This was his first time using soul power potions for training, so he approached it with utmost seriousness. Ever since he began practicing the Beast Taming Heart Sutra, he understood how to refine these soul powers. The soul refining technique might be a high-tier method. Utilizing external aids for the first time, Xiao Chen experienced an unprecedented smoothness in his training, compared to absorbing the soul power from the heavens and earth. Cultivating with soul power potions felt as effortless as drinking water. By the end of the day, he had refined nearly half a bottle of the potion. A day's worth of cultivation yielded soul power equivalent to that of 4 or 5 days of prior training. Big brother, at this rate, I could refine a bottle of soul power potion in about 3 days. Isn't that a bit slow? After a full day of training, Xiao Chen felt his soul power growing rapidly. Yet, This was merely his perception. Without comparison to others, he remained unaware of his actual progress. The 8 soul rings within his sea of consciousness had fully formed, and the 9th ring was beginning to take shape. Perhaps he was on the verge of touching the threshold of the 9th layer. Little brother, didn't I tell you that training requires patience and a steady approach? Don't even think about 3 days. If you can refine a bottle in a month, that would be commendable. Luo Cheng's expression was serious, suggesting he was not speaking lightly. A month to refine a bottle was considered normal. What did that make Xiao Chen's progress? Big brother, how long does it take you to refine just one? I possess slightly greater strength than you, and my talent is likely above average. Currently, it takes me about 6 or 7 days to refine a bottle. However, once I reach the yellow tier, I expect the process will slow down again. Luo Cheng's talent was undoubtedly impressive. Otherwise, without any backing, he could not have cultivated to this level. To refine a bottle every 6 to 7 days was quite remarkable. Did this not make Xiao Chen a genius in comparison? Haha, it seems my talent for beast taming is indeed commendable. Big brother, from now on, I will protect you. The long-held speculation has been confirmed, bringing great delight to Xiao Chen. He had been delayed for many years. Otherwise, his current prowess would undoubtedly have surpassed the Huang level. You cannot truly refine a bottle in just 3 days, can you? Luo Cheng remarked, scrutinizing Xiao Chen as if he were a rare creature. I would never dare deceive you, elder brother, especially since you have witnessed my cultivation progress. Perhaps it is due to the uniqueness of my cultivation method? Practice for a few days before trying again. In any case, this matter seems rather peculiar. You must never speak of it to anyone, and you cannot disclose your method to anyone. Luo Cheng's expression grew unusually serious, to which Xiao Chen nodded in agreement. Luo Cheng remained somewhat skeptical. Perhaps it was simply because Xiao Chen had just begun refining the soul power elixirs, yielding better results? This casually acquainted youth turned out to be a rare talent in beast mastery, a prodigy seldom seen in a century. Why would such a genius contract to Qing Tong Yao? If the Beast God Temple discovered such a talent, they would surely nurture him diligently, grooming him to become a dazzling beast master among humanity. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen was already quite advanced in age, and the fact that he had contracted a Qing Tong Yao complicated matters. Second brother, your talent is remarkable. This is a good thing. Starting from a lower point is not an issue. Many people have persevered even after the demise of their first spirit beast and still became powerful beast masters. You must have confidence in yourself. There will always be a day when you shine. With your talent, you can certainly cultivate the Qing Tong Yao to the Huang level. In the future, be extremely cautious when choosing any spirit beast. If you make another wrong choice, it would squander your extraordinary talent. Luo Cheng, like a caring elder brother, imparted much wisdom to Xiao Chen. Though Luo Cheng's experience was limited, he believed that Xiao Chen's talent was at least on par with the elite disciples from the prominent families in Diyan City. Thank you for your guidance, elder brother. I will certainly heed your advice. Xiao Chen pondered deeply, even questioning whether his past misfortunes were somehow linked to this innate talent for beast mastery. In the days that followed, Xiao Chen dedicated himself to cultivating with the soul power elixirs. Adapting to the elixirs, his cultivation speed astonishingly increased to 7 or 8 times faster. Xiao Chen was astounded by this figure. Had he truly been cultivating at such a slow pace before? This remarkable speed of cultivation was truly enticing, and once his few bottles of elixirs were depleted, he would surely feel a significant void. 3 days for a bottle of soul power elixir, priced at 100 spirit stones. This meant he would be spending over 30 spirit stones daily solely on elixirs. Naturally, few beast masters could afford to cultivate with soul power elixirs year-round. Otherwise, the annual expenditure would exceed 10,000 spirit stones. Once he reached the Huang level, the required spirit stones for cultivation would be even more staggering. How was this soul power elixir made? If given the opportunity, he wished to attempt crafting some himself. It could save him a considerable amount of spirit stones. Xiao Chen's cultivation speed soared in those days, while the refining speed of the Qing Tong Yao, whom he affectionately called Tenggu, was equally remarkable. By the 6th day upon returning to Qing Tong Yuan, Tenggu had completely refined the first crystal core. There was no breakthrough, nor did it seem to have sprouted significantly more vines. Yet, Xiao Chen sensed that Tenggu had undergone subtle changes, imperceptible yet profoundly significant. Without hesitation, he tossed the second wood-type crystal core to Tenggu. Tenggu, once you refine this crystal core, we shall embark on our journey to earn some more. Achieving success necessitated that Tenggu first break free from its constraints. Despite diligently cultivating every day, Xiao Chen still allocated time to nourish Tenggu with his soul power. Within his sea of consciousness, the ethereal image of the Qing Tong grew increasingly lively. Early the next morning, a piercing howl startled Xiao Chen awake. Luo Cheng, seated atop Xiao Meng, laughed heartily. Second brother, it is done. A mere glance revealed some differences to Xiao Chen. The already large Xiao Meng had grown another size. The increase in size was inconsequential. What truly astonished Xiao Chen was the sheer power radiating from it. The difference between the 9th layer of the fan level and the Huang level was immense. Congratulations, elder brother. Both of you have leveled up. Xiao Meng had advanced to the Huang level, and Luo Cheng had become a Huang level beastmaster as well. He could now contract a second spirit beast. Although it was anticipated, the actual arrival of this day filled him with joy. Regrettably, no second skill had awakened. However, the awakening of skills was often a matter of fortune. When a spirit beast breaks through a significant realm, the beastmaster has a certain chance of awakening a skill. Not every Huang level beastmaster would awaken a second skill. Perhaps it would only be possible upon reaching the Xian level. Xiao Meng. Show second brother the skills you awakened after advancing to the Huang level. While beastmasters may not always awaken skills, spirit beasts certainly would. Xiao Meng's first skill, Rock Shield, allowed it to envelop itself in a formidable layer of rocky armor. Now that Xiao Meng had ascended to the Huang level, this skill would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. Xiao Chen was curious about what the second skill would be. The skills unleashed by Huang-level spirit beasts should possess considerable might. Should they not? With a thunderous roar, Xiao Meng caused Xiao Chen to feel the ground beneath him shift. Likewise, the surrounding Qing Tung Yao seemed affected, their vines sinking lower. What sorcery is this? Xiao Chen felt as though his legs were shackled by a massive boulder, struggling to lift his feet. Luo Cheng did not immediately respond. Instead, he continued to laugh heartily, his smug demeanor leaving Xiao Chen at a loss for words. This technique is called Earth's Might, also referred to as gravity technique. You must have felt it. Within this range, the gravitational pull of the Earth is multiplied. The name alone indicated that this was a highly practical skill. As an area of effect attack, it could significantly limit the damage dealt by enemies. When combined with Luo Cheng's meteor shower, it would be extraordinarily effective in group battles. This technique could both harm enemies and control their speed, making it exceptionally useful for both pursuit and retreat. Considering Xiao Meng's unparalleled impact and defense, the gravity technique would be even more advantageous. Imagine a horde of immobilized foes. How could they withstand the charge of a creature as large as Xiao Meng? Currently, Xiao Meng's power was still insufficient, likely allowing it to unleash the gravity technique at double strength. As its strength increased, the effectiveness of this technique would only improve. If one day it could unleash a tenfold gravity technique, it would be rather cruel for the enemies. Second brother, after waiting for so long, we can finally proceed with our plan. The plan was simple, to hunt a substantial number of demon beasts, providing ample spirit meat for Tenggu while also earning more spirit stones. Of course, there was also an extremely important matter at hand, which was that they had taken on numerous tasks to complete. Slowly slaying fan-level demon beasts, they needed to prioritize Huang-level demon beasts as well. Ultimately, slaying a Huang-level demon beast would mark the completion of their first Huang-level task. Elder brother, let us gradually head southwest. The southwest direction would take them further away from Dian City, where higher-tier demon beasts would be more prevalent. Naturally, they were not traveling alone. An entire group of Qing Tung Yao accompanied them. Their speed would be somewhat slower, averaging only 10 miles a day. However, they were not in a rush, as they intended to hunt along the way, gradually advancing into the depths of the endless wasteland. They were not picky. Any demon beast encountered along the way would not be spared. Now a Huang-level beastmaster, Luo Cheng found that his spirit beast space was still somewhat lacking. The worthless demon beast corpses were not retained, but instead became sustenance for the numerous Qing Tung Yao. Elder brother, once we sell the Qing Tung leaves, I shall ensure you receive a substantial sum of spirit stones. Even close brothers must keep accounts clear. Naturally, Xiao Chen cannot always take advantage of his elder brother. This matter will be discussed later. Luo Cheng, with his extensive combat experience, was astonished by Xiao Chen's fighting style. The immobile Qingting Yao managed to slowly crawl into the territory of other social beast groups, directly annihilating several large clans. Remarkably, they did not need to intervene much. Merely observing sufficed. The number of beasts on the wasteland was considerably vast, with the wind spirit rats being particularly abundant. Such creatures were undoubtedly Xiao Chen's best choice for data accumulation. Fortuitously, after capturing a nest of wind spirit rats, his task progress surged significantly. One nest yielded over 100 data points, allowing him to complete 1% of his goal to slay 10,000 ordinary tier beasts. Xiao Chen gazed at the ever-changing numbers on his identity token, feeling quite satisfied. With so many Qingting Yao assisting in control, and with Brother Tung delivering the final blow, they advanced over a span of several days, encountering similar beasts such as Zhula beasts and wind spirit rats multiple times, each battle ending in resounding victory. Occasionally, they faced larger beast groups, but those at the 9th level of ordinary tier were swiftly dealt with by Luo Cheng. Unbeknownst to them, they had already traversed over 100 miles across the wasteland, far from the site of Dian's city, with the surrounding beasts evidently growing in strength. Second brother. This place is likely a haven for yellow-tier beasts. Let us establish our base camp here. At such a location, recklessly venturing forth would be unwise. A moment of carelessness might lead to an encounter with a formidable yellow-tier beast. The past 10 days of hunting proved exceptionally fruitful, yielding more than he had captured in the previous years combined. Each Qingting Yao bore several green leaf dumplings, while Brother Tongue was particularly exaggerated, adorned with numerous spirit meat dumplings. It continued to grow rapidly, albeit showing no signs of advancement. Now, Xiao Chen had exhausted his soul power potions, and Brother Tongue had fully refined its second crystal core. Moving forward, Brother Tongue could refine hundreds, if not thousands, of pounds of spirit meat daily. One could say that Brother Tongue consumed an enormous quantity of spirit stones. Though its strength had not visibly increased, it welcomed any spirit meat without reservation. Elder brother, let us discuss how to create the most robust defensive formation. Together, we should be able to take down any yellow-tier beast. With such numerous helpers, it was only right to utilize them wisely. Xiao Chen could hardly imagine the effect of a widespread gravity spell combined with the countless vines of Qingting Yao. Second brother, the power of your Qingting formation is already quite impressive. Among the many Qingting Yao, 3 have ascended to the 9th level of ordinary tier. They have awakened various skills that can greatly aid in combat. While individual skills may lack impact, their combined effect is vastly different. The more pressing issue now was how to lure those yellow-tier beasts here. The intelligence of yellow-tier beasts was significantly high, rendering attempts at deception less effective. Chapter 16. You dare to undertake such a task. As a member of the Beast Tamer Guild's lowest rank, Xiao Chen accepted 5 ordinary tier tasks and 1 yellow tier task. For his first undertaking, he filled his task quota completely and opted for the most challenging ones. Slaying 1,000 ordinary tier beasts would reward him with 10,000 contribution points. The task panel statistics were remarkably accurate, matching Xiao Chen's own calculations. Task 1. Slay ordinary tier beasts 596-1000. Task 2. Slay ordinary tier beasts 596-100000. Task 3. Slay ordinary tier beasts 596-100000. Such large-scale slaying tasks were ones most would hesitate to accept. Fortunately, with the assistance of numerous Qingting Yao, he had eradicated several groups of social beasts. The rewards for slaying tasks were substantial, yet the sheer quantity was something only extraordinary individuals could accomplish. Task 4. Slay 9th level ordinary tier beasts 6100. Task 5. Slay 8th level ordinary tier beasts 281000. At this juncture, completing the first tier slaying task appeared to be manageable. Accomplishing task 1 would yield a reward of 10,000 contribution points. If he could utilize this method to earn spirit stones, it seemed feasible. He resolved to continue accepting such slaying tasks. They were straightforward and uncomplicated. Unlike collection or escort missions, these tasks allowed Xiao Chen to operate independently, making them perfectly suited to his solitary nature. Frankly, he relished the experience of undertaking these tasks. Each day brought some gain, and with time, he would inevitably complete all his missions. Yet, he was unaware that very few beast tamers were as audacious as he in pursuing slaying tasks. With a stroke of luck, one might wipe out a massive number of beasts in one fell swoop, but with misfortune, they could easily fall victim to a powerful beast. This was undoubtedly a high-risk endeavor. Elder brother, the number of crystal cores refined by Qingting has already reached several. The quantity of blood and flesh it has refined recently is astonishing. I have a feeling that Qingting's strength has surpassed that of an ordinary 9th level Qingting Yao. Luo Cheng was not surprised. This was quite normal. Even among 9th level ordinary tier beasts, individual strengths could vary significantly. When heavenly tier beasts reached such a level, they could effortlessly dispatch ordinary yellow tier beasts. Therefore, if they continued to nurture Brother Tongue, it might indeed manifest the strength of a typical yellow tier beast. Xiao Chen felt a surge of excitement. Could this mean he could venture out to hunt yellow tier beasts alone in the future? While that possibility existed, the growth potential for Qingting was ultimately limited. To elevate Qingting to yellow tier combat strength would require an enormous investment. The same resources allocated to nurture other spirit beasts would yield far greater returns. Xiao Chen, you must prioritize investing your spirit stones in yourself. Acquire more soul power potions, and swiftly break through to yellow tier standards. Once you contract your second spirit beast, focus on nurturing the second one, Luo Cheng advised. You must not rush Qingting's growth. Progress should be gradual. Clearly, Luo Cheng's words were sound. However, Xiao Chen was not that rational. Over the years, he and Qingting had relied on each other, and with resources in hand, he would not hoard them. With no sign of a second spirit beast, He resolved to devote all his efforts to nurturing Brother Tongue. While this was his inner thought, he expressed gratitude outwardly. Elder brother is right. I will strive in that direction. Xiao Chen, every beast tamer's path is unique. There is no absolute correctness. Simply follow your heart. Sensing Xiao Chen's inner thoughts, Luo Cheng added, now, with your cultivation firmly established, we must devise a strategy to begin slaying yellow-tier beasts. I still possess a water-type crystal core. If we place it in the Qingting Garden, this plan should come to fruition. Using a crystal core as bait could indeed attract larger prey. Although it was a water-type core, beasts of other elements could also absorb it, albeit with diminished effects due to the lack of compatibility. With so many Qingting Yao, would those beasts dare to approach? The intelligence of yellow-tier beasts was comparable to theirs. They would not act recklessly. Undoubtedly, some beasts would come, as the majority would instinctively underestimate Qingting Yao. In such a Qingting formation, physically powerful yellow-tier beasts could rampage within. As long as the bait was enticing enough, it would undoubtedly yield results. Let us proceed thus. In addition to this crystal core, we shall also include some spiritual flesh. Moreover, let us search for items favored by the demon beasts and present them all. Luo Cheng, feeling quite helpless, nearly emptied the entirety of the spiritual beast space. It was an unmasked trap, merely waiting for some yellow-tier demon beast to fall for it. If it were a yellow-tier demon beast, its intelligence would undoubtedly perceive the underlying issue at a mere glance. Xiao Chen, too, held no lofty expectations, merely hoping to test the waters. However, to their surprise, the outcome was rather promising. They did not have to wait long. In just half a day, a demon beast, unable to resist the temptation, arrived. For some demon beasts, this vast expanse of the Qing-Tung demon array held little significance. When flying demon beasts hunt, they typically head straight for their target. Among mortal-tier demon beasts, yellow-tier flying demon beasts could traverse with ease. Such an obvious trap could hardly ensnare anyone. Utilizing a multitude of vines as a trap was indeed a waste of such a fine bait. Xiao Chen immediately sensed a dismissive mental wave. The intelligence of yellow-tier demon beasts was indeed quite high, and they quickly discerned their intentions. Similarly, he too made the mistake that many demon beasts often commit, underestimating the Qing-Tung demon. It turned out to be a Hui-Ke beast. Xiao Chen had seen many of these creatures from a distance before, all of which were of the mortal tier. This time, however, a yellow-tier Hui-Ke was flying towards them. The power disparity between mortal tier and yellow tier was immense. The Hui-Ke beast he had previously encountered was not large, but this one was larger than an adult pig. Even from a distance, Xiao Chen could feel the strong winds generated by its massive wings. Its metallic claws and piercing gaze sent shivers down his spine. The faint mental pressure emanating from the yellow-tier demon beast greatly troubled Xiao Chen. The Hui-Ke beast remained silent, yet its mental waves conveyed a very clear intention. Fortunately, Tung Ge seemed to possess a naturally carefree disposition, remaining unaffected by this pressure. Luo Cheng feigned death, for he was a yellow-tier beast master. Should the beast discover his true strength, it might think twice about approaching. Xiao Chen also remained silent, somewhat at a loss in the presence of such formidable existence. The Hui-Ke beast moved swiftly, diving into the Qing-Tung garden. Countless vines surged upwards, wildly rushing towards the Hui-Ke beast. These Qing-Tung demons were already quite fast, with some of the vines even employing awakened skills. Yet, the Hui-Ke's wings, sharp as blades, effortlessly severed the encroaching vines. Countless fragments fell from the sky, yet the Hui-Ke beast's speed remained largely unaffected. Indeed, ordinary mortal-tier, 9-layer Qing-Tung demons could not impede a yellow-tier demon beast. Before the strongest of them could intervene, Xiao Chen dared not harbor excessive hopes. The vast chasm of difference in realms was not easily bridged. Foolish humans. You have foolishly offered a crystal core. The demon beast understood the art of mockery. Quickly stop it. At last, Xiao Chen shouted. The overwhelming vines continued to surge towards the Hui-Ke, though they could only provide minimal resistance. Nevertheless, this was necessary. It would force the beast to expend energy and provide cover for Tung Ge. Useless, that crystal core belongs to me. The Hui-Ke beast's eyes gleamed with greed. Fixated on the water-type crystal core. By consuming this core, it could elevate itself to the third layer of the yellow tier. Everything was proceeding smoothly as one vine after another was severed. Finally, it broke through the last barrier, the crystal core almost within its grasp. What appeared to be a meticulously arranged defense, layer upon layer, was child's play in the eyes of a strong entity. It was merely a low-tier yellow demon beast. Acquiring a crystal core was an arduous task. Its arrogance stemmed largely from its ability to prey upon weaker mortal-tier demon beasts. Before other yellow-tier demon beasts, it was submissive, yet it was bold against mortal-tier beasts. Once I devour this crystal core, I shall have the strength to bully that large serpent. As the Hui Ke daydreamed of its bright future, it suddenly felt a heavy weight pulling it down, as if a powerful force was yanking it forcefully towards the ground. What was happening? For a moment, the Hui Ke did not consider the gravity technique. Just then, an insufferable vine ensnared it. The crystal core was within reach, yet it failed to take flight immediately. The sudden change left it somewhat dazed. Of course, this was not a significant issue. It was merely a vine, easily severed. Its steel-like wings naturally sliced through the vine's surface, perhaps due to the influence of gravity technique, or perhaps due to a miscalculation in force. It surprisingly failed to sever it. It only cut through the outer layer, leaving a tendril still attached. For the Hui Ke beast, this was an utter humiliation. Break free. Growing increasingly agitated, the Hui Ke prepared to strike once more. Yet, at that moment, dozens of vines wrapped around it simultaneously. Even more troublesome, resilient roots extended from these vines. Yellow tear Qingteng? The Hui Ke finally realized something was amiss. How could ordinary vines possess such tenacity? In an instant, it felt utterly trapped, rendered immobile. This was unreasonable, exceedingly so. The Hui Ke began to panic. Just as it pondered how to escape swiftly, a massive stone plummeted from above, landing heavily upon its back. Instantly, the Hui Ke felt its insides churn, an overwhelming pain engulfing its entire being. Yellow tear spell. Only a yellow tear spell could deal such a devastating blow in one strike. Wind and cloud shift. It finally understood. It had been set up. Recognizing the perilous situation, the Hui Ke beast acted decisively, preparing for a powerful counterattack. At this moment, it was imperative to unleash its strongest offensive to escape this crisis. Xiao Chen had awaited this opportunity for a long time. He would not allow the Hui Ke to cast a spell. Would escape. Open Heaven Axe / This technique, practiced countless times, was finally put to use. The Hui Ke had nowhere to hide and took the full brunt of Xiao Chen's axe. Weighing 600 pounds, the axe, propelled by Xiao Chen's full strength, unleashed tremendous force. After landing the blow, Xiao Chen quickly withdrew. Meanwhile, Xiao Meng, poised to strike, hesitated upon witnessing a colossal bird's head fall to the ground, leaving a gaping wound on the Hui Ke beast's neck. A yellow tear demon beast had been slain just like that? It seemed not to have posed much of a challenge. Xiao Chen gazed at the axe in his hand, still dripping with blood, somewhat taken aback. Second brother, your combat talent is truly remarkable. You struck the Hui Ke's vital area in one blow. One strike had resulted in the beast's decapitation, an outcome Xiao Chen had not anticipated. Elder brother, I was merely swinging wildly. Without that strike, the Hui Ke would surely have perished. Caught in a trap by both the vines and the yellow tear beast master, survival was nearly impossible. Haha. As long as it is slain, that is all that matters. This is your first encounter with a yellow tear demon beast, and likewise for me. However, it seemed that this blood was seized by Xiao Chen. Second brother, your expenditure of resources has proven worthwhile. From what we observe, the strength of the Qing tongue has evidently transcended the mortal tier. Even if it cannot match the yellow tier, the difference is not insurmountable. This outcome greatly satisfied Xiao Chen. Indeed, after consuming such substantial flesh and refining several crystal cores, it had yielded significant benefits. Elder brother, you keep the crystal core. Let us reserve the flesh for Tung Ge, shall we? Clearly, the value of the crystal core was somewhat higher. However, Luo Cheng's strength is significantly greater. Without his intervention, it would have been utterly impossible to hunt down the gray sparrow beast. With this in mind, the elder brother did not refuse. After breaking through to the Huang tier, the consumption of spiritual stones indeed increased substantially. In a relatively easy battle, they directly obtained the corporeal form of a gray sparrow beast. Xiao Chen, the feathers of the gray sparrow beast can be kept. They should fetch over 100 spiritual stones. As expected, the value of Huang tier demon beasts is exceedingly high. The worth of just the feathers could rival that of a 7th or 8th tier mortal beast. Luo Cheng was exceedingly satisfied as he acquired a wind-type crystal core. This type of core is valued at twice the price of the cores harvested from the bred Qingmu spirit sheep. A single wind-type crystal core can be sold for several thousand spiritual stones. In comparison, one could truly appreciate the bountiful rewards offered by the Beastmaster Guild for their missions. Xiao Chen took out the mission panel and discovered he had completed his first mission, which was also a Huang tier task. Slaying a Huang tier demon beast rewards one with 10,000 contribution points. After delivering a crucial blow, he had earned 10,000 spiritual stones. Alas, such growth missions can only be undertaken once. The next phase likely involves slaying hundreds or even thousands of Huang tier demon beasts. The battle itself lasted only a brief moment, taking place amidst a vast expanse of green vines. Other demon beasts would find it difficult to discern what had transpired here. Although the unique aura of the crystal core remained unmistakable, Brother Tung had successfully refined the flesh of the Huang tier demon beasts, and it seemed that there was no significant difference in the process. It was still wrapped like a meat dumpling, with countless roots plunging into the dumpling's interior to fervently absorb energy. Clearly, Brother Ting had grown once more. Yet, there was still no sign of a breakthrough in its realm. With the experience of their first encounter, the brothers' confidence had surged immensely. After several days, they finally hunted another Huang-tier demon beast, once again a gray sparrow beast passing through the skies. Luo Cheng had completed his first Huang-tier slaying mission. As a Huang-tier beast master, one is eligible to accept 5 Huang-tier missions and 1 Xian-tier mission. Each beast master can undertake a fixed number of 6 missions. Once a mission is accepted, one must find a way to complete it. The cost of abandoning a mission is far too great. A tenfold penalty is sufficient to sway anyone's resolve. Luo Cheng's astonishment when he learned that Xiao Chen had accepted 5 slaying missions was something Xiao Chen would remember for a long time. Accepting missions to slay hundreds or thousands is one thing, but daring to take on 10,000 or even 100,000. Merely slaying these mortal-tier demons could take over a decade. But I have my elder brother. Upon hearing this, Luo Cheng was left speechless. What use is that to me? Though he said this, he still sought ways to assist Xiao Chen. Second brother. It seems I need to return to Dian City. I will exchange my identity token and then accept more Huang-tier missions. In the future, I will take the lead in slaying Huang-tier demon beasts, while you handle the mortal-tier ones. This seemed to be the only solution Luo Cheng could conceive. If there were no threats from Huang-tier demon beasts, Xiao Chen's green vine demons would be invincible in this region. Chapter 17. How formidable. Another month passed, and Brother Ting had thoroughly refined the flesh of 2 Huang-tier demon beasts. Evidently, Brother Ting still had not advanced. In contrast, Xiao Chen himself had directly broken through to the 9th layer of the mortal tier. Within 3 to 5 years, he held the promise of advancing to the Huang tier. At that time, he could contract a second spirit beast. Elder brother, have you decided how to acquire your second contracted spirit beast? Upon mentioning this, Luo Cheng felt quite troubled. The first spirit beast was commendable, starting from a high point. The second spirit beast should, logically, be stronger than the first, right? Our strength is insufficient to delve deeply into the wilderness. The likelihood of capturing a spirit beast on our own is exceedingly low. Perhaps we can only purchase one with spiritual stones. Little Meng was bought with the pooled funds of my 6 elder brothers, costing a staggering 210,000 low-grade spiritual stones. 200,000. This number left Xiao Chen utterly astonished. He was certain that Luo Cheng's elder brothers must be extraordinarily wealthy. They could establish an organization and spend such a substantial amount on a spirit beast. Elder brother, is your talent truly that remarkable? It was hard to fathom who would invest so heavily in nurturing a low-tier beast master. The talent is indeed decent, but more importantly, one of my 6 elder brothers is my biological brother. So that is how it is. The fates of individuals are truly unpredictable. Some are born with a good elder brother who arranges everything for them. In contrast, Xiao Chen's experiences could be considered quite arduous. For my second contracted spirit beast, I wish to purchase one of a higher tier. Therefore, I must fervently undertake missions, aiming to earn 1,000,000 contribution points. Acquiring spirit beasts, nurturing them, and enhancing one's own cultivation. Each endeavor requires a substantial amount of spiritual stones. These expenses are merely foundational. If one wishes to procure equipment and defensive tools, the cost will escalate even further. Soul power potions, various medicinal pills, and elixirs, each demands financial investment. Elder brother, once Brother Ting advances to the Huang tier, let us embark on trials together. Every beast master participating in trials contributes immensely to humanity. While the dangers are formidable, the opportunities are abundant as well. For instance, participating in a city defense battle can yield the chance to slay a vast number of demon beasts, provided one's strength is sufficient. Let us not rush into trials. They are far too perilous. My elder brothers have all broken through to the Xian tier, yet they still perished in the trial grounds. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was deeply shaken. The Dian 7 Tigers had 6 members who were already Xian tier beast masters. Such a configuration of a team undoubtedly represented the elite among elites. Perhaps they were aiming for a 9th level force. Their power was formidable to such a degree, yet they still seemed so vulnerable before potent demon beasts. Elder brother, have you never been to the trial grounds? Naturally, otherwise, I wouldn't be here idling with you. However, rest assured, my combat experience is quite extensive. Little did Xiao Chen know, shortly after he contracted his spirit beast, their elder brother had already departed. He had also climbed to his current position through sheer perseverance. Fortunately, Little Meng had provided him with immense surprises. Among low-tier demon beasts, Little Meng held a significant advantage. Slaying 100,000 mortal-tier demon beasts was a distant thought for now. Rather, let us aim to slay 10,000 within a year or 2. The rewards from these missions combined would yield tens of thousands of contribution points. Along with the resources obtained, we could amass a fortune of several 100,000. Now, they had been away from Dian City for nearly a year. It was not so easy. Demon beasts are not easily killed. If they encountered late-stage Huang-tier demon beasts, the two of them, along with so many green vines, would be inadequate. Their strength was still lacking, and taking the initiative to hunt Huang-tier demon beasts would result in considerable losses. Thus, they needed to wait for Huang-tier demon beasts to come to them. Of course, if they encountered mortal-tier demon beasts, they would show no mercy. They had been stationed here for several months and had become familiar with the surrounding situation. There were more than 10 Huang-tier demon beasts nearby, but fortunately, these beasts were not social creatures. Moreover, they were still some distance away. It was only the flying demon beasts, with their extensive activity radius, that would discover the crystal cores here. So, elder brother, shall we lure those demon beasts over? Surprisingly, he was quite experienced in this matter. Do not provoke them actively, just focus on your own missions. Slay more mortal-tier demon beasts, and they are likely to come naturally. Indeed, these Huang-tier demon beasts are driven by hunger. If we eliminate their food sources, they will have no choice but to venture further away. Luoqing never anticipated that this method would attract Huang-tier demon beasts, and one must admit that his elder brother was indeed greatly astonished. The Huixiong beast, a Huang-tier entity of the earth attribute, possesses immense strength and has a penchant for devouring spiritual ants and flesh. Their initial target was a Huang-tier, third-level Huixiong beast. The reason for this choice was that Xiao Meng required earth attribute crystal cores for its growth. As a fellow earth attribute demon beast, the Huixiong beast was afforded special treatment. The nurturing of Teng Ge was completely distinct. It had to continuously practice its awakened skills. The synergy between them was of utmost importance, for the same skill could yield vastly different results when unleashed by different spiritual beasts. At this moment, Teng Ge's roots had entwined, and in a certain sense, it had surpassed many other plant-type demon beasts of the same tier. Teng Ge possessed the advantage of being able to directly refine a significant quantity of spiritual flesh. Although Xiao Meng could also refine it, the results would be far less effective. Should they transform this spiritual flesh into various elixirs and spiritual liquids, the effects would be greatly enhanced. This could be deemed the greatest advantage of plant-type spiritual beasts, with slightly lower nurturing costs, Teng Ge being an exception. In terms of costs, the resources Xiao Chen had expended on Teng Ge were already quite staggering. If converted into spiritual stones, the total would indeed amount to tens of thousands. Teng Ge, I assign you a task. Endeavor to relocate all the nearby spiritual ant nests to Qing Teng Yuan. Teng Ge's vines could stretch quite far, making this task not overly difficult. Xiao Chen, are you not satisfied with nurturing the spiritual silkworm, but now you wish to raise ants as well? Xiao Chen had not considered nurturing spiritual ants, as he presumed that such endeavors would yield minimal returns. The purpose of spiritual ants remained unclear, and he currently lacked the time and energy to tend to them. Nurturing you alone had already left me utterly exhausted. I need not speak of anything beyond that. Upon hearing this, Teng Ge appeared to feel quite aggrieved. The prey was captured by my own efforts, and I did not inflict any harm upon you. In fact, I have contributed significantly to you. What grounds do you have for feeling exhausted? With this statement, it seemed there was little room for complaint. Indeed, regardless of the resources expended, they were ultimately earned by Teng Ge itself. It merely yearned for more, wishing to cultivate a stronger spiritual beast with fewer resources. Fine, I misused my words. My efforts on your behalf have indeed been considerable. Enough of this idle chatter. Hasten to your tasks, as there are formidable battles ahead. Teng Ge exhibited no trepidation towards any combat. In fact, it seemed to anticipate the confrontation with Huang-tier adversaries. Xiao Chen, provide me with a few wood attribute crystal cores and some Huang-tier zongzi. I am certain I can achieve a breakthrough. Damn it, you claimed the same last time. I wish to break through as well. After completing 2 kill missions, I shall return to Dian City. At that time, I will exchange the contribution points from the rewards for crystal cores. I refuse to believe that you cannot achieve a breakthrough. In truth, whether or not a breakthrough occurred was not of paramount importance at this moment. Teng Ge's strength continued to grow, nearing the prowess of a Huang-tier first-level beast. Strength remained the ultimate key. In this regard, Xiao Chen could only console himself. In the following days, Teng Ge began to wreak havoc with its superiority in strength. Other plant-type demons in Qing Teng Yuan, at levels 8 and 9, engaged in similar activities. Although they possessed limited mobility, their combat radius was considerable. An 8th-level plant demon could extend its roots nearly a mile. While Xiao Chen sipped tea within Qing Teng Yuan, he observed the rapid increase in data on the mission panel. They could have unleashed such havoc long ago, but at that time, uncertainty about their surroundings had restrained them from acting recklessly. Should several Huang-tier demon beasts converge simultaneously, the consequences would be dire. Kill common tier demon beasts 1000. At last, he completed the simplest kill mission. With the acquisition of 10,000 contribution points, along with the rewards for slaying Huang tier demon beasts, he now possessed 20,000 contribution points. The remaining kill missions were not so easily accomplished and could not be completed in a short time frame. Now, he awaited the arrival of the Hui Xiong beast. Observing the swarms of spiritual ants outside Qing Tung Yuan, Xiao Chen felt optimistic about the impending success. He could rest assured, cultivating and patiently awaiting the outcome. A few days later, Xiao Chen was roused by the roar of beasts. Alongside the roars, the ground trembled slightly. Luoqing stood outside Qing Tung Yuan, quietly observing the two colossal entities engaging in fierce combat. For the first time, Xiao Chen gained a visceral understanding of the combat prowess of Huang-tier demon beasts. Xiao Meng was immense, akin to a moving mountain, its robust limbs and long tusks evoking fear. The Huixiong beast was equally formidable, with its massive frame, well-defined muscles, and claws glinting with a chilling light. As the battle commenced, the mammoth charged at the Huixiong beast, its tusks resembling two sharp swords aimed at the beast's body.
The Xiong beast adeptly evaded the mammoth's assault, while simultaneously clawing fiercely at the mammoth's abdomen. The collision of their bodies produced a dull thud.
Their confrontation was intense and brutal, with each strike imbued with power and lethal intent. Dust swirled across the wasteland, as if the entire world trembled in response to this battle. Xiao Meng possessed a skill that granted it a rocky armor, significantly reducing the damage it sustained. With greater strength and stamina, it occasionally employed gravitational techniques, gaining the upper hand in this melee. The Huixiong beast's awakened skill was the summoning of earthen walls. This technique imposed considerable restrictions on other demon beasts, as a sudden collision with a wall could leave most of them dazed. Yet Xiao Meng was different. Its greatest strength lay in raw power. The thick earthen walls crumbled before it, disintegrating into clouds of dust. My word, Xiao Meng is so powerful. No wonder Luoqing could stand by and observe. Xiao Meng was clearly dominating the battle. It should be noted that the Huixiong beast's strength surpassed Xiao Meng by 2 tiers. Indeed, the innate talent of a spiritual beast is of utmost significance. Xiao Meng has never disappointed me. Winning in a one-on-one duel. Why did you not mention this earlier? Had I known it was this simple, I would have charged in directly instead of complicating matters. Luoqing shared this sentiment, as they seemed to have been overly cautious. This was also Xiao Chen's first direct encounter with a Huang-tier demon beast, and initially, he had felt uncertain. Who knew that among the peripheral Huang-tier demon beasts, Xiao Meng's talent was exceptional. Following today's battle, Luoqing could confidently assert his own combat capability. At present, it was merely Xiao Meng who had engaged. He, the beast master, had yet to make a move. Tung Ge, step up and lend a hand. Test your own strength. The situation was unmistakably clear. Xiao Meng was destined to win. The Huixiong beast was already riddled with wounds, indicating it had sustained significant injuries. Xiao Chen also wished to ascertain the extent of Tung Ge's power. If he could bind an injured Huixiong beast, it would ensure his own safety in this region. This time, Tung Ge evidently unleashed its full strength. Dozens of vines surged forth simultaneously, charging towards the Huixiong beast. Roar! The furious roar resonated throughout the vicinity. Clearly infuriated, a Qing Tung demon dared to attack it. It felt its dignity was challenged. However, this did not impede Tung Ge from swiftly ensnaring the Huixiong beast. The beast roared in fury, struggling fiercely. Xiao Chen distinctly heard the sounds of several vines snapping. Realizing that the Huixiong beast's strength far surpassed that of the Huike beast. Nonetheless, while some vines broke, many more ensnared the Huixiong beast. And Xiao Meng did not relent, delivering a powerful stomp to the beast's chest. Accompanied by a final, unwilling roar, the Huixiong beast fell silent. The battle concluded, and the surroundings fell into a hushed stillness. Xiao Chen let out a long breath, his emotions still tumultuous. To have decisively vanquished a Huangjie Yaoshou felt remarkably different. Elder brother, let us leave the Huixiong show for Xiao Meng. As an Earth-type Yaoshou, it should greatly benefit his growth. Very well. I shall take this Huixiong back to the Yin City and exchange it for some necessities for Xiao Meng. Luoqing skillfully retrieved a yellow crystal core, roughly the size of a fist, and tossed it to Xiao Meng. Living on the wasteland required constant vigilance, yet with strength, one could boldly seize opportunities. With a clearer understanding of their own capabilities, their actions became considerably more audacious. In the following 2 months, they hunted down 8 Huangjie Yaoshou in their vicinity. Fortunately, these creatures were not overly powerful, all beneath the 3rd layer of Huangjie. Xiao Meng led the charge, while Xiao Chen and a multitude of Qing Tung Yaoshou followed to clear the battlefield. Within a radius of 10 miles, the Yaoshou were nearly eradicated. During this time, they successfully eliminated a wood-type Yaoshou, allowing Tenggu to refine a wood-type crystal core. Each day, Tenggu consumed a substantial amount of flesh, steadily enhancing its strength, reaching the combat power of the first or second layer of Huangjia. However, a breakthrough still seemed distant. After half a year of relentless battles, these Qing Teng Yaoshou had established dominance in the area, while Xiao Ming adeptly ascended to the second layer. What vexed Xiao Chen further was that a 9-layer Qing Teng had surprisingly achieved a breakthrough after consuming a considerable amount of flesh, while other Qing Teng Yaoshou thrived easily. Tenggu had shown little progress over the years. Statistically, about 1% of Qing Teng could overcome their shackles, making it reasonable for at least one to reach Huangjia among so many. Chapter 18. Into the Depths of the Wasteland. The emergence of Huangjia Yaoshou from Qing Teng Garden was dishearteningly not one of their spirit beasts. Nothing could be more agonizing than this reality. However, when it came to combat strength, Tenggu was not lacking. Second brother, we have been in this wasteland for nearly 3 years. Surely, your strength is on the verge of a breakthrough? Throughout these years, Xiao Chen dared not relax for a moment, diligently practicing the Beastmaster Heart Sutra. His soul power was rapidly increasing. Had he access to soul power potions, he would have likely already broken through to Huangjia. While the exact timing of this breakthrough remained uncertain, it was likely not far off. Xiao Chen was content with his progress, at approximately 30 years of age. Achieving Huangjia was not considered slow. Brother, let us return to Diyan City. We can submit our tasks and rest well. The brothers had grown accustomed to their life in Qing Teng Garden, but they needed to exchange the fruits of 3 years' labor for essential supplies. You've tackled so many incredible tasks, and unexpectedly, you've completed nearly all of them. That 10,000 kill quota, without a decade, seems impossible to fulfill. Take it slow. Currently, Tenggu had slain 12,000 Yaoshou. Among the 6 tasks accepted, only 1 remained incomplete. A kill quota of 10,000 was indeed a feat not easily accomplished. Without your assistance, I would have likely completed only 1 or 2 tasks. This was the truth, without Luo Cheng's support. His kill count would hardly have reached half of its current total. I have completed all 5 of my tasks, and after submitting them, along with the gains from these years, I may be able to purchase a high-quality spirit beast egg. High-quality spirit beasts commanded exorbitant prices, and such matters could only be left to fate. Moreover, the better the innate talent of the spirit beast, the more spirit stones were required for its cultivation. Qing Teng Yaoshou were indeed very easy to nurture. This was why many forced their slaves to sign contracts with Qing Teng Yaoshou. They generated continuous value, possessed some combat capability, and incurred low costs. Over the years, they had hunted numerous Huangjia Yaoshou. Yaoshou below the 8th layer of were all fed to the Qing Teng Yaoshou, resulting in a dramatic increase in strength for those outside Qing Teng Garden. The number of late-stage Qing Teng Yaoshou reached dozens. After several years of raising the spirit silkworms, they finally witnessed changes just days ago. At last, they shed their skins and spun cocoons, producing their first batch of silk. The cost of acquiring spirit silkworms was not high, yet the cost of feeding them was substantial. Fortunately, Qing Teng leaves were the least scarce resource for Xiao Chen. The Shun Kinjiu Bian, after its transformation, had spirit silkworms as thick as a thumb. Each spirit silkworm had undergone a remarkable transformation, appearing crystalline and extraordinary. The first batch of silk could cover the costs of the juvenile silkworms. Xiao Chen pondered whether to acquire another large batch of spirit silkworms. Perhaps, in the future, he could cultivate silkworm eggs himself. Elder brother, let us sell everything we can. Along with the contribution points from our task rewards, I might be able to gather 200,000 contribution points. 200,000 contribution points was indeed a staggering sum. Many Huangjia beast masters could hardly amass such wealth. Second brother, keep your spirit stones for yourself. Those 200,000 spirit stones 1T significantly aid me in purchasing spirit beasts. Over the years, I have scoured the area and obtained numerous rare treasures. Coupled with the Yaoshou I've slain, I could possess around 600,000 to 700,000 spirit stones. To buy a decent spirit beast would even require several million spirit stones. Evidently, Luo Cheng was growing impatient. It is well known that the later a spirit beast is cultivated, the more it lags behind. Many beast masters, nearing the end of their lifespan, still fail to elevate their spirit beasts to their utmost potential. Let us defer discussions about spirit beasts for now. We should first transport all our supplies back to Diyan City. There was indeed an overwhelming amount of goods, and a single trip would not suffice. The distance to Diyan City was over 100 miles. We would need about a month to complete the task. Fortunately, Luo Cheng's spirit beast space was quite ample. Otherwise, even a month would not be enough. The vast quantity of Qing Teng leaves we transported back was worth a significant number of spirit stones. This time, everything that could be sold was sold. We must keep our location undisclosed. Otherwise, it would be far too convenient for others to come and collect. Qing Teng Garden was their home. and it must remain a secret. Now that the number of Qing Teng Yaoshou had grown tremendously, including Huangjie Qing Teng, should anyone discover this, they might harbor ulterior motives. A Huangjie Qing Teng could continuously produce spirit leaves. Elder brother, in the future, we should acquire a flying spirit beast, so that our return to the Yen City would take less than half an hour. Flying spirit beasts are considerably more expensive. Do not get your hopes up. Unless you find a spirit beast with exceptional aptitude. Even a mere ordinary Huangjie flying spirit beast cub costs over 10,000 spirit stones. Luo Cheng had underestimated their harvest over these years. It took them not just a month, but a full 2 months to clear everything out. The once overflowing Qing Teng garden was now left desolate. These 3 years had been exceedingly fruitful, with his elder brother by his side. He no longer felt the pangs of solitude. Moreover, the gains from these 3 years had laid a solid foundation for his growth. After clearing all the supplies, they submitted their tasks. Xiao Chen now possessed 270,000 spirit stones, an immense fortune. Luo Cheng had amassed 700,000 spirit stones, an equally monumental wealth. For the first time, Xiao Chen felt that this world was indeed quite beautiful. The two brothers made a special trip to a wine house in the southern city market to celebrate with a rare spirit wine brewed from precious herbs. They indulged in drinking, feasting, and revelry. Xiao Chen visited spirit beast shops, auction houses, and competition arenas. He experienced the thrill of riding a flying spirit beast for the first time and witnessed the formidable strength of Xuanjie beast masters and the might of Xuanjie spirit beasts. It can be said that during these few days, Xiao Chen relived numerous experiences he had never encountered before. Naturally, he was filled with unparalleled joy, reflecting on his humble beginnings and initial encounters with the world many years later. Xiao Chen, after the incident with my elder brother, I have found myself akin to you, devoid of kinship. In those moments, as I gazed at the soaring creatures in the sky, I felt an overwhelming sense of envy. Though my elder brother is no longer with us, I have gained a brother in you. Xiao Chen, you ought to venture into the city more often. Secluding yourself in Qing Teng Yuan is not wise. At one point, I intended to stay in Qing Teng Yuan for merely a month, yet I ended up remaining for several years. Nevertheless, these years have yielded substantial rewards. However, Xiao Chen, I must return to my original path. I am now a Huang-level beast tamer, and with such prowess, I can now undertake endeavors that were previously unattainable. I have made some friends into Yen City, and in a few days, my elder brother and I shall journey into the depths of the wilderness. Xiao Chen had anticipated this day. Thus, he felt no surprise. His elder brother was destined for broader horizons. In time, his strength would also grow, allowing him to witness more breathtaking vistas. At that moment, he wondered if they would still fight side by side. The depths of the wilderness are rife with high-level demon beasts, posing great danger, but also abundant opportunities. Elder brother, remaining in Qing Teng Yuan is not without its merits. Safety and decent returns abound. If necessary, staying a few more years could enable one to acquire a finer spirit beast. Luo Cheng regarded Xiao Chen, acknowledging that while Qing Teng Yuan is indeed safe, it lacks the presence of superior spirit beasts. Should one venture into the wilderness, a stroke of luck might yield a contract with a spirit beast cub, resulting in significant gains. Now that you possess some means of self-protection, my decision to return to Qing Teng Yuan is of little consequence. If it were not for you, I would have likely departed long ago. A group of Huang-level beast tamers entering the wilderness certainly presents some opportunities. In a sense, Xiao Chen and Luo Cheng embody contrasting personalities. Xiao Chen, lacking sufficient security, could remain in Qing Teng Yuan for a lifetime if he chose to. However, the multitude of unknown dangers renders Qing Teng Yuan far from absolute safety. Elder brother, please take care. When you return, I shall have become a Huang-level beast tamer. At that time, we shall embark on trial missions together. Xiao Chen understood that his elder brother had his own path to tread and could not remain by his side indefinitely. To have fought alongside one another for 3 years was a tremendous blessing from the heavens. For reasons unknown, he found himself unable to trust anyone but Luo Cheng, perhaps due to their similar experiences. Xiao Chen, take care of yourself. Should Qing Teng indeed nurture you, do not cling to it. Use your spirit stones to acquire a spirit beast with Xian-level talent, and your future will still be bright. The two exchanged few words as they bid farewell at the gates of Dian City. Standing amidst the bustling crowd, Xiao Chen felt an inexplicable sense of solitude. The path ahead would be one he must traverse alone. Yet, he had always walked alone, so it was not something he found unfamiliar. Soon, he adjusted his mindset and began to contemplate his future journey. Brother Tung, should I heed my elder brother's advice? Upon hearing this, Brother Tung fell silent for a moment. Xiao Chen, I fear I may truly be unable to break through. Perhaps you should refrain from spending your spirit stones on me for now. The resources consumed over the years have been staggering, and Brother Ting clearly bore the weight of his unbroken stagnation. Hearing his words, Xiao Chen felt a pang of discomfort, but ultimately followed his heart. Brother Tom, this is the last time. What do you mean the last time? I possess 270,000 spirit stones, and I intend to spend them all on you. If this endeavor fails again, I shall contract a second spirit beast. And you may take your time. Perhaps our impatience has hindered your breakthrough. Lesser crystal cores can be obtained for just over 1,000 spirit stones, while higher quality ones cost several thousand or even tens of thousands. In addition to crystal cores, there are numerous items available for nurturing spirit beasts. In the past, Xiao Chen lacked funds and did not delve into these matters. Now, with a substantial fortune, he aims to invest in the most fitting opportunities. In this world, possessing sufficient wealth seems to grant one access to all desires. The Beast Taming Guild stands as one of the premier merchant associations in the human realm. It can be said that any item related to spirit beasts can be found within its walls. In the southern market of Digimon City, there exists a branch of the Beast Taming Guild. While referred to as a shop, it is, in reality, a vast garden sprawling across nearly 10,000 acres. The 7-story structure elevates the grandeur of the Beast Taming Guild to an astonishing level. Calling it merely a shop is akin to labeling it a small city. Digimon City is immense, and such grand establishments are not uncommon. However, considering the need to accommodate numerous spirit beasts, a larger space is entirely reasonable. Initially, Xiao Chen believed himself to be somewhat affluent, yet upon seeing the prices of items within the Beast Taming Guild, he felt impoverished once more. Huang-level divine power potions are priced at 1,000 spirit stones per bottle. Wu Ling Dan, which enhances a spirit beast comprehension, costs 100 spirit stones per bottle. Classified as a mid-tier spirit stone, one mid-tier spirit stone can be exchanged for 100 low-tier spirit stones. Thus, 100 mid-tier spirit stones equate to 10,000 low-tier spirit stones. Ningxin Dan, Huaxing Dan, and Pei Ling Dan are all highly beneficial for spirit beasts but are not particularly suitable for Brother Tongue. Xian-level low-tier crystal cores are priced at 100,000 spirit stones each. Upon seeing this price tag, Xiao Chen's mind sparked with inspiration. Brother Tongue, do you believe you can refine Xian-level crystal cores? What cannot be refined? If it cannot be done immediately, we can take our time. One Xian-level crystal core can be exchanged for hundreds of Huang-level crystal cores. Very well, today I shall invest significantly and procure 2 Xian-level crystal cores for you. The exorbitant price of Xian-level crystal cores compared to Huang-level ones stems from the rarity of spirit beasts that humans can tame at the Xian level. Once they cannot be mass-produced, prices are bound to rise. Spending 200,000 spirit stones, Xiao Chen purchased 2 crystal cores. It is worth noting that spirit beasts like Xiao Meng are priced similarly. Contributions from the Beast Tamer Guild can be directly utilized here. The prowess of the Beast Tamer Guild is truly formidable, as its standing is acknowledged throughout the human realm. With 70,000 spirit stones remaining, Xiao Chen wasted no time in spending it. He purchased 60 bottles of Huang-level soul power potions at 1,000 each, ensuring he would have enough for a year even after his breakthrough to Huang level. The remaining 10,000 spirit stones were used to acquire some recovery potions. Recovery potions allow beast tamers to swiftly replenish their soul power. Presently, he only possesses the wood escape technique, which consumes minimal soul power. In the future, should he awaken a second skill or contract another spirit beast, his soul power consumption may increase. The expenditure of over 200,000 spirit stones occurred within less than half an hour. Xiao Chen was further astonished to witness someone spending 1,000,000 spirit stones on several bottles of creation liquid. It is said that such a substance can gradually alter the qualities of spirit beasts. A single bottle costs 300,000 spirit stones, a price that is indeed extravagant. Thus, spirit beast qualities can be altered, albeit at a steep cost. Perhaps this is true, yet for Xiao Chen, this fact holds little utility. With Brother Ting's aptitude, it is likely that a few barrels of creation liquid would yield minimal effect. A small bottle of creation liquid costing 300,000 spirit stones is well beyond his means. After spending such a substantial sum, Xiao Chen still held over 1,000 spirit stones in hand. Even this sum is not insignificant, allowing him to sustain himself into Yin City for some time. At present, he has no intention of returning to Qing Tung Yuan immediately. The reason is simple. He possesses 2 Xian-level crystal cores. This object is exceedingly precious. Should it attract unwanted attention, the moment he exits the city, he would likely fall victim to robbery. Within Digimon City, there exists a plethora of formidable beast masters, and the array of skills awakened among the populace is remarkably diverse. Xiao Chen is certain that there will be those who notice the 2 crystal cores he has purchased. While acquiring Xian-tier crystal cores is not inherently wrong, it becomes quite incongruous if a mere fan-tier beastmaster is seen acquiring 2 Xian-tier cores. The city enforces a strict prohibition against private duels, a law as unyielding as iron. Remaining in Digimon City is relatively safe. especially since Xiao Chen has deliberately chosen a location near the Beastmaster Guild, unable to afford a better inn or restaurant. He has opted to set up a stall in the South City Market. A stall costs 10 lingstones per day, making it feasible for him to stay here for 100 days. Moreover, he is not solely spending lingstones. He can also sell goods. With little to offer, he turns his attention to Brother Tung. Given Tung's current strength, harvesting dozens of pounds of spirit leaves daily for sale poses no challenge. Xiao Chen has procured a reclining chair, ready to man his stall day and night. Whenever fatigue strikes, he can simply lie down for a nap. Not intending to actively solicit customers, those who wish to buy will do so. The price of Fantier spirit leaves is not exorbitant, roughly a few pounds for 1 lingstone. Xiao Chen does not aim to sell much, thus he has set an exorbitantly high price for his spirit leaves. 10 lingstones per pound, a price that is even higher than that of Huang-tier spirit leaves. Naturally, no one is willing to be the unfortunate buyer. Xiao Chen enjoys the leisure, reclining in his chair while secretly honing his soul refinement technique. Chapter 19, The Prodigy's Daughter. The 9 soul rings within Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness have become remarkably full, and he is on the cusp of breaking through to Huang-tier. He has even begun utilizing Huang-tier soul power potions, making the process of overcoming his bottleneck considerably easier. Since commencing his practice of the Beastmaster Heart Sutra, Xiao Chen has ceased to worry about his cultivation issues. While bottlenecks may still occur, breaking through to Huang-tier should not pose a significant challenge. Perhaps his innate talent is indeed commendable, or perhaps the quality of the Beastmaster Heart Sutra is quite high. Over the years, his cultivation speed has not been rapid. Yet he is well aware that each step he takes is solid and steadfast. However, he has yet to learn any offensive techniques, and thus the advantage of his soul power has not had an opportunity to manifest. After a month of operating his stall, he has yet to sell a single item. The other vendors have grown accustomed to this peculiar Beastmaster, who does not seem to have any interest in conducting business. Moreover, this Beastmaster appears to be quite reclusive, having spoken less than 10 sentences to anyone over the course of a month. Xiao Chen's own cultivation level is not low, and combined with his aloof demeanor, few have dared to engage him in conversation. As time passed, Brother Tung has yet to break through, though he has successfully refined 1 Xiantier crystal core. The energy contained within Xiantier crystal cores is notoriously wild and fierce. Typical beasts would never dare to attempt such a leap in refinement. Xiao Chen is not particularly knowledgeable about these matters and feels no pressure, casually tossing the crystal core to Brother Tung. Fortunately, Tung exhibits no discomfort. While the refinement progresses somewhat slowly, it is proceeding smoothly. In the past, he would meticulously monitor Tang's progress daily, but now he has grown indifferent. He focuses on cultivating his own soul power, leaving other concerns behind. The speed at which Fan-tier individuals can refine Huang-tier soul power potions is significantly slower. After completely refining 3 bottles of potion, a revelation dawns upon Xiao Chen. He is on the verge of a breakthrough. Everything has flowed naturally, as if by design. In fact, the neighboring vendors have not even noticed that the young man reclining has undergone a transformation. Within his sea of consciousness, the 7 soul rings have fused into a small white sphere. In an instant, Xiao Chen feels a surge of soul power permeating his entire being. Having merely breached a barrier, he now experiences a qualitative shift. In the following days, his soul power will continuously reshape his body, significantly enhancing both his strength and physique. Currently, he can lift a 600-pound sky-opening axe. In the future, he may wield a 1,000-pound giant axe. Due to this breakthrough, his spirit beast space has expanded several-fold, now resembling the size of a small room. He intends to continually utilize his soul power to develop an even larger space. Inside the spirit beast space, Brother Ting senses Xiao Chen's advancement and is filled with joy. From this point onward, Xiao Chen has truly stepped into the realm of beast masters. Finally, Tung is relieved of the immense pressure he has been under. The larger contract has been exhausted. It's time to contract a smaller one. If he cannot break through himself, he will instead supervise the second one diligently. With these thoughts, Tang's spirits have lifted considerably. Brother Tung, once my realm stabilizes, I shall assist you wholeheartedly. I have a feeling that this time, you will surely break through. Although Tung is currently only at the Fan-tier realm, he is now fully capable of battling across realms. For one to attain such a level, they must possess at least Xiantier talent. Xiao Chen, perhaps you should contemplate how to acquire another spirit beast. Tung dares not harbor too many expectations. He believes in letting things unfold naturally. Acquiring a spirit beast is simply beyond his means. Like Luo Cheng, he does not wish to contract a spirit beast of mediocre quality. It must at least possess Xiantier talent. Ideally, securing one with D-tier talent would be even better. Xiao Chen has always harbored dreams, and now that he has achieved a breakthrough, he feels that his prospects have become incredibly bright. The absence of ling stones is inconsequential. They can always be earned. After lounging for over a month, Xiao Chen finally departed from his stall for the first time, regardless of whether Brother Tongue had broken through. He needed to prepare for the subsequent matters. At the Beastmaster Guild's outpost, Xiao Chen gazes with satisfaction at a jade token in his hand, examining it repeatedly. Xiao Chen, from this day forth, you are a formal member of the Beastmaster Guild. It turns out that without entering Huang Tier, one cannot even be considered a formal member. This task token is crafted from D-tier materials, making it exceptionally valuable. Each token requires a payment of 100,000 Ling stones. If you are currently out of funds, the amount will be deducted from your contribution points in the future. The cost of a membership token being 100,000 Ling stones is truly outrageous. Xiao Chen looks at the substantial negative balance on his contribution points, feeling a whirlwind of complex emotions. In the future, when you wish to accept tasks, there will be no need to come here in person. This token allows you to accept any tasks you are eligible for, and it also enables communication with other Beastmasters. The identity token can be directly utilized for transactions, and contribution points can be used like Ling stones. If you have urgent tasks or require rare items, you can also publish tasks using this identity token. Naturally, the Beastmaster Guild will charge a small service fee. How much? 10,000 Ling stones. Such a paltry sum. Were it not for the Beastmaster Guild, he might have cursed aloud. To publish a task requires 10,000 Ling stones. Why not simply resort to robbery? Now, he has a rough understanding of how the countless tasks associated with the task token come into existence. Besides the tasks issued by the Beastmaster Guild, many tasks are also published by other Beastmasters. Although the cost is steep, it indeed provides many Beastmasters with an additional avenue. The identity token is brimming with potential. He shall explore its uses gradually. Just these few functions are sufficient to satisfy Xiao Chen's needs. The convenience of directly using these tokens to exchange tasks is unparalleled. This way, he will not need to accept an overwhelming number of tasks at once. He can take on tasks as he encounters those he can complete, significantly enhancing his efficiency. Every Beast Master possesses an identity number, which allows for communication with other Beast Masters. Xiao Chen promptly locates his brother's number and shares the good news of his advancement. By the way, can contribution points on this identity token be transferred to friends in distant locations? Naturally, he can even remotely transfer Ling stones. It truly is remarkably convenient. Is it much easier to borrow Lingshire now? This token is extraordinarily useful, and Xiao Chen's lips almost broke into bloom with a smile. Of course, we need to collect a nominal fee. How much? 10%. Xiao Chen's smile immediately vanished. Is this truly a nominal fee? This is utterly outrageous. It seems that anything associated with the Beastmaster Guild is exorbitantly expensive. However, considering the considerable benefits he has reaped from here, he tolerates it. The Beastmaster Guild indeed represents the pinnacle of human civilization. He still cannot fathom how such a small token can accomplish so much. Basic task: eliminate 1230-610-0000 mortal class beasts. The reward of 1 million contribution points is indeed quite challenging to achieve. Xiao Chen took 3 years to accomplish just 1/10 of it. He can also accept 5 tasks, for mortal class tasks and 1 profound class task. The elimination task requires hunting 100 mortal class beasts, with a reward of 100,000 contribution points. Xiao Chen readily accepted this lucrative task, though its difficulty was evidently significant. If he were to undertake it alone, it might take him 7 or 8 years to complete. Perhaps he should also take on another substantial elimination task. After contemplating for a while, he accepted another high difficulty task: eliminate 10,000 mortal class beasts, with a reward of 10 million contribution points. This task is undoubtedly a long-term endeavor, likely taking decades to fulfill. Yet, Xiao Chen's strength continues to grow, making him believe that slaying 10,000 mortal class beasts, and subsequently 10,000 mortal class beasts, is not beyond possibility. However, it is best to undertake such tasks as early as possible, as every subsequent elimination counts towards the total. There are 2 more mortal class tasks and 1 profound class task available. He will save these tasks for later, to tackle when the opportunity arises. Xiao Chen, a mortal class beast master and vice captain of the Dalian 7 Tigers, finds that the 7 Tigers currently consist of only 2 members, preventing disbandment, yet it remains a rudimentary organization. These beast master organizations offer benefits. Having an additional mortal class beast master might entitle him to more Lingshire. He intends to inquire with his elder brother about this, as he desires to obtain every bit of Lingshire possible. Upon returning from the Beastmaster Guild, Xiao Chen resumed his languid lifestyle. In less than half a month, he is likely to depart again, as by then, Brother Tongue will have completely refined the 2nd crystal core. Finding a place to stay in Yen City often costs dozens of Lingshire per day. Renting a stall can be accomplished for 10 Lingshire a day, which is economical, stress-free, and safe. However, the The primary reason remains that Xiao Chen is low on funds. After lying around for so long, he has grown accustomed to it. Even in the bustling streets, he can fall asleep instantly if he desires. Boss, how many of these Lingye do you have? Xiao Chen, accustomed to lying with his eyes closed, was completely unaware that a customer had approached. In a marketplace like this, inquiries are plentiful amidst the daily commotion. He hardly knows who is buying or selling. Boss, are you still in business? The voice came again, sounding somewhat displeased. I want all these Lingye. Do you have any others? As Xiao Chen pondered which shopkeeper was so unreliable, he suddenly opened his eyes. What did you say? Lingye? He finally saw a young woman standing before him. Her strength was unclear, but certainly superior to his. The woman, though young, was clad in fitted attire, wielding a long sword. Xiao Chen was not well versed in soul artifacts, but he sensed that the woman possessed several. Though her face bore a hint of anger, she was still quite attractive. Do you want Lingye? 10 lingshire per pound. No deception. Xiao Chen, not fond of excessive chatter, quoted directly. If she wanted it, she could buy it. If not, that was fine. How much of this Lingye do you have? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen sat up straight. It seemed this affluent customer was genuinely interested in purchasing. How much Lingye do I have? Does she mean these are insufficient? Realizing she was likely a regular customer, Xiao Chen found her even more appealing. 10 lingshire per pound. I am more than willing to sell at such a high price. How much do you have? I want as much as you have. Xiao Chen was taken aback. This was no ordinary affluent customer. He wanted to say, whatever quantity you desire, I have. However, considering Brother Teng's capacity, he cautiously quoted a number. 500 pounds. No, 1,000 pounds? This time, Xiao Chen was prepared to exhaust Brother Teng's resources. The woman showed no hesitation, promptly producing an identification token. This formal token indicated that she was indeed a beast master of at least mortal class. The transaction was remarkably convenient and completed in no time. In the woman's astonished gaze, Xiao Chen's contribution point balance shifted from negative 100,000 to negative 90,000. Few mortal class beast masters are as impoverished as Xiao Chen, and even fewer neglect their business like he does. My name is Su Wan. These leaves should be cultivated by you, right? In the future, I want all such Lingye you have. The price will be absolutely fair. Xiao Chen felt indifferent towards the name Su Wan. However, those nearby gasped in surprise, as Su Wan was quite renowned in Yin City. Her fame stemmed from two factors: her exceptional strength, having contracted a formidable Earth-class spirit beast, and her distinguished lineage as a core descendant of the Su family in Yin City. The Su, Lin, Wang, and Zhang families constitute the four great clans of Yin City. Each family is a ninth-tier power within the Beastmaster Alliance, boasting numerous strong beastmasters. Xiao Chen did not anticipate that the first contact added to his identification token would be a woman. Nevertheless, Xiao Chen must respect his customer, as she represents a continuous source of wealth for him. Miss Su, I still have plenty of this Lingye. Naturally, the quality will improve significantly in the future, and the price will adjust accordingly. Su Wan nodded. Money is not an issue. Just notify me when you have stock, and I will send someone to collect it. After a brief exchange, Su Wan departed. Brother Tung wore a woeful expression. My leaves are going to be completely exploited by you. This indicates something. You possess value. Selling Lingye at this price can indeed recoup a significant amount. Xiao Chen was quite exhilarated, believing that Brother Tung might become his golden goose. Brother Tung, it's curious why this Lingye is so valuable. Does consuming more lead to higher quality leaves? Externally, Brother Tung's leaves appeared unremarkable, merely resembling ordinary green vine leaves, albeit darker in hue than typical ones. How would I know? Regardless, it's a profitable venture. Brother Tung was overjoyed at the prospect of earning 1,000 lingshire. Given the normal growth rate, it could yield a new batch of lingshire approximately every month. This is far more valuable than raising those Qingmu spirit sheep, isn't it? After Su Wan left, the surrounding vendors continued discussing her. Xiao Chen, curious, inquired, Boss, is Su Wan really strong? The nearby shopkeeper, catching Xiao Chen's question, quickly responded, I did not realize you were a senior mortal class beastmaster. My apologies. The seniority among beastmasters is determined by strength rather than age. No need for formality, Boss Zhou. Senior, Su Wan's talent as a beastmaster is quite terrifying. Her soul power talent is heaven class, and her affinity with spirit beasts is also heaven class. Her spirit beasts grow at several times the rate of ordinary individuals. This was the first time Xiao Chen had heard the term spirit beast affinity, which is likely akin to compatibility. It probably refers to the effectiveness of beastmasters in nurturing spirit beasts through soul power. With a heaven-class talent, she ranks among the top in Yin City. Her first contracted spirit beast is an Earth-class spirit beast, while the identity of her second spirit beast remains unknown. The reason is quite simple. She can resolve issues with just one spirit beast during battles. To date, there has been no situation that necessitated her to summon a second spirit beast. With her esteemed status, she has numerous subordinates, and often, it is unnecessary for her to take matters into her own hands. The 4 prominent families of Dian City have powerful Earth-tier beast masters at their helm. Had I known of her immense wealth, I should have set a higher price. However, considering the potential profits I could reap from Su Wan in the future, Xiao Chen's mood lifted considerably. The first spirit beast she possesses is an Earth-tier beast, a remarkably high starting point that others could hardly hope to match in a lifetime. Perhaps through diligent effort, I might reach a similar starting line. No, I must strive harder. Reflecting on the gap between my talents and those of others, and the adversaries I may face in the future, Xiao Chen's fighting spirit surged. In half a month's time, Brother Tung would complete the refinement of the second Xian-tier crystal core, and he did not intend to remain in Dian City any longer. After all this time, it is likely no one would be concerned about his crystal core. Perhaps, I should venture deeper into the wilderness to seek a contract spirit beast. Xiao Chen was accustomed to solitude. While it was peaceful, the power of one person is ultimately limited. If he could have a trustworthy group of companions like Luo Cheng, perhaps the journey would be less arduous. Presently, the assistance of a band of Qing Tongye was quite commendable. Contemplating these matters, Xiao Chen exited Dian City alone. Without a mount, he had no choice but to rely on his own 2 feet. Currently, as a yellow-tier beast master, he had not mastered any flying skills, rendering his speed comparable to that of an ordinary person. While musing about mounts, he observed a squadron of Wind Wolf Knights galloping in formation, bursting forth from the city gates. Wind Wolves, from the Lin family? Within Dian City, the Lin family possessed an exceptionally formidable cadre of Wind Wolf Knights. The sight of a dozen riders thundering down the main road was truly magnificent. Such a multitude of wind wolves emanated the aura of Earth-tier spirit beasts. Truly, one of the 4 great families of Dian City. Standing by the roadside, Xiao Chen watched as the troop of Wind Wolf Knights kicked up a cloud of dust and sped away. Chapter 20. The Quality Youth. Indeed, he felt an immense envy. Possessing a Wind Wolf seemed quite desirable. Of course, the Wind Wolf's qualifications were somewhat lacking, as they only possessed yellow-tier talent. While Xiao Chen pondered these thoughts, a voice nearby erupted. Hey, is there no decorum in your reckless charge? You made me eat a mouthful of dust. What is so great about wind wolves? Don't let me run into you in the wild, or I'll make you regret ever being born. The voice was filled with discontent, but the individual did not immediately respond, waiting until the knights had distanced themselves before unleashing a tirade. Anyone who heard such words would inevitably cast a curious glance. The speaker was young, possessing decent looks and considerable strength. However, his language was undeniably foul, perhaps sensing Xiao Chen's gaze. The individual grew even more irate. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll gouge out your eyeballs. Xiao Chen was somewhat bewildered. He merely cast a curious glance and was met with a barrage of insults. He, Xiao Chen, would not initiate trouble, but he would not allow others to provoke him either. Setting aside other matters, he was determined to avenge any grievances. If he could not contend with the likes of those from the Yuming Hall in their black cloaks, he would bide his time for revenge. As for the individual before him, if he could defeat him, he would retaliate immediately. In his 20s, he was an 8th-tier beastmaster. His strength was commendable, yet his temper left much to be desired. What did you say? You want to gouge out my eyeballs? Xiao Chen inquired earnestly. He always approached interactions with others in such a serious manner. What? Do you have an issue with that? If you do, just ask my spirit beast if it agrees. Naturally, he had objections, yet he did not wish to voice them at the city gate. Instinctively, he sought to keep the emergence of a yellow-tier beastmaster with a Qing Tongye spirit beast into Yen City a secret. If the individuals from the Yuming Hall were to discover this, the repercussions would be dire. Oh, I would indeed like to see how your spirit beast would refuse. You dare talk back? Enraged, he truly was furious. He would not dare offend someone from a prominent family, but he looked down upon such small fry. The individual's arrogance was palpable as he summoned a towering wolf, half his height. A swift wind wolf, with Xian-tier talent, possessing incredible speed and agility. No wonder he scoffed at the wind wolves. He had a superior spirit beast. A swift wind wolf, just a larger version of a wind wolf. Nothing extraordinary. You're seeking death. I want to deal with you today. I'm leaving. Seeing the swift wind wolf, Xiao Chen wasted no time and bolted into the depths of the wilderness. It was not that he could not fight back. Rather, the number of onlookers at the city gate was too great. The owner of the swift wind wolf likely had some background. To confront him would require a more secluded location. Xiao Chen ran with determination, catching his pursuer off guard. Good lad, you know to flee. At least you have some self-awareness. Xiao Feng after him. In truth, there was no deep-seated enmity. It was merely a reflex to chase after Xiao Chen upon witnessing his flight. Where do you think you're running? Xiao Feng, unleash a wind blade. Hearing the rushing wind behind him, Xiao Chen felt a surge of dread. Initially, he only intended to teach the individual a lesson, but a wind blade slashed at his back, instantly staining it crimson. Fortunately, he was at a distance. And since his body had been significantly reinforced through soul power training after advancing to the yellow tier, he was spared from fatal harm. Damn it. Are you trying to kill me? Xiao Chen's voice turned icy. He had principles in his conduct. If others insulted him, he would retort. If others sought to kill him, he would naturally retaliate. Brother Tongue, prepare to strike. With a mental command, the palm-sized Brother Tongue burrowed into the ground, its roots swiftly extending into the depths of the wilderness. The wind blade of the swift wind wolf was no trivial matter. Xiao Chen was unwilling to take any risks. Thus, without hesitation, he employed the wood escape technique, darting in various directions, making swift strides before executing another wood escape. Ha. Turns out you're just a waste without any offensive skills. What is your spirit beast again? Could it be a Qing Tingya? I've never seen someone contract a Qing Tingya and be this arrogant. For some, being insulted and daring to retort was considered audacious. At that moment, Wang Su was entirely unaware that his hasty decision would alter the course of his life forever. Utilizing Brother Ting's roots, Xiao Chen ran for nearly half an hour. With precautions in place, the wind blade failed to harm him further. After running several miles, the young man on the swift wind wolf continued his relentless pursuit. Damn it, this swift wind wolf is incredibly fast. Xiao Chen was now panting heavily, struggling for breath. However, he chose not to run any longer, for there were no spectators around. Xiao Chen turned to face Wang Su, who sat atop the swift wind wolf, hunched over with his legs propped on his thighs, a cold glint in his eyes. Beside him, a vine of Qing Tongue flailed about. Strangely, many of the vines were bare, devoid of leaves. Ha, out of breath are we? Wang Su laughed heartily, racing to stand before Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen did not respond to any of Wang Su's words, but turned to Brother Tongue and commanded, eliminate him. The emotionless tone instilled a sense of foreboding in Wang Su. It was at that moment he noticed the coldness in Xiao Chen's eyes. Indifferent, frigid, and merciless. He seemed less than human. Was he truly prepared to kill me? Wang Su found himself grappling with the realization that this individual was indeed intent on taking his life. He seemed to have forgotten that the wind blade earlier, if it had struck an ordinary beastmaster, would likely have claimed a life. Although he did not comprehend the situation, Wang Su remained unperturbed. What use could a Qing Tongue Yao possess? Xiaofeng, tear this brat apart. In that fleeting moment of realization, fear unexpectedly surged within him, igniting his anger. Yet, before the wind wolf could act, countless vines surged toward them. The speed was astonishing. The numbers overwhelming. There was no escaping. The robust body of the wind wolf proved utterly ineffective against the onslaught of vines. Although agile, it found no avenue for escape. How could this be? Before Wang Su could finish his words, he felt himself ensnared by numerous tendrils. His throat was constricted, rendering him speechless. In mere moments, the battle had determined its victor. It was indeed a Huang-level beastmaster. At this juncture, Wang Su sensed something amiss, but it was far too late. Xiao Chen, observing the terror in Wang Su's eyes, offered a brief explanation. If you curse me, I shall retaliate in kind. If you seek my life, then I must take yours first. Having uttered these words, Xiao Chen did not linger and continued his swift journey deeper into the wasteland. It seemed that taking a life did not stir even a ripple within Xiao Chen's heart. His demeanor bore no semblance to that of a novice murderer. With a single strike to vanquish his foe, he departed without hesitation, distancing himself. The proximity to the Yen city posed a risk. Although their skirmish was relatively quiet, it could still attract unwanted attention. After traversing for a considerable while, Xiao Chen finally entered the heart of the wasteland. Of course, this area remained within the domain of ordinary beastly creatures. Wang Su was now entirely ensnared, resembling a meat dumpling, with most of his essence drained by the vines. Speaking had become a challenge for him. In Xiao Chen's eyes, Wang Su had already become a lifeless entity. Yet, fortune smiled upon Wang Su. Or perhaps the wind wolf possessed a remarkable level of intelligence. My lord, should you wish to venture deeper into the wasteland, I could serve as your mount. Observing Xiao Chen's solitary journey, the wind wolf evidently grasped the situation. Though incapable of speech, it communicated through mental waves. Were it any other matter, Xiao Chen would have remained indifferent. However, the proposition of a mount prompted him to contemplate seriously. If he were to return alone, it would take him at least an entire day. With a wind wolf as a companion, he could save a considerable amount of time. More importantly, he would not have to endure the exhaustion of walking. Vine brother, release them. One man and one wolf lay on the ground like defeated dogs, casting terrified glances at Xiao Chen. Had they delayed even a moment longer, they would have met their demise. Wang Su had never imagined that he would find himself so close to death one day. This man spoke of killing with unyielding resolve, showing no mercy whatsoever. You have half an hour to recover. If you fail, then do not expect to live. Upon hearing these words, Wang Su dared not hesitate further. He swiftly produced a vial of potion and drank it down, then retrieved a walnut-sized pill and placed it into the Wind Wolf's mouth. Xiao Chen could not identify these two types of pills, but they appeared to be of considerable value. Soon, Wang Su's condition improved somewhat, and his complexion was less pallid. The Wind Wolf recovered even more rapidly, standing upright after a brief moment. Not only that, but its cultivation level even experienced a breakthrough at this juncture. The pill was originally intended for use upon reaching a breakthrough, but circumstances dictated otherwise. Wang Su understood that, even with his spirit beast's advancement, it could not contend with the formidable presence before him. He had only produced such a precious pill to expedite Xiaofeng's recovery. You are Wang Su. Indeed. The Wang of Diyan City? The Wang family was one of the 4 prominent clans in Diyan City. Provoking such a powerful force would lead to significant troubles. No, you need not worry. I have no connection to the Wang family. I merely share the surname. My current cultivation is a result of my parents leaving me a substantial fortune. If you speak the truth, I shall refrain from taking your life for now. Not out of mercy, but because I genuinely require a mount. Xiao Chen had devised a plan. He would place Wang Su within the Qing Tung Garden. Whenever he needed to venture out, the Wind Wolf would serve as his steed. A 9th-level Wind Wolf would indeed possess remarkable speed. My lord, rest assured, Xiao Feng will be the most suitable mount. Wang Su could never have anticipated that he would survive for such a reason. He remained anxious for quite some time, only confirming after returning to Qing Tung Garden that Xiao Chen truly would not take his life. The Wind Wolf's speed exceeded Wang Su's expectations, returning to Qing Tung Garden in just 2 hours. Upon witnessing the dense, vast expanse of greenery, despair filled Wang Su's heart. In such a place, escaping seemed utterly impossible. The sheer number of 9th-level Qing Tung Yao alone was staggering, and he was further astounded to discover that, besides Vine Brother, there were even Huang-level Qing Tung Yao present. When had the Qing Tung Yao become so powerful? Wang Su questioned whether he was dreaming. A human coexisting harmoniously with a group of creatures of limited intelligence seemed surreal. Wang Su, within the territory of these Qing Tung Yao, you are free. You may assist in hunting beastly creatures. As these Qing Tung Yao require guidance to unleash their fullest potential, do not harbor any treacherous thoughts. Escaping alone will be futile. As we delve deeper into the wasteland, you will find Huang-level beasts surrounding you. You cannot possibly survive alone. Additionally, should you find yourself bored, remember to assist me in nurturing those Ling can. By the way, I have noticed that your family seems quite affluent. Since your parents left you a fortune, do not squander it. Hand it over. Wang Su felt an overwhelming urge to weep, regretting his impulsive decision to pursue this harbinger of death outside the Yin City. Originally, Xiao Chen had many mundane tasks to attend to. Now that Wang Su had arrived, he would have more time to devote to cultivation. He began to comprehend why so many sought to cultivate slaves and subordinates. Having others to assist with tasks was an unparalleled bliss. Wang Su's wealth was indeed substantial. It was not merely the amount of spirit stones, but rather the numerous treasures in his possession. What astonished Xiao Chen even more was that this fellow possessed a vial of transformation spirit liquid, reputed to enhance the qualities of spirit beasts, regardless of its actual efficacy. Xiao Chen instructed Vine Brother to absorb the 30,000 value spirit liquid directly. Wang Su watched in frustration, struggling to mask his anger, but failing miserably. Xiao Chen, however, remained unfazed. It was only natural for one to be enraged when their belongings were taken. Wang Su, I have appropriated quite a few of your possessions today, though they were rightly mine. Nevertheless, you have incurred significant losses, and I shall compensate you. At the very least, during your time as my mount, I will cover all expenses for nurturing Xiao Feng. After all, it is merely some spirit meat. In the boundless wasteland, obtaining spirit meat is exceedingly easy. If you perform well, not only will you be free from danger, but you will also reap considerable rewards. For every Huang-level beast you hunt, I shall bestow upon you additional benefits. Xiao Chen had once endured such a bleak existence. He deeply understood Wang Su's feelings. He wished to provide him with a glimmer of hope, as he did not enjoy leaving matters in absolute despair. If one did not kill, then one should handle the situation as though no killing had occurred. Whether it was due to Vine Brother's accumulated strength or the genuine effectiveness of the vial of transformation liquid, the following day, Xiao Chen received the long-awaited good news. Vine Brother successfully advanced to Huang level. Although it came a bit late, it was ultimately accomplished. Due to the advancement of Ting, Xiao Chen's soul power surged dramatically, rising from the early stages to the late stages of the first level. Regrettably, he did not awaken any new skills. Xiao Chen felt somewhat helpless. Such occurrences are random and cannot be altered. Fortunately, Ting was certain to awaken new skills. After breaking through to the Huang level, Ting's appearance did not change significantly. The color deepened slightly compared to its previous form, and the patterns on the leaves became clearer. The subtlety of this transformation aligned perfectly with Xiao Chen's wishes. It was best if others perceived it as merely an ordinary king demon. The resilience of the vines had greatly increased, making it considerably easier to restrain a Huang-level beast than before. Nevertheless, what Xiao Chen cared about most was the new skill awakened by Ting MLNGNY, a wide-range attack skill that transforms leaves into a dense rain of arrows directed at enemies. Another offensive skill, it was perfect for dealing with large hordes of demon beasts. Xiao Chen's killing missions would heavily rely on this ability. With a significant boost in strength, the number of vines naturally increased as well. Additionally, Ting's roots could now extend 2 miles away. Consequently, Xiao Chen made a decisive resolution to advance steadily and continually deeper into the wasteland. After spending some time in Dyn City, upon returning to Qngting, he discovered that the areas he had previously cleared were once again teeming with numerous demon beasts. Such is the nature of the wasteland, where the frequency of demon beast replenishment is exceedingly high. There were also 2 newly promoted Huang-level demon beasts that became ideal targets for Ting's training. With a mount, Xiao Chen found traveling much more convenient. Each day, he rode atop Xiao Feng, directing the King demons into battle. Now, Xiao Chen completely regarded Xiao Feng as his spiritual beast. Wang X dared not voice any objections to this. In the first half of the month, Xiao Chen cleared out the surrounding demon beasts once more and even slain 2 Huang-level beasts. Such combat efficiency undoubtedly astonished Wang X. Chapter 21. There is still hope. The vast number of King demons had condensed several hundred meat dumplings. This scene would leave an indelible impression on anyone who witnessed it. In high spirits lately, Xiao Chen directly presented Wang X with 10 bottles of soul power potions. Perhaps taken aback by the unexpected generosity, Wang X felt a surge of emotion. However, upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, his gratitude swiftly transformed into fury. Wang X, you must strive harder to help Xiao Feng break through to the Huang level. Having a Huang-level spiritual beast as a mount is an incredibly impressive feat. The ensuing days became somewhat monotonous, with daily hunts for demon beasts from dawn until dusk. Every half-month, he advanced 2 miles, annihilating all demon beasts in sight, regardless of their strength. Every 2 months, Xiao Chen would ride Xiao Feng back to Dyn City. The primary reasons for returning were to sell a substantial amount of resources and to sell the spiritual leaves. After Ting's advancement, Xiao Chen raised the price significantly. Originally priced at 10 spirit stones per pound, he increased it to 20 spirit stones. XWN had no objections to this price and continued to procure as many as he required. A year later, having consumed a vast quantity of spiritual meat and swallowed a wind-type crystal core, Xiao Feng finally broke through. Naturally, Wang X also became a Huang-level beastmaster. The disparity in the innate talents of spiritual beasts is indeed vast. Xiao Feng's breakthrough was effortless, whereas Ting faced insurmountable challenges. Simultaneously, another King demon advanced to the Huang level. At present, Xiao Chen could be considered well-equipped. The entire Qngting boasted several Huang-level combatants. The number of matured King demons was astonishingly large. Xiao Chen had nurtured this King demon clan for nearly a decade, evolving from a mere few dozen to several hundred. After a year, Wang X gradually adapted to this lifestyle. To his astonishment, he discovered that his rate of improvement had actually accelerated compared to before. He harbored resentment towards Xiao Chen, yet more so, he felt a sense of trepidation. Even now, as a Huang-level beastmaster, he was acutely aware of the gap between himself and Xiao Chen. Those seemingly ordinary King demons possessed a true combat prowess that instilled fear in him. Xiao Chen also learned that Wang X was not a member of the Wang family, alleviating his concerns about potential retaliation from powerful factions. Both he and Wang X faced a common dilemma: how to contract a second spiritual beast. CHNG, I am now also a Huang-level beastmaster. I do not expect you to simply let me go, but I would like to visit the Beastmaster Guild and accept some tasks. The identity token of the Beastmaster Guild was crucial for them. Xiao Chen had completed several Huang-level tasks over the past year, earning considerable rewards. Your request is entirely reasonable, but you must assure me of your trustworthiness. Leave Xiao Feng behind, and you may enter the city alone. If you do not return within the stipulated time, I will kill your spiritual beast. The loss of his first spiritual beast would be unbearable for Wang X. After all this time together, you should understand my nature. I have not intentionally made things difficult for you, but should you cross the line, I will certainly follow through on my words. Hearing this, Wang X felt a wave of relief. He had not anticipated that Xiao Chen would grant his request so readily. It seemed that Xiao Chen was not entirely devoid of compassion. "CHNG, rest assured, I will only enter the city briefly and return promptly." Now that he had an opportunity to enter the city, he would seize more chances in the future. One day, Wang X would regain his freedom. The thought of being a Huang-level beast master filled him with excitement. Wang X truly had no backing. Had he been a member of the Wang family, he would have immediately betrayed Xiao Chen upon entering the city. Unfortunately, aside from some wealth, he possessed nothing. No, he no longer even had that wealth. He had used it all to elevate himself to the status of a Huang-level beastmaster. Clearly, investing heavily in acquiring a Gale Wolf had been an astute decision. Now, his survival depended on having a formidable spiritual beast. Xiao Chen had not anticipated that Wang X would prove to be a promising talent. Initially, there had been little hope, yet in just over a year, this individual had become a Huang-level beastmaster. When his strength was sufficient, he would still be willing to grant Wang X's freedom, not for any other reason, but because Wang X's arrival had brought fortune to Ting. Otherwise, Ting might still be struggling to break through to the Huang level. Once that barrier was crossed, Ting's rate of improvement would significantly accelerate. Although not as rapid as during the ordinary stages, it was still evident that it was steadily advancing. A year later, Ting might very well break through to the second level. Wang X entered the city while Xiao Chen waited 5 miles outside. Clearly, Wang X did not disappoint him. He quickly emerged from the city, brandishing his identity token. To demonstrate his loyalty, Wang X became the third of the DYN7 Tigers. Originally, everything was proceeding smoothly, and Xiao Chen harbored fewer doubts about Wang X. However, unexpectedly, this fellow found himself in trouble without betraying Xiao Chen. From afar, Xiao Chen spotted Wang X sprinting frantically down the main road. Surprisingly, Wang X was quite fast. It was indeed the speed of fleeing for his life. His shoes had already flown off, and his clothes were torn with one sleeve missing. He was in a truly disheveled state, yet his voice rang out loud and clear, indicating he had not sustained any injuries. "Big brother, help me." Xiao Chen understood the situation immediately. This fellow was fleeing for his life. While calling for help, he occasionally turned to shout, "You bastards. What are you so proud of? I am also a Huang-level beastmaster. Just wait, my big brother will not let you off easily." Xiao Chen finally comprehended the reason behind the relentless pursuit of this individual. It was utterly unreasonable that his incessant prattling had not resulted in a severe beating. Swift wind technique. Wang Su bellowed, his speed astonishingly increasing. However, something felt amiss. Had this fellow not awakened the skill known as Eye of the Storm? In an instant, Xiao Chen grasped the situation. This character had miraculously awakened a skill during Xiao Feng's breakthrough. Truly, he had stumbled upon an extraordinary stroke of luck, gaining an additional skill over Xiao Chen. Clearly, this fellow harbored intentions of escape, feigning ignorance despite the awakening of a skill. Fortunately, his desperate situation had compelled him to reveal his true self. Xiao Feng assist. Xiao Chen surmised that Wang Su was the instigator of this predicament, yet he could not abandon him. Wang Su had been remarkably obedient over the past year, and it was unfortunate that he had stirred trouble the moment he was released. It seemed that he had been pent up for too long, unable to restrain himself from uttering something offensive. Tungo engage. Xiao Chen had already discerned the appearance of the two pursuers, one a Huang tier, the other an 8th layer fan tier beastmaster. Such adversaries posed no threat to Xiao Chen. He intended to eliminate them swiftly and depart immediately. Lingering in battle could lead to dire consequences. This encounter unfolded just outside Dian City, and notably, this fellow never targeted the weak with his insults. From the attire of the pursuers, he had identified them as members of the Wang family, one of the 4 prominent families of Dian City. The Wang family was formidable and notoriously domineering. Should they become entangled with them, the repercussions would be immense. With a single command, Xiao Chen set Tungu and Xiao Feng into motion. Their combat experience was extensive, allowing them to effortlessly handle even moving targets. Moreover, the pursuers were so focused on their quarry that they failed to notice the ambush. Accustomed to their tyrannical ways, the Wang family members could hardly conceive that someone would dare to slay their kin at the city gates. Wang Su counterattack. Xiao Chen signaled, and Wang Su immediately responded. Yet, to retaliate so directly, Wang Su dared not disobey Xiao Chen's command and unleashed the Eye of the Storm. Simultaneously, Tungu and Xiao Feng sprang into action, while Xiao Chen teleported toward the enemy. Roots entwine. Spirit Wood Sword Rain. Windblade. Heaven-splitting axe, cleave. The sequence of actions unfolded seamlessly, devoid of any extraneous movements. Within moments, a 2nd layer Huang tier stag and an 8th layer fan tier beastmaster were brutally dispatched. The turn of events transpired too swiftly for the two beast masters to react. Their heads were severed before they even comprehended what had transpired. Wang Su stood in stunned silence, muttering, "Just like that, they were killed?" In the blink of an eye, two heads fell to the ground. A reality he had never anticipated. He had initially thought they would merely be beaten and then allowed to depart, never expecting Xiao Chen to resort to murder. He had not considered that if they had delayed, even slightly, hesitation could have led to their own capture. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and gather your belongings." Thankfully, both of their beast spaces were nearly empty. They swiftly collected their items and mounted Xiao Feng, racing into the endless wilderness. "Big brother, what on earth just happened? You still ask? Do you not realize the magnitude of the trouble you've stirred? The Wang family might deploy a Xian-tier beastmaster. We must flee." Had Xiao Chen not prepared in advance, many details would have remained obscured. Teng Ji's roots could extend 2 miles, allowing him to observe the pursuer's movements. "You truly know how to get me into trouble. If you wish to insult someone, at least choose a weaker opponent. I am unaware of the pursuer's strength. All I know is that they are flying after us." Upon hearing this, Wang Su was drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, Big Brother acted decisively, otherwise, they would truly be doomed. Wang Su felt a rising panic. If they delayed even a moment longer, capture would be inevitable. Safety was not yet guaranteed. Should the pursuers close the distance, there remained a chance, as flying was significantly faster than running. They could only hope the pursuers would pause to investigate the scene of the battle and that they had not slain any significant figures. Xiao Chen had never anticipated that this outing would lead to such turmoil. Indeed, they must be unable to catch up. "Allow me to accelerate Xiao Feng, swift wind technique." Instead of heading directly towards Qing Tung Yuan, Xiao Feng meandered in random directions. After several hours of running without sight of their pursuers, Xiao Chen finally exhaled in relief. "Big brother, is it possible that we overreacted? I wish that were the case. It seems we have remained undetected. Regardless, we must exercise caution in the future and avoid exposing Xiao Feng too often." Wang Su felt utterly helpless. "Big brother, did you not bring Xiao Feng along for a reckless run? In any case, it is wise to be cautious. What if someone witnessed today's battle?" By the time they returned to Qing Tung Yuan, night had fallen. Upon their return, the first order of business was to retrieve the corpses of the two beast masters from the beast space. These two beast master corpses could not be sold. They would be fed directly to Xiao Feng. Tung Ge, dispose of these two beast masters. Leave no trace behind. Wang Su, memorize their appearances thoroughly. Search for any items they may have left behind to confirm their identities. While undertaking these tasks, Xiao Chen felt a twinge of anxiety. His heart sank entirely upon revealing the Huang-tier beastmaster. Wang Hao, a direct descendant of the Wang family, a rising star among the younger generation. The identity and prowess of the other beastmaster were hardly noteworthy. He was merely a subordinate of Wang Hao, a mere second-tier beastmaster. Shouldn't that be inconsequential? Do not overlook that he is scarcely 20 years old, yet possesses such strength. Can you truly deem that insignificant? It was evident that this fellow was feigning ignorance. Wang Su felt a perverse satisfaction at the trouble he had caused Xiao Chen. "I never anticipated this fellow could be so easily provoked. I merely disliked his arrogant demeanor and spoke a few words." Were those merely a few words? Xiao Chen recalled the first time he encountered Wang Su and the unpleasant remarks he had made. "Forget it. We shall leave this matter for now. For the next 6 months, we will avoid Diyan City." Wang Hao's status was considerable, and he possessed numerous valuable items. The soul power potions and materials for cultivating spirit beasts were plentiful. Regrettably, with the master deceased, the contribution points on his person had reset to 0. Wait. Xiao Chen suddenly pondered a crucial issue. While the corpses could be entirely destroyed, it seemed the token could not be dealt with so easily. If left in the beast space, was there a possibility it could be discovered? There were far too many beast masters in this world, each awakening an array of special abilities. If such a powerful identity token could be created, and if long-distance transmission was feasible, could this token also lead to the identification of the culprits? This notion sent a chill down Xiao Chen's spine. "Wang Su, I must venture out once more to retrieve this token." Xiao Chen did not dare to linger, mounting Xiao Feng to depart. "Big brother, what is going on? What do you think? Is this not your mess? I must eliminate all potential threats." Wang Su protested. "How is this my fault? I merely exchanged a few words. You, big brother, are the one who committed murder." The very notion of Xiao Chen's swift and ruthless actions sent shivers down Wang Su's spine. After a year of acquaintance, he had believed Xiao Chen to be less cold-blooded than imagined. Yet today, Xiao Chen left a profound impression on him. "Do not even start." Xiao Chen yearned to deliver a sound thrashing to this fellow. "Guard the home. I shall return to deal with you." Xiao Chen was untroubled about Wang Su's ability to defend the house, for his spirit beast was with him. A beast master without a spirit beast would never dare to roam recklessly. "Cursed be it, if you are so powerful, Why not contract him out? After Xiao Chen walked away, Wang Su dared to curse at the air. While cursing, he also kept an eye on the spirit silkworms scattered across the ground. Having undergone a transformation, these spirit silkworms could be sold for a decent sum the second time around. Over the past year, Wang Su had been responsible for their care. Initially, there were only 1,000 spirit silkworms, but now their numbers had exceeded 10,000 after such a lengthy period of development. Xiao Chen had promised Wang Su that he would receive 30% of the profits from the spirit silkworms in the future. With nothing else to do, Wang Su had now taken the breeding of spirit silkworms as his career. Once he had more freedom, he planned to purchase some slaves in the city, allowing him to earn substantial profits without lifting a finger. With thoughts of the endless supply of green vine leaves and the daily hunting of spirit beasts by these vine demons, Wang Su suddenly felt there was hope in this endeavor. Chapter 22. Consider this place your home. Little Wind's speed was remarkable in the night. Xiao Chen rode Little Wind swiftly for quite some time. He was uncertain how far he had traveled, merely following a rough path along the boundary between the common and yellow-tier spirit beasts. Indeed, Xiao Chen had not anticipated that this boundary would form a circular ring centered around the Yin City. Traveling in a straight line meant he might have already entered the territory of yellow-tier spirit beasts. To his surprise, he spotted a river ahead. Xiao Chen had never realized there could be a river in the wilderness. The river was not particularly wide, about 10 zhang across. At Little Wind's speed, he could potentially leap over it. This was Xiao Chen's first encounter with a river, and naturally, he was filled with curiosity. Under the night sky, the river flowed quietly, its surface shimmering with light, surrounded by tranquility. In that moment, Xiao Chen found the place serene and beautiful, completely unaware of the looming dangers beneath his feet. Not being his spirit beast, Little Wind could not truly synchronize with his thoughts. Little Wind, how about we move our home here? I truly adore this environment. Xiao Chen remarked. Are you fatigued from running? It seems your legs are trembling. It was the perfect moment for Little Wind to rest. Xiao Chen jumped down from Little Wind's back and took out a large piece of spirit meat. Naturally, he did not intend to roast it in such a place. He effortlessly drew the Kai Tian axe and made an incision in the spirit meat, then concealed the identity token within the substantial piece of spirit meat. This spirit meat was not ordinary. It was of yellow-tier quality. Any spirit beast encountering such a delicacy would devour it in one bite. Vine Brother, use your roots to deliver this spirit meat to a place where a yellow-tier spirit beast can consume it. We shall wait here for a few days to see if anything extraordinary transpires. At this point, Xiao Chen still could not comprehend why this area was so eerily quiet. He had not considered whether scheming against a yellow-tier spirit beast was inappropriate. Nor did he realize that, in some shadowy corner, a pair of eyes was observing him. Where on earth is Xiao Chen? As a spirit beast, the intuition of the Vine Demon was far superior. The moment Vine Brother appeared, he felt an oppressive force. This could very well be our future sanctuary, with the vine courtyard situated by the riverbank. He had never encountered such a splendid location before. A luxurious residence by the riverside. If there was a river, surely there would be fish. One could expect water monsters and spirit fish to be plentiful. He pondered whether capturing spirit beasts from the water would prove significantly more challenging. Not only did he scheme, but he also intended to seize another's territory. A powerful intent was about to erupt. This frail human was indeed overstepping his bounds. Xiao Chen, keep a low profile. Do not verbalize your thoughts. Communicate with me through mental transmission. The cautious demeanor of Vine Brother was unfamiliar to Xiao Chen, and his careful speech seemed quite out of character. Was this truly the fearless and audacious Vine Brother? Vine Brother, you have seen much of the world now. Why the excessive caution? We are not deep in the wilderness. If any spirit beast dares to show itself, we can simply deal with it. Over the years, Xiao Chen had not faced any significant crises and had grown somewhat arrogant. Indeed, he still had not opted for mental transmission, instead voicing his genuine thoughts. My ancestor, could you kindly be quiet? Why should I remain silent? Xiao Chen was not without vigilance. However, if the opponent was overwhelmingly powerful, it erased his already limited sense of danger. Have you not noticed that Little Wind has not uttered a single word? Right now, I cannot even emit a mental wave. I can only communicate with you through thought. Do you not realize there is something amiss here? Xiao Chen felt exasperated. I merely spent a brief time in the spirit beast space. And you have caused such a great calamity. It seemed that Xiao Chen was the one in need of protection. Even he, though not the sharpest, began to understand the situation. Are you suggesting that a certain formidable creature has emerged from the depths of the wilderness? Is it possible that you have ventured into the heart of the wilderness? How far have you traveled? Xiao Chen genuinely did not know how far he had run. Perhaps just under half a day. I was running along the edge. Vine Brother was somewhat exasperated. How did you suddenly become so dull? At little wind speed, running for half a day would cover several hundred miles. A few hundred miles is not an issue. I was truly skirting the edge. If there were danger, Would I act recklessly? Xiao Chen valued his life above all. He calculated every detail meticulously. You must have taken a wrong direction. This is absolutely impossible. The air is thick with the presence of high-tier spirit beasts, and you dare claim it is impossible? Little Wind was silent, yet it only ran faster. Could it be that it was frightened and is fleeing? Furthermore, did you not instruct Little Wind not to speak at random? Indeed, Xiao Chen was a person who cherished tranquility. Even the mental waves of spirit beasts were something he preferred not to hear. He regarded Little Wind merely as a mode of transportation, never considering that he might truly encounter danger. Excellent. Very good. Your analysis may indeed hold some truth. After Vine Brother's breakthrough, his intelligence had significantly increased. It was evident that these two spirit beasts had been directly suppressed by a certain entity. They could not even speak, indicating that they had encountered a creature against which they could offer no resistance. Vine Brother, have you located that creature? If we can identify it, it implies that our strengths are not so disparate, and we need not be so fearful. How unfortunate I am to have you as my master. For the first time, Xiao Chen felt disdain from Vine Brother. He was no longer focused on identifying the problem. He needed to overcome the current predicament first. In just a moment, Xiao Chen analyzed the situation clearly. He had likely strayed into the depths of the endless wilderness. Presently, they were being watched by a formidable spirit beast, at least of mid to late yellow tier caliber. The abilities of spirit beasts were varied and extraordinary. It was entirely normal for some to be adept at concealment. Regardless of whether a formidable creature truly lurked there, he would proceed as if it did. Xiao Chen endeavored to maintain his composure and cautiously glanced around. The scene remained tranquil, yet he sensed an ominous atmosphere. Haha, esteemed elder, my earlier comments were merely jest. This is a unique form of humor among us humans, which you might not comprehend. I have long known this is your territory. Your discerning eye has chosen a splendid location. I merely paused to admire this treasure I chanced upon. While speaking, Xiao Chen placed the prepared spirit meat bait into the spirit beast space. Xiao Chen uttered a few words, yet the surroundings remained enveloped in silence, devoid of any response. In the dead of night, I shall not disturb the tranquility of my esteemed elder. I take my leave. He prepared to flee on his steed, Xiaofeng. However, Xiaofeng appeared as if petrified, standing motionless, unable to take a single step. A wave of bitterness washed over Xiao Chen's heart. Was his escape thwarted today? Haha. It seems the elder's hospitality is indeed overwhelming, wishing to keep us as guests. I truly cannot impose further upon the elder. Perhaps it is best to take my leave now? Still, there was no sound. This silence instilled a sense of dread within Xiao Chen. He could not sense the presence of that being, heightening his unease. Enough of this charade. I know you are lurking in the shadows. To speak candidly, I am lost and stumbled upon this place by mere happenstance. Xiao Chen ceased to feign ignorance and laid his cards on the table. After all, reasoning with a beast was futile. No explanation would suffice. Brother Tongue, extend your roots swiftly. I shall employ the wood release technique when the time comes. Do you think I desire this? In the presence of such a formidable entity, it is prudent to remain passive and await fate's decree. This is the nature of demonic beasts, possessing a rigid hierarchy. Xiao Chen, however, did not share this sentiment. He needed to devise a means of self-preservation. You remain silent. Do you? Then allow me to inform you that I indeed intend to use this piece of spiritual flesh to hunt a formidable creature. Beasts below the heavenly tier can be easily dispatched. At this moment, Xiao Chen boasted, yet the entity concealed in the shadows remained utterly still. When did demonic beasts become so patient? This was the first time Xiao Chen encountered such a creature. Had it not been for the odd behavior of his two spiritual beasts, he would have doubted the very existence of this beast. Even if it were fierce and grotesque, Xiao Chen could accept it. What does it mean to hide in silence at such an hour? Had he possessed the strength to fight, he would have erupted long ago. Now, he was on the verge of a breakdown. What on earth do you mean? Are you merely lurking in the shadows, pretending to be profound? If you dare, come forth and face me. Regardless of your tier, I fear you not. As he spoke, Xiao Chen's voice unconsciously diminished significantly. This was because he truly perceived something stirring. In the darkness, two luminous points emerged, bright and spirited. Those were eyes. Had the beast opened them? Indeed, Xiao Chen could only see a pair of profound eyes. Nothing more. What manner of beast is this, capable of merging entirely with the night, indistinguishable from the shadows? Had it not been for those glowing eyes, Xiao Chen would never have discovered its presence. Sensing the faint aura, Xiao Chen began to form a judgment. This beast likely did not possess overwhelming strength. It was probably of the yellow tier. Why then did a yellow tier beast exude such formidable pressure? A flash of insight struck Xiao Chen's mind, prompting a speculation. Could it be that this beast possessed extraordinary innate talent? Only beasts with exceptionally high innate abilities can exert such dominance over their peers. It is not merely a matter of being 1 or 2 tiers higher. This creature lurking in the shadows could very well possess the talent of the king tier. As this possibility dawned upon him, Xiao Chen's breath quickened. Indeed, this was the only conceivable explanation, regardless of the beast's approach. Xiao Chen hastily rummaged through his knowledge of beast taming within his mind. High-tier beasts can conceal themselves within the darkness. To devise a countermeasure, one must first ascertain the nature of the opponent. This last-minute effort was indeed far too hasty. Fortunately, the beast did not strike immediately. Instead, it regarded Xiao Chen with curiosity. Human, did you just claim this territory as your own? If you intend to make this your home, then where shall my home be relocated? A ghostly voice echoed in Xiao Chen's ears. Yes, it was a voice, not merely a mental projection. This beast could articulate human speech. A highly advanced beast, indeed. The ability to communicate is not a misfortune. At the very least, it allows for a delay of time. Haha, I was merely jesting. Surely, esteemed elder, you are aware that humans delight in humor. Xiao Chen could not dwell on this matter. He needed to swiftly redirect the conversation. Just as your shadow clan prefers to conceal themselves in the darkness. Haha. Chapter 23. I hold value. The Shadow Clan is but one of many branches among the demonic beasts, akin to the Undead Clan and the plant-type beasts. Shadow Demon Wolves, Shadow Poison Scorpions, and Shadow Spirit Foxes are among the most common members of the Shadow Clan. Xiao Chen was fortunate. In his moment of desperation, he rummaged through his knowledge and finally unearthed the information he sought within his beast-taming scriptures. The strengths of the Shadow Clan are not to be underestimated, especially as they can blend into the darkness, granting them a significant advantage in nocturnal battles. The varieties of demonic beasts are indeed diverse. Xiao Chen currently knows less than a fraction of their kinds. It appears he must diligently study daily, gradually assimilating the knowledge contained within the beast-taming scriptures. Being targeted by the Shadow Clan in the dark of night is a truly harrowing experience, particularly with this Shadow Clan member, whose voice bore no hint of emotional fluctuation, making Xiao Chen feel as though he were conversing with the Grim Reaper. Understanding that the Shadow Clan cannot guarantee one's survival, human, you must be aware of our characteristics. Xiao Chen recalled the descriptions of the Shadow Clan in his beast-taming scriptures. The Shadow Clan, born hunters, a group endowed with innate skills, indeed a formidable force. Xiao Chen realized there would be no opportunity for escape. Haha, you shall not kill me, for you are not an ordinary member of the Shadow Clan. Xiao Chen feigned calmness as those bright eyes drew closer. He pondered what value he possessed that might save his life. Even if he could not think of anything, he would strive to buy time. Even an extra second of life is precious. As a king among shadows, have you truly fallen to such depths? Do you not contemplate returning? Indeed, Xiao Chen was entirely guessing. The rationale was simple. Such a tier of beast should not be found here. Even if one ventured several hundred miles deeper into the wilderness, this creature should not appear. Unable to see the opponent's form, he could only rely on conjecture. The scriptures described several types of shadow beasts, one of which was particularly detailed. The shadow demon leopard, the king of the night, a swift predator, a pinnacle existence among wind-tier beasts. The shadow demon leopard possesses innate talent above the heavenly tier, with no upper limit. This description portrays such a beast as one of the most elite among demonic beasts in existence. Perhaps only such a powerful creature could instill a sense of hopelessness in his two spiritual beasts even at the yellow tier. Indeed, when Xiao Chen voiced this thought, the shadow halted. It seemed surprised. You have discerned my origins? This statement further solidified Xiao Chen's suspicions. At this moment, right or wrong, he had to take a gamble. The shadow demon leopard ought to dwell deep within the energy-rich wilderness. Your presence here is exceedingly conspicuous. Therefore, encountering me today is fortuitous for you. If you had crossed paths with other formidable humans, consider the consequences. Should a profound-tier beast tamer pass through here, they would surely be overjoyed to encounter such a high-tier spiritual beast. Xiao Chen spoke with unwavering conviction, as though he truly beheld the creature's form. The shadow demon leopard possesses profound intelligence. Having seen additional descriptions of the shadow demon leopard, Xiao Chen felt somewhat reassured. The higher the intelligence, the better. The more astute the beast, the less likely it is to act impulsively. As long as it can weigh the pros and cons, a dialogue might still be feasible. If it were an ordinary demonic beast, it would have lunged forward and torn him apart by now. It is impossible. You have not discerned my form. Everything is merely conjecture on your part. Indeed, it is a high-tier demonic beast, having seen through Xiao Chen's falsehood. Unbeknownst to him, the creature was currently gazing into his eyes. In its gaze, there existed only a full moon. There was no shadowy demon leopard to be seen. This knowledge was inherent since its birth. The reflections of prey could be observed in its eyes. Brother, do not be anxious. Regardless of whether I can perceive your appearance, my words remain rooted in truth, do they not? You are currently faced with adversity, and I am able to assist you. That is what truly matters. Xiao Chen dared not move, having sensed the breath of the beast. You, a mere human capable of binding only 2 low-tier spirit beasts. Do you truly believe your words are credible? The shadowy demon leopard had overestimated him. He had only contracted a single Qing Tung Yao. Brother, proving this is not as difficult as it seems. We can indeed collaborate. With my aid, you shall surely grow swiftly. The exalted shadowy demon leopard found it intolerable to seek assistance from a feeble human. How could it accept such a notion? What folly is this, relying on you? This sentiment was laced with disdain and contempt. First, consider whether there are any adversaries you cannot defeat. I will assist you in eliminating one. Furthermore, I can provide you with transformation elixirs and all the resources necessary for cultivating spirit beasts in the human realm. At this moment, Xiao Chen disregarded all caution and was willing to agree to any terms. With your meager strength, are you capable of slaying a high-tiered demonic beast? You stand to lose nothing. Why not give it a try? Grant me a month. No, 10 days, and I shall ensure your desires are fulfilled. The notion of Xiao Chen aiding it in slaying was clearly met with skepticism. Do you truly possess transformation elixirs? The shadowy demon leopard was indeed aware of such treasures worth 300,000 spirit stones per vial. Naturally, have you not observed my spirit beast? A nondescript Qing Tung Yao has been cultivated to this level. Presently, Tung Gu was indeed extraordinary. In the eyes of the shadowy demon leopard, Tung Gu amounted to nothing. Yet among many Qing Tung Yao, it was an exceptional being. After pondering for a moment, the shadowy demon leopard spoke slowly. You claim you can help me slay a demonic beast. Can this include a Xian-tier demonic beast? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nearly wept. Only possessing Huang-tier strength. Do you not know your own limitations? How dare you covet a Xian-tier demonic beast? Though he cursed inwardly, his expression remained resolute. Yes, it is absolutely possible. Do not speak of Xian-tier. You could even have the chance to slay a D-tier demonic beast. The shadowy demon leopard fell silent, and Xiao Chen beheld a black claw manifest before him. Only the luminescent claw was visible. The rest of its form remained shrouded in darkness. The claw did not approach it, but instead reached for that piece of spiritual flesh. A shimmering jade token appeared in its grasp, and after scrutinizing it for a while, it inquired, "Is this the token you wish to use? Is this insufficient? It seems to be something rather special. However, placing the token within the flesh for consumption. Are you not foolish? If a Huang-tier demonic beast lacks this level of vigilance, it would have perished long ago." Well, Xiao Chen had indeed not contemplated such intricacies. His sole intention was to find a secluded spot to dispose of this identity token. It mattered little what demonic beast consumed it. As long as he was not targeted by the Wang family, it would not pose a significant issue. Yes, I lack experience. It was a rare opportunity to acquire a token, and he felt a sense of urgency. The shadowy demon leopard contemplated briefly before stating, "I will capture a Huang-tier demonic beast and compel it to consume this spiritual flesh along with the token. Afterward, I shall drive that beast into that one's territory." Xiao Chen had to concede that this creature's method was far more reliable. The intellect of high-tier demonic beasts was indeed impressive. A mere human held no advantage in wit before it. Comparatively, Xiao Chen preferred interacting with those Qing Tung Yao. Brother Shadow, you are indeed a born hunter. This tactic is truly masterful. It was uncertain whether the demonic beast would be lured, but Xiao Chen did not dwell on it, showering compliments for now. Human, do not say I have not afforded you an opportunity. Whether that vile creature will take the bait, I cannot say. If it succeeds, I shall spare your life. Should it fail, and you recklessly intrude upon my territory, we shall settle the score accordingly. In matters of reckoning, it was naturally one's life that was the currency. This was the simplicity and purity of how demonic beasts navigated relationships. Yet what could Xiao Chen do? He did not dare utter a single dissenting word. To encounter such a tier of demonic beast at the outskirts of the wilderness was an utterly astonishing occurrence that he had stumbled upon. When dawn broke the next day, Xiao Chen finally beheld the visage of the shadowy demon leopard. The shadowy demon leopard was agile and lithe, akin to a specter in the night. Its body was long and taut, with smooth muscle lines that harbored boundless strength and speed. Its fur was as black as ink, shimmering with a mysterious luster under the faintest light, as if capable of devouring all illumination. Its head was small and exquisite, with eyes resembling 2 glimmering gems of cold light, deep and sharp, exuding an aura of ruthless indifference. When its pupils constricted, they became as tiny as needle points, sending chills down one's spine. Yet when it fixated on prey, its pupils would expand, as if capable of perceiving all. This enigmatic and perilous sensation was most acutely felt by Xiao Chen, for this formidable being now lay merely a couple of yards before him. Xiao Chen was so frightened that he dared not move an inch, fearing he might provoke this creature. He contemplated several escape strategies, but upon recalling the creature's terrifying speed, he had no choice but to abandon them. Xiao Chen surmised that this creature was likely at the late stage of Huang tier. However, its innate talent was exceptional. He believed it could engage in combat beyond its tier against Xian tier demonic beasts. Such a formidable power was utterly helpless. Escape was beyond his reach. Tenggu, you too are Huang tier now. You are truly of little use. It was entirely normal not to be able to contend. He saw Tenggu so frightened that it dared not move. Where was the brave Tenggu that once charged into battle? What can I do? I do not wish for this either. Out of instinct, facing such an opponent, it could not muster the courage to resist. Since there is nothing pressing these days, you should gradually adapt. You may encounter powerful demonic beasts in the future, and you must learn to acclimatize. Perhaps, with frequent contact with such formidable demonic beasts, nothing would remain a problem. I am already in the process of adapting. Moreover, I must tell you that this place can be considered a treasure ground. Give me a few more days, and I might just break through to the second layer. It was uncertain how far its root system extended, nonetheless. Tenggu seemed to have found something that excited it. Indeed, you have managed to find opportunities even in such times. A year of effort to break through one tier is quite commendable. Experiencing the territory of the Demon King was, in fact, feasible. It was exceptionally quiet here, and no demonic beast dared to intrude. The efficiency of the shadowy demon leopard in carrying out tasks was remarkably high. It completed everything within half an hour of leaving in the morning. Next, it was naturally a matter of waiting for the decree of fate. Whether he would survive truly rested on luck. He could only hope that the token would indeed draw the Wang family members, and that they would not disappoint him. The days of waiting were unbearably long and arduous. With life and death in the balance, he felt as though he awaited the knife poised to fall from above. Xiao Chen was never one to speak much, but such a quiet atmosphere was indeed discomforting. Ultimately, he could not restrain himself from speaking. Brother, the Qing Yao you captured is still alive. Why not let my spirit beast lend a hand? Now, beside Xiao Chen lay the trembling Xiao Feng. Beside Xiao Feng stood a recently captured Qing, a yellow-tier demon beast. One could say that Xiao Chen indeed wished to lend a hand. After all, slaying a yellow-tier demon beast would allow him to complete a task for a single kill. The shadow demon leopard opened its eyes and cast a glance at Xiao Chen, inquiring, "Is this brother someone you should be addressing?" Xiao Chen, feeling quite awkward, replied, "Naturally not. Should I call you Leopard Go instead?" The shadow demon leopard seemed to tacitly accept this title and closed its eyes once more. "Leopard Go, would you like assistance with your hunt? While our human strength is lacking, we are quite capable of handling these ingredients. Being right by the river makes cleaning and barbecuing incredibly convenient. Since you aren't speaking, I shall take it as your agreement. I seek nothing in return, merely wishing for Leopard Gu to enjoy a delightful meal." Xiao Chen, indeed a somewhat greedy individual, was still contemplating whether he could gain some advantage in such a situation. The task of slaying must be fulfilled, and naturally, the nutrients for Tenggu needed to be resolved as well. Leopard Gu should indulge in the finest meat. Scraps and blood should not be served to him. Xiao Chen's reasoning was quite sound. Given Leopard Gu's status, he deserved nothing but the best. Qing Tong, clear away these impurities so they do not disturb Leopard Gu's slumber. Xiao Chen took up the axe, slicing meat and barbecuing. To be honest, Xiao Chen's skills in barbecuing were rather mediocre. He struggled to control the heat. However, since Leopard Gu was accustomed to raw meat, a rough roast would suffice. The spirit beast space contained seasonings, which were certainly not used by ordinary demon beasts. Xiao Chen busied himself for nearly half a day, and only after he had finished barbecuing over 100 pounds of prime meat did he dare to rest. Throughout this time, Leopard Gu had not uttered a single word. For Xiao Chen, this was a fortunate circumstance. As long as there were no objections, he interpreted it as consent. High-tier demon beasts could indeed be this quiet. After consuming over 100 pounds of spirit meat, Leopard Gu had yet to say a word. Moreover, he did not waste anything, gnawing on the bones as well. Seeing his efforts met with no disdain, Xiao Chen felt justified. Truly, the wisdom of the ancestors held true. When there is work to be done, do it. Previously, Xiao Chen had been too lazy to even tidy up Qing Teng Yuan. Now, in order to survive, he was exceedingly diligent. While Leopard Gu was present, he dared not make a sound, but once Leopard Gu ventured out to hunt, Xiao Chen and the two spirit beasts swiftly sprang into action. Chapter 24. What is your name? After a hunting excursion, returning to a cozy and tidy home, to prove his worth, Xiao Chen was determined to give it his all. Tenggu, arrange this place to resemble Qing Teng Yuan. Ensure Leopard Gu's stay is comfortable. The vines in this direction must be dense to block the scorching sun during the day. Leave a gap here so Leopard Gu can gaze upon the moonlight. Xiao Feng, use your wind techniques to blow away the leaves and dust. I also have a batch of spirit silkworm silk. Let us prepare a more comfortable bed for Leopard Gu. In his efforts to curry favor with Leopard Go, Xiao Chen was indeed investing heavily. Today, Leopard G's hunting time was rather prolonged, likely due to the decent flavor of yesterday's barbecued meat, as he returned dragging 2 yellow-tier demon beasts. Xiao Chen repeatedly instructed that for the meat to remain fresh, it would be best to slay these demon beasts on the spot. The one wielding the blade would naturally be Tung Go. The yellow-tier slaying task could indeed be completed in this manner. Leopard Go would enjoy the finest fare, while Tung Go and Xiao Feng could feast on the leftovers. To ensure his survival, Xiao Chen was wholly devoted. However, the results seemed somewhat disappointing. Or rather, the outcome was far from satisfactory. Human, what have you done? A tremendous roar reverberated throughout the surroundings, the furious voice causing the earth to tremble. Hearing this murderous tone, Xiao Chen felt a wave of anxiety. He had done nothing wrong. Leopard Go, you have returned. Welcome home. At this moment, Xiao Chen was genuinely flustered, yet he mustered the strength to appear composed. Haha. I noticed your living conditions were rather modest, so I tidied up a bit for you. Who authorized you to take such liberties? Do not think that just because you can roast a few pieces of meat, you can act as you please. If you do not provide an explanation, I shall not wait 10 days. I will end your life today. The chilling aura of imminent death sent shivers down Xiao Chen's spine. He had no doubt that this immensely powerful demon beast could tear him apart at any moment. An explanation was imperative. Xiao Chen found himself at a loss for words. Pondering what he could say, with no justification, he had to concoct some reasoning. Leopard Go, what a magnificent being you are, akin to the bright moon in the sky. Far too dazzling among these demon beasts. While this should be a cause for celebration, sometimes being excessively outstanding can be a fault. Before providing his explanation, Xiao Chen offered a series of compliments. Leopard Go, you see, should a formidable presence pass through here, they would undoubtedly notice you at first glance. Thus, I believe it would be wise for you to maintain a low profile, at least until your strength has grown. His somewhat tenuous explanation. Yet such words were always pleasing to hear. Do you think I am too ostentatious? No, Leopard Go is naturally exceedingly low-key. However, some beings are inherently favored by destiny. Their mere existence is a form of flaunting. As for the Qing Tung demon, it is so ordinary that it can temporarily obscure your brilliance. Xiao Chen was certain that this creature had enemies, and formidable ones at that. Otherwise, it would not have ventured to such a remote place. If it wished to avoid attention, then indeed, he believed it necessary for Leopard Go to temper his radiance. As he spoke, Xiao Chen guided Leopard Go into Qing Tung Yuan. Leopard Go, please take a seat. Though the arrangement had been somewhat rushed, Qing Tung Yuan still exuded an elegant charm. This was Xiao Chen's home for several years, and Tung Go could restore it in an instant. When the shadow demon leopard settled onto the bed made of silkworm silk and soft grass, its eyes sparkled momentarily. Given the current circumstances, this was the best temporary resting place. In due time, I shall procure a better arrangement for you. With your strength, enduring the blazing sun is surely no concern. However, having something to shield you from the sun is always beneficial. Residing here will not impede your view of the surrounding scenery, while also deterring any unwelcome intruders. Xiao Chen led Leopard Go on a tour of Qing Tung Yuan, introducing dozens of commonly used features. Gradually, Leopard G's temper began to soothe, and it even nodded occasionally. Leopard Go, the most crucial matter is for you to elevate your strength rapidly. This Qing Tung Yuan not only provides you with an utterly serene and undisturbed environment, but with Qing Tung and Xiao Feng's assistance, others will remain oblivious to your presence. At that time, I shall devise a way to procure some resources for you, and I am confident you shall soar to great heights. Leopard Go remained as aloof as ever, uttering only a few words. However, it did not refute Xiao Chen's statements. For Xiao Chen, this was already the best outcome. Clearly, the creature was skeptical of him, yet as long as he could still be of assistance, there remained a chance for survival. It was hard to fathom that as a beastmaster, he had been reduced to the role of a chef. Thankfully, the rewards were indeed fruitful. Slay 2 yellow-tier demon beasts. Achieving the kill of 2 yellow-tier demon beasts in a single day was quite commendable. Compared to before, this was a marked improvement. Tung Go was particularly pleased, as it managed to procure some scraps and discovered a rich spot for cultivation. Xiao Chen, I believe I have discerned that beneath the river lies fertile soil. Other areas are inhabited by formidable water demons, of which I am wary. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to find a way to remain here for a while longer. The growth of plant-type demon beasts necessitates an abundance of nutrients, and discovering such a location is exceedingly rare. What precisely is this fertile soil? In essence, it is soil capable of effortlessly supplying a large quantity of yellow-tier demon beasts. I understand. So it is essentially fertilizer of yellow-tier quality? Indeed, that is precisely the sentiment. If that vicious individual were to reside here, the benefits would surely elude me. Brother Tung has always enjoyed favorable fortune, occasionally stumbling upon opportunities for growth. As long as I remain alive, it seems I shall not escape in the near future. After a few days of familiarization, let us venture to the river and see if we can catch some plump fish. Brother Ting's roots are adept at capturing fish. And if we could ensnare a Huangjia Lingyu, it would be quite delightful. Xiao Chen, have you ever contemplated establishing our home here in the future? My kin would undoubtedly reap significant advantages upon their arrival. Xiao Chen has likely discerned their current location, approximately 300 to 400 miles from Dian City. It can be said that this area lies beyond the influence of Dian City, constituting a part of the endless wilderness. Various Huangjia demon beasts roam here, and in several locales, even Xuangjia demon beasts make their abode. The wilderness stretches infinitely, and their current position can be considered a relatively barren part of the wasteland. However, for Xiao Chen and his companions, this place suffices. Do you think I do not wish to claim this land? Unfortunately, I am unable to overpower them. For now, it is prudent to seek out advantages rather than territorial claims. In the days that follow, Xiao Chen must prepare sustenance for Brother Bao. His standards are exceedingly high. Only the finest provisions shall suffice for Brother Bao. At times, he only takes half of a demon beast's spiritual flesh, with the surplus benefiting 2 spirit beasts. Naturally, Brother Bao, possessing such high intelligence, quickly perceives Xiao Chen's intentions. However, he does not mind. With Huangjia demon beasts abounding, capturing some is exceedingly easy. He could even drive an entire clan of Huangjia demon beasts to this location. Once Brother Tung extended his roots, Xiao Chen gained a profound understanding of this place. Beyond the confines of Dian City, this truly is the dominion of demon beasts. They are everywhere, an innumerable multitude of them. This region harbors both Huangjia and Fangjia demon beasts, each category roughly comprising half of the populace. Occasionally, Brother Tung would devise a means to hunt 1 or 2 weaker demon beasts, indiscriminately slaying both Huangjia and Fangjia alike, partly to fulfill Xiao Chen's seemingly endless assassination task. Xiao Chen remains unaware of the whereabouts of the token, nor does he comprehend whom Brother Bao intends to scheme against. On the 7th day, Brother Bao suddenly leaped from the Qing Tung garden, gazing toward a valley ahead. Xiao Chen, filled with curiosity, also cast his gaze toward the mountains, though he discerned nothing. Brother Bao, however, bore a look of delight, peering and listening intently. Ha ha, that long serpent is likely nearing its end. Human, why does that token attract powerful humans? Xiao Chen cannot see or hear, yet upon Brother Bao's revelation, he understands the situation. Indeed, the Wang family has come knocking. The members of the Wang family have truly arrived. They are finally here. Xiao Chen lets out a sigh of relief. Is his life now safeguarded? Regarding a demon beast with such high intelligence, Xiao Chen resolves to speak candidly. There exists a prominent family in Dian City, known as the Wang family. I have slain one of their core descendants. This token belonged to that individual, and naturally, they would seek to uncover the murderer. Upon reaching this place, the Wang family members must be quite disheartened. Evidently, finding the culprit will prove challenging. Surely, those humans would not venture here. This is not their territory, and they would not conduct large-scale searches. Xiao Chen harbors some hope that the Wang family truly discovers this location, as their attention would likely be directed toward this shadow demon leopard. Human, you are correct. I must conceal myself. Were it not for my deliberate suppression of my aura and the cover provided by these vines, I would indeed be easily exposed. If those human powerhouses were to appear nearby, the shadow demon leopard would certainly be at risk of exposure. Human, what is your name again? This chef has diligently prepared meals for several days, and now he inquires for the first time. I am Xiao Chen, of the human race. You have fulfilled half of your promise. That long serpent shall not live. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen hastily inquires, what do you mean by half fulfilled? Assist me in dealing with that long serpent, and I shall spare your life. This transaction is thus sealed. However, you previously mentioned aiding me in obtaining the Xiao Hualingya. That matter remains unresolved. This implies that while he may avoid death, he is yet to gain his freedom. Brother Bao, with your esteemed status, your words ought to hold weight, should they not? Indeed, they are binding. That is your own promise. Xiao Chen truly wishes to slap himself. Why did he make such commitments? Xiao Chen, rest assured, I shall also reciprocate. Soon, those humans should be departing with that long serpent. I, too, must procure what I require. It appears Brother Bao's primary objective is not merely to slay that Xuangjia demon beast, but to acquire something safeguarded by it. The valley lies 10 miles distant, yet Brother Bao's speed is remarkable, and he shall reach it shortly. At this juncture, Xiao Chen retrieves his identity token and informs Wang Su of the general circumstances here. The identity token allows for remote message transmission. With a swift motion, Brother Bao departs, allowing Xiao Chen a moment of respite. At least he need not fear for his life. Acquiring the Xiao Hualingya for Brother Bao is not an insurmountable task. Brother Tung, with such a formidable demon beast at our disposal, should we not consider collaborating with it? We must fulfill our mission, and with its assistance, our efficiency would surely escalate significantly. The task rewards are substantial, and we could potentially utilize a portion for resource procurement. Let us first cultivate a rapport with it. Perhaps a discussion may ensue later. Should negotiations fail, we shall have to devise an escape plan. Regrettably, Luo Cheng and the others lack the strength to contend with this demon beast. Otherwise, we could seek aid from our elder brother. It remains uncertain whether the Wang family's predicament is entirely resolved. One can only hope for no lingering repercussions. Xiao Chen contemplates future endeavors, pondering whether he might leverage Brother Bao's power to secure a contract spirit beast for himself. Naturally, this requires earning Brother Bao's trust. Thus, for the foreseeable future, Xiao Chen shall dedicate himself to serving this esteemed being diligently. Upon a towering mountain, Brother Bao observes through the foliage as two humans ride upon a flying demon beast. Hastening toward Dine City, two humans and two Xuanjia demon beasts barely manage to vanquish that long serpent. Their prowess seems rather lacking. The shadow demon leopard muses before swiftly descending to the ground. Today, I shall break through to the Xuanjia. One day, I shall return to the 10,000 Great Mountains. This land once belonged to a powerful serpent demon, a Xuanjia fire-scaled python of the 6th tier. Many 6th-tier demon beasts ascend to superior realms. Yet this serpent has remained for a reason. It is evident that this fire-scaled python reigns supreme in the vicinity, with no demon beast daring to encroach upon its territory. When the shadow demon leopard arrives, the surroundings fall eerily silent. A few high-quality spiritual herbs have been taken by that group of humans, leaving only common fan-tier herbs behind. Having scoured the area, it is likely that nothing of value remains. The shadow demon leopard, however, is not in search of mere herbs. It meticulously investigates a spacious cave. Ultimately, it halts before a stone wall, exclaiming, "Such a well-concealed hiding place. Were I not of the Shadow clan, I might never have discovered it." With that declaration, the shadow demon leopard extends its sharp claws and strikes fiercely against the stone wall. The seemingly impervious rock yields before its claws like soft clay, utterly defenseless. The stone wall was indeed formidable. After digging for over a yard, the shadow magical leopard finally ceased its efforts. To its surprise, the base of the stone wall revealed not soil, but a profound black hole. The massive form of the shadow magical leopard vanished from sight, concealed within the dark abyss. Chapter 25. Who would believe it? This was an unparalleled darkness, an absence of light that could not be adequately described. It seemed as though this black passage absorbed all illumination. The dark chasm resembled an abyss, chilling to the bone and steeped in mystery. Any ordinary individual encountering such a void would undoubtedly refrain from gazing too long. Only a creature of the shadow tribe, like the shadow magical leopard, could leap into this inky passage without trepidation. Perhaps it had been thousands of years, or even tens of thousands, since one of the Shadow clan's descendants had discovered this place. A faint thought emanated from the depths of the cave, its voice frail, yet remarkably clear. The shadow magical leopard remained unfazed, as if it had anticipated this occurrence. "Indeed, it was you who summoned me, as a member of the Shadow clan. I have come to meet my esteemed predecessor." Clearly, the shadow magical leopard was on high alert, sensing that this place might harbor a significant opportunity, or potentially a great peril. "The ability to respond to my call indicates your exceptional prowess. I did not expect a member of the leopard clan from the Shadow tribe. Perhaps this is fate." The tone of the voice revealed no hint of joy or sorrow. "Predecessor, are you on the verge of death?" The shadow magical leopard inquired directly, perhaps indicative of the straightforward manner in which magical beasts communicate. "Indeed, I am merely clinging to the last vestiges of life." The voice, though weak, remained steady. The speaker had likely come to terms with life and death. "Did you summon me to assist in collecting your remains?" "Yes, that is indeed one of my intentions. I can only directly bury this cavern, marking it as your final resting place. The task itself is not complicated. Besides this, I have matters to discuss with you. Or rather, I offer you a choice, one that may lead you along an extraordinary path of growth. Of course, it will also bring unforeseen consequences. Truthfully, I am not overly concerned about my own remains being left in the wilderness. However, this matter is of utmost importance to me. If I do not arrange everything before I pass, I shall not find peace." The shadow magical leopard remained silent, patiently awaiting the continuation of the conversation. "You have arrived today, thus my wish is fulfilled. How you choose to proceed is entirely up to you. I shall not impose further, leaving everything to fate." After uttering these words, the mysterious presence fell silent. "Predecessor, may I ask for your name before you depart?" When it came to naming, the individual was silent for a considerable time before responding. "Many years ago, someone referred to me as the Shadow Emperor." After this declaration, no further sounds emerged. Whether he had truly passed away or simply chose not to speak again remained uncertain. To bear the consequences? In my current predicament, I fear nothing. I, Heizei, am determined to grow stronger by any means necessary. Without a moment's hesitation, Heizei transformed into the night and ventured deeper into the darkness. Xiao Chen was unaware of the specifics of what had transpired. He did not even know that his companion, the leopard, was named Heizei. All he knew was that upon the leopard's return, he had directly achieved a breakthrough. A mystical tier magical beast, and one of exceptional talent at that. It was needless to say that the leopard had ascended to new heights. In this region, few magical beasts could rival it. Its rise had begun. Witnessing the leopard's seemingly effortless breakthrough, Xiao Chen was undeniably envious. Xiao Chen, our deal is nullified. I no longer require the transformative elixirs of your kind. I have my own path to pursue. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Chen nearly burst into laughter. He had not anticipated such fortuitous news. He had hoped to distance himself from the leopard, and now, without needing to voice it, the leopard was no longer entangled with him. There was little animosity between them, and parting ways seemed the best course. I am about to depart. This place is yours. Xiao Chen was clearly taken aback by this unexpected boon. Leopard, you are simply abandoning your home. This has never been my home. I merely resided here temporarily. Now, I have no reason to stay, so I must leave shortly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen felt a tinge of complexity in his emotions. It seemed the connection with his leopard companion was drawing to a close. He had initially hoped to cultivate a closer relationship, waiting for the right moment to seek the leopard's assistance in finding a formidable spirit beast. Now, all of that would evaporate. You have gifted me a fortuitous opportunity, and I shall reciprocate with a chance of my own. I will bury a withered bone underground. This belongs to a powerful predecessor, which should greatly benefit your spirit beast. We of the Shadow Clan revere the natural order. If that predecessor can bequeath strength to another after death, I believe he would be most willing. Xiao Chen remained oblivious to the nature of the boon Heizei had bestowed upon him. Leopard, what was the strength of this predecessor in life? I am uncertain. It is said that he was once an emperor. Xiao Chen was utterly speechless. While boasting was one thing, this was an outrageous claim. He might have believed it if it had been referred to as a heavenly tier magical beast, and even a sacred tier beast was not entirely out of the question. But to declare an emperor? Who was he trying to deceive? I am profoundly grateful, dear leopard. You have bestowed upon me a fortuitous opportunity, and I, Xiao Chen, shall never forget this kindness. Should you ever require my assistance, I, Xiao Chen, would face any peril without hesitation. Xiao Chen understood that he likely would not see this individual again. He would be venturing deep into the wilderness. Since they would not meet again, it was only natural to share kind words. Very well, I shall remember your words. The leopard took this promise to heart, demonstrating that the interactions of magical beasts differed greatly from those of humans. However, my path will inevitably be quite unique. I cannot make any promises. Xiao Chen beamed. There is no need for promises. For a humble being like myself, merely having the fortune to coexist with one of your stature for a few days is already a blessing. Xiao Chen found himself at a loss for words regarding his own demeanor. Very well, I shall take my leave. The nearby magical beasts are not particularly powerful. Avoid provoking those mystical tier beasts, and you should be fine. Human Xiao Chen, I am departing. Ah, I almost forgot to mention, I am of the Shadow Clan. Heizei? With that, Heizei vanished into thin air. Indeed, Xiao Chen had not even glimpsed how he departed. Xiao Chen was unaware of the changes that had transpired due to the Wang clan's actions in slaying the beast that had occupied the cave. Nor could he fathom why Heizei would leave such a significant boon for Tengu. Are the nearby magical beasts truly weak? Perhaps only in your estimation? One must admit that the location of Qingtung Yuan is remarkably advantageous. At the very least, Xiao Chen found it quite appealing. Yet, he had no confidence in retaining this treasure trove. A single misstep could lead to it being taken from him. Fortunately, the nearby magical beasts remained unaware that Heizei had departed. His lingering presence would likely deter any immediate issues. Heizei, you left a name behind before departing. Surely it cannot lead me astray. Xiao Chen promptly instructed Tengu. Tengu, that withered bone is certainly not that of an emperor. However, I believe it will not be lacking in value. It must be a mystical tier beast. If you can refine its energy, perhaps you can break through to the second tier. Regardless, I must seize this opportunity. Xiao Chen felt quite satisfied. Although the past days had been fraught with anxiety, he had ultimately come away unscathed. Over the course of nearly 10 days, Teng Ji's kill count had astonishingly reached 16. To be aware, that is a Huangjie beast. Moreover, when He Eyes departed, he astonishingly neglected such a significant matter. Tengu, do we not still have 2 Huangjie beasts that remain unaddressed? 2 Huangjie beasts can fetch several thousand link stones. Xiao Chen swiftly extracted the crystal cores from the 2 Yao beasts and collected the more precious spiritual flesh. What remained was reserved for the 2 spirit beasts to feast upon. Tengu, in a state of confusion, was only aware of absorbing energy from its surroundings and had not yet perceived any substantial difference. It merely felt that these skeletal remains were extraordinarily unique, brimming with boundless nutrients. Truly, the bones of a Xuanjie Yao beast are indeed exceptional. Tung Gu was greatly exhilarated and refined another batch of spiritual flesh. At last, Tung Ji's power ascended to the second layer of Huangjia. This was a tremendous enhancement, and Xiao Chen's soul power also surged considerably. Now, he intended to primarily channel his soul power into establishing a spirit beast space. The scope of the spirit beast space had transitioned from a small room to a spacious chamber. Tung Gu, do you think I have any hope of contracting a spirit beast akin to Bao Go? This fellow seems to transform daily, growing stronger with each passing day. Surpassing Xuanjia is as simple as drinking water, merely taking a day. Though Tung Gu has broken through, Xiao Chen could not refrain from venting his frustrations. Xiao Chen, why did you not discuss this with Bao Go when he was around? Need it even be mentioned? I wish to prolong my life. I cannot expect you to compare yourself with Bao Go, yet you surely cannot lag behind Xiao Feng, can you? I see that Xiao Feng is on the verge of breaking through to the second layer. Xiao Feng, being a spirit beast of Xuanjia talent, is quite impressive. Our arrival here was quite by accident. Perhaps it is fate. We are several hundred miles from Diyan City, well beyond the realm of human activity. It is indeed perilous, yet your growth will be significantly expedited. After careful consideration, Xiao Chen resolved to establish his new home here. Not only would he set up Qing Tung Yuan here, but he also intended to take root in this place. There would be no human interference and no excessively powerful Yao beasts lurking nearby. Naturally, there are still many Yao beasts stronger than they. Thus, a strategy to migrate that group of Qing Tung Yao is imperative. With Bao Ji's departure, Xiao Chen finally found the time to observe his surroundings attentively. A river of moderate size flowed through, teeming with numerous Fangjia spiritual fish, especially after Bao Ji's exit. The absence of high-level Yao beast presence allowed the fish population to flourish. Xiao Chen, I must tell you, although this river is merely a dozen zhang wide, it is exceedingly deep. I can assure you, lurking in the depths are formidable creatures. Xiao Chen thought to himself that a river a dozen zhang wide is no small matter, and the volume of water flowing through suggests this river is indeed extraordinary. Not only are there significant creatures in the river, but there are also considerable beings along its banks. Without Bao Ji's intimidation, larger beasts will inevitably vie for our territory. Xiao Chen and Xiao Feng observed from a distance, noting that powerful Huangjia Yao beasts occupied both ends, 10 miles away. Should any of these beasts charge at them, they would most likely need to flee. Beyond the river, within a 10-mile radius, there are at least dozens of Huangjia Yao beasts. Even without other Huangjia Yao beasts invading, it is only a matter of 1 or 2 years before many Fangjia Yao beasts here could ascend to Huangjia. Everything served as a reminder to Xiao Chen that this place is already the domain of Yao beasts. Perhaps Luo Cheng and the others ventured deep into the wilderness for tasks of this magnitude. What, Xiao Chen, are you afraid? Not exactly fear. But our previous method of survival is evidently unsuitable now. The strategies for dealing with Fangjia Yao beasts are ineffective here. Those Huangjia Yao beasts are exceptionally cunning. It is unrealistic to aspire to annihilate them all. Without formidable strength, one must exercise caution. So what then? Therefore, we must cultivate amicable relations with our neighbors. Fighting is not an option, as we possess no advantages. This territory is indeed commendable. If we are to establish roots here, it is unwise to accumulate enemies. Xiao Chen contemplated the prospect of long-term operation in this location, thus requiring a firm grasp on his territory. Otherwise, the spiritual silkworms he painstakingly nurtured might become fodder for others. I have resolved that in the coming days, I shall present myself as the master of Qing Tung Yuan to meet several neighbors. The departure of Bao Gu will inevitably be discovered. I intend to confess everything proactively. Upon hearing this, Tung Gu immediately panicked. You must be mad. Without Bao Ji's residual influence, we would scarcely survive a few days. The stronger Yao beasts will increasingly avoid this area. What if I inform them that both Bao Gu and that Xuanjia Great Serpent have been slain? I am human. These Yao beasts are largely aware that powerful humans have come here and dealt with the strongest Yao beasts nearby. In recent days, all Yao beasts have refrained from making any moves, fearing unnecessary trouble. A human has seized Bao Ji's territory, and with Bao Ji's disappearance, this will certainly raise suspicions. No, they are not fools. How could they believe such nonsense? Naturally, they would not be entirely convinced, yet while they remain unclear about the situation, they will not act recklessly. With Bao Ji's continued absence, their suspicions may only deepen. Half-truths are the most effective at deceiving. Of course, we must not press too hard. At the very least, we cannot allow them to sense a threat to their lives. Otherwise, they might summon a powerful Yao beast, and all would be lost. Ultimately, Xiao Chen merely sought a territory spanning approximately 5 miles. My master intends to cultivate spiritual silkworms on a large scale here, as long as none encroach upon my territory. I shall not trouble any neighbors. This marked Xiao Chen's first attempt to treat these Yao beasts as equals in intellect, negotiating certain matters. As long as you do not interfere with my master's affairs, I shall not be a nuisance to any neighbors. Xiao Chen pondered how to convince those Yao beasts that a powerful human force stood behind him, yet after much contemplation, he could not devise a suitable method. To his surprise, the Huangjie Yao beasts appeared to believe his words wholeheartedly. The first spirit beast contract was with the Qing Tung Yao. It was no one's servant. Was it? This fellow indeed possesses some ability, managing to elevate the Qing Tung Yao to the Huangjie tier. Is he truly intent on cultivating spiritual silkworms here? I am certain they harbor ulterior motives. Cultivating spiritual silkworms is merely a facade. However, as long as our interests are not infringed upon, it is best not to concern ourselves with human affairs. To cultivate spiritual silkworms, one must deliberately eliminate the 2 strongest Yao beasts nearby. Who would believe that? Chapter 26, Qing Tung Fort. This matter is indeed challenging to believe, yet these Yao beasts cannot uncover any other clues. Within a radius of several dozen miles, Xiao Chen has visited each of the powerful Huangjie Yao beasts. The further he ventured, the more confidence he gained. It seemed as though he truly had a formidable force backing him. Xiao Chen could simply rely on Bao Ji's residual influence to muddle through for half a year without any issues. However, transporting several hundred Qing Tung Yao safely to their destination would be exceedingly difficult. Therefore, he first needed to clear the way. At the very least, he had to spread the word. Xiao Chen and Wang Su were both Huangjie beast masters, and together with these Qing Tung Yao, they indeed possessed considerable strength. The world of Yao beasts has its own rules. Powerful entities do not break these rules recklessly. This was the advice Bao Gu imparted to Xiao Chen before his departure. Should he wish to remain here, it would be unwise to act without restraint. Though Xiao Chen was not a Yao beast, a few hundred Qing Tung Yao constituted a notable Yao beast clan. Once certain rules were comprehended, the execution of plans became significantly simpler. He made preliminary arrangements with several important forces along the way, ensuring that the necessary benefits were provided. Moreover, the collective strength of so many Qing Tung Yaos is undoubtedly formidable. When it comes to rules, they must be grounded in power. This vast tribe is merely on the move, refraining from initiating any attacks. Naturally, those factions will not seek trouble with this group of Qing Tung Yaos. Each day, traversing over 10 miles, Xiao Chen astonishingly relocated hundreds of Qing Tung Yaos to their new abode. Haha, have we truly arrived? Xiao Chen, I must say we are impressive. This is the territory of magical beasts. Upon reaching their new home, Wang Su was exhilarated. For a considerable period, he had lived in a state of constant trepidation. Now at this location, farther from Bian City, escaping would be even more challenging. Whether his joy was genuine or not, Xiao Chen paid little heed to his sentiments. Wang Su, with that foul mouth of yours, I believe you are better suited for this remote place away from humanity. Let us take some time to secure our territory. In the future, if we need to hunt magical beasts, we should venture further afield. These neighbors, to some extent, serve as our shield, so we must foster good relations. The strength of one individual is ultimately insufficient. The movements of these Qing Tung Yaos are inherently slow. In time, we may even need to collaborate with those formidable neighbors. Furthermore, yellow-tier magical beasts at the late stage may one day ascend to the mysterious tier. You can handle the perilous task of hunting magical beasts. I can lend you Xiaofeng for assistance. Additionally, I can fulfill some tasks as well. Presently, Wang Su was prepared to abandon all effort. If not for Xiao Chen's insistence, he would not even bother raising spiritual silkworms. Perhaps this was a gesture indicating his willingness to settle down. Xiao Chen, I believe I understand how tribes are formed. Now that we have established a small territory, could it potentially develop into a tribe in the future? Hearing this, Xiao Chen couldn't help but scold him playfully. You must be dreaming. How can a tribe be formed in the wilderness without thousands or tens of thousands of people? Even a tribe of tens of thousands cannot guarantee safety, let alone us being merely 2. Wang Su's words served as a reminder for Xiao Chen. Although the initial phase had gone relatively smoothly, the challenges ahead would be daunting. They were currently yellow-tier beast masters, yet they remained at the lower strata of this world. In a realm teeming with yellow-tier magical beasts, they possessed little advantage. They could not construct something akin to city walls, nor did they have powerful beast masters to aid in defending a city. Almost all defense relied on these Qing Tung Yaos, which was undeniably perilous. The defensive capabilities of Qing Tung Yaos were excessively singular. Their strengths were evident, yet so were their weaknesses. If a high-tier fire-type magical beast were to pass by, it could indeed incinerate the Qing Tung garden in an instant. This was why Xiao Chen placed immense importance on the river. Should we cultivate other spirit beasts? It is not that simple. What I mean is to channel the river's water into our domain. Alternatively, we could excavate a larger pond. This way, the Qingting Yaos could be safeguarded against fire and theft. Brother Tongue, we must construct a reliable fortress. It should consist of layers that can withstand the onslaught of hordes of magical beasts. In truth, the Qingting Yaos had become quite adept at these tasks, and Xiao Chen could offer little better advice. Rest assured, Xiao Chen, this task is not overly difficult. If it is merely about defending our home, my Qingting clan is the most dependable. These Qingting Yaos had followed Xiao Chen for many years and were indeed reliable. In just a few days, hundreds of Qingting Yaos worked in unison to construct a Qingting castle. It can be said that this was an all-encompassing fortress with no blind spots. Yellow-tier magical beasts would not dare to invade. However, if a mysterious tier magical beast were to charge, the Qingting castle would be utterly ineffective. Regardless, it provided a measure of self-protection. 2 more Qingting Yaos had advanced to the yellow tier, bringing the total number of yellow tier strong individuals in the entire Qingting formation to 4, apart from Brother Tongue. Of course, these yellow tier individuals were merely the weakest among their kind, significantly inferior to Xiao Feng and even more so to Brother Tongue. Presently, Brother Tongue possessed second-tier strength. Having absorbed a vast quantity of spiritual flesh, Xiao Chen had taken him to gather nutrients from the earth. With the bones gifted by Leopard Brother, Brother Tongue had become significantly more formidable. Though his realm had not drastically progressed, his strength had steadily improved. At present, Brother Tongue's combat prowess might rival that of yellow-tier magical beasts with mysterious talents. While his appearance had not changed, Xiao Chen sensed that Brother Tongue was undergoing profoundly significant transformations. A sense of security fosters a sense of belonging. It is likely that they would remain within the confines of this Qingting fortress for a considerable time. Finally stabilized, Xiao Chen felt a sense of relief. Brother Tongue, this is the territory of magical beasts. You must keep your kin in check. Conduct yourselves discreetly and avoid provoking any trouble. If there is insufficient spiritual flesh, draw upon the power of heaven and earth. Qingting Yaos are easy to sustain. They can thrive even if carelessly cast into any location. Over the next 6 months, Xiao Chen lived an exceedingly low-profile existence, scarcely stepping outside. To other magical beasts, his demeanor appeared rather enigmatic. In truth, Xiao Chen did not engage in much. Primarily, he practiced the refining spirit technique. The remaining time was dedicated to construction. Following the successful small-scale breeding, Xiao Chen dramatically increased the scale of cultivation. Initially, there were only 1,000 spiritual silkworms. Now, the entire Qingting fortress was transforming into a realm of spiritual silkworms. Xiao Chen, this method of breeding spiritual silkworms is truly effective. In the future, I only need to focus on harvesting the silk, Wang Su remarked. Xiao Chen had never envisioned such a straightforward approach to breeding silkworms. They needed only to allow the Qingting Yaos to drop some leaves. Though Qingting Yaos possess low intelligence, they encounter no issues in this task. The area surrounding them was densely covered with vibrant green leaves, upon which varied sizes of silkworms rested. Occasionally, green sprouts would emerge from the ground, with more Qingting Yaos sprouting anew. Wang Su, after some time, you should seek out some helpers. They won't need to do much, just ensure regular harvesting of these cocoons. To sustain the breeding of these silkworms, Xiao Chen and Wang Su sold everything they could. Based on their current breeding scale, they could reliably earn about 10 to 20,000 spiritual stones a year. If they underwent a second metamorphosis, the earnings could potentially double. With an abundance of Qingting leaves, they could at least ensure that these silkworms could break free for a third time. Although initial profits were modest, future returns could increase exponentially. With a steady income, Xiao Chen felt he had at last established a career. Even if he did nothing, he would still accumulate spiritual stones over time. However, this was far from sufficient. Wang Su, we must consider fulfilling our killing tasks. At that time, they had not pondered deeply, taking on various tasks of differing difficulties. Xiao Chen had accepted a task to kill 100 yellow-tier magical beasts, and he had only managed to complete a mere dozen, most of which were aided by Leopard Brother. As for the task of exterminating 10,000 beasts, Xiao Chen felt it might be an unattainable goal in this lifetime. These Qingting Yaos could only be used for city defense. They were evidently unfit for hunting magical beasts. The higher the tier of the magical beasts, the more challenging they became to hunt. Thus, to accomplish the killing tasks, they would likely need to rely on their own strength in the future, unless some magical beasts foolishly charged at the Qingting castle. Indeed, yellow-tier magical beasts do not behave like ordinary beasts, recklessly charging forward at the slightest provocation. To hunt yellow-tier magical beasts, they could only depend on their own formidable strength. Even in Xiao Chen's absence, these Qingting Yaos possessed a measure of self-defense capability. The intelligence of the Huangjie Qing, Tung Yao Ling, is already quite remarkable. And with such a multitude of kin, No Huangjie Yao beast in the vicinity would dare to intrude recklessly. Unless, of course, it is certain gregarious Yao beasts. The Qing Tongue Yao possesses no flesh and blood, rendering it of no assistance to those carnivorous gregarious Yao beasts. As long as one possesses a sound mind, no one would easily trouble Qing Tongue Fort. With no one keeping watch over Qing Tongue Fort, there would be no significant issues, allowing them to hunt some Yao beasts at ease. Wang Su and Xiao Feng have also ascended to the second level. The skills you have awakened are commendable. Be it offensive or supportive, their utility is immense. This time, as brothers united, we shall accomplish a portion of the task of slaying Huangjie Yao beasts. Indeed, slaying a single Huangjie Yao beast grants us a reward of 10,000 contribution points. This task has long been on my mind. Wang Su accepted the task of slaying a Huangjie Yao beast, unaware that Xiao Chen's current minimum kill count was 100. You have awakened two skills. One is the speed wind technique, which greatly enhances your speed. The other is the storm eye, an area attack skill. When paired with Xiao Feng's wind blade and Teng Ji's Qing Mu Ling Jiao, this area damage is indeed sufficient. If one day combined with De Ji's gravity technique and meteor technique, the destruction they could wreak upon a horde of Yao beasts would be unimaginable. Tenggu, we are set to venture forth to earn some spirit stones. Over the past year, Tenggu has lived quite comfortably. It has been a long time since it last took action, and it is uncertain how much its combat power has grown. Tenggu also has not moved for quite some time. Recently, the refined spiritual flesh has diminished significantly, yet it has not complained much. If we are to go out, we must bring that skeleton along. The skeletal remains refer, of course, to the remnants left by Bao Ge. This request left Xiao Chen somewhat astonished. Though it is a remnant of a certain Xuanjie Yao beast, he was still reluctant to place it in the spirit beast space. Wouldn't it take up too much space? Tenggu, we may not be out for long, Xiao Chen stated honestly. Yet Tenggu was insistent, marking the first time it had so firmly resolved upon a matter. No, you must bring it. This is of utmost importance to me. Teng Ji's serious tone led Xiao Chen to relent, and he directly placed the skeletal remains along with a half-room's worth of soil into the spirit beast space. Within the spirit beast space, Tenggu transformed into a vine nearly human height, its roots entwined tightly around the skeletal remains, not relaxing for even a moment. Curiously, how could a Xuanjie skeletal remain be so durable? Previously, when it resembled a small mountain, I had refined it completely in no time at all. At that time, Tenggu had merely possessed mortal tier strength. Xiao Chen, have you considered that this might be the skeletal remains of an earth tier Yao beast? Tenggu also shared this curiosity, well aware of the surprises this skeletal remain had brought it. The possibility is slim. This region could not possibly harbor earth tier Yao beasts. Otherwise, what would become of us? One must ponder. If there truly were earth tier Yao beasts, it would be utterly terrifying. It is worth noting that the pinnacle powers of several prominent families in Yen City are merely of earth tier strength. This area remains unsuitable for us. Encountering a mid-level Huangjie Yao beast would necessitate a hasty retreat. Wang Su, let us first return to the original area. As long as we slay Huangjie Yao beasts, it is naturally far easier to target the early-stage Huangjie Yao beasts. Xiao Chen also harbored a crucial task, to slay 100,000 mortal tier Yao beasts. Indeed, that area is where we are the true hunters. Xiao Feng, with a maximum length of 2 zhang, can easily accommodate 2 individuals. Wang Su can assist in casting the speed wind technique, allowing for swift passage through somewhat perilous regions. After running wildly for over 100 miles, Xiao Chen and the others finally reached the juncture between mortal tier and Huangjie Yao beasts. Upon reaching such a place, Xiao Chen truly felt at ease. Xiao Feng, a spirit beast with Xuanjie talent, possesses excellent aptitude and would have no trouble dealing with ordinary Huangjie Yao beasts. Teng Ji's root systems can now extend beyond 2 li, effectively clearing a vast area of Yao beasts upon entering a new region. Wang Su, should we encounter formidable foes, let us join forces. The rest can handle themselves. Given the absence of danger, Xiao Chen no longer needed to keep watch. Each day, he merely needed to observe the changes in the kill count on his task panel. In the span of a day, the count of mortal tier Yao beasts slain increased by over 1,000, while Huangjie Yao beasts accounted for 1. As strength grew, hunting tasks became significantly simpler. This time, I have learned to be cautious. I must not inadvertently wander deep into the wilderness again. There will be no danger, and daily gains remain substantial. Such days are the most comforting. Xiao Chen need not worry about anything. And occasionally, he can venture to the Yen City to sell some supplies. The hunting period continued for half a year, during which they traversed 200 li along the fringes. Initially, Xiao Chen would keep track of the kill count. However, when he counted Tenggu clearing the 100th burrow of the wind spirit rat, he lost interest in counting. Along the journey, nearly all encountered Yao beasts were eliminated. They did, however, come across other plant-type Yao beasts, such as other Qing Tung Yao? Naturally, even among kin, one must leave a trace. Xiao Chen did not mind the trouble, collecting a substantial quantity of Qing Tung leaves. During this time, they also encountered several humans. Of course, they merely exchanged distant glances without engaging further. The kill count of 100,000, when pursued earnestly, is not insurmountable. Mortal tier Yao beasts are abundant and can be hunted to extinction. The areas they had cleared 6 months prior now brimmed with countless new Yao beasts. However, most beast tamers cannot match the Qing Tung's nearly limitless hunting capabilities. For instance, Xiao Feng would not pursue so many mortal tier Yao beasts, as the energy expenditure would be excessive and not worth the effort. Heaven is fair. While the mobility of these plant-type Yao beasts is nearly non-existent, they possess irreplaceable advantages. For other Yao beasts, such combat is a drain, whereas for Tung Gu, it is akin to replenishing energy. Presently, Tung Gu requires but a meager amount of time to refine the energy from a mortal tier Yao beast. Each day, Tung Ji's vines adorn themselves with hundreds of green dumplings. Regarding his spirit beast, Xiao Chen finds himself increasingly perplexed. Other Huangjia spirit beasts do not demand nearly as much mortal tier spiritual flesh. Tung Gu appears to be an insatiable abyss, with an infinite appetite for all spiritual flesh. The task of slaying mortal tier Yao beasts serves as a tremendous boon for these low-tier beast tamers. With diligence, they can eventually complete such slaying tasks. Of course, few can achieve the task's utmost limits, as Xiao Chen has. The slaying tasks are time-consuming and labor-intensive, yet Xiao Chen possesses ample patience. Day after day, the kill count steadily grows. After another 6 months, Xiao Chen's strength finally ascended to the 2nd level of Huangjia. It was during this time that Xiao Chen completed his task of slaying Huangjia Yao beasts. He had indeed slain 100 Huangjia Yao beasts. An average of 1 Huangjia Yao beast every 3 days is quite an impressive efficiency. Tung Gu alone can effortlessly handle Huangjia Yao beasts below the 3rd tier. Slaying 100 Huangjia Yao beasts rewards 10,000 contribution points. This is already a substantial reward, and such tasks can only be undertaken once. The remaining mortal tier task also saw significant progress, with the kill count reduced to merely a few thousand. Wang Su's gains were also considerable, with Xiao Feng's mobility. Many elusive prey were pursued and captured by Xiao Feng. Diligently, he ventured out early and returned late, exerting tremendous effort. This fellow was fortunate, as he not only gathered various spiritual herbs, but also obtained several dozen spirit eggs from the horned eagle. These spirit eggs allowed Wang Su to reap substantial profits, directly earning him 300,000 spirit stones. The horned eagle, predominantly a Huangjia talent, is a wind-type Yao beast. This flight beast, known for its remarkable speed, serves as an excellent mount and possesses considerable combat prowess. Such a spiritual creature is undoubtedly a rare treasure, and had its qualities been even more extraordinary, Xiao Chen would have sought a way to form a contract with one. Many descendants of powerful factions, if endowed with lesser talents, often prefer to contract such exceedingly practical spiritual beasts. Chapter 27 likely contains a misunderstanding. It was said that they would be out hunting for a few months, yet they ended up being away for a year. During this period, the two returned several times, and Qing Tung Bao remained peaceful, with no incidents occurring. After enduring a grueling year, they were finally about to conclude this relentless existence, having spent each day slaying monsters. Xiao Chen felt the weight of his toil over the past year. Xiao Chen, did you really do anything to warrant such sentiments? He mused. Did I not slay these beasts myself? Haha, why differentiate between us? I may not have dealt the killing blow, yet my presence beside you is a significant contribution. True companionship is the most genuine form of support. You will come to understand this in due time. Uncertain whether other humans were similarly inclined, he remarked on the laziness of his companion, who stubbornly refused to admit it. Hearing this, Xiao Chen grew irate. Is it that I do not wish to assist? I simply have not awakened any offensive skills. Furthermore, the soul power I cultivate daily is not for you. My exhaustive efforts are not for your benefit. And can other beasts even compare to you? With such a high kill count, only you could manage it. Upon hearing such words, Tung Ji's spirits lifted instantly. You make a valid point. Perhaps next time while hunting, you could rest in the shade for greater efficiency. But do you genuinely believe I am superior to the beasts of others? That is undoubtedly true. Tung Gu is unique, capable of transcending the limitations of talent. Such beasts are exceedingly rare. If things do not go smoothly, it is best not to harm one another. I also believe I am quite formidable. The Qing Tung Yao is not necessarily inferior to those ground-tier beasts. Xiao Chen furrowed his brow. Isn't that a bit excessive in praise? Every day, Tung Gu was full of vigor. Over the past year, the quantity of spiritual flesh he had refined was beyond measure. And many low-tier beasts in the wilderness still recalled a terrifying image. A colossal green vine obscuring the sky, laden with spiritual flesh like green dumplings. Over the course of the year, everything proceeded exceptionally well, and Xiao Chen accomplished 2 significant kill tasks. However, the remaining 2 tasks would remain unfulfilled, as they were simply too arduous. One uncompleted task entailed slaying a Xian-tier beast, while the other required the slaughter of 10,000 Huang-tier beasts. Since the last time he and his elder brother accepted a mortal-tier task, nearly 6 years had elapsed. In that duration, they had finally completed the daunting task of 100,000 kills. The number of individuals in the entire Yin city who completed this task did not exceed 100, as only the most formidable individuals could undertake such missions. To accomplish this in 6 years was a feat among the fiercest of the fierce. When Wang Su witnessed Xiao Chen achieving such a formidable task, he regarded him with envy. "Brother, there are truly few ruthless individuals like you. Indeed, Teng Gu is remarkable. In this regard, Xiao Feng is truly lacking." Xiao Chen felt immense satisfaction. Despite Teng Ji's weaker qualities, he could finally experience a moment of triumph. "Brother, are you still fixated on Teng Ji's talent? At this point, he hardly resembles a mere mortal-tier beast. I would believe he possesses heavenly-tier talent. I am not criticizing you. Teng Gu has not dismissed you. Yet you persist in this and that." Xiao Chen nodded. "You are correct. Teng Gu is already quite exceptional. I merely spoke casually. We should look ahead. I now possess 1,300,000 contribution points. With such a substantial amount, he could procure a commendable spiritual beast and acquire necessary supplies. In the coming years, he might consistently cultivate using soul power potions. Indeed, possessing such contribution points warranted a bit of pride, coupled with the resources he had collected over the years. Xiao Chen's wealth was quite considerable. All told, he might approach 1,500,000 spiritual stones, sufficient to purchase 5 vials of transformative spiritual liquid. Now, he could begin preparing to contract a second spiritual beast. "Wang Su, what are your plans for your second spiritual beast?" Wang Su had also completed several tasks, and with his hunting gains, he found himself with over 500,000 wealth. "What else is there to plan? I will simply purchase one. My expectations are modest. Acquiring another beast akin to Xiao Feng will suffice. For most beast tamers, affording such an excellent spiritual beast is quite unattainable. Cultivating spiritual beasts has always been a challenging endeavor, requiring diligence and gradual advancement. Very well, you shall decide this matter for yourself. Seeing how effective Teng Gu is, I am tempted to contract a Qing Teng Yao myself. I wonder what stroke of luck you had to encounter Teng Gu." Clearly, Wang Su had been troubled by Teng Ji's formidable power. Being overshadowed by a Qing Teng Yao would irk anyone. Xiao Chen was uncertain if it was fortuitous, but everyone has their own fate. "Wang Su, how much wealth did your parents leave you?" Upon hearing this, Wang Su's guard was immediately raised. "Xiao Chen, I gave you everything back then. We are comrades now. You do not harbor any ulterior motives, do you?" Observing Wang Su's wary demeanor, Xiao Chen felt a sense of exasperation. "I am a person of principles. I would not rob you of your spiritual stones. I am merely curious. It is not much. Just 1,000,000 contribution points. 1,000,000 contribution points is considered not much? That is a sum others toil their entire lives to earn. Do you know how your parents perished? Naturally, they had fallen to the jaws of beasts during a city siege, with hundreds of thousands dying in that beast tide. This city was certainly not the Yin city. Such immense casualties from a single event raised questions about the level of conflict involved. With Xiao Chen's understanding, he found it difficult to fathom the scale of such a battle. Fortunately, the Yin city was a large city and should not encounter disasters like beast tides, especially with millions of humans residing within. Every human is a beast master. Even the weakest beast master can command a Qing Teng Yao to combat enemies. "Wang Su, when my elder brother returns, we shall undertake a trial mission together. Some experiences are necessary to endure." Hearing this, Wang Su appeared conflicted. "Brother, a significant portion of human deaths is due to beasts. A smaller fraction is due to natural causes or conflicts among humans. From a young age, I understood that to live well, one should avoid undertaking trials." In the past, Wang Su had even refrained from straying far from the Yin city, avoiding tasks involving the slaying of beasts. While this may lead to a mundane existence, it would secure his survival. In the future, Wang Su could contract 2 spiritual beasts. And with his Huang-tier beast master prowess, he could accept some safer tasks, ensuring a decent life. Let us discuss this later. However, your aspirations will be challenging to realize. Why is that? Because of your unbridled tongue. If you remain in Yin City, you will unknowingly offend countless individuals. Have you not noticed that you have no friends? Xiao Chen believed he was merely stating a fact, with no ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, Wang Su felt somewhat displeased. "You speak as though you have many friends." Their manner of conversation indeed made it challenging to form friendships, leading to an abrupt halt in their dialogue. This seemed to be their routine. Wang Su dared not scold Xiao Chen, yet they occasionally found themselves in such deadlocks. Of course, this was inconsequential. They had long grown accustomed to it. As two individuals who inherently mistrusted one another, their mode of interaction appeared reasonable. Let us set aside these matters for now and enter the city together. Should the opportunity arise, I might indeed consider acquiring A. With over 1 million contribution points, one could procure a commendable. It is certain that one could obtain A with. And there is even a possibility of acquiring A with mediocre combat talents. For the majority of the innate abilities are not of paramount importance. Most endowed with talents will likely never reach such prowess before their demise. The vast majority would prefer to opt for practical rather than those of high potential that are exceedingly difficult to cultivate. The consensus among is that the higher the talent of A, the more arduous it is to nurture. Some possess extraordinarily long lifespans, often spanning thousands of years. Those have long since departed, while there have yet to mature to their fullest potential. Xiao Chen, I believe my second could be a fire type. The synergy of wind and fire yields remarkable power. The two of them sat upon the back of Xiao Feng, preparing to venture towards the Yin City. The combination of wind and fire is indeed splendid. I once witnessed a person whose was formidable beyond measure. Now that Xiao Chen has gained some experience, he has come to realize that the is, in fact, a of. Forget about it. Alike that cannot be acquired for less than several tens of millions of contribution points. Xiao Chen was taken aback by the exorbitant price of it. He wondered about the origins of that youth named Su Lin, who could possess such a high tier. Furthermore, one should not boast. Individuals with such do not frequent the places we inhabit. Xiao Chen shared the same bewilderment, feeling that Su Lin and his companions truly should not be present in such a locale. But what does it matter? After all, it was merely a fleeting encounter. As Xiao Chen continued walking, he found himself upon the broad road. He recognized this road, which connects the Luoxia mountain range to the Yin City. Years ago, Xiao Chen traversed this path and encountered his first human aside from the black-robed figures. At that time, he met members of the Lin family. He could hardly have imagined that he would indeed become A, and that his rate of advancement would be so rapid. It has probably been a decade. Xiao Chen now felt an impulsive desire to visit that courtyard. Of course, he only dared to entertain such thoughts. His current strength was far from sufficient to seek vengeance. His focus must remain on enhancing his own abilities, with all other matters set aside. During the day, the thoroughfare leading into the Yin City was bustling with humanity. Most individuals had to assist with transportation, while some, like Xiao Chen and his companion, shared a single. In comparison, Xiao Feng was somewhat remarkable. The swift wind wolf still boasted strength. Throughout their journey, Xiao Chen observed the diverse array of travelers. Most were mid-tier, with occasional late-tier practitioners were also present, albeit in sparse numbers along the way. This made Xiao Chen and Wang Su stand out, eliciting curious and envious glances from passers-by. Xiao Chen remained largely indifferent to this attention, while Wang Su reveled in it, prompting Xiao Feng to unconsciously slow its pace. This was all rather mundane until someone overshadowed Wang Su, a soared above the crowd, emitting a sharp cry. A three-tier, Xiao Chen was captivated by and the youthful figure upon its back drew his interest as well. Xiao Chen was uncertain, but it seemed this possessed some degree of prowess. After all, it was merely a flying. What was there to boast about? I have sold dozens of, and have never stooped to contract such a lowly. Next time I see you, I shall strike you down with a wind blade. Xiao Chen shook his head with a wry smile, wondering if he should keep his distance from this individual in the future. Though perhaps not inherently malicious, their tongue was unrestrained. Fortunately, they flew away with great speed, likely oblivious to Wang Su's provocative remarks. Wang Su, you ought to be more careful with your words. I am not mistaken, even as the elder brother. You cannot silence the truth, can you? Speaking honestly is acceptable, but if you intend to test my limits in such a manner, that is inappropriate. Xiao Chen felt that Wang Su was intentionally stirring trouble, perhaps to create an opportunity for himself to flee or to craft a significant nuisance for Xiao Chen. What are you saying, elder brother? You know me. I am simply straightforward. Just be mindful of your demeanor. Xiao Chen chose not to pursue the matter further, as nothing had come of it. In the future, keeping Wang Su within the confines of Qing Tung Fort would likely minimize the chances of trouble. Once they entered the city and spent their money, they would return to Qing Tung Fort without delay. During their time together, Xiao Chen and Wang Su had developed a harmonious rapport. Yet, due to his own reservations, Xiao Chen found it difficult to truly trust anyone, even one who called him elder brother daily. Habitually, Xiao Chen erected a psychological barrier around himself. Whether this was good or bad, it was a deeply ingrained habit that he could not shake. Having visited the Yin City multiple times, each occasion reaffirmed the imposing grandeur of its walls. Upon entering the city, Xiao Chen received a message from Su Wan. Xiao Chen, I am awaiting you at the southern market. Each time he entered the city, he would sell a batch of from Brother Tongue. Initially, he priced them at 10 per pound, but after several rounds, The price had risen to 20 and then 30. This was a major source of for Xiao Chen, and he dared not be negligent. This time, he aimed to see if he could sell them for 40 per pound. It was rare to witness the daughter of a prominent family haggling over prices. Xiao Chen felt optimistic about this price increase. Xiao Chen acknowledged his own greed, an emotion that seemed perpetually difficult to suppress. He yearned to elevate prices, to continue escalating them. Wang Su, in a moment, we will meet an important individual. So mind your words. No, better yet, once you meet them, stand quietly by and refrain from speaking. The Su family is one of the 4 great families in Diyan City, with their own enterprises in the southern market. Xiao Chen had become familiar with the area after several visits. Wang Su, however, appeared puzzled. Elder brother, didn't you say you had few friends? How do you know someone from the Su family? They are not friends, but business partners, and exceptionally skilled. How skilled? Let us just say they are the type who can spend lavishly on cultivating, the kind who are easy to deceive. Xiao Chen spoke in hushed tones, ensuring that no one else could overhear. Unbeknownst to him, as the two entered the Su family's shop, a pair of eyes observed them from the second floor of the inner courtyard. Wow, with a friend like that, why haven't you introduced me? We could earn money together. Who wouldn't want to know a wealthy, gullible acquaintance? Isn't that why I brought you along? As they conversed softly, they entered a courtyard. It was indeed a grand residence. In the southern market, they discovered a well-appointed courtyard. The front housed a shop for external trade, while the back featured a charming private courtyard. The courtyard had several levels, and from the upper floors, one could still view the outside scene. We shall wait here. Someone will arrive shortly to collect the goods. Xiao Chen had developed a habit of occasionally harvesting, and now, after more than half a year, he had amassed several thousand pounds. This time, demanding 10,000 should not be excessive. The yield from Brotherton alone was comparable to that of a large batch of. Each visit to sell was a delightful experience. Even if he had to wait longer, he cared not in the slightest. Xiao Chen, something feels off. We've been waiting for a while now, yet no one has come. It is likely that she has matters to attend to. Please wait a moment. By the way, just remain silent and stand there without speaking too much. Xiao Chen could not help but issue another admonition, fearing that this individual might utter something inappropriate. I am not one to chatter excessively, Wang Su thought, feeling that Xiao Chen must have misunderstood him. He merely had a temper that was occasionally less than amiable. Moreover, Wang Su seemed oblivious to the fact that their business partner this time was, in fact, a woman. The formidable beast master possessed extraordinary skills, moving with an almost soundless grace. Regardless, Xiao Chen did not hear anyone descending from upstairs. Hey, Xiao Chen, look, this girl is quite impressive. Following Wang Su's gaze, Xiao Chen beheld a strikingly beautiful, yet cold visage. Previously, he had found Su one rather agreeable, but now her expression radiated an air of aristocracy that seemed capable of inflicting harm. Xiao Chen, in frustration, kicked Wang Su, even in the presence of others. I told you to keep your mouth shut. He then hastily addressed Su Wan, saying, Miss Su. This individual hails from a remote tribe and is somewhat at a loss for words. I hope you can understand. Su Wan's expression remained indifferent as she fixed her gaze upon Xiao Chen for a considerable time, causing him to feel increasingly anxious. He was certain that this major client was not in a favorable mood and might be displeased. Surprisingly, she did not explode with anger but rather spoke in a calm tone. Oh, would you elaborate on how he is unable to articulate? Taken aback by her inquiry, Xiao Chen paused. Was there really a need for elaboration? If he had to explain, he could only attempt to frame it in a favorable light. He stammered, well, he is not accustomed to meeting many people and often lacks the finesse in conversation. Upon encountering someone as enchanting as yourself, one can become momentarily tongue-tied. This was a heartfelt compliment that escaped his lips instinctively. Wang Su could not resist interjecting, but received another sharp kick from Xiao Chen. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's explanation, the icy demeanor on Su Wan's face thawed slightly, though she still appeared somewhat displeased. So that is how it is. It was a sincere compliment. She remarked, of course, one would not assume I am simply a foolish heiress with abundant wealth. As her words echoed, the atmosphere around them fell into a hushed silence. Could such a quiet conversation be overheard? The two exchanged guilty glances, and then simultaneously nodded. That could never be. Who would think such a thing? Indeed, if you were to hear such words, it would undoubtedly be a misunderstanding. At this moment, Xiao Chen deeply regretted bringing this fool along. Had he not come, he would not have spoken indiscreetly and offended the esteemed client before them. Had that been the case, negotiating a price increase would have been far more feasible. Now, Xiao Chen hesitated even to broach the subject of a price hike. Chapter 28. The price must be doubled. Although the beginning was somewhat unpleasant, the transaction proceeded smoothly. Xiao Chen's identity token received an additional 10,000 contribution points. This steady income left Xiao Chen thoroughly satisfied. The spiritual leaves had grown again, and it was quite promising. At that moment, Su-won had not anticipated that she would encounter such exceptional spiritual leaves while passing through the southern marketplace. Miss Su, the next batch of spiritual leaves should hold even greater value, Xiao Chen declared, feeling content as he had already laid the groundwork for a price increase. Anticipating a future collection of spiritual stones in a few months. Having secured the funds, Xiao Chen wished to depart immediately for a grand shopping spree. However, Su-won called out to him, Xiao Chen, are you preparing to contract a second spiritual beast? Taken aback by her question, Xiao Chen responded, Miss Su, your family is also engaged in the business of spiritual beasts, is it not? It seems you wish to recoup some spiritual stones? Wang Su quickly added, Fairy, it is not just him, it is both of us. Indeed, he too was preparing to contract a spiritual beast. If this person were truly a foolish individual with abundant wealth, would it not save a considerable sum to purchase a spiritual beast from the Su family's establishment? In his quest to minimize expenses, Wang Su had no qualms about referring to her as Fairy. Miss Su, we certainly need to prepare for a second contracted spiritual beast. Since we are well acquainted now, could I perhaps receive a discount on the purchase of a single spiritual beast? Xiao Chen, having spent ample time with Wang Su, had also begun addressing her as Fairy. This was merely a matter of habit, not an attempt to save on spiritual stones. Su-won, unperturbed by Xiao Chen's subtle intentions, looked at him earnestly and inquired, Xiao Chen, may I ask, is your first contracted spiritual beast the Qing Teng Yao? One must admit that you have raised that Qing Teng Yao exceptionally well. In light of your Qing Teng Yao, I am willing to offer you an opportunity. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen felt a wave of dissatisfaction wash over him. What was so special about having a Qing Teng Yao? What did she mean by offering an opportunity based on the Qing Teng Yao? Indeed, you are correct. My first spiritual beast is the Qing Teng Yao, he replied, masking his inner complaints with a composed expression and a natural smile. It could be said that this was the only skill he had acquired during his confinement in that courtyard. While often cursing inwardly at the figure clad in black, he maintained a smile on his face. Having conducted business with Su-won for several years, it was only natural for her to discern his background. However, what did her gaze, laden with sympathy, imply? Who said that having a Qing Teng Yao was a setback? Was he not capable of fetching a handsome sum now? Xiao Chen, I am not inclined to delve into your past. One should remain positive and strive for self-improvement. Regardless of the quality of one's spiritual beast, one must aim to surpass oneself. I truly admire individuals like you. She continued, as you know, my Su family is one of the 4 great families of Diyan City, a 9th-tier force. Xiao Chen was well aware of this. It was common knowledge. Being appreciated by a distinguished young lady left him uncertain of how to convey his feelings. His care for the Qing Teng Yao seemed far from inspiring and lacked any semblance of tragedy. It was merely a path with no alternatives, forcing him to continue down a singular route. Each 9th-tier force aspires to ascend to an 8th-tier force. Do you know the criteria for such elevation? Xiao Chen shook his head, having no desire to know such matters, as they bore no relevance to him. He was even oblivious to how to advance to a 9th-tier force. In addition to the requirement for a sufficient number of powerful individuals within the force, one must also complete specific tasks. To ascend to an 8th-tier force, one such task involves establishing habitable territories within the domain of demonic beasts. One could also interpret this as forming tribes, aimed at expanding the living space for humanity. In fact, every force that successfully establishes a territory is rewarded handsomely by the Beastmaster Guild. It can be said that this is a public task issued by the Beastmaster Guild to every organization. Anyone can undertake it, and rewards await those who succeed. Establishing a territory allows for the protection of more humans. Just like Xiao Chen, who does not reside in Diyan City, he still benefits from its protection indirectly. Were it not for the presence of such a grand city, the Qing Teng Yao would likely be beset by numerous Xian-tier demonic beasts. At that moment, Xiao Chen could not grasp Su-won's intentions. Miss Su, you are not suggesting that we assist in these territorial establishment tasks, are you? Both Xiao Chen and Wang Su simultaneously entertained this possibility, their hearts already retreating from the idea. To venture into the territory of demonic beasts to establish a domain would surely invite daily assaults from them, a perilous endeavor. You may wish to go, but your spiritual beast is unqualified. To undertake such territorial establishment tasks, only elites are deemed suitable. Su-won's remark effectively excluded Xiao Chen from the elite ranks. What could he say? He could only sigh, expressing profound regret. Well, how does this relate to my desire for a contract spirit beast? Xiao Chen pondered, realizing that although this individual possessed formidable strength and a powerful spirit beast, their conversation lacked focus. Xiao Chen, do you wish to acquire a DJ spirit beast? Another astonishing statement ensued. Xiao Chen felt helpless. Who wouldn't desire such a thing? Only a fool would not want it. He had to obtain it. Even considering a spirit beast of the Xian tier, It should at least possess the talent of a DJ spirit beast. Suwon added, upon hearing this. Xiao Chen was suddenly alert. Do not mislead me. I cannot afford such a spirit beast, nor would I dare to dream of it. Moreover, what you mentioned has little to do with a DJ spirit beast. Indeed, Xiao Chen did not appear to be someone capable of affording a spirit beast of such caliber. Even if he spent a lifetime selling spirit leaves, he would struggle to gather sufficient spirit stones. Let me clarify, the territory opened by my Su family is designated for me. Furthermore, this territory is nearly fully established. Hearing this, Xiao Chen could not help but be moved. It seems Suwon held a significant position within the Su family, far beyond that of a mere direct descendant. If a territory had indeed been opened, the annual contribution points from the Beastmaster Guild alone would amount to an astronomical figure. A wealthy woman, indeed. Thus, if you can share with me the cultivation method for the QNGTYO, I could assist you in securing a commendable spirit beast. There is even a possibility of obtaining a DJ spirit beast. Originally, it appeared this conversation was intended to showcase strength, perhaps even to boast. Hand over the cultivation method for the QNGTYO, and I have ample funds, which was the essence of her proposition. Fairy, couldn't you have stated this directly instead of going around in circles? I intended to convey my situation. Cultivating a batch of QNGTYO would hold extraordinary significance for my territory. Xiao Chen began to understand. There likely existed a collection of herbivorous spirit beasts there. If he could cultivate a batch of QNGTYO, it would save a fortune in spirit stones over the years. Su Fairy, why not simply seek some high-tier plant-type spirit beasts? After all, there existed countless plant-type spirit beasts. Not solely the QNGTYO. Although the spirit leaves of the vine were unique, they still paled in comparison to some high-tier spirit leaves. The costs associated with other plant-type spirit beasts are exorbitant, and your QNGTYing is exceptional. Xiao Chen was uncertain what made the vine so special. Perhaps after refining so much spirit meat, its leaves might be more robust. The fairy might be disappointed. For the cultivation method of my QNGTYing is rather straightforward. Simply feed its spirit meat continuously. To date, it has consumed at least thousands of ordinary tier spirit beasts. Xiao Chen spoke the truth. He had no special cultivation methods, merely continuous feeding. He believed that any QNGTYO consuming such an abundance of spirit meat would surely ascend to the Huangji. Upon hearing this, Huangwan exhibited neither disappointment nor skepticism toward Xiao Chen's words. If such a method truly existed, it should have been discovered long ago. Cultivating a QNGTYO with so much spirit meat would be utterly insane. It seemed Xiao Chen possessed some skill, managing to acquire such a quantity of spirit meat. Indeed, it is as I suspected, you surely lack any extraordinary methods. One must admit, this fairy's demeanor was not particularly endearing. Your lack of a cultivation method for the QNGTYO is inconsequential. I can still provide you with a means to obtain a high-tier spirit beast. To establish that territory, my Su family dispatched numerous powerful individuals to slay several formidable beast leaders, allowing us to gain a foothold. Xiao Chen nodded expressionlessly, wondering why the conversation circled back to the territory. He had ceased to harbor expectations regarding the so-called high-tier spirit beast. Did this individual revel in showcasing their achievements? This time, several DG spirit beasts from my Su family ancestors personally took action, and alongside numerous family experts, they managed to slay a powerful spirit beast. With so many individuals collaborating to fell a beast, it would surely possess at least DG strength. Upon their return, they brought back a spirit egg. Finally, they broached the subject of significance, yet Xiao Chen found himself losing patience. Su Fairy, I cannot afford such an item. No, this egg is special. Although it retains some vitality, it is nearly akin to a dead egg. It likely will not last long. So it was a dead egg. Naturally, whom would be so kind as to offer him such an opportunity? Thus, were they seeking someone to take it off their hands before it completely expired? Xiao Chen had no desire to become this unwitting victim. Several members of the Su family have already attempted to contract this spirit egg, but none succeeded. I thought, given your ability to cultivate a QNGTYO to such an extent, perhaps you might have a chance? It's worth a try? What if it successfully hatches? Xiao Chen, that egg is valued at an astronomical amount, far beyond measure. In truth, even the Su family had not fully comprehended the nature of this spirit egg. It was certain that its worth was exceedingly high. Really worth trying? Such an egg could fetch millions. You need only pay 100,000, and it is yours. You are still seeking a fool to take the bait. If it were merely a matter of 20 or 30,000 spirit stones, he might have considered it. 100,000 spirit stones, however, compelled him to decline. What kind of fool would consider this? Such an opportunity is not to be trifled with. Alternatively, I could allow you to try for free. provided you agree to one condition. A free trial seemed dubious. What condition? You must continuously supply me with spirit leaves, and the price cannot increase. Xiao Chen was at a loss for words. This individual already possessed a territory, and yet still fretted over such trivial sums? Of course, he did not consider himself inflexible. He was willing to agree to anything at the moment. What transpired afterward would depend on his sentiments. Exchanging a chance under this condition was hardly a loss. Su Wan's reasoning was simpler. Hundreds from the Su family had attempted without success to contract the spirit egg. She found it hard to believe that Xiao Chen, who appeared ordinary, could genuinely succeed. Given its current state, this spirit egg was unlikely to survive for many days and would likely be wasted. Treating a dying horse as if it were alive, she decided to let Xiao Chen try, hoping to gain some favor in return. Originally, she had not intended to be so calculative. Perhaps it was Xiao Chen's earlier remark about foolish individuals with money that had irked her, prompting her to seek some advantage from him to ease her displeasure. Both harbored their own intentions and swiftly reached a cooperative agreement. Each felt they had gained an advantage, making the collaboration easily established and everyone quite pleased. To Xiao Chen's surprise, Su Wan produced the spirit egg before him. This spirit egg is with you? Given that the territory belongs to me, is it strange that the egg is mine? Not strange at all, not strange in the slightest. How could one casually produce an item valued at millions of spirit stones? The egg, only the size of a fist, appeared exceedingly ordinary, hardly distinguishable from a larger chicken egg. Are you certain this is the egg of a DJ spirit beast? From its exterior, the egg seemed unremarkable. Its surface was not particularly smooth, nor did it exude vibrant vitality, nor did it shimmer with divine light. A grayish-black spirit egg, mundane and plain. If anyone else presented such an item, it would be fortunate to sell for a few spirit stones. Su Fairy, if you claim this is a DJ spirit beast, then so be it. At first glance, it appeared utterly unremarkable, hardly worthy of being deemed a DJ. Not only did he not desire a dying spirit egg, but even a flawless one would not entice his interest. He tentatively reached out to touch the spirit egg, which did not feel pleasant. It seemed as though the egg sensed Xiao Chen's touch, for it appeared to move slightly. What astonished Xiao Chen was the inexplicable connection he felt with a life yet to be born. He sensed a certain awareness, an overwhelmingly strong instinct for survival. The faintest fluctuation of breath evoked a sense of familiarity within him. Indeed, he felt a strange kinship with the essence of this spiritual egg. Why was that? How could this be possible? He was certain he had never encountered such a spiritual egg nor experienced this aura before. Could it be that he shared an extraordinary bond with it? Xiao Chen, I assure you, this spiritual egg is indeed exceptional. If it were an ordinary one, I wouldn't waste my time. You should give it a try. Whether you succeed or not is inconsequential. Su Wan persuaded, while Xiao Chen wrestled with his own conflicting emotions. For reasons unknown, a powerful thought surged within him. He must save this little creature. He felt a pressing urgency, fearing that the life force of this spiritual egg might extinguish within a day. Xiao Chen himself could not fathom why such a notion crossed his mind. How could a spiritual egg with such a feeble vitality survive even after hatching, even if a contract was established? He hesitated, realizing that if the contract failed, it would be somewhat easier to bear. Yet, if the contract succeeded and the creature did not survive, it would be a complete disaster. Each beastmaster at the Huang rank could only contract one spiritual beast. The death of a spiritual beast was irreparable. Do not hesitate any longer. Give it a chance. Regardless, it is undoubtedly superior to your Qing Tong Yao, urged Su Wan. Strangely, Xiao Chen felt a surge of compassion for this spiritual egg, a man of great rationality. He found himself wavering. This sensation was perplexing, devoid of reason, yet he was resolute in his belief. He even felt that if he missed this opportunity today, he would regret it for a lifetime. Could this little life truly possess the power to sway human hearts? As he vacillated, he became aware that his heart had already made the decision. It was only his rationality that lingered in doubt. Su Xinzi, what if it dies after hatching? He questioned. Xiao Chen, a spiritual beast of this caliber, once hatched, would find it quite difficult to perish. Moreover, the hatching process is not so simple, Su Wan replied. Xiao Chen, rarely impulsive, seemed to have transformed into a different person at that moment. Su Xinzi, if anyone else were to say this to me, I would not believe them. But I trust your words, he declared. Having made his decision, Xiao Chen felt compelled to ensure Su Wan shared in the responsibility. If anything were to go awry, he could seek some form of compensation from her. Without lingering too long in indecision, he bit his finger, allowing the crimson blood to drip into the spiritual egg, his soul energy flowing into its depths. He sensed a life that was on the brink of extinction, yet possessed an indomitable spirit. Instinctively, he activated the techniques of the Lian Shinju, initiating his first communion with this nascent being. As he engaged the Lian Shinju, It dawned on him why the fluctuations of this small entity felt so intimately familiar. This was a remarkably wondrous sensation, one he had not experienced during his initial contract with the Qing Tong Yao. It was as if his consciousness had been drawn into an extraordinary realm. He beheld a vibrantly colored world, towering trees reaching into the clouds, melodious calls resonating in the air, miraculous herbs, and valleys adorned with blossoms. He also glimpsed an array of strikingly colored large birds soaring through the sky. He could not identify these birds. They were neither as grand as the Qing Miao nor as sharply defined as the Jiaoying. Not to mention they could not compare to those legendary divine birds. They resembled gray sparrows, appearing quite ordinary. What was happening? Xiao Chen felt an inkling that the spiritual beast he was about to contract was akin to these aerial creatures. Surely not. Could it truly be a gray sparrow? The thought startled him. If that were the case, this spiritual beast would be on par with the Qing Tong Yao. He attempted to withdraw his hand quickly, but it was too late. A mere flick of his finger caused the eggshell to shatter. A resounding cry echoed in his mind. Clear, melodious, ethereal, imbued with an indescribable resonance. It expressed a longing for life, curiosity about the new world, and a complex amalgamation of emotions. That cry was like the most crystalline sound of a sword, awakening Xiao Chen's spirit. No, this was certainly not a gray sparrow. Xiao Chen was certain of that. Yet, the newly hatched spiritual beast bore an uncanny resemblance to a gray sparrow. Its plumage, size, and demeanor were indistinguishable. The only difference was that this gray sparrow seemed too frail, having fainted immediately upon birth. Xiao Chen's countenance darkened as he summoned the little creature into the spiritual beast space, where it could recuperate and thrive. Yes, he was genuinely concerned, not because he believed it to be a gray sparrow, but because he sensed that the little one was in dire condition, teetering on the brink of life and death. Suwan noticed Xiao Chen's pallid expression and felt a pang of guilt. She had never anticipated that he would actually hatch the spiritual egg. Even more surprising was the possibility that it could be a gray sparrow. Could it be that the Su family had failed to contract successfully with so many individuals due to this creature's weakness? After all, it was retrieved from the lair of a mighty beast. How could it be a mere gray sparrow? Suwan's feelings were tumultuous. She wished to explain, but struggled to find the right words. At that moment, Xiao Chen was resolute that this was not a gray sparrow, but rather a powerful spiritual beast. However, he would never admit it aloud. Now, he no longer addressed her as Su Xianzi, his expression revealing a restrained fury. Miss Su, is this truly the spiritual beast of Earth-rank talent you spoke of? He demanded. Suwan was at a loss for words. You contracted the Qing Tong Yao as your first beast, and now you intend to give me a worthless creature to completely control me? Xiao Chen's expression was grim, while Wang Su glanced around, likely contemplating an escape. In a confrontation, Xiao Chen had no chance of winning. Thankfully, his older brother remained relatively composed. Although filled with anger and resentment, he refrained from taking any drastic actions. I had no such intention. Moreover, the gray sparrow is commendable. It is quite practical. I assure you, I will help you cultivate it to the Huang rank, or even the Xian rank. Flying spiritual beasts possess significant advantages over ordinary ones. If I can nurture the Qing Tong Yao, surely I can manage the gray sparrow, Suwan asserted, repeating herself multiple times, aware that her reasoning was less than convincing. Yet, this was the best she could muster. It was evident that she herself did not believe her own words. Xiao Chen attempted to maintain a facade of outrage, wavering between expressions of grief and fury. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and declared, what transpired today will not be easily forgotten. The price of future spiritual leaves will double. Chapter 29. The Gray Sparrow is not bad. Xiao Chen was consumed by indignation, battling the urge to erupt yet again. Indeed, he was but a minor figure, merely a beastmaster who had contracted the Qing Tong Yao. He could not afford to offend the extensive Su family. Ultimately, he swallowed his anger and departed the Su family business with Wang Su. Suwan felt a pang of remorse. Though she did not care about the contract of a minor figure, she did not wish to jeopardize a long-term partnership. How could such an event occur? A perfectly fine spirit egg turned out to be merely a gray sparrow, deceiving even the most skilled individuals of its kind. The fact that a dying spirit beast could still be successfully contracted indicates that Xiao Chen's beast taming aptitude is undoubtedly exceptional. The ability to cultivate a Qing Tong Yao to the Huang level further attests to this fact. Perhaps he should be compensated in the future. Suwan felt quite helpless. She did not wish for this outcome either. As Xiao Chen walked down the road, he initially appeared filled with resentment. But when he noticed a sudden increase in the numbers on his identity token, he nearly burst into laughter. Nevertheless, he still had to maintain a facade of sorrow. After walking quite a distance, Wang Su finally dared to voice his frustrations, exclaiming, "Damn it, I always said that a woman's heart is the most treacherous. How could you fall for such a trick? I wanted to stop you. That egg looked extremely ordinary at first glance. Do not worry. Your second spirit beast will be fine. I will protect you. Thinking of this, Wang Su felt exceedingly pleased, believing that his younger brother could rise to prominence, perhaps even surpassing Xiao Chen in strength. Unbeknownst to Wang Su, his elder brother had just received a substantial sum, having gained an additional 100,000 contribution points. In response to Wang Su's insincere consolation, Xiao Chen said nothing, maintaining an appearance of deep dissatisfaction. The reason for his silence lay in his preoccupation with his second spirit beast. Within his soul, there now existed the ethereal image of a small bird. In the spirit beast space, a creature the size of half a fist lay quietly, seemingly either unconscious or asleep, while the green leaves of Qing Tung gently fanned it, creating a serene and beautiful scene that brought comfort to Xiao Chen. Surprisingly, the typically rugged Qing Tung displayed an uncommon patience at that moment. Xiao Chen gradually nourished the little creature with his soul power, cautious not to overdo it, allowing the process to unfold slowly. With the addition of a little gray creature in the spirit beast space, Qing Tung was undeniably excited, declaring, "Now, I am the elder brother. Xiao Chen, this gray sparrow beast is quite remarkable. After all, I too have become an elder brother." This creature was not merely a gray sparrow beast. It was a high-tier spirit beast. However, it had to be named after the gray sparrow to deceive others. Given its resemblance to a gray sparrow, this could be a significant advantage. From now on, we shall call it Xiaohui. The name was simple and typical for spirit beasts. By choosing this name, he aimed to ensure that others would not realize it was a gray sparrow beast. While the name was somewhat lacking in grandeur, it would suffice. Henceforth, he would possess a flying spirit beast. Indeed, he had a flying spirit beast, yet given Xiao Hui's size, it could not serve as a mount. There was a hint of regret, but it was not intolerable. By the way, Xiao Chen, what is the second skill you have awakened? Gung Jin Sword Qi. A powerful offensive technique. As a metal-based technique, it summons a blade of Gung Jin Sword Qi capable of easily slicing through stone and injuring foes. When first used, this sword Qi extends over a foot in length and is exceedingly sharp. The specifics of its application will require careful consideration, and perhaps I will need to study some water-based techniques in the future. In any case, no metal-based technique is ever weak. Metal is known for its offensive prowess. Excellent. Quite excellent. Finally, Xiao Chen possessed an offensive technique. Although it was not a ranged attack, it was substantially stronger than before. Qing Tung had not pondered why contracting a wind-based spirit beast like the gray sparrow would result in the awakening of a metal-based technique. Wang Su posed a similar question. Elder brother, what wind-based technique have you awakened? He would not divulge Xiao Hui's situation to anyone, Wang Su included. Wind binding, a skill of limited power. Wind binding possesses a degree of control, yet it evidently clashes with Qing Tung's root entanglement. This skill is useful, but for Xiao Chen, it is rather superfluous. Upon hearing about Xiao Chen's awakened technique, Wang Su felt reassured. Now, he too was ready to contract a second spirit beast. Then, elder brother, I plan to acquire a Huidou, a spirit beast with decent overall abilities. Xiao Chen had encountered a Huidou before. It was a fire-type spirit beast with commendable combat prowess. That is acceptable. Do as you see fit. Xiao Chen was aware that the combination of wind and fire techniques could greatly enhance their power. He also knew that fire techniques were the nemesis of Qing Tung. Wang Su contracting a fire-type spirit beast did not preclude him from harboring such thoughts. Naturally, Xiao Chen refrained from expressing this notion. Currently, he held a favorable view of Wang Su, partly due to the fact that Wang Su had indeed brought about a fortuitous breakthrough for Qing Tung, allowing it to reach the Huang level. Another reason was that Wang Su had yet to commit any acts of betrayal against him, while he remained vigilant. He did not mind the possibility of Wang Su one day becoming a threat. Aside from Luo Cheng, he had never truly trusted anyone. If others could turn against him, he would not hesitate to eliminate them without remorse. Although Wang Su had a sharp tongue, he was not without intelligence and understood the limits of whom he could offend. At times, provoking others might even be intentional, perhaps to create trouble for Xiao Chen or to seek opportunities to escape his control. At present, Xiao Chen was determined not to let Wang Su go. He was aware of the location of Qing Tung Yuan and certain secrets about Xiao Chen. Lacking any means of self-defense, Wang Su could only remain in Qing Tung Fort. An ordinary Huidou cost 200,000 spirit stones, while an exceptional Huidou with superior bloodlines demanded 500,000 spirit stones. Wang Su possessed only around 500,000, which he would exhaust in one go. Xiao Chen's spirit stones were also earmarked for his own use. He would consume a bottle of Huang-level soul power potion every 3 days, amounting to over 100 bottles in a year. Thus, he purchased a 5-year supply, depleting a significant portion of his spirit stones. The remaining half was spent on 3 for Qing Tung, totaling another 300,000 spirit stones. How to cultivate Xiao Hui remained uncertain. Yet some potions would undoubtedly be necessary. He purchased dozens of bottles of foundational nurturing pills for spirit beasts, as well as a batch of Qingbai Dan, which were essential for flying spirit beasts. Additionally, he exchanged for an axe, upgrading to a soul weapon. The soul weapon cost 20,000 spirit stones, a reasonable price. The function of soul power activation was rather singular. After infusing soul power, a 1,000-pound axe felt as light as a few dozen pounds, proving both agile and remarkably powerful. Xiao Chen, now that you possess an offensive skill, do you still need to use this axe? The opening axe's power cannot possibly surpass that of Gung Jin's sword Qi. Of course it is useful, as I do not generally utilize that skill. Employing this soul weapon is precisely to conceal my offensive skill. Beast tamers often preferred to keep their abilities hidden, and Xiao Chen was no exception. Just as Wang Su had awakened a skill without mentioning it to him. Others would believe that Xiao Chen's most formidable attack was the opening axe. When he suddenly unleashed a Gung Jin sword Qi, the effect should be quite impressive. As Xiao Chen awakened his skill, and Wang Su contracted his second spirit beast, both experienced gains. One could see Wang Su's excitement. He must have awakened a commendable skill. Wang Su did not speak of it, and Xiao Chen was too indifferent to inquire. After spending a substantial fortune of over 150,000 spirit stones, Xiao Chen was left with only 20,000 contribution points. With the procurement complete, Xiao Chen had no desire to linger into Yen City. Having acquired ample resources, his future cultivation speed would undoubtedly be rapid. He had also prepared sufficient supplies for nurturing spirit beasts, ensuring that Xiao Hui's foundation would be exceptionally solid. Wang Su evidently relished the city's vibrancy, yet he dared not express it openly, quietly accompanying Xiao Chen out of the city. The journey back was notably tranquil, and there was no sign of Wang Su intentionally provoking others. Perhaps he was exceedingly confident in his enhanced abilities, believing that he could attain freedom solely through his own strength in the future. Xiao Chen, however, paid little heed to such matters. As long as he kept Xiao Feng by his side as a mount, Wang Su would neither escape nor cause disturbances. It was only when Wang Su felt that he had completely surpassed others that he might take further actions. As long as such opportunities were denied to him, it seemed unlikely that any significant issues would arise in the future. Upon returning to Qing Tung Bao, Xiao Chen immersed himself in arduous training, tirelessly dedicating both day and night to his practice. Consuming a bottle of soul energy potion every 3 days was already quite extravagant. Yet he gradually learned to refine one bottle in just 2.5 days. This method of cultivation was exceedingly luxurious. But the speed of his soul energy enhancement was remarkable. Wang Su, lacking soul energy potions, could only rely on his own efforts to progress step by step. Every resource for cultivation was hard-earned. No beast master had an abundance of resources at their disposal. One could only advance according to the strength they possessed. Naturally, Xiao Chen could not share his resources with others, as each bottle of soul energy potion was invaluable to him. After a month in Qing Tung Bao, there was finally movement in the spirit beast space. Gigi, Gigi. The sound startled Xiao Chen, pulling him from his meditation. Xiao Hui, you're awake. During this time, Xiao Chen had been using his soul energy to sustain Xiao Hui's life, coupled with the benefits of the spirit beast space for the growth of spirit beasts. Xiao Hui had gradually recovered from its initial state of weakness and unconsciousness. Xiao Chen witnessed its journey from the brink of death to a steady heartbeat. Although Xiao Hui's appearance was rather unseemly, Xiao Chen felt an innate affection for it. Gigi. Xiao Hui could not speak human language, nor could it yet convey its thoughts through mental waves. Nevertheless, Xiao Chen easily understood its meaning. This will be your home from now on. We are family. Such complex sentiments might be beyond Xiao Hui's grasp, so Xiao Chen kept it simple. Due to their contract, Xiao Hui was naturally affectionate towards him. From now on, you need not worry about anything. Just focus on growing healthily. Xiao Chen was not in a hurry to urge it to cultivate. He merely wished for it to thrive. Once it matured and grew stronger, he would apply pressure. Gigi. Xiao Hui seemed to struggle to comprehend Xiao Chen's words. Yet it instinctively consumed a spirit silkworm within the spirit beast space. Oh dear, you're eating spirit silkworms too? Xiao Chen was at a loss for words, as this creature had devoured several pieces of spirit stones. Gigi. Xiao Hui indicated that it was quite delicious and pecked at another spirit silkworm. Its appetite was impressive. Perhaps it could start with half a cultivation pill daily. Xiao Chen was uncertain how much Xiao Hui could consume, but half a pill should not pose a problem. He sensed that Xiao Hui was at the first layer of the mortal stage. Xiao Hui was a type of high-tier spirit beast, yet it differed from typical high-tier spirit beasts. Many high-tier spirit beasts were born at the 6th or 7th layer of the mortal stage, while some extraordinary ones were even born with yellow-tier strength. Perhaps it was simply a matter of having a weak foundation from birth. Having already contracted Xiao Hui, Xiao Chen refrained from pondering its exact classification. In any case, he now possessed 2 spirit beasts, one of which he acquired without spending a single spirit stone. I'll leave the cultivation pills there for you. Consume them as you see fit. Surely, it would not overindulge. With Xiao Hui awake, Xiao Chen's training was unaffected. However, he needed to dedicate extra time each day to help both spirit beasts grow. It seemed that both of his spirit beasts had quite an appetite. Xiao Hui, with its palm-sized body, could consume several spirit silkworms the thickness of a finger. Naturally, its growth was remarkably swift. Within just a month, Xiao Hui broke through to the second layer. However, this was not a cause for pride. Wang Su's Huidou had already been at the third layer of the mortal stage upon contracting, a significantly higher starting point than that of Tenggu at the time. Xiao Chen practiced the divine refinement technique and had sufficient soul energy potions. After 2 months, his soul energy reached the second layer. As a yellow-tier beast master, his soul energy had significantly improved. Day after day of cultivation, he depleted his soul energy, meditated for recovery, and repeated the cycle. Xiao Chen had always been someone who could endure solitude. Even if he had to cultivate alone for years, it would not be an issue. During training, soul energy grew the fastest. Now, Xiao Chen no longer kept Xiao Hui confined to the spirit beast space daily. Gradually, it needed to learn to hunt for itself. Currently, its prey consisted solely of the abundant spirit silkworms, which was a source of great frustration for Xiao Chen, as it required a considerable amount of spirit stones each day. Wang Su, witnessing Xiao Hui devouring these spirit silkworms, was filled with anger, yet felt helpless. Day by day, their soul energy grew stronger, and both spirit beasts steadily improved. The available cultivation resources were temporarily sufficient, which felt gratifying. Life was peaceful and fulfilling, though Xiao Chen increasingly consumed soul energy potions. He could now feel that his soul energy was quite robust. Using soul energy with the Kai Tian axe, he could manage it for an hour. If employing the Gung Jin sword Qi, he could unleash approximately 10 strikes in succession. If he could continue this training uninterrupted, it would be quite advantageous. Life was tranquil, with only occasional ripples. After 6 months, Xiao Chen received a message from his elder brother, along with an additional 200,000 contribution points. Second brother, I have successfully contracted my second spirit beast, a ground-tier spirit beast of excellent quality. Once I complete this garrison task, I will return to guide you through the trial task. Xiao Chen often thought of Luo Chong, though they communicated infrequently, perhaps only once a year. The fact that his elder brother's second spirit beast was of the ground tier brought him immense joy. Could it be that Xiao Meng was now at the third or fourth layer of the yellow tier? His elder brother must have endured considerable hardships over the years. Elder brother, I have also contracted my second spirit beast, Xiao Chen replied. It may also be of ground tier talent. He was uncertain, but Xiao Hui's quality should not be too low. Based on its growth speed, Xiao Hui's advancement was not particularly rapid, only slightly faster than Tenggu. At present, Xiao Chen had yet to test Xiao Hui's awakened skills. Nonetheless, he could sense the immense spiritual power contained within Xiao Hui's small frame, significantly surpassing that of Tenggu at the same stage. Not only Xiao Hui, but Tengji's rate of improvement had also slowed. Xiao Feng was on the verge of breaking through to the next layer, while Tenggu remained stagnant. As 6 months passed, Xiao Chen rode Xiao Feng once more to Diyan City, selling a batch of high-tier spirit leaves and a newly harvested batch of silkworm silk. In addition to purchasing necessities, Xiao Chen acquired a substantial number of spirit silkworms. The quantity of spirit silkworms in Qing Tong Bao had grown exceedingly large. Wang Su busied himself daily with various tasks. However, Xiao Chen was not stingy, ensuring that none of the spirit stones meant for distribution were withheld. Tenggu, I see you improving daily, yet your realm remains stagnant. Have you noticed? Breaking through a minor layer seems more challenging than achieving a major breakthrough. Xiao Chen, do not rush, the breakthrough will come in due time. Although Teng Ji's realm had not visibly progressed, its mindset had improved considerably. Indeed, although its cultivation was not remarkable, its battle prowess had reached the level of a 5-layer demon beast. Before even breaking into the yellow tier, Tenggu had already possessed the strength of a low-tier yellow beast. Now, compared to other demon beasts of the same tier, Tenggu was considerably stronger. Xiao Chen even believed that, in terms of battle power, it could rival demon beasts of the same tier with ground-tier talents. Thankfully, Xiao Hui had made another breakthrough. In the span of 6 months, Xiao Hui has achieved remarkable growth, having broken through twice to reach the third layer of the mortal realm. Despite the passage of time, Xiao Chen has yet to ascertain the specifics of Xiao Hui's abilities. However, it is evident that Xiao Hui possesses formidable combat prowess. He witnessed it effortlessly hunt a 5-layered gray sparrow while still at the third layer of the mortal realm. Chapter 30, The Hunter. Life has been tranquil and delightful, especially when the supply of soul energy potions for cultivation is ample. While the strengthening of others tends to slow their cultivation speed, Xiao Chen has experienced the opposite, his progress seemingly swifter than during his time in the mortal realm. Each day appears similar, yet subtle changes unfold. Unbeknownst to him, a vast pond excavated within Qingtung Fort has become teeming with a variety of spirit fish. The roots of the vine spirit have now extended into the adjacent river, allowing for a bountiful catch daily. Xiao Chen has made an agreement with the nearby beasts not to hunt in close proximity. Although the vine spirit cannot hunt the beasts, it excels in fishing. Xiao Chen relishes these peaceful days, yet true tranquility is elusive in the wilderness. The boundaries of Qingtung Fort remain unchanged at 5 miles. Over the years, Xiao Chen has fostered amicable relations with his neighbors, and the local leaders have grown familiar with him. One early morning, Xiao Chen noticed that all the vines in Qingtung Fort had come to life, their green tendrils dancing spectacularly. This is an instinctual reaction of the vine spirits to defend themselves when faced with danger. Xiao Chen, those wolf cubs to the north seem to harbor ill intentions. A voice warned. Startled, Xiao Chen realized the significance of the mention of the wolf cubs, referring to a pack of white wolves several miles to the north. There are many types of wolf-like spirit beasts, including wind wolves, fire wolves, and white wolves, the latter being quite common. The overall strength of the white wolves is comparable to that of the wind wolves, differing merely in their elemental affinities. Among this northern pack, 3 possess yellow tier strength, while the Wolf King is a formidable creature of yellow tier level 8. The White Wolf clan is exceptionally united and excels in group combat, making them a considerable force in the vicinity. White wolves. I must investigate. Xiao Chen recalled the loyalty of their leaders, who had previously aided him, and he was taken aback by the prospect of a sudden assault. With a swift thought, he activated his soul energy and vanished to the north of Qingtung Fort. To his dismay, the threat was real. His expression darkened as he spotted dozens of white wolves charging toward them, the dust raised by their stampede visible from afar. Vine Spirit, prepare all the vines for battle. Xiao Chen wished to avoid provoking others, yet he would not hesitate to retaliate against those who sought to breach their agreement. Wait, Xiao Chen, it seems there is something behind the white wolves, came a voice, adding to his confusion. What else could there be? As the wolf pack drew nearer, Xiao Chen finally discerned the truth. No. His pupils constricted as he recognized the anomaly. Almost simultaneously, he heard the furious roar of the Wolf King, imbued with immense rage, from which he detected another layer of urgency. Someone was pursuing the pack of white wolves, and the Wolf King appeared severely injured, signaling a warning to them. Upon this realization, Xiao Chen turned to a companion. Xiao Feng, you belong to the Wolf clan? What does this mean? He had grown quite familiar with Xiao Feng, whose spiritual presence he recognized instinctively. The hunters are coming. We must flee. Xiao Feng's voice was tinged with panic, sending a wave of anxiety through Xiao Chen. Hunters? This indicated that the area had become a hunting ground for formidable high-tier spirit beasts. If even the wind wolves were fleeing, the hunters were at least of yellow tier levels 8 or 9. It was also possible that numerous yellow tier spirit beasts were involved. If the white wolves struggled to escape, how could they? The vine spirits were too slow to evade. Xiao Feng, inform the Wolf King that we will assist him. Have him relay the specific circumstances. Xiao Feng let out a long howl, startling the spirits of the white wolves. At that moment, Wang Su hurriedly arrived, looking anxious. Brother, what is happening? Xiao Chen replied succinctly, ask Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng was Wang Su's spirit beast, and with a mere thought, he could grasp the situation's essence. The presence of a powerful hunter in the area, one that even the white wolves could not withstand, was alarming. Wang Su instinctively moved closer to Xiao Feng, recognizing that if escape became necessary, Xiao Feng was their key to survival. The wind wolves were swift, and with Xiao Feng's gale technique, he believed they could evade danger. A thunderous roar startled them. A peak yellow-tier beast. Moreover, this creature likely possessed significant innate talent, similar to the leopard spirit. It must wield overwhelming power to qualify as a hunter. If they encountered a being akin to the leopard, their only option would be to flee. Xiao Chen initially considered escape, but would he abandon such a large and established Qingtung fort? The number of vine spirits had grown to 6 or 7, and merely selling the spirit leaves could yield a fortune in spirit stones each year. Cultivating these vine spirits to their current scale had taken a decade. Vine spirit. It appears we are in for a tough battle today. As the pack of white wolves drew closer, Xiao Chen finally glimpsed the hunters, for spotted white tigers, each appearing to be at yellow tier levels 7 or 8. To his astonishment, there were humans atop the tigers. Xiao Chen was taken aback. Were they beast tamers? For identical spirit beasts, what was the meaning of this? He immediately thought of the Lin family from Biyan City, known for raising numerous wind wolves. Often, they would bring an entire pack into battle. Had someone successfully tamed these white tigers, such a force would surely surpass the Lin family's power in Biyan City. Upon seeing the white tigers and their human riders, Xiao Chen felt an overwhelming urge to flee. The beast tamer who would hunt spirit beasts in this area must be at least a yellow tier tamer. This situation posed no concern until their prey became themselves. The prospect of facing a yellow-tier beast tamer indicated that there were likely more spirit beasts yet to be unleashed. Xiao Chen knew that this battle would be arduous. Perhaps victory could only be secured through sheer numbers. Winning the battle was one thing. The greatest fear lay in the aftermath of potential troubles. Xiao Chen felt a profound sense of helplessness. He had sought refuge in this remote place merely to cultivate spirit silkworms and earn a modest income. Brother, let us fight. With so many vine spirits, we have no reason to fear them. Xiao Chen turned to Wang Su, seemingly reading his thoughts. Of course, with such a grave threat at hand, he had no desire to pressure Wang Su, as long as he did not overstep. Wang Su, go summon the other leaders nearby. Only by uniting can we confront this crisis. If he could not go himself, he would rely on Wang Su to handle it. The vine spirits were too sluggish and lacked sufficient intelligence. Xiao Chen was uncertain whether Wang Su would heed his words, but there was no time for hesitation. To preserve Qingtung Fort, they had no choice but to fight fiercely. The Wolf clan was indeed one of the most united races. Even in flight, they remained cohesive. The strongest of the lead wolves and the oldest among them formed the rear of their formation, ensuring hope for the younger generation, thus securing the clan's future. Xiao Chen, these white tigers possess around level 8 strength, yet they fall far short compared to the leopard. At present, Teng Ji's strength has significantly increased. He displays no signs of anxiety when confronting demon beasts that are several ranks above him. When Teng Ge first encountered Bao Ge, he lacked even the courage to retaliate. Undoubtedly, these white tigers are far inferior in both talent and prowess. Possessing Xin-level talent, one wonders what kind of power could cultivate such spirit beasts in bulk. Perhaps, this is not the influence of Dian City. Teng Ge, let us unite to slay the strongest one. The most formidable white tiger must possess the strength of the 9th layer of Huang level. The Wolf King is currently being relentlessly pursued and suppressed by this white tiger, while the human beast master atop the tiger has yet to make a move. Xiao Chen, we cannot defeat them. The level gap is too vast. What about the Wolf King's strength? Indeed, we could contend, but it requires the Wolf King to react swiftly. If we charge in and the Wolf King flees, it will be the end. In that case, at most, you could sever a vine, and I would escape immediately. Now, we can only trust the Wolf King. If it does not cooperate, it will not be worth our effort to save it. Thankfully, these white tigers are not fire element spirit beasts. You and the Wolf King will hold the white tiger, while I take on the strongest beast master. If we can take down one of the 4 white tigers, our chances of victory will be greatly enhanced. We must not let them discover a human presence here. Otherwise, our ambush will be thwarted. The opportunity is singular. Let us strike swiftly and unexpectedly. From half a mile away, the assault was indeed sudden. The demon beasts were galloping, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Suddenly, 4 green sprouts erupted from the earth, which instantaneously transformed into thick vines. The dense root systems ensnared the white tiger's 4 limbs. The running white tiger stumbled slightly, almost losing its footing. Despite its immense strength, the multitude of roots snapped some of the vines. However, the white tiger did halt momentarily, and the beast master, propelled by inertia, was hurled off the tiger's back. Wolf King, strike! Xiao Chen bellowed, instantly appearing beside the Wolf King, raising his great axe. Kaitian axe. The heavy axe, weighing 1,000 pounds, came crashing down directly at the Beastmaster's forehead. This sudden assault did not fluster the Beastmaster in the slightest. In response, a massive shield composed of rock materialized, accompanied by a face that radiated indifference and disdain. You have learned this ambush technique of the wood escape technique? Xiao Chen felt the impact reverberate through his hands, the axe's tremendous force yielding no effect whatsoever. Furthermore, the Beastmaster saw through his ruse in an instant. This realization was quite disheartening. One strike is sufficient to eliminate you. Kaitian axe. Undeterred, Xiao Chen swung again with all his might. This shield can withstand several thousand pounds of force. Do you think your strength is sufficient? Enough chatter, receive my axe. He swung with full force once more. Then inexplicably added, your shield is formidable, but why do you not protect your entire body? The more powerful the Beastmaster, the more they preferred to conserve their soul power during battle. This was not without merit, as it allowed for prolonged combat. After several strikes, Xiao Chen discerned this pattern. Wherever the axe appeared, the shield manifested there as well. Thus, as the Kai Tian axe descended, Xiao Chen unleashed his Gung Jin sword energy. What did you say? The voice carried a tone of bewilderment before it fell silent. Xiao Chen's ambush succeeded. He vanished from sight with a wood escape technique. The Beastmaster's physical fortitude had indeed increased tremendously, yet their necks remained vulnerable to a sword energy. The strike was executed in an instant, retreating without affording the opponent any chance. Xiao Chen did not even dare to collect the spoils until he was safely away and turned back to observe the scene of battle. At this moment, The Wolf King and Tungu had engaged with the most formidable white tiger. The other powerful white wolves had simultaneously turned to fiercely entangle the remaining white tigers. The strongest beast master lay dead on the ground, utterly lifeless. Above him soared a powerful spirit beast, a flying spirit beast of the 9th layer of Huang level, a majestic eagle. Indeed, this beast master had yet more formidable demon beasts hidden within their spirit beast space. It was over. They faced such a powerful flying spirit beast. Not only could they not win, but escape seemed impossible. Just as Xiao Chen was engulfed in despair, a startling development occurred. The eagle seemed to take some time to comprehend that its master had perished. Instead of avenging its fallen master, it let out a joyous cry and soared away from the scene. Could it be so? Xiao Chen was taken aback upon the beastmaster's death. Its spirit beast was liberated. Xiao Chen swiftly maneuvered, directing a Gung Jin sword energy at the tiger's flank, then vanished once more. Uncertain of the impact, he aimed to assist as much as he could. Meanwhile, the Wolf King seized the opportunity to sink its teeth into the white tiger's neck, refusing to let go. Tungu took advantage of the moment, sending 2 vines directly into the white tiger's veins. Xiao Chen had intended to launch another ambush, but the surrounding white tigers had already dispatched several white wolves. The remaining 3 beast masters, now furious, summoned their other spirit beasts, all charging toward the Wolf King. The 3 spirit beasts summoned were, in fact, 3 large eagles. Such uniformity in spirit beasts could only belong to a formidable faction. Tungu, retreat. Xiao Chen commanded decisively. Facing so many powerful adversaries left no room for opportunity. Given the Wolf King's combat instinct, it should have retreated without hesitation. Yet, it remained steadfast, viciously clinging to the white tiger's neck, showing no intention of releasing its grip. Could it be that this creature intended to perish together with its opponent? Just as Xiao Chen pondered this, he observed the Wolf King's abdomen soaked in crimson, seemingly pierced through completely. Xiao Chen had witnessed such occurrences before. It did not incite sorrow within him. The hunting of demon beasts was a natural order. The Wolf King's dedication to protecting its kin was commendable. Ultimately, it was survival of the fittest, a law of nature. Xiao Chen remained unfazed, but the remaining white wolves felt differently. They had now entered Qing Tung Fort, each glaring with hatred at the hunters. 3 late-stage Huang-level beast masters, 3 late-stage white tigers, and 3 powerful large eagles confronted them. Chapter 31. Yu Ming. The only solace was that the adversaries possessed no fire element spirit beasts. Though their individual strength was vastly superior, their own capabilities were not to be underestimated. The dozens of white wolves could escape, while the hundreds of Qing Tung demons could easily wear them down. Theoretically, as long as they remained within, they would face no danger. The beast masters stood side by side, gazing at the exaggerated Qing Tung fortress, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Though they held a significant advantage in power, their soul energy was ultimately finite. Once their soul energy was exhausted, they would likely only manage to sever one vine after another. Standing before the Qing Tung fortress, Xiao Chen locked eyes with the 3 beast masters. His gaze brimmed with provocation, clearly conveying, "If you dare, come forward." The beast masters regarded Xiao Chen with curiosity. They had not anticipated encountering a human in this place. Moreover, this human had just slain their leader, the most powerful amongst them. This leader, perhaps lacking in social grace, had not only perished, but had also seen his spirit beast flee after his death, leaving his companions devoid of any sorrow. As fellow humans, what is your intention in allying with demon beasts? I, a disciple of the Yusho Palace, patrol the wasteland. Are you declaring enmity with the Yusho Palace? Finally, one of them spoke up. Yusho Palace, Xiao Chen mused. He had not heard of this faction. It was evidently powerful, yet unfamiliar to him. Thus, it must be quite distant from this place. A few individuals questioned the disciples of Yusho Palace, expressing skepticism about their presence so far from the palace itself. They pondered whether their journey was truly warranted, given the absence of anything particularly noteworthy in the vicinity. It was indeed perplexing, under normal circumstances. One would expect hunters to seek closer grounds. The disciples asserted their identity without hesitation, producing their identity tokens adorned with a prominent beast head emblem. Doubts flickered in the mind of Xiao Chen, who considered the possibility that these individuals might have simply lost their way. Even if they were indeed from Yusho Palace, there was no justification for them to trespass on another's territory. The response from the 3 Yusho masters was one of astonishment at the mention of territory. They questioned if this was a newly developed area, and whether the Qing Tung demons could construct such a fortress on their own. The assertion that ordinary folk could command a pack of wolves was met with incredulity. They identified themselves as members of the Wang family from Dian City, emphasizing that no matter how powerful Yusho Palace might be, this land belonged to Dian City. Hesitation crept into the minds of the Yusho disciples, who had merely come to hunt. not to scrutinize their surroundings. It was evident that this was the realm of demons, so how could humans be managing it? One of them attempted to clarify, suggesting there might be a misunderstanding, claiming the territory was still undeveloped as no signs had been observed. The Wang family of Dian City was unfamiliar to them, yet any force capable of claiming territory was undoubtedly formidable. They were merely peripheral members of Yusho Palace, and even an undeveloped territory held its significance. Xiao Chen found himself in a dilemma, uncertain how to navigate the situation. To appear overly anxious would risk exposure. Yet adopting an aggressive stance without the requisite strength was equally unwise. One of the Wang family members pointed out that they had killed their captain, and in return, they had lost one of their wolves. This, they argued, put them on even footing. Xiao Chen understood that this matter could not simply be resolved in such a manner. The others had yet to ascertain his true capabilities. As he contemplated a means to invite them into Qing Tung Fortress, a sharp cry echoed from above, signaling the presence of a Xian-level demon beast. Alarmed, Xiao Chen had little time to react, but the three Yusho masters were already fleeing, splitting up in panic. The sheer strength of a Xian-level demon beast left no room for thoughts of battle. Xiao Chen was equally startled to discover that such a creature roamed near Qing Tung Fortress, raising concerns about imminent relocation. A familiar voice broke through the chaos, urging him to ensure the Yusho Palace disciples did not escape. It was Long Sangu, a powerful dragon eagle and one of Xiao Chen's neighbors. Recently, Long Sangu had even delivered some human-crafted elixirs to him. The timely rapport proved invaluable, potentially saving his life. Long Sangu, having recently achieved a breakthrough, had perhaps withheld information until now, likely prompted by the presence of the humans before him. Congratulations, Long Sangu. You simply need to eliminate those 3 humans. Xiao Chen mused, recognizing that his lack of speed would hinder any pursuit of the fleeing figures aboard their great eagle. Long Sangu, as a fast-flying Xian-level demon beast, would easily dispatch the trio. The realization that his neighbor had ascended to such strength unsettled Xiao Chen, for if Long Sangu could easily slay the 3 Yusho masters, Xiao Chen himself would be an easy target. Fortunately, Xiao Chen had remained unblemished in his conduct over the years, and there was little within Qing Tung Fortress that would pique Long Sanji's interest. Before long, Long Sangu had resolved the matter, leaving 4 corpses before Qing Tung Fortress, each belonging to the Yusho disciples. The imposing form of the dragon eagle descended, stirring a tempestuous wind, its power undeniable. Xiao Chen, you are responsible for handling these human remains. You may keep the demon corpses, but I have a request. Long Sanji's demand took Xiao Chen by surprise, as he had not anticipated that the Xian-level beast would seek anything from him. Please, whatever you need, I will oblige. Xiao Chen replied, aware that he was merely an acquaintance to Long Sangu. He could not fathom what a powerful Xian-level beast would desire from him. Long Sangu requested 2 wind-type crystal cores in exchange for the demon corpses, a sum exceeding 200,000 spirit stones. Xiao Chen knew the demon corpses were worth far less, yet he could not refuse, understanding that this was a token of gratitude for Long Sanji's timely assistance. Rest assured, I will see to it, Xiao Chen promised. In a few days, he would venture to Dian City to settle the matter. Long Sangu expressed satisfaction, uncertain of Xiao Chen's ties to the Wang family, but pleased by his understanding of boundaries and rules. The dynamics of interaction among demon beasts vastly differed from those among humans, and despite Long Sanji's formidable prowess, slaying another beast of the same level was no simple task. Acquiring a Xian-level crystal core posed substantial challenges, thus highlighting the advantages of the human realm, where wealth could procure nearly anything. Without lingering, Long Sangu departed, urging Xiao Chen to clear the area of any traces of bloodshed. The situation remained cumbersome, as the demon corpses could not be directly sold. Pairs of white tigers and great eagles, if sold together, might raise suspicions of their connection to Yusho Palace. The yellow-level beasts could be exchanged for spirit stones in substantial amounts, or alternatively, they could be refined. With the Yusho disciples eliminated, Xiao Chen reasoned that their deaths in the wilderness would raise little alarm, for many humans disappeared without a trace. As he sorted through the belongings left behind, he found over 100 vials of soul power potions among other trivial items, none of which pertained to the nurturing of spirit beasts. Perhaps those had already been taken by Long Sangu. Nonetheless, the soul power potions alone were worth a fortune, totaling around 100,000 spirit stones. In the grand scheme, exchanging for 2 Xian-level crystal cores was hardly a loss. The remaining items were mere trifles. The identity tokens of the fallen disciples would need to be discarded far away, while a few sets of their garments might prove useful in the future. Several soul artifacts, identical in design, were undoubtedly unique to Yusho Palace and should be handled with care. As Xiao Chen meticulously examined the items left by the Yusho masters, he stumbled upon a palm-sized token that struck a chord of familiarity within him. The token was as dark as ink, shimmering with a ghostly light. To his dismay, he recognized the sinister visage emblazoned upon it, a lifelike, hauntingly terrifying image of a ghostly head. This emblem, which had haunted his dreams, sent a shudder through him. Yimingdian, he murmured, realizing that this was not a mask but a token. The token bore no inscriptions, only the emblem that had caused him many sleepless nights. The reappearance of this symbol raised unsettling questions about the potential connections between Yusho Palace and Yimingdian. Xiao Chen felt a sense of relief upon encountering the disciples of the Yusho Gong, as they might provide some clues regarding the Yimingdian. Naturally, this would be a matter for the distant future. With his current abilities, he could accomplish nothing. Among these individuals, was one an outer member of the Yimingdian? Or had they acquired this token from elsewhere? Xiao Chen could not discern the answers. For now, he had to treat the matter as if it had never occurred. Tenggu, ensure that all these beasts and humans are dealt with thoroughly, leaving not a trace behind. He had no intention of keeping the garments of the Yusho Gong disciples. They were to be incinerated. It was imperative to eliminate all evidence without a single remnant. Understood. Tenggu responded with palpable excitement, realizing that even with Xiao Chen's second spirit beast, the relationship remained unchanged. Xiao Chen, give the crystal cores of the 3 large birds to Xiao Hui. It is also a flying spirit beast. Xiao Chen nodded, acknowledging that Xiao Hui was still weak and decided to reserve them for now. After erasing all traces, 2 hours had elapsed. The black jade token had caused a significant mental disturbance, leaving Xiao Chen in a daze for an extended period. Tenggu, why do I feel that something is amiss? For a moment, Xiao Chen could not pinpoint the source of his unease. There is nothing wrong, just that one person is missing. Suddenly, Xiao Chen realized that indeed, they were short one individual. Wang Su had not returned since he left to fetch reinforcements from next door. He had forgotten about him. If he were to return, he would have done so by now. His absence suggested he likely would not return in the future. Inside, Xiao Chen felt little turmoil. He had not anticipated much and could accept any outcome. If it was meant to be, so be it. Should they meet again, he would not know whether to consider him friend or foe. Wang Su had long sought his freedom, a sentiment Xiao Chen understood. Since he had departed, he could forget about any benefits from the Qing Tung Bao. The past was behind them. As long as he did not provoke Xiao Chen, they would be even. By nature, Xiao Chen was indifferent, yet he possessed a deep-seated sense of loyalty and principles. He held on to his pride and convictions. Departing quietly was preferable to a confrontation that would lead to irrevocable estrangement. After Wang Su contracted his second spirit beast, Xiao Chen began to notice some changes. With Wang Su gone, the Qing Tung Bao had gained 31 white wolves. These white wolves, Earth-type beasts of yellow tier talent, had given Xiao Chen a new perspective after the battle. Their innate abilities might not have been remarkable, but in times of peril, these white wolves never abandoned their companions. At times, these beasts proved to be more reliable than humans. Although their talent was not exceedingly high, this pack of white wolves inspired trust in Xiao Chen. Originally, the pack consisted of over 100, but they had suffered significant losses in battle. The strongest alpha wolf and several older white wolves had perished while defending their kin against the onslaught of the white tigers. 2 of the 3 yellow-tier white wolves fell in battle, leaving the youngest and most promising one to assume the role of the new alpha. Bailang was a yellow-tier beast at the 6th level. Xiao Chen had previously visited the pack. Thus he recognized their leader from when Bailang was only at the 3rd or 4th level. The rate of growth was truly astonishing. Out of courtesy, Xiao Chen felt compelled to greet these neighbors. To his surprise, upon his arrival, all the white wolves, even those injured, stood upright and gazed at him with respect and gratitude, as if participating in a ritual unique to their kind. Bailang was larger than Xiao Feng, likely a testament to years of battle, exuding a more formidable presence. We are grateful to the Qing Tung Division for your unwavering assistance in saving my White Wolf clan. Bailang lowered his head in sincere appreciation, not as an act of fealty. It was the Qing Tung Bao, not the Qing Tung Division. Xiao Chen contemplated correcting him, yet it seemed inconsequential. There is no need for such formality, esteemed leader. I merely adhered to the agreement made with the Bailang clan. We are neighbors, mutually supportive, and shall not infringe upon one another. This had been their verbal accord, though Xiao Chen had not placed much weight on it. This collaboration arose purely out of necessity against a formidable foe. From this day forth, the Bailang clan and the Qing Tung Division shall remain allies, never to betray. Under normal circumstances, the Bailang tribe would not forge a true alliance with the Qing Tung beasts. However, Bailang and the White Wolves appeared exceedingly solemn, presenting a stark contrast to the informal agreement made when Xiao Chen visited. The White Wolves stood with grave expressions, seemingly preparing for an extraordinary ceremony. Within the Qing Tung Bao, the 31 White Wolves stood in dignified silence. Despite their injuries, they maintained their posture, their gaze fixed, as if awaiting a significant moment. Moonlight cascaded upon their pristine fur, casting a silvery glow that rendered them even more mysterious and imposing. Bai Lang stood at the forefront of the pack, a golden sigil emerging on his forehead, radiating an extraordinary light. This sigil seemed to harbor some ancient and potent force, leaving onlookers in awe. As the sigil appeared, a mysterious aura enveloped the entire pack. The atmosphere among the wolves grew solemn, as if they were engaged in a special ritual. Did this bear resemblance to the contracting of spirit beasts? Was it a similar form of pact? Indeed. Xiao Chen found himself bewildered by the many unspoken rules governing these beasts. Tengu, what should we do? I am at a loss. Xiao Chen felt a sense of trepidation as he met the gaze of the alpha wolf, Bai Lang. Fortunately, Tengu responded to Bai Lang. A vine emerged from the ground, standing directly before Bai Lang. Tengu initiated the response, and the entire Qing Tung Bao resonated with the movement. Vine swayed, and one by one, luminous orbs entered the mysterious sigil. They could perform such feats? Xiao Chen was utterly astonished, never having imagined that even the Qing Tung beasts possessed such knowledge. It seemed to be an instinctive response, adhering to the most ancient of rules, using heaven and earth as mediators and spirit and soul as the contract. The Qing Tung division and the Bai Lang clan forged an alliance, destined to endure through generations, never to waver. Xiao Chen was astounded that Tengu could articulate such profound words. Moreover, upon uttering them, the contract appeared to have been established. So Tengu, do your descendants now have to uphold this contract? Xiao Chen was immensely curious, as this pact seemed to parallel those formed between beast tamers and their spirit beasts. Indeed, for anyone daring to breach the contract shall face dire consequences. Then why did you directly enter into this contract? I believe this is of utmost significance to the Qing Tung Bao and even the entire Qing Tung clan. Xiao Chen was unaware that the seemingly insignificant alliance between two clans would hold such far-reaching implications in the future, perhaps due to the bond formed by the contract. Xiao Chen felt a newfound closeness to these white wolves. The Bai Lang clan's diminished strength rendered them incapable of reclaiming their former territory. The survival rules of the beast realm dictated that when strength wanes, one must contract their domain. The Bai Lang clan's original hunting ground spanned 20 miles, but it had now shrunk drastically to only 5 or 6. The Bai Lang clan was now closely intertwined with the Qing Tung Bao, while they had not fully merged. The gap was narrowing. Bai Lang, you may partake in the spoils of this white tiger. The debt of vengeance has been settled. It is time to look forward. In the days that followed, the new sphere of influence was delineated. As long as the Bai Lang clan safeguarded this territory and refrained from instigating conflict, they should be able to coexist peacefully for a while, unless a formidable beast were to suddenly invade or a creature were to break through. The Bai Lang clan has endured through generations, accustomed to various partings and deaths. In the future, I too shall tread this path. Dying in battle to protect my kin is my honor. The mindset of the Wolf clan differs significantly from that of Xiao Chen, yet he finds himself in agreement with such sentiments. Bai Lang, as an ally, I am limited in what I can provide. However, I possess a few Pei Yuan Dan, which should greatly aid in the growth of your people. The Wolf clan will not accept favors without reciprocation. Bai Lang did not refuse and graciously accepted Xiao Chen's generous gift, pledging future returns. Wolf King, I seek no recompense from you. However, if you have the capacity, it would be beneficial to assist Tengu in some endeavors, such as slaying 10,000 Huangjie beasts. Upon hearing this, Bai Lang regarded Xiao Chen with some skepticism. Indeed, it seemed he wished to return the offer. 10,000. It was merely a casual figure. A higher number could be proposed. Xiao Chen had accepted a mission to eliminate 10,000 Huangjie beasts, a task of hellish difficulty, yet the rewards were exceedingly extravagant. Humans often indulge in fanciful dreams. To say 10,000 is one thing. If we could slay 1,000, my Bai Lang tribe could evolve into a formidable clan. Huangjie beasts are not easily dispatched, and to accomplish this daunting task, Xiao Chen would require collaboration. The Bai Lang clan, alongside other powerful neighbors, and even Xianjie experts like Long San, could join forces. It is not too demanding. We merely need Tengu to deliver the final blow for task completion. Naturally, this must be approached gradually. Bai Lang, do you believe that one day your tribe could possess thousands of battle wolves? The mere thought filled Bai Lang with aspiration. If such were the case, I would surely lead my wolf brothers deep into the wilderness. It is said that the depths of the wilderness conceal the world's most profound secrets. Every beast born in the wilderness instinctively yearns to venture deeper, as if something beckons us. Entering the depths is a mission for each individual. It was Xiao Chen's first encounter with such beliefs. At least the lower-tier Qing Tung beasts seemed to lack such strong awareness. Bai Lang, this world is vast. Beyond the endless wilderness lies the 10,000 mountains, the Mou marshes, and the depths of the inferno. From the fragments of text in the Beast Taming Heart Sutra, it is suggested that there may be countless worlds like this one. In summary, the world is so expansive, and we have the opportunity to explore each corner. This Qingtung Fort is merely our first stop. Xiao Chen aspired to guide his spirit beast step by step towards the pinnacle, wishing to behold the scenery at each stage. How to articulate? While human strength may not be formidable, the ability to dream is indeed unparalleled, not to mention other places. The day we can venture into the wilderness will be monumental. Xiao Chen found it curious that he felt the need to be wary of humans while conversing with beasts as if they were friends. Indeed, every world requires individuals who gaze at the stars. Bai Lang, allying with the Qingtung clan is the most prudent decision you could make. Your choice will propel your tribe towards greatness. This is the truth from Xiao Chen's heart. In many respects, it is not overly difficult for these beasts to grow. As long as there are sufficient contribution points to regularly exchange for elixirs and crystals, tremendous changes will ensue. Humans are often unreliable, but I trust you. Bai Lang's gaze was fervent, envisioning a bright future for the Bai Lang clan. Could you lend me a tribesman for transport? I need to visit Diyin City. Chapter 33, Cooperative Prosperity. Xiao Chen owed Long Sin several Xianjia crystals and needed to journey to Diyin City. Currently, his contribution points were insufficient, so he could only request a small advance from his elder brother, Luo Cheng. Amount? Bai Lang momentarily failed to grasp the request. It seemed implausible that this human could reach Diyin City on foot within days. Moreover, he might be devoured by a beast before arriving. I merely meant to suggest companionship. I see Brother Bai as someone with lofty aspirations. There is a saying among humans, to read 10,000 books and travel 10,000 miles. If you desire, I would be willing to show you the splendor of the human world. Bai Lang quickly understood upon this rephrasing. Who is Bai Lang? He is the chief wolf of the Bai Lang clan, brave and fearless, daring to explore all unknown realms. The key point is that Xiao Chen indicated there were opportunities for the tribe's continual growth within the human world. After experiencing the world's magnificence, one would have clearer goals, thus approaching tasks with greater dedication. Though Xiao Feng departed, Xiao Chen had acquired a stronger ally. For Xiao Chen, it was merely a trip to purchase something. But for Bai Lang, it was akin to opening the gates to a new world, particularly after discovering the beneficial effects of the purchased elixirs on his wolf brethren. Bai Lang became restless. The wolf clan must undergo a thorough transformation, commencing with fundamental changes. Every member of the Bai Lang clan must regularly groom their fur and submit it uniformly. The clan must cultivate compassion, sparing cubs encountered during hunts and relocating them to Qingtung Fort. All Huangjie beasts entering the territory shall be surrounded but not slain, allowing the Qingtung leader to manage them. The wolf clan is a natural shepherd. Within Qingtung Fort, there will be a group of Qing Mu spirit sheep, overseen by the Bai Lang clan. After returning from the human world, Bai Lang issued several commands to his tribe. Although they were puzzled by the sudden changes, they asked no questions and chose to comply. This is the nature of the wolf clan, with an astonishing sense of discipline. These commands revolved around a singular factor: spirit stones. Yes, the Bai Lang clan must earn money, and earn it vigorously. The fur of the wolf clan can be exchanged for spirit stones. The cubs of beasts can generate spirit stones. And assisting Xiao Chen in completing tasks can also yield spirit stones. Moreover, Xiao Chen had found a group of free helpers. Henceforth, the industries of Qingtung Fort shall expand, as Xiao Chen plans to raise Qing Mu spirit sheep. With insufficient manpower, the wolf clan will assist. The Qing Mu spirit sheep industry stands as a paradigm of cooperation between the Qingtung and Bai Lang clans. The two leaders have set their intentions, and Xiao Chen only needs to invest a sum of spirit stones initially, after which he can await the influx of spirit stones. Upon returning from Diyin City, Xiao Chen immediately visited his eastern neighbor, the newly emerged sovereign of the region, Long San, the Xianjia dragon eagle. Xiao Chen presented crystals and additionally gifted a bottle of Xianjia elixirs. Such valuable items he could scarcely utilize himself, yet he offered them without a second thought. Interacting with beasts is, in fact, simpler and more genuine. The substantial gifts naturally yielded the desired returns, such as an expansion of the hunting territories for the Qingtung and Bai Lang clans, along with potential collaborations. If all proceeds smoothly, a vast area of Huangjie beasts could be left for Tenggu to deliver the final blow. Through frequent interactions with these beasts, Xiao Chen began to discern patterns. Especially when engaging with high-tier beasts, it is best to harbor no ulterior motives. Open dialogue and genuine sincerity often pave the way to success. Xiao Chen did not conceal the nature of the task. Upon its completion, a portion of the benefits would naturally be shared. To his surprise, Long Sin expressed greater joy and excitement than Xiao Chen had anticipated upon hearing of his ventures. Gaining an advantage over humans seemed a matter of great delight. After all, these beasts were destined to hunt regardless. Long San, in the future, should you find yourself unable to manage certain items, I can assist in handling them free of charge. In the eyes of Long San, this human is indeed remarkable, willing to engage in such endeavors without any compensation. Xiao Chen's thoughts are simpler. He envisions bringing certain products from the wasteland into the human realm, which could yield substantial profits. In truth, trade between humans and demon beasts is quite common, albeit predominantly among large clans of demon beasts. The scattered demon beasts, however, do not dare approach human cities. Brother Xiao, besides human cities, there are cities belonging to various clans as well. The only issue is the distance. We cannot possibly reach them. To venture into such territories, one must traverse countless domains of demon beasts, which even a Xian-level flying demon beast cannot accomplish. Long San, there will come a day when you can soar freely across every expanse of this world. Although this sounds like mere flattery, Long San enjoys hearing it. After acquiring several Xian-level crystal cores and a vial of precious elixirs, Long San's confidence surged. The two engaged in delightful conversation, and upon their departure, Xiao Chen took with him a considerable assortment of goods, several Huang-level spirit herbs, a batch of Huang-level crystal cores, along with various miscellaneous items. Indeed, the business has commenced. With Long San's matters settled, other clans should present no significant problems. In due time, Xiao Chen plans to visit each clan one by one. As neighboring allies, they share a common destiny. Prosperity is to be shared, and burdens are to be borne together. Qingting Fortress is willing to engage in mutually beneficial relationships with all its neighbors, fostering harmonious coexistence. Qingting Fortress belongs to me, but also to everyone. All are welcome to deliver supplies for trade. These are sentiments Xiao Chen often expresses. After repeating them so frequently, he feels a tinge of sincerity in his own words. There are still hundreds of Huang-level demon beasts in the vicinity, and with such numbers, even if each transaction yields modest profits, it is still possible to earn some spirit stones. Earning spirit stones is one matter. More importantly, a common interest has been established between Qingting Fortress and these demon beasts. Should an attack ever occur, Qingting Fortress may not find itself so isolated and defenseless. As Long San ascended to become a Xian-level demon beast, the surrounding territories naturally require reallocation. Long San's territory is not small, and Qingting Fortress is merely a small part of it. After Wang Su's departure, he did not reappear, which somewhat eased Xiao Chen's mind. Of course, even if Wang Su were to return with intentions to seize Qingting Fortress, Xiao Chen is not overly concerned. He now enjoys the protection of a Xian-level demon beast. Everything is gradually falling into place. After refining several white tigers and a great eagle, Tung Ji's strength has finally progressed to the 3rd level of Huang. Although the breakthrough was a bit slow, it was solid and unwavering. Seasons changed, and 2 years passed. During this time, the strength of Qingting Fortress has significantly increased. 2 more Huang-level Qingting have sprouted, bringing the number of Qingting demon beasts close to 800. Xiao Hui promotes in rank every 6 months. Its growth is steady and reliable. Xiao Hui has now reached the 7th level of the mortal realm. Yet it still appears diminutive, with gray feathers resembling a small gray sparrow. The most significant change in Xiao Hui is not its strength, but rather its intelligence. The youthful Xiao Hui possesses an intellect that rivals even that of Tengu. Tengu, how could you fail to keep an eye on a mere mortal-level gray sparrow? I've told you countless times that Xiao Hui is not to consume those spirit silkworms. Xiao Chen's furious roar resonated throughout Qingting Fortress. Everyone seems to have grown accustomed to this sound, showing no reaction. Over the past 2 years, Xiao Hui has indeed made considerable progress. But those spirit silkworms have also consumed a fair share of its energy. It's so small, how can I prevent it? Moreover, it is in its growth phase. What harm is there in consuming a few spirit silkworms? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nearly erupted in rage. After all, those are spirit stones being consumed. He is aware that Tengu cannot truly guard against Xiao Hui, or perhaps he simply does not wish to. Xiao Hui, from this day forth, I shall oversee your training and growth. You must hunt for yourself and refine 1 Qingbi Dan and 1 Peiyuan Dan daily. Additionally, dedicate 2 hours each day to practicing your skills. Xiao Hui already has a solid foundation. It is time to intensify its training. But I have already been doing that. It turns out Xiao Hui had long mastered the art of hunting demon beasts. Those spirit silkworms were merely a post-meal snack. You have been doing it. Xiao Chen was taken aback, realizing he had overlooked caring for the little creature while focusing on cultivating his soul power. Of course, he had devoted his soul power to the 2 spirit beasts. In that case, double the number of elixirs refined. If you can refine 1, surely you can refine 2. When it came to serious matters, Tengu unexpectedly agreed with Xiao Chen. Xiao Hui, Xiao Chen is correct. You possess great talent, but you must strive for improvement. In critical moments, we cannot rely on Xiao Chen. Everything depends on ourselves. I will heed your words, big brother. In front of his elder brother, Xiao Hui is always obedient. Xiao Chen felt a pang of frustration, wanting to speak but hesitating. Just then, howls from the wolf clan echoed outside Qingting Fortress. Xiao Chen was already accustomed to these creatures howling at the moon. However, something was amiss. The tone of the howls had changed significantly, indicating that Bai Lang had experienced another breakthrough. Indeed, he had broken through again. In just 2 years, he had achieved 2 breakthroughs, an astonishing rate of growth. Bai Lang has now attained the 8th level of Huang, and the wolf pack of the White Wolf clan has also recovered to over 100. Their overall strength nearly on par with 2 years ago. Look at him. He has merely consumed some Peiyuan Dawn, and yet has managed to break through again. This comparison left Xiao Chen feeling a significant disparity, igniting his frustration. Chapter 34. You possess the aura of a sacred beast. Xiao Hui, with an indeterminate lineage and talent, possesses formidable combat power. Though small in stature, its appetite is astonishing. This encapsulates Xiao Chen's understanding of Xiao Hui, almost all of it. As Xiao Hui's power gradually strengthens, it will surely be able to assist in battles in the future. Naturally, Xiao Chen must take the time to understand its skills. Xiao Hui, is your skill merely turning your claws golden? Xiao Chen had always thought he was mistaken, but after observing Xiao Hui hunt several times, he could not deny this absurd reality. Not just the claws, my mouth can do it too. Once I reach a certain level, my wings can as well. As Xiao Hui spoke, it raised its head, proudly gesturing toward Xiao Chen. A faint golden light flickered at the tip of Xiao Hui's beak, and nothing more. How curious. What exactly is this skill? I've seen you effortlessly hunt demon beasts at the 8th level of the mortal realm. How is this possible? In response, Xiao Hui appeared equally perplexed. How would I know? I simply hunt normally. I don't think about it too much. I'm fast, so isn't it natural to kill them? Natural, my foot. If a gray sparrow were to hunt demon beasts stronger than itself, that would be akin to courting death. It must be something related to that golden aspect. Your skill is different from Tung Ji's and requires constant training to grow. Regardless of the skill, you must train diligently. Tung Ji's skills consist of root binding and Qingmu's spirit arrow, both of which depend solely on their own strength. No matter how much they practice, the outcome remains the same. Xiao Hui is different. Through persistent training, the potency of its skills seems to continuously develop. Xiao Chen, I find hunting demon beasts quite effortless. I can easily shatter those hard stones. Your axe has even left a claw mark. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen felt his anger boiling over. You even touched my soul weapon? However, the anger was fleeting as he realized a crucial point. The Kai Tian axe is incredibly hard, far beyond the comparison of ordinary stones. Seeing Xiao Chen's fury, Xiao Hui resembled a child caught in mischief, shrinking back and nodding in acknowledgement. Wait, are you saying you managed to break my Kai Tian axe? I didn't use much force, I just tried it out. Xiao Chen promptly took out the Kai Tian axe and, as expected, he discerned a mark that was neither deep nor shallow. Use your claws and give it another try. After all, you said so. Xiao Hui, with a swipe of its paw, struck the Kai Tian axe, and a flash of golden light enveloped the scene, with its claw surprisingly sinking halfway into the axe. This was a soul weapon, forged from precious spirit iron. Such an unyielding object, before Xiao Hui's sharp claws, crumbled as if it were mere clay, easily breached. This was abnormal, exceedingly so. Xiao Hui's actions left Xiao Chen momentarily stunned. Brother Tung, can you accomplish this? Brother Tung was equally bewildered. When did the Hui K beast become so formidable? He fell silent. And this elder brother had to concede that he was incapable of such a feat. I understand now. I have discerned your ability. A spark of insight ignited within Xiao Chen, realizing a certain potential. The little creature gazed at him with curiosity, eager to learn of its own powers. Your skill is defense breaking. Xiao Chen exclaimed with a hearty laugh, articulating his thoughts. Defense breaking? The little one looked perplexed, prompting Xiao Chen to hastily clarify. You could also refer to it as armor breaking or bypassing defenses. I am aware that some demon beasts awakened this golden elemental technique, but your defense-breaking effect is remarkably potent. With this newfound understanding, all shadows of doubt dissipated from Xiao Chen's heart. This was far from a trivial skill, it was nothing short of divine prowess. In future battles, even when confronting formidable creatures like the crocodile tortoise, which boasted immense defenses, it would pose no challenge. Those beast masters clad in armor, meticulously protecting themselves, would gain no advantage against Xiao Hui. Presently, Xiao Hui was merely at the 7th level of the mortal realm, yet it displayed such extraordinary effects. When it truly matured, slaying high-tier demon beasts would not be a daunting task. Subsequently, the task of elimination might not prove as arduous as before. At present, he faced a significant hurdle regarding his elimination tasks. The yellow-tier mission required the extermination of 610 yellow-tier demon beasts. This was a reasonable target. Having nearly completed 3% of it, it seemed that in the future, one must be judicious when accepting such elimination tasks. If not for the elimination missions, the statistical tasks would be considerably more cumbersome. For instance, if someone required urgently needed materials, delivering them directly to the individual would count as completion. Previously, Xiao Chen had only undertaken tasks from the Beastmaster Guild and had yet to accept any private commissions. As for posting tasks, he had never ventured into that territory either, as each task required a minimum of 10,000 contribution points, a steep price indeed. In due course, he might consider attempting a few other assignments. The available tasks were virtually limitless, with countless postings into Yen City each day. For now, he should focus on nurturing Xiao Hui to the yellow tier. When that time came, with 2 yellow tier spirit beasts in battle, Xiao Chen would face a late-stage yellow tier demon beast with utmost composure. However, the question of how to train Xiao Hui remained a significant dilemma. The Beastmaster's sacred text encompasses a vast array of training methods for nearly 10,000 types of spirit beasts. Yet, perplexingly, it offered no guidance on how to nurture either of his 2 spirit beasts. One might be too commonplace, while the other was exceedingly rare, even shrouded in mystery. Xiao Chen had never encountered a spirit beast resembling the Hui Kei, particularly one of the golden element. With no records in the sacred text, he would have to explore and experiment on his own. Brother Tang's training methods, however, were quite straightforward. Nurturing him was both simplistic and somewhat brutal. It merely required continuous feeding, as Brother Tang would consume anything, growing slowly yet effectively. Unable to locate any training methods for Xiao Hui, he decided to seek out a similar demon beast. There was indeed a way. Although all things differ, they often share similarities. A flying spirit beast of the golden element, with a prodigious appetite, capable of battling across realms. By this standard, his search could not go amiss. With a direction in mind, he found the endeavor significantly easier. However, upon identifying his target, he could not help but exclaim, "Goodness, this resembles a small Hui Kei, yet it adheres to the standards of a sacred beast." Xiao Chen was left speechless. Based on these characteristics, he had remarkably identified his desired target, the Jinqi De Peng bird. The Jinqi De Peng, a golden element creature, possessed talents surpassing the celestial tier and excelled in offensive capabilities, reigning supreme in the skies. Xiao Chen meticulously examined the descriptions of the Jinqi De Peng within the Beastmaster's sacred text and found himself envious of its majestic and imposing form. "What did you say?" Xiao Hui assumed it had erred again, provoking displeasure from Xiao Chen. "I meant to say you possess the stature of a sacred beast. You must strive diligently in the future." Xiao Chen spoke earnestly, already contemplating how to cultivate the Jinqi De Peng, intending to apply the same methods to nurture Xiao Hui. High standards and rigorous expectations never go amiss. Of course, he had not truly considered the exorbitant costs associated with such training methods. Sacred beast stature? If you have any grievances, speak plainly. Do not resort to this. Xiao Hui felt increasingly anxious, recalling an incident where it had accidentally consumed a spirit herb. Had it been discovered? Chapter 35, Growing Stronger. Exceptional spirit beasts require little training, as they can naturally evolve into formidable entities. However, the more solid the foundation laid, the further they may progress in the future. The primary focus in training golden element spirit beasts revolves around strengthening their physical form and enhancing their cultivation. Notably, it is essential to continuously augment the spirit beast's metal essence while honing its sharpness. The juvenile Jinqi De Peng must undergo marrow cleansing, generally completed before reaching a century of age. Xiao Chen initially felt indifferent towards this. However, upon seeing the formula for the marrow cleansing liquid, he stood frozen in place. 10 stalks of celestial tier Ziling grass, 3 types of celestial tier spirit iron ore, and 10 pounds of celestial tier spirit blood. As he surveyed the extensive list of ingredients, not a single one fell below the celestial tier. Even a single stalk of celestial tier spirit herb was valued in the hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. Thus, to gather the requisite components for such a marrow cleansing liquid, it could potentially cost several 100 million contribution points. Perhaps, beyond the Jinqi De Peng, other options might exist. Xiao Chen felt the standards set by this space sovereign were excessively high. His current prowess hardly warranted such expectations. He would continue to search gradually, as there was ample time before the century mark for marrow cleansing. At that moment, he could only console himself. For many demon beasts, a century was not considered a significant age, as their lifespans often extended into the thousands of years. Some plant-type demon beasts commonly lived for tens of thousands of years. While the prospect of marrow-cleansing liquid seemed improbable for now, he still needed to diligently gather the various spirit herbs mentioned in the Beastmaster's sacred text for Xiao Hui. These items were all available at the Beast Tamer's Pavilion, with the lowest grade being yellow-tier spirit pills, priced approximately twice that of the soul power potions Xiao Chen cultivated. This meant that to sustain rapid cultivation, he would need to expend several thousand spirit stones daily. Reflecting on this, Xiao Chen felt a pang of hardship. Indeed, the financial demands of nurturing high-tier spirit beasts were no trifling matter. The cultivation pills such as Pei Yuan Dan and Qing Bai Dan were immensely beneficial for Xiao Hui. Yet when compared, they fell short in quality. Xiao Hui, we shall employ Jin Yuan Dan and Tong Xian Dan for our training henceforth. Jin Yuan Dan enhances the quality of golden element spirit beasts' golden spiritual power and refines their physical form. Tong Xian Dan primarily boosts the cultivation of spirit beasts. Both types of pills are utilized in the training of high-tier spirit beasts, with the minimum grade being yellow tier. These items are indeed exceptional, yet their prices are exceedingly steep. To maintain such expenses with current earnings might prove insufficient. In the future, he must ascertain the methods to concoct these two types of pills, as Xiao Hui would likely require them continuously. The quality requirements for the pills would escalate over time. Presently, they consumed yellow tier Tong Xian Dan, but soon it would transition to Xian tier and earth tier Tong Xian Dan. To assemble the first batch of pills, Xiao Chen sold a portion of silkworm silk and a batch of Qing Tung leaves, having raised the spirit silkworms for several years. The earliest batch had already spun cocoons twice, effectively recouping his initial investment. Qingting Bao produces a considerable quantity of Huangjie Lingya, and these Lincoln can indeed spin silk once more. The silk produced in the third round is already comparable in price to Xuanjie materials. By the time these Lincoln yield such silk, Xiao Chen stands to reap a substantial profit. Presently, Xiao Chen can earn around 50 to 60,000 Lingshi annually from these Lincoln alone. As a Huangjie beast master, when various revenues are accounted for, he can amass over 200,000 Lingshi in a year. He finds himself somewhat nostalgic for the days of slaying, where the sheer volume of kills, though outrageous, was still within reach. The generous rewards serve as a boon for every low-tier beast master. The soul power potions he purchased for 5 years have now been depleted by half. However, his efforts have not been in vain, as Xiao Chen has already ascended to the third tier of Huangjie beast masters. Unbeknownst to him, his neighbor to the east, the Xuanjie overlord Long San Ge, has also achieved a breakthrough. In just 2 years, he has advanced from the first to the second tier of Xuanjie, an impressive feat indeed. This breakthrough is primarily attributed to the 2 crystal cores and a bottle of Xuanjie Pei Yuan Dan brought by Xiao Chen. If the strongest spiritual beast in a region undergoes a breakthrough, it could potentially alter the dynamics of that area. Naturally, Long San, having just reached the second tier of Xuanjie, may not compare favorably to the nearby Xuanjie. Presently, Long San's situation is likely akin to Xiao Chen's, necessitating a period of restraint and low-profile conduct. The wilderness is teeming with. Each day, a multitude perishes while countless others are born anew. 2 years ago, Xiao Chen purchased 200 Qingmu Lingyang cubs. In the span of 2 years, these cubs have matured, each weighing over 100 jin. At the intersection of Qingting Bao and the Wolf Clan, he has designated a 100-acre area for the breeding of Qingmu Lingyang. The Wolf Clan is indeed a natural hunter and shepherd. A single white wolf can manage over 100 Qingmu Lingyang with remarkable order, a feat far surpassing Xiao Chen's own success. While Qingmu Lingyang fetches little in terms of Lingshi, it is only upon reaching Huangjie and selling alongside crystal cores and spiritual meat that substantial profits can be realized. A Huangjie Qingmu Lingyang can be sold for over 1,000 Lingshi, whereas the cubs only grow to a mere dozen Lingshi. When calculated, raising Qingmu Lingyang certainly offers a stable source of income, especially given the abundant Qingting cultivated, which significantly reduces breeding costs. Qingmu Lingyang thrive on the most ordinary Lingya, making them easy to sustain. The slower-growing rams must be culled for their spiritual meat, while the ewes are reserved for breeding more cubs that master the art of husbandry often excel in it. Over the past 2 years, several herbivores have been introduced into the breeding grounds by the White Wolf clan. Xiao Chen has already observed several beasts akin to rabbits and mice within the breeding facility. If fortune smiles upon them, the numbers of these may gradually increase, potentially evolving into a thriving community. When Xiao Chen commenced breeding Qingmu Lingyang, he intended to treat it as a long-term endeavor. This is why he allocated such a vast area for a seemingly small number of Lingyang. He never anticipated that one day, the White Wolf clan would drive a community of back. Upon receiving news from Tunggu, he hurried to the breeding grounds, only to witness dozens of white wolves herding a large group toward the facility. The Qingmu Maniu, a Huangjie talent and water type, possesses a temperament as gentle as that of the Qingmu Lingyang. Their immense size means that each matured Qingmu Maniu weighs in at a staggering 1,000 jin. Naturally, their dietary needs far exceed those of Qingmu Lingyang. Many humans engage in the husbandry of Qingmu Maniu, though typically only powerful factions can manage such an endeavor. The breeding of Qingmu Maniu is far less common than that of Qingmu Lingyang, and their spiritual meat holds significantly higher value. Remarkably, a new breeding variety has emerged. with the number of Qingmu Maniu totaling around 50 to 60. In the wild, maintaining such a population would be nearly impossible, as they would likely fall prey to other. The 100-acre breeding ground, now home to so many spiritual beasts, still does not feel overcrowded. Brothers of the White Wolf clan, from now on, do not hunt these. Bring them back instead. In response, the wolf pups let out a chorus of howls, expressing an indescribable sense of pride and exuberance. With such diligence displayed by them, it is time for me to take action as well. Bai Lang, we must expand and strengthen our breeding enterprise. Bai Lang grinned broadly, seemingly envisioning a scene of herds of cattle and sheep. Unbeknownst to him, remnants of flesh still lingered between his sharp teeth, rendering his smile rather unfriendly to onlookers. Wolf King, it would be better for you to howl than to adopt such a hypocritical human smile. Howl. The sound was clear and resounding, filled with unrestrained joy. Chapter 36, The Shadow Prison. The scale of breeding at Qingting Bao is destined to grow, leading to an increasing number of matters to handle. After Wang Su's departure, many tasks fall to Xiao Chen alone. It is time to recruit additional personnel. Clearly, Xiao Chen is reluctant to enlist other beast masters, harboring mistrust towards them. After much contemplation, it appears the safest option is to purchase some slaves. Most slaves are low-tier spiritual beasts bound by contracts, exhibiting very limited growth potential. Of course, Xiao Chen's own spiritual beast is the Qingting Yao, leaving no room for disdain towards anyone. The value of low-tier slaves is even less than that of a Qingmu Lingyang, with prices starting at a few hundred lingshi. Xiao Chen could directly procure slaves in Dian City, but transporting a batch of them out of the city might attract unwanted attention. To ensure safety, Xiao Chen issued a task using his identity token, seeking to purchase 12 high-quality slaves, age not exceeding 20, with Qingting Yao as their contracted beast. In truth, 8 out of 10 slaves typically possess Qingting Yao as their spiritual beast. Only those trained as combat slaves, akin to living weapons, warrant the expenditure of greater resources to contract higher-tier beasts. Surprisingly, there are numerous individuals engaged in the slave trade in Dian City, and even with stringent requirements, it seems possible to find suitable candidates immediately. Having once been forced into slavery, Xiao Chen naturally feels no joy in such dealings. His demands were not excessive, and it wasn't long before he confirmed a transaction. The total cost for 12 slaves amounted to 120,000 contribution points, along with an additional 10,000 for the task, resulting in a substantial expenditure of 130,000. Given the magnitude of a transaction with a stranger, Xiao Chen felt somewhat apprehensive and prepared himself thoroughly. On the wilderness to the south of Dian City, approximately 100 miles from the junction of and Huangjia, a stern-looking middle-aged man rode a white tiger, keeping a vigilant eye on his surroundings. Behind him stood 20 youths, aged around 16 or 17, clad in luxurious garments. One might initially mistake them for members of a noble family. However, their frail physiques, gaunt faces, and timid demeanors starkly contrast with their opulent attire. Beneath their garments lie gruesome scars, revealing the inhumane beatings they have endured. What kind of necessity drives one to purchase high-quality slaves while conducting transactions in such a desolate place? They have waited for nearly an hour, and impatience is beginning to show on the middle-aged man's face. Little ones, your luck may not be particularly favorable. You wouldn't happen to be sent to be cannon fodder, would you? Upon hearing this, the youths displayed expressions of fear. At that moment, a young man appeared in the clearing. No one witnessed how he arrived. It could be attributed to some form of concealment or a skill of evasion. If I intended to send them as cannon fodder, wouldn't I be better off buying older, feeble slaves? My intent in purchasing them is to value their future. Xiao Chen took out the token and waved it in his hand, addressing the middle-aged man. The transaction is settled. Thank you for your efforts. After uttering just a couple of sentences, Xiao Chen made to leave, evidently wishing to sever any further ties with this merchant of slavery. Once the middle-aged man confirmed that the contribution points had been received, a smile broke through his stern demeanor. This deal had been quite lucrative, marking it as the most substantial transaction in recent days. Young brother, should you ever require the purchase of slaves again, do not hesitate to seek me out. We specialize in the trade of slaves and can provide you with any type you desire. We are affiliated with an Xiao Long, and you can rest assured of our professionalism. Upon hearing these 4 words, Xiao Chen paused momentarily. An Xiao Long. He felt as if he had heard this name before. Undoubtedly, it was a formidable organization dedicated to the slave trade. If the need arises in the future, I shall certainly seek your services again. With 12 newly acquired slaves in tow, Xiao Chen strode deeper into the wilderness. Under the gaze of the middle-aged man, this enigmatic youth ventured into the wild, soon spotting a pack of wolves emerging from the shadows. Without hesitation, Xiao Chen marched toward the lead wolf and mounted it. Remarkably, the 12 slaves also took to their mounts for the first time. Numerous white wolves appeared, their strength not particularly formidable, yet their discipline was astonishingly formidable. During their retreat, their movements were clearly defined. What seemed casual was, in fact, laden with intricacies. Who were these individuals? The middle-aged man pondered as he observed the wolf pack disappearing into the distance. Yet, the identity of these individuals seemed less significant than the fact that they could facilitate his accumulation of spirit stones. The slaves trained by an Ing Qiu Long were undeniably proficient, and upon witnessing a disciplined group kneeling in unison, Xiao Chen felt an array of conflicting emotions. Their youthful faces bore the mark of slavery, an indelible sign that condemned them to a life of servitude. Compared to them, he considered himself fortunate, having been confined in a small courtyard without suffering abuse or bearing the brand. Once marked, one could never hope to rise again. Master. The uniformity of their address and their respectful demeanor all attested to the quality of these slaves. Observing them was akin to gazing at a reflection of his former self, and Xiao Chen found himself enveloped in discontent. From now on, your duty will be to manage the affairs of Qing Tung Bao, starting with the care of these spirit silkworms. Initially, Xiao Chen intended to refrain from overwhelming them with responsibilities, allowing them time to adjust. Indeed, Qing Tung Bao did not possess an overwhelming number of tasks. However, upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, the slaves exhibited expressions of sheer terror. Indeed, the tasks assigned were so scant that a single individual could accomplish them. It was customary for a slave to be burdened with ample duties. Their current treatment hardly resembled that of true slaves. The eerie tranquility weighed heavily upon them. Xiao Chen quickly grasped the situation, recognizing that they would require time to acclimate. If you perform your duties well, I shall not trouble you. I understand that your spirit beasts are all Qing Tung Yao, and this place is filled with Qing Tung Yao as well, so you may consider this your home. The 12 slaves responded in unison. Yet Xiao Chen discerned a sense of detachment in their eyes. It was evident that these individuals found it challenging to trust anyone, much like himself. All 12 slaves possessed similar qualifications, being high-grade slaves with potential for development. Their abilities were evenly matched, each possessing the strength of the 4th tier of the mortal realm. Alongside spirit beasts of the same caliber, this uniformity was unsettling to Xiao Chen. In the subsequent days, Xiao Chen refrained from intervening in their affairs, allowing them to work independently. The 12 slaves had never experienced such ample time and space, free from supervision. In the earlier days, they had been quite restless, even praying daily for Xiao Chen to assign them more tasks. They would have preferred to endure punishment rather than face the discomfort of idleness. Their past experiences were etched deeply in their memories, having served as slaves for so long. Transitioning to a normal environment required a period of adjustment. Each day was filled with unease and trepidation. However, as time passed, they gradually acclimated. With a dozen individuals caring for a batch of spirit silkworms, they had maximized their efforts. The once filthy and chaotic ground was now kept impeccably clean. The spirit silkworms, previously left to fend for themselves, were now neatly arranged on racks, layer upon layer. This organization saved considerable space, increased the survival rate of the silkworms, and conserved a significant amount of Qing Tung leaves. The silkworm droppings were even transformed into spirit fertilizer, which could be sold or used for cultivating Qing Tung. Despite their progress, they still felt it insufficient, diligently ensuring that both the interior and exterior of Qing Tung Bao were spotless. After 2 months, even the fences of the breeding grounds had been scrubbed dozens of times. Chapter 37. Adequate is enough. After patiently waiting for 3 months, Xiao Chen's cultivation finally reached a significant milestone. Xiao Hui unexpectedly advanced to the 8th tier, resulting in a substantial increase in his soul power. Initially, he had intended to capitalize on this moment to attempt breaking through to the 4th tier. Despite refining over 30 bottles of soul power potions, he still could not make that leap. The pace of his improvement over the past few years had already been remarkable, and Xiao Chen understood the importance of patience. Having invested heavily in acquiring these high-grade slaves, it was now essential to organize them effectively. Utilizing their potential could yield immense value. Xiao Chen was quite pleased with the performance of the 12 slaves over the past few months. Without needing to be told, they had accomplished all that was within their capability. Of course, having spent 10,000 spirit stones on each of them, it was clear that their purpose extended beyond mere sanitation. Early in the morning, Xiao Chen summoned the 12 individuals. Master. They responded with a respectful bow, a reflexive habit that Xiao Chen chose not to correct. Perhaps this approach would facilitate matters. Their deference and obedience seemed ingrained in the very essence of each slave. Xiao Chen hoped they would relax a bit, unearth more of their potential, and unlock greater value. Naturally, he also relished the sense of superiority that came with their submission. Having spent some time in Qing Tung Bao, the slaves were beginning to adapt. However, upon encountering Xiao Chen, their eyes still instinctively darted away, revealing their discomfort. They appeared to have grown slightly taller and more robust, their complexion somewhat improved. Surveying the group, Xiao Chen suddenly realized a pressing issue. He did not know any of their names. Please introduce yourselves. At the mention of names, their faces reflected confusion. Master, we have yet to be bestowed with names. It dawned on him that true slaves were devoid of names. Others received names from their parents, while slaves were named by their masters. Please, bestow upon us names. Xiao Chen had not anticipated the day would come when he would have to name others. A daunting task indeed. The absence of names proved to be quite inconvenient. I am Xiao Chen. From now on, you shall bear my surname. The 12 individuals were quite similar. As Xiao Chen scanned the group, an idea struck him. Remembering individual names would be too cumbersome, so he would assign them numbers instead. 3 months ago, you were all at the 4th tier. Has anyone made a breakthrough during this time? 2 individuals stepped forward. Both now at the 5th tier of the mortal realm. Excellent. You shall be named Xiao Ling Yi, and you shall be Xiao Ling Heir. Such naming was remarkably simple, making future identification a breeze. No, that name lacks elegance. You shall be named Xiao Ling Yi, and you shall be Xiao Ling Heir. Xiao Chen inscribed several characters and continued, stating that henceforth they would be arranged in this sequence. Whoever is the 3rd to break through to the 5th level shall be bestowed the name Xiao Ling San. Xiao Ling Yi, what is the nature of your awakened talent? Each individual's abilities are distinct. Some excel in combat, others in defense, and some possess unique capabilities. The spirit beasts of these slaves are all Qing Tung Yao, and their awakenings will undoubtedly be of the wood element. In response to his master, Xiao Ling Yi proclaimed that his awakened skill is named Sheng Sheng Bu Shi, which allows him to convert soul power into Qing Mu spirit energy, enabling the cultivation of spiritual herbs and medicines. Currently, his prowess permits him to produce only mortal-grade herbs. Each herb can only be cultivated once. Excessive use renders it ineffective. Xiao Ling Yi felt somewhat uncertain, for this skill is often deemed inadequate. Unless he can one day break through to the Huang level, allowing him to cultivate Huang-grade herbs, its value will remain limited. Though not a combat skill, it is exceedingly practical. At the very least, in Qing Tung Fort, this skill is highly significant. Excellent. You shall no longer need to rear spirit silkworms. Dedicate yourself to training your skill daily. Spend a year cultivating all the Qing Tung here. We will also plant numerous spiritual herbs, enough to keep you occupied for several years. Should anyone else awaken a similar cultivation skill, they will follow suit. Maximize your abilities and unlock your worth. Once we are on track, I shall establish evaluation standards. Those who meet the criteria will be rewarded with spirit stones and soul power potions. Upon hearing this, all the slaves' eyes sparkled with excitement. Only by encountering an exceptional master do they have the opportunity to receive such rewards. For them, spirit stones and medicines are but distant dreams. For a slave, merely having enough to eat and avoiding beatings is considered fortunate. Clearly, their luck is favorable, as they have encountered an extraordinary master. Indeed, in the eyes of these slaves, Xiao Chen stands as a figure of great stature, remarkable in every respect. Possessing formidable strength and a vast enterprise, he may even harbor an extraordinary background. Few dare to establish an enterprise in the wilderness. Xiao Ling Heir, what skill have you awakened? In answer, the slave replied that he has awakened Ling Mu Ji Yu, a skill that enables him to heal wounds using wood spirit energy. Another commendable auxiliary skill, it could prove life-saving in the wilderness. Excellent, you will hunt alongside the Bai Lang tribe. For every white wolf you heal, the Bai Lang tribe shall reward you. Naturally, Xiao Chen cannot provide these spirit stones. The Bai Lang tribe will be more than willing to compensate. Xiao Ling Yi, please compile a list of the talents of the 12 individuals. Based on each person's characteristics, assign them their respective tasks. The 12 are quite evenly matched, yet currently, Xiao Ling Yi is the strongest, thus Xiao Chen will often seek his assistance. Xiao Ling Yi, though young, appears somewhat timid and possesses a gentle, unpretentious demeanor. Despite having endured hardship, there is a spark in his eyes that pleases Xiao Chen immensely. The other slaves seem to trust Xiao Ling Yi, as their tone suggests he is of a gentle disposition. Judging by their appearances, it is evident that these 12 individuals are reliable. However, such matters are not easily articulated. Certain truths must be clarified. You 12 will henceforth be a unified entity, brothers who have shared trials and tribulations. You shall share honor and disgrace, life and death. By joining Qing Tung Fort, you have the opportunity for continual ascent. As long as you are willing, I shall provide you with opportunities. Xiao Chen initially wished to express that you are my brothers, but he is not accustomed to such familiar terms. Focus on your own affairs, and no one shall trouble you. You are free. However, let it be known, if anyone dares to betray Qing Tung Fort, they shall become fertilizer for the vines. Xiao Chen spoke these words calmly yet earnestly. At this moment, his words were genuine. Betrayal would be met with death. They all shared similar experiences, and naturally, they could discern the resolve beneath Xiao Chen's calm words. Indeed, Master. The 12 responded in unison, their voices exceptionally firm. They saw a glimmer of hope. At the very least, things are far from as dire as they had once imagined. While high-class slaves are costly, they are indeed a pleasure to work with. Xiao Chen need not worry about anything. They have arranged all matters. Among the 12 slaves, astonishingly, half awakened auxiliary skills. The other half also possess practical abilities, with one mirroring Xiao Chen's own, the wood escape technique. The awakened skills of slaves at this level are indeed usable, yet none are particularly extraordinary. This is perfectly suitable for Qingteng Fort. Chapter 38, Aerial Vehicle. Acquiring the 12 slaves cost a total of 13,000 contribution points. Now, Xiao Chen's available assets have dwindled to just over 50,000 spirit stones. After years of hard work, he seems to have become poorer. The soul power potions for cultivation are still from his previous reserves. Otherwise, he would be in the negative. Every beast master faces similar challenges, which is why they eagerly undertake perilous tasks. Xiao Chen has fared well over the years, encountering minimal danger while maintaining a steady supply for his cultivation. At present, there are no established cultivation methods for the vine, and slower progress is unavoidable. Regardless, any surplus spirit flesh is reserved for the vine. Xiao Hui possesses considerable talent, and the resources required for its growth will be substantial. Allowing it to grow naturally is an option, but it is unlikely to remain weak in the future. Yet Xiao Chen is unwilling to settle. He desires to solidify Xiao Hui's foundation, enabling it to reach greater heights. Xiaoling Yi's Sheng Shang Bu, she can cultivate both spiritual herbs and Qingteng Yao. This offers Xiao Chen a glimmer of hope. Perhaps he could find someone to test it. Each spirit beast has a singular opportunity for cultivation, which would undoubtedly be a chance for the vine. Could employing Sheng Shang Bu Shi on the vine potentially lead to a direct breakthrough to the 4th level? The very thought stirs Xiao Chen's anticipation. Though one may only experience this once in a lifetime, that singular opportunity could suffice. Vine, in a few days, I shall take you out. Xiao Chen's thoughts are perceptible to the vine, especially concerning its own matters. Not in a few days, but rather, let us go immediately. I sense boundless energy within this spirit bone, though my rate of refinement is too slow. Regardless of Sheng Shang Bu Shi, let us attempt it several times. Curiously, the remains left by the leopard brother have shown little change despite years of absorption. It is known that the vine can refine a Huang-level beast within mere days. There is no doubt that these remains are not from a Xian-level beast. First, one must find someone who has awakened such skills. It cannot be left to chance. A sudden inspiration strikes Xiao Chen, as he recalls an individual who may assist him with this dilemma. Vine, it has been several months since we last sold spirit leaves. Let us journey to Diyan City. A powerful force like the Su family must have such beast masters available. Perhaps the Su family themselves possess one. Seeking assistance from Su one should suffice, as she has previously contracted a gray sparrow beast. Coincidentally, we need to deliver a shipment to Diyan City for sale. Before departing, he visits Long Sangu to assist in selling some items and exchange them for Xian-level crystal cores. This has become his routine, for seeking protection necessitates diligence. He has brought back spirit crystals and Xian-level elixirs to Long Sangu on several occasions. In the past, when traveling to Diyan City, he relied on the Bai Lang tribe for transport. This time, Xiao Chen decided to experiment with a new approach. Indeed, he possessed a flying spirit beast. Xiao Hui had already attained the formidable 8th level of the mortal realm, making it relatively easy for him to carry Xiao Chen. The challenge lay in Xiao Hui's small size, which rendered it unsuitable as a direct mount. However, this issue was not insurmountable. Xiao Chen promptly instructed someone to weave a comfortable and sturdy chair from green vines. A reclining chair, to be precise. If Xiao Hui could not bear the weight, he could always carry the chair instead. Xiao Chen, are you serious? Xiao Hui is still small and delicate. How can you treat him this way? Xiao Hui was reluctant and pondered how to refuse Xiao Chen's unreasonable demand. Little did he know, Brother Teng preemptively voiced the refusal, even using the term abuse. What do you mean small? I see he could easily lift a Qingmu Mangniu. My weight is less than half that of a Qingmu Mangniu. Xiao Hui can manage. Indeed, Xiao Chen had discovered another remarkable trait of Xiao Hui, its immense strength. Had he not witnessed it bullying a Qingmu Mangniu, he might not have realized this aspect. Relying on others was not a viable option. It was best if his own spirit beast could assist him with transportation. Many challenges lay ahead, and he needed to be well acquainted with Xiao Hui's various abilities. Having a flying spirit beast would significantly facilitate his escape in the future. If the two spirit beasts had grievances, they could merely grumble a little. Brother, you are the best to me. This sentiment was expressed with a tone of profound melancholy. But Xiao Chen remained oblivious. Regardless of the protests, he was determined to experience the sensation of flying. The speed difference between running and flying was immense. Moreover, Flying allowed for a direct path, saving considerable distance. It also enabled effective evasion of pursuers. In the vastness of the sky, any tails could be easily spotted. In short, he aimed to take a shortcut today. Consequently, many wild beasts in the wilderness beheld a peculiar sight, a human reclined on a flying soul artifact, soaring through the skies. Indeed, Xiao Hui's small frame was entirely obscured by Xiao Chen. Reclining was already a comfort, and doing so at such heights was even more delightful. The gentle breeze caressed him as he admired the picturesque scenery, watching the clouds drift and listening to Xiao Hui's melodious calls. Of course, only Xiao Chen understood the meaning behind those calls, which, truth be told, contained a hint of profanity. Chapter 39, The Unusual. Xiao Hui. All those Jin Yuan Dan and Tong Xian Dan were not consumed in vain. Your foundation is remarkably solid. Flying with Xiao Chen, Xiao Hui appeared quite at ease. Furthermore, the creature's ability to vocally express its grievances indicated it still had energy to spare. Do not complain. I toil endlessly to care for both of you. Now that I can finally enjoy a moment, what is wrong with that? Xiao Chen closed his eyes and indulged in a brief nap. Upon awakening, he was astonished to find they were nearing Diyan City, remarkably fast. Xiao Hui's speed could rival that of a Huang Tier Gray Sparrow, and he was aware that it was carrying a person. Xiao Hui, you must be able to contend with Huang Tier beasts now, right? Previously, Brother Tung had been stuck at the mortal tier for a long time, at the pinnacle of the mortal realm. Its combat power could compare to that of early Huang Tier beasts. Yet here was Xiao Hui, merely at the 8th level of the mortal realm, exhibiting such strength. I have not confronted Huang Tier beasts. I avoided a few Huang Tier birds just moments ago. If I truly possessed Huang Tier combat power, there would be no need to return to Qing Tung Fort so quickly. He was indeed fearful of poverty and needed to earn some spirit stones swiftly. I must complete the task of defeating 10,000 Huang Tier beasts, no matter how daunting it may seem. Xiao Hui, on this trip to Diyan City, I will reward you with a few gold attribute crystal cores. Huang Tier crystal cores were not overly expensive. The gold attribute ones could be acquired for just 1 or 2,000 spirit stones. Compared to the elixirs it typically consumed, they were relatively inexpensive. Ordinary crystal cores are of little use to me. The better ones you may not be able to afford. This statement struck a nerve. Even among Huang Tier crystal cores, there existed a stark disparity in quality. In that case, you should consume the Jin Yuan Dan first. In the future, he vowed not to make empty promises to the little creature. In a secluded area outside Diyan City, Xiao Chen stowed the recliner and had Xiao Hui perch on his shoulder. Indeed, he intended to introduce Xiao Hui to his major patron. With Xiao Hui on his shoulder, it was sure to remind Su Wan of his past mistakes. A small request should not be too much to ask. Upon entering Diyan City, Xiao Chen headed straight for the Su family shop. He had visited this place numerous times. Manager Huang and several attendants were familiar with him. To his surprise, Su Wan was not present in Diyan City. Nevertheless, she promptly agreed to Xiao Chen's request. Yes, she would continue purchasing Brother Teng's spirit leaves. Should Brother Teng advance further, the quality of the leaves would undoubtedly improve. Was it really that simple? Observing the smiling manager Huang, Xiao Chen was genuinely speechless. He had anticipated a negotiation. It seemed that tasks which were exceedingly challenging for him were mere trivialities for others. Manager Huang, where shall we go? Only those who had reached the Huang tier and awakened a similar ability to sustain life as beastmasters could cast spells for Brother Tung. No need to go anywhere. The small courtyard behind is sufficient. Over the years, I have nurtured countless plant-type spirit beasts here. Xiao Chen was taken aback, staring at the amiable old manager. He had not expected that this gentleman had awakened such an ability. He could hardly have imagined that the manager was a powerful beastmaster, at least at the late Huang tier, and possibly even at the Xian tier. Indeed, the Su family, as a prestigious clan, possessed a depth of heritage beyond ordinary comprehension. Rest assured, young Master Xiao, it will be ready shortly. I am aware of your Qing tongue. It is truly impressive that it has grown to such an extent without previously utilizing this type of technique. Hearing this, Xiao Chen felt a pang of discomfort. He was not unaware of such nurturing methods. However, it was not too late now. In order to conceal that bone fragment, Brother Ting now made its appearance accompanied by a large mound of earth. Manager Huang glanced at the Qing tongue with a hint of envy. Brother Xiao, to be honest, my first spirit beast was also a Qing tongue. It was only due to the young lady's favor that I had the opportunity to gradually ascend to my current level. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was utterly astonished. So, Manager Huang had once been a slave? Thus, the Qing Ting demon also had a path to success. I have now contracted my third spirit beast. It is no shame if the first and second were less than satisfactory. The third will surely bring better fortune. It appeared that the manager was referring to this matter, and he seemed aware of what his young lady had done. Xiao Chen felt a twinge of guilt. Not only had he taken a highly ranked demon beast from Su Wan, but he also frequently leveraged that for personal gain. There was no other option. He needed to grow, and his resources were too limited. If he achieved success in the future, he would repay her in kind. So, you are a senior of the Xian tier. I am truly honored. Xiao Chen never anticipated that this kind, elderly gentleman was a Xian tier beastmaster, possessing 3 spirit beasts. Even if they were all rather ineffectual, still indicated a level of strength. If other shopkeepers also possessed such power, the number of Xian tier experts into Yin City would be staggering. Young talents like Su Wan must have also entered the realm of the Xian tier. Young brother, your Qing tongue is special. I am eager to see how far you can cultivate it. Manager Huang, I shall surely strive to ensure I do not disappoint you. Esteemed senior, Xiao Chen's words were undoubtedly polite. He was mostly thinking about hastening the spellcasting and departing. To speak frankly, the Su family has treated him rather well, which only heightens his sense of insecurity. The skill of Sheng Sheng Bu Shi proves effective against any plant-based demon beast, though the extent of its efficacy remains uncertain. I can only cast it once, as it becomes ineffective upon a second attempt. Manager Huang's cultivation level surpasses that of Brother Tung by a significant margin, allowing him to effortlessly enhance Brother Ting's strength with a single application of his skill. Young brother, I typically only intervene with plant-based demon beasts of yellow tier and above. Moreover, each intervention incurs a fee of 100,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's expression immediately shifted to one of disbelief as he looked at Manager Huang. You want money for this? Haha, while others may request payment, you should not. How could I charge for what the young lady entrusted to me? With that, Manager Huang's hands grasped the root of Brother Tung. Xiao Chen let out a sigh of relief. Had it truly required payment, he would have been unable to suppress his frustration. The power of Wood's spirit energy embodies vitality and the essence of life, possessing formidable, transformative capabilities. A torrent of verdant energy emanated from Manager Huang's palms, leaving Xiao Chen utterly astonished. Is this the energy of a Xian tier expert? It feels almost terrifying. The techniques wielded by a Xian tier master undoubtedly exceed imagination. For a yellow tier spiritual plant like this, I can stimulate the growth of 10 at once. Xiao Chen nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, Indeed, the elder is truly formidable. In time, you too shall achieve my level. Manager Huang, who had initially shared light banter with Xiao Chen, suddenly felt a powerful suction as he transformed his soul energy into its spirit energy to infuse Brother Tung. The intensity of this attraction was so overwhelming that even he, a Xian tier expert, struggled to maintain control. What is happening? The elder's expression shifted as he sensed his soul energy surging forth uncontrollably. Xiao Chen was equally astounded. Indeed, a Xian tier expert, the results are extraordinary. In an instant, he perceived Brother Tung undergoing rapid growth. Within moments, it seemed to have traversed a vast expanse of time. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Unfortunately, such an opportunity comes but once in a lifetime. Had I been able to stimulate growth daily, Brother Tung would surely ascend to the Tian tier in no time. Thank you, Elder. Your strength is indeed impressive. Xiao Chen felt genuine admiration from the depths of his heart, recognizing the skill as nothing short of divine. After completing the spell, Manager Huang gazed incredulously at his hands. What had just transpired? In an instant, a staggering 90% of his robust soul energy had been drawn away. Is this still a yellow tier demon beast? Even a Xian tier demon beast would not incur such a substantial cost. Truly, it is an anomaly. Manager Huang muttered to himself, casting several astonished glances at Brother Tung. The petite green vine swayed gracefully in the breeze, a picture of natural harmony. In that brief moment of casting, Brother Tung had already ascended to the 4th tier, effectively saving several years of effort. Xiao Chen expressed his gratitude profusely, although he offered not a single spirit stone in return. Manager Huang, watching the young man bow and clasp his hands in farewell, found himself pondering, is this truly a green vine demon? And what of that gray sparrow? It feels as though there is something different about it now. Could it be that such a beast master exists in this world, capable of transforming the mundane into the extraordinary? Xiao Chen remained unaware of the profound impact he and Brother Tung had on this elder. Brother Tung, have you realized that this knowledge is priceless? Had I known of such methods earlier, your achievements might have been even more remarkable. Brother Tung remained silent, merely chuckling. The elevation in strength was indeed a significant change. He could clearly sense that the rate at which he absorbed nutrients had greatly increased. Xiao Chen, when you sell leaves to others, make sure to price them reasonably. It is impossible to sell them cheaply. At most, I shall refrain from raising the price. Have you considered that these are resources derived from your own body? How could you sell them cheaply? With Brother Tung advancing to the 4th tier, Xiao Chen's soul energy also surged significantly, breaking through barriers. He too had now become a beast master of the 4th tier. Though he could not compare to Su Wan, the talented daughter, he was certainly no less than an ordinary individual. It was time to get to work and strive for further improvement. Xiao Chen felt a sense of hope for the future and resolved to make earnest efforts. He was filled with excitement as he hurried towards the Beast Master Pavilion. Currently, Xiao Chen possessed a limited number of spirit stones. After selling a batch of goods and exchanging them for cultivation materials, he was left with merely 20,000 contribution points. The remaining contribution points seemed precarious, as he had an important item to purchase today. It was not anything particularly special. He needed to acquire seeds for spiritual herbs. Huang Zhu Chao, a common tier spiritual herb, is the most commonly used fodder for nurturing demon beasts. This spiritual herb has minimal growth potential but boasts rapid growth, rivaling that of the green vine. Yellow tier demon beasts can also be fed Huang Zhu Chao, though with slightly diminished effectiveness. For nurturing low tier demon beasts, this is undoubtedly the most suitable herb. As the scale of cultivation in Qing Tung Fort expands, particularly the voracious appetite of the Qing Mu Mang Niu, it becomes increasingly vital. Currently, the green vine demons in Qing Tung Fort can manage, but once their numbers increase, it may become challenging. Mature Huang Zhu Chao can be harvested every couple of months, providing a continuous supply of spiritual herbs. Despite its low tier, the demand is substantial, and seeds are never cheap. Qing Tung Fort aims to cultivate 100 acres of Huang Zhu Chao. At present, Xiao Chen's funds are only sufficient to purchase seeds for 10 acres. What else can be done but to plant in batches? The total cost of 20,000 spirit stones would deplete his remaining contribution points entirely. He would find himself entirely broke, not entirely destitute, as he still owes his brother 200,000 contribution points. Contemplating this, Xiao Chen felt an intensified urgency to earn spirit stones. He would return to plant the Huang Zhu Chao as soon as possible to reap the benefits sooner. The industry of Qing Tung Fort must continue to flourish and grow. In the future, the enterprises of Qing Tung Fort will multiply. Before these industries stabilize their income, a continuous influx of spirit stones will be necessary. Cultivating Huang Zhu Chao is already somewhat taxing. If he were to plant spiritual medicines, the cost would be even higher. After delivering the materials back to Qing Tung Fort and completing a few tasks, Xiao Chen set off again without delay. Earning spirit stones always requires some effort. With Brother Ting now at the 4th tier and Little Gray's power rapidly increasing, Xiao Chen felt confident even against yellow tier demon beasts at levels 7 or 8. He planned to undertake some tasks, as he was now equipped to do so. With Little Gray by his side, he would not need to expend excessive time traveling. Many high-reward tasks require teamwork, but Xiao Chen preferred solitude and was clearly reluctant to collaborate. Presently, he could accept 3 yellow-tier tasks. It would be best to choose tasks issued by the Beastmaster Guild. While many privately posted tasks offer higher rewards, they often contain elements he might not fully understand. A seemingly simple task may conceal unknown risks. He dared not pursue those heinous assassination tasks. It was always wise to focus on simpler, more quickly completed tasks. Chapter 40. An Impromptu Adventure. The tasks released by the Beastmaster Guild into Yen City predominantly pertain to 2 locations, the Endless Wasteland and the Luo Xia mountain range. To be precise, Luo Xia mountain is not merely a single mountain but a mountain range, encompassing thousands of peaks and extending several thousand miles. Even yellow-tier beast masters only dare to enter the first 100 miles of Luo Xia mountain, as venturing deeper typically results in perilous outcomes. The more concentrated the task locations, the better, as it negates the need for excessive travel. Xiao Chen had already visited the outskirts of the wasteland, and Qing Tung Fort was situated within that region. Completing tasks here proves to be somewhat cumbersome, and as he must continue to navigate the wilderness, it is prudent not to offend too many individuals. When one's strength is lacking, it is wise to refrain from provoking trouble to avoid unwelcome confrontations. Presently, he wishes to venture to Luoxiao Mountain. The sheer volume of tasks available there is staggering, with many demanding exceptionally high qualifications. For instance, a rescue mission requires venturing 200 miles into Luoxiao Mountain to retrieve an adventuring team, offering a generous reward of 500,000 contribution points. Such a formidable task is beyond his current capabilities, as the area is teeming with Xian-tier demonic beasts, which even Xian-tier beast tamers hesitate to approach. Another task involves locating a beast tamer with awakened stealth skills to enter a certain realm of slumbering beasts and return with several earth-tier spiritual herbs. Escorting an alchemist to Monkey Head Mountain rewards 30,000 contributions. Indeed, there are numerous tasks with substantial rewards, and even if he does not undertake them now, familiarizing himself with them will better prepare him for future opportunities. Ultimately, he selects a task he deems suitable, a collection mission. His advantage in undertaking tasks does not lie solely in his strength, but rather in his companion, Tung Gu, and his inconspicuousness. The Qing Tung Yao, a type of spiritual plant, is abundant even deep within Luoxiao Mountain. Herbivorous demonic beasts typically consume only its leaves, likely sparing the life of the plant. Many beasts even unwittingly serve as protectors of the Qing Tung Yao, as the dominion over a region may frequently shift. Yet the presence of the Qing Tung Yao remains constant. Each demonic beast possesses its own survival strategies, and as Xiao Chen has mastered the wood escape technique, he can swiftly reach wherever the Qing Tung Yao grows. This advantage becomes even more pronounced when tasked with gathering spiritual herbs. There are countless collection tasks, and upon perusing the task board, Xiao Chen discovers hundreds of entries. He particularly favors such tasks, as it appears that most earth-tier spiritual herbs are sought after. Therefore, rather than accepting specific tasks, he resolves to collect any spiritual herbs he encounters. He can even gather the items first and then accept the tasks afterward. Without waiting for a formal assignment, he sets out, as Luoxiao Mountain awaits his exploration. Tenggu, Xiao Hui, let us embark on an impromptu adventure. At present, Xiao Hui's primary role is to provide propulsion for Xiao Chen's aerial vehicle. Initially, Xiao Chen adopts a cautious approach, traversing the area 30 to 40 miles outside of Luoxiao Mountain with Tenggu. Here, the number of demonic beasts is considerable, with yellow-tier beasts frequently sighted. Comparable to the location of Qingteng Fortress, it is likely that Xian-tier beasts occasionally appear. Exercising caution should prevent major issues. The outcome depends largely on fortune. Xiao Chen finds hunting to be remarkably straightforward, primarily relying on his two spirit beasts. Xiao Hui, being petite and agile, is tasked with locating suitable targets while Tenggu approaches stealthily. Should they encounter weaker demonic beasts, they are swiftly eliminated. If they cannot be defeated, they divert the creatures away and utilize the wood escape technique to secure the spiritual herbs. For several months, this has been Xiao Chen's method of hunting. Xiao Hui adeptly scouts ahead, easily circumventing formidable entities. The tasks are not overly challenging. While their rewards do not rival those of high-stakes elimination missions, they yield immediate gains. Xiao Chen evidently prefers to avoid risks, completing dozens of collection missions in the periphery. Each task yields a satisfactory reward, with smaller ones granting 1 to 2,000 contribution points, while larger ones can exceed 10,000. A vast swath of yellow-tier spiritual herbs has been thoroughly harvested by Xiao Chen. Additionally, he manages to slay 1 or 2 yellow-tier beasts daily, with the number steadily increasing. Tenggu, Xiao Hui, are we being overly cautious? I feel these tasks pose little danger, and the rewards are indeed commendable. It is during these tasks that Xiao Chen truly realizes the exceptional utility of his two companions. After merely 2 months of undertaking tasks, his contribution points have astonishingly amassed to over 100,000. Xiao Chen, there are still formidable entities in the outskirts. Exercise caution, as their actions have drawn attention. It is prudent to relocate. Recently, several Xian-tier beasts seem to have taken notice, searching for them. Had it not been for Xiao Hui's vigilance, they might have encountered trouble much earlier. Indeed, Xiao Chen's actions have been somewhat excessive. He has left no spiritual herbs untouched in his wake. Most of these herbs have been turned in for tasks, with a small portion reserved for himself. In the future, Qingteng Fortress will rely on these herbs to cultivate a spiritual herb field. Let's change our location. Staying in one area does invite animosity. After all, Luoxiao Mountain is vast, brimming with opportunities. Xiao Chen acts swiftly, setting off as soon as he makes his decision. Unbeknownst to him, an hour after his departure, an infuriated violent ape appears at the spot he had just vacated. Naturally, he does not hear its furious roars. After flying for an hour, Xiao Hui lands again, still on the outskirts of Luoxiao Mountain, albeit slightly deeper than before. Having flown approximately 100 miles, although still on the outskirts, the surrounding wilderness appears more formidable than that leading to Dian City. Xiao Chen finds a level area to set up a reclining chair and continues speaking. Therefore, Xiao Hui, be even more cautious. I shall rest for a while. Awaken me upon encountering a late-stage yellow-tier beast. At this juncture, the only beasts requiring his intervention are late-stage ones. In fact, Tenggu could handle them independently, though it would require severing more vines, which is not a viable option as Tengji's leaves are currently precious. Raising 2 spirit beasts indeed incurs considerable expenses. However, the peace of mind they provide is invaluable. Once the tasks are delegated, the 2 little companions manage them with great efficiency. The sprawling greenery shields him from the sweltering sun, creating a most pleasant shade beneath its rays. Naturally, Xiao Chen soon drifts back into slumber. Xiao Hui ascends to a height of 10 feet, soaring swiftly through the air. At such an altitude, its diminutive form remains invisible to ordinary demonic beasts. Only those with keen eyesight might discern a dark speck. Generally, Xiao Hui refrains from engaging in combat. It serves as Tengji's eyes, assisting in locating targets and avoiding danger. However, this time, Xiao Hui fixates on a particular direction, seemingly having discovered something of great interest. Several miles away, even from high above, it can see clearly. Just when Xiao Chen felt reassured by the little creature's vigilance, it seems poised to present Xiao Chen with a new challenge. As Xiao Chen sleeps, Xiao Hui addresses Tenggu, brother. I wish to hunt a late-stage yellow tier or perhaps a peak yellow tier beast. Upon hearing this, Tenggu is taken aback. Xiao Hui, a late-stage beast is feasible, but a peak yellow tier beast poses a significant challenge for me. Tenggu is quite powerful and can engage in battles beyond its tier, yet its combat prowess is roughly on par with a yellow tier 7th level beast. Some 7th level beasts are still difficult to handle without Xiao Chen's assistance. To present him with a 9th level perfected beast is indeed a formidable task. With each tier ascended, a beast's power increases significantly. These disparities are challenging to bridge, and Teng Ji's ability to contend across several tiers is already quite extraordinary. Xiao Hui, is hunting this beast crucial for you? Very much so. It is of utmost importance. Xiao Hui responds with excitement, as if it has stumbled upon a significant opportunity. A peak yellow tier beast may even possess the combat capabilities of a Xian tier beast. Tenggu, I truly cannot assist with this matter. Perhaps you should consult Xiao Chen. Xiao Hui, feeling helpless, lets out a deep sigh. Inquire about the utility of that coward. This matter rests solely upon my elder brother. Over the years, Xiao Chen has indeed treaded with remarkable caution, rarely venturing into perilous territory. To label him a coward is not entirely erroneous. However, how could these two fellows, engaged in a contractual relationship, think they could deceive Xiao Chen with such dialogues? Just as he was drifting into slumber, he was roused by their raucous exchange. With a countenance of ire, Xiao Chen addressed the two self-satisfied individuals. Cease your sardonic banter. Do you truly believe such juvenile provocations hold sway over me? Little Hu, possessing a high level of intelligence yet still youthful, had spoken rather clumsily. I shall say it plainly. Any matter should be communicated directly to Xiao Chen. What is our relationship if not one of direct communication? What Xiao Chen values is simply sincerity. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's anger intensified. Huing Tiying, your strength has shown little advancement over the years, yet your ability to obfuscate has certainly flourished. Indeed, whenever Little Hu faced censure, this fellow would invariably attempt to rationalize the situation. Very well, Little Hu, what is the current predicament? Even the most formidable demon beasts during their zenith remain classified as Huang tier. If it truly comes to necessity, then slaying it may be the only recourse. After uttering these words, Xiao Chen felt a twinge of regret, as if he had genuinely succumbed to Little Hu's provocations. Chapter 41, Luring and Killing. Xiao Chen, you are aware of my abilities. Should I consume this creature, my cultivation may not elevate significantly, yet I could potentially refine my skills to manifest dual wings. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen felt a stirring of desire. Such an ability is not merely exceptional. It is a formidable technique capable of cleaving through steel. Henceforth, let us speak directly. If I know what kind of demon beast I am dealing with, I can prepare accordingly. There is no need for conjecture. It must be a gene-tier demon beast, possibly a flying one. Little Hu possesses discerning tastes, as it dismisses commonplace demon beasts altogether. A large rat, having developed an exterior of copper skin and iron bones, presents a challenge. My current strength cannot breach its defenses. Even your Jiying Gene Sword energy would likely leave only faint traces. The gene-tier demon beast has astonishingly honed its defensive capabilities to such a degree. Little Jn's prowess remains uncertain, though his Jiying Gene Sword energy is indeed remarkably sharp. Xiao Chen can effortlessly sever a tree the size of a basin. Can a mere rat be so formidable? If even Jiying Gene Sword energy cannot penetrate its defenses, what hope do we have? There is no need to mention that Ting Ji's roots would also be ineffective. Could it be that you are referring to the JNUNSH? This large rat seems familiar. Let me hastily consult the Beast Control Heart Sutra for information regarding the JNUNSH. Following the description, Xiao Chen relayed the details to Little Hu, who nodded vigorously. Yes, indeed. This large rat is called the JNUNSH. The JNUNSH, a demon beast of Xian tier talent, not only consumes spiritual flesh, but also delights in feasting on various spiritual iron ores. It possesses innate copper skin and iron bones, making it nearly impervious to attacks of the same tier. One particular detail caught Xiao Chen's attention. The JNUNSH has no weak points in its defense, which can only be breached with superior force or heavy weaponry exceeding 10,000 genes. A Huang tier peak JNUNSH can withstand several strikes from a Xian tier early demon beast without succumbing. Such an abnormal defense poses a significant challenge. This is a matter of capability rather than desire. Lacking Xian tier offensive power, we cannot hope to vanquish this creature. Is it possible for you to devise a strategy or seek assistance? If all else fails, enlisting a Xian-tier expert is also an option. Seeking the aid of a Xian-tier powerhouse is feasible, but the cost is exorbitant. I am contemplating a plan. Do not rush me. I shall thoroughly investigate the habits of the JNUNSH. A solution will invariably present itself, for I possess the Beast Control Heart Sutra, an advantage others lack. Huang-tier peak demon beasts, aside from their formidable strength, also exhibit considerable intelligence. Typical traps prove ineffectual against them. Only natural bait can entice them. By heavens, is this demon beast so devoid of intrigue, having no hobbies beyond devouring ores? Xiao Chen felt somewhat exasperated, realizing that the JNUNSH is evidently not a high-end demon beast, and the records in the Beast Control Heart Sutra are scant. It seems we must focus on the angle. This endeavor will likely necessitate the collective effort of the three of us. Whether it succeeds remains uncertain. Fortunately, the JNUNSH seeks out ores to consume, lacking a strong sense of territory. This implies that it does not have a fixed home and may not be familiar with this area. Ting, quietly extend your vines and remain still. Remain motionless? Indeed, we shall patiently await its approach. There is an estimated 50% chance of success. If it fails, we shall abandon the endeavor. Xiao Chen. Will you be the primary assailant this time? It appears so. However, your tone of skepticism is somewhat disconcerting. Indeed, the crux of defeating the JNUNSH lies with Xiao Chen, not Ting. Ting requires growth through continuous nourishment, and ores significantly benefit its development. It is commonplace for a Ting demon's roots to entwine around an ore. To capture the attention of the JNUNSH, we must procure a quality ore. After an extensive search within the spirit beast space, Xiao Chen finally unearthed a commendable ore. These items collected over time had not been sold, as he feared they would be needed during Little Hu's purification. Little did he expect they would prove useful now. The pure, natural Qingbi stone, with its even grooves and devoid of any decorative markings, harmonizes seamlessly with the unassuming Qing. Crucially, this ore is of Xian-tier quality, possesses high caliber, and emits a subtle azure glow. While other demon beasts might overlook such a treasure, the JNUNSH, which thrives on ores, will undoubtedly take notice. So, Xiao Chen, are you intending to lure that JNUNSH to consume my vines? What other options do we have? Once your vines enter its belly, I shall dare to slip within. Its external defenses are insurmountable, yet its interior is as vulnerable as any other demon beast. Few humans form contracts with the Qing demon, hence there are likely few who have employed this method to slay a demon beast. Ordinary demon beasts would not anticipate such a tactic, rendering this Xiao Chen's sole opportunity to eliminate the JNUNSH. But what if it simply bites through my vines? Then we shall have no alternative but to abandon the hunt. With insufficient strength, it would be irrational to force the issue. Contemplating the possibility of emerging from within the JNUNSH, Xiao Chen felt a wave of discomfort. Perhaps it would be prudent to don protective garments to avoid excessive mess. Little Hu, it is for your sake that I am willing to make such a significant sacrifice. Unable to suppress a few complaints, Xiao Chen mused that such a method of assassination should only be attempted once. In truth, he even harbored a wish that Ting's roots were somewhat fragile, so that a mere bite would suffice without further concern. As Xiao Chen pondered these matters, Little Hu grew anxious. Do not dawdle. The large rat is moving in the opposite direction. After finally devising a trap, this creature is now retreating. Such circumstances would test anyone's patience. Little Hu, can you not lure it back? Why not you? I cannot fly. Your strength surpasses mine. You are bold, meticulous, and adaptable. Then I shall go. There is no need for elaborate provocations. Simplicity is more effective. Flattered by Little Hu's praise, Xiao Chen set off, axe in tow. Indeed, Xiao Chen possessed a degree of adaptability. Luring the JNUNSH is not a complicated endeavor. The soul weapon itself, forged from ore, holds considerable allure for Xian-tier demon beasts. Unconsciously, Xiao Chen enveloped the Kai Tian axe in a hint of Ji-Ing sword energy, and merely passing by attracted a golden gaze. Upon sighting the JNUNSH, Xiao Chen was taken aback. The Jin Yuan Shu, resplendent in a golden hue, appeared as though encrusted with a layer of gold, radiating a luminous brilliance that rendered it conspicuously visible amidst the towering mountains. This was no mere rodent. It surpassed the Qing Mu Meng Niu in size by several degrees. It seemed equally unprepared to encounter a human, yet it displayed a remarkable indifference. Countless humans had strolled past it, and it had scarcely deigned to cast a second glance. However, the aura emanating from this particular human was extraordinary. The axe he bore exuded an enticing energy that stirred its interest. Human, relinquish the axe, or face death. Upon hearing this demand, Xiao Chen could not suppress a chuckle. The beast's succinct threat, combined with its long whiskers, rendered the moment somewhat ludicrous. Xiao Chen's immediate response was to stow the axe into the spirit beast space to avoid revealing any vulnerabilities. What are you saying, giant rat? This is a Xian-tier soul weapon. Do you truly believe I would simply hand it over? With your meager strength, do you dare to claim it? Xiao Chen's audacity made the Jin Yuan Shu more cautious. A Xian-tier soul weapon, no wonder. The Jin Yuan Shu gradually approached Xiao Chen, all the while meticulously surveying its surroundings. Humans often traveled in packs. Caution was paramount. Humans, soul weapons are precious, but life is even more so. It was on the verge of a breakthrough and had no desire to hunt humans. Yet, the serendipitous encounter with something that could elevate its power was an opportunity it could not afford to miss. As it contemplated how to close the distance for a decisive strike, to its astonishment, the human suddenly cursed and fled. You possess self-awareness, but your speed is inferior even to a small mouse. The Jin Yuan Shu screeched and swiftly pursued Xiao Chen. With a single leap, it covered 3 to 4 zhang. Clearly, Xiao Chen was taken aback by the Jin Yuan Shu's speed. This creature was as swift as the wolf clan. Goodness, so fast. In a split second, it nearly impaled Xiao Chen with a claw. What escape technique? I'm out. Remarkably, the Jin Yuan Shu's confidence stemmed from its mastery of escape techniques. Xiao Chen had initially suspected it might have companions. Today, you are destined to fall into my grasp. Gold escape technique, go! Xiao Chen was nearly paralyzed with fear. The beast had awakened an escape skill as well. The gold escape technique sounded formidable. How was he to contend with it? What kind of escape technique could a gold-type beast possess? Xiao Chen was utterly unaware. Xiao Hui, come save me. Recognizing the precarious situation, Xiao Chen's instinct was to flee. He had initially intended to use the mineral as bait, but it seemed he had become the bait himself. Fortunately, despite both employing escape techniques, the mechanics differed. The Jin Yuan Shu's escape was extraordinarily fast, yet it appeared only capable of moving in a straight line. Xiao Chen, however, was not bound by such limitations. His erratic movements rendered him elusive, leaving the creature unable to predict his next location. They darted back and forth, both employing their skills multiple times. Yet Xiao Chen remained safe. Naturally, this could not continue indefinitely. Otherwise, the Jin Yuan Shu would eventually discern that his escape technique was linked to the Qing tongue. At that point, it would truly be over. Thankfully, Xiao Hui had been poised nearby, ready for action. Indeed, this mission required the full complement of forces. With a swift dive, Xiao Hui grasped Xiao Chen's clothing and soared into the sky. The Jin Yuan Shu was left dumbfounded. A gray sparrow beast dared to seize its prey? Moreover, how could a mere mortal-level gray sparrow beast presume to hunt a yellow-tier beastmaster? Chapter 42, A Divine Bestowal. Indeed, Xiao Chen now appeared somewhat disheveled. Suspended in midair like prey. Gray sparrow, this one feigns death. His strength is formidable, not something you can handle. Drop him, and I shall claim the flesh. While you may have the axe. The Jin Yuan Shu bellowed into the heights, receiving no reply. Indeed, the intelligence of mortal-level beasts was somewhat lacking. Infuriated, the Jin Yuan Shu lamented the loss of its anticipated feast. Gray sparrow, you cannot fly far with such a burden. You will inevitably fall into my clutches. The Jin Yuan Shu contemplated how to manipulate the gray sparrow, only to witness it vanish from its sight. Such a weakling, yet so audacious. The Jin Yuan Shu's eyes blazed with fury. It was enraged. Its gaze fell upon a seemingly inconspicuous Qing tongue, now the object of its wrath. Previously overlooked, the sight of these vines now ignited an impulse to tear them apart. It needed to vent its frustration. As it surveyed the chaotic tangle of vines below, it noticed a glimmer of green light. This radiance, this aura, it recognized all too well. It was the very thing it had long coveted. Having never encountered such a phenomenon before, it felt a profound joy creeping into its being, a sensation of fate's timing. Surely, the heavens had bestowed a great fortune, guiding a human to lead it here. Otherwise, it would have missed this tremendous opportunity. Furthermore, that axe was still its own. The little gray sparrow could not fly very far. The beast was acutely sensitive to metallic energies and merely needed to search for it. With these thoughts in mind, its anger dissipated. The stone before it represented a pivotal moment for its breakthrough. Everything was falling into place beautifully. It remained oblivious to the fact that this exquisite Qing by stone had, upon ingestion, transformed into a human. Such an abrupt and inexplicable occurrence. Was this some form of metamorphosis? This was the last flicker of the Jin Yuan Shu's consciousness, yet no answers awaited it. The answer was inconsequential now, for it had already perished. Soon, the massive form of the Jin Yuan beast was stored within the spirit beast space. Xiao Chen extracted all the limited water from the spirit beast space, changing his clothes multiple times and washing his body thoroughly. He was now drenched in blood and filth. Quite unbecoming. Damn it. I shall never endure such indignities again. Xiao Chen cursed for an hour, washing and rinsing repeatedly, yet still felt insufficiently clean. Meanwhile, Xiao Hui chuckled merrily, unfazed by Xiao Chen's furious glances. It had just consumed a high-quality gold-type crystal core. Xiao Chen, do you not find this method of dispatching enemies rather effective? If we could slay a Xian-tier beast in this manner, would you not consider it? The Qing tongue was indifferent to Xiao Chen's minor sacrifices. The outcome of the battle was paramount. A Xian-tier beast? If it truly were possible, a little messiness would be worth it. In this world, while it might be said that half of the beasts were herbivorous, the proportion was still considerable. Some legendary sacred or divine beasts were likewise so. Other high-tier herbivorous beasts were abundant. The leaves of the Qing tongue must possess remarkable quality, or else they could never command such high prices. If one day a Xian-tier beast were to consume it, could it not also bring about the demise of a Xian-tier beast? Suddenly, Xiao Chen felt that the task of slaying a Xian-tier beast might indeed be achievable. Naturally, such opportunities were rare and fraught with peril. Caution was essential. The slaying of the Jin Yuan Shu marked the defeat of a yellow-tier beast. This, without doubt, was the most substantial achievement among Xiao Chen's numerous conquests of yellow-tier beasts. After all these years, his kill count had finally approached 500. Yellow-tier beast kills, 489, 100, 000. The long journey continued, each step bringing him closer. Xiao Hui's interests were undoubtedly exceptional. The strength of this Jin Yuan Shu likely equated to that of early-stage Xian-tier beasts. Xiao Hui only claimed the crystal core, seeking the vital energy within. Even without this core, Xiao Hui was nearing a breakthrough. After refining this crystal core, Xiao Hui naturally ascended to the 9th level of the mortal realm. In just 3 to 4 years, Xiao Hui advanced from the 1st to the 9th level, establishing a remarkably solid foundation. Compared to those extraordinary demonic beasts born at the yellow level, this achievement may not seem significant, yet it stands out among others. What pleased Xiao Chen even more was that now, when Xiao Hui activated his abilities, he could manifest dual wings. A faint golden light shimmered along the edges of these wings. Henceforth, Xiao Hui wielded 2 additional blades. In the outermost regions of Luoxia Mountain, Xiao Hui faced virtually no rivals among mortal realm creatures. Xiao Hui, we must venture further in, Xiao Chen remarked. Having traversed approximately 40 to 50 miles into Luoxia Mountain, advancing another 20 miles should pose little challenge. It appeared that the demonic beasts within Luoxia Mountain were denser than those in the wilderness, and it was time to hunt some yellow-level beasts. Xiao Chen, if we fly another 30 to 40 miles in this direction, we will reach an area where yellow-level beasts roam. While no mystic-level beasts reside there, it is home to hundreds of illusory rabbits, the majority of which possess yellow-level strength. If we excavate their burrow, we might be able to slay over 100 yellow-level beasts. Xiao Chen was astonished that Xiao Hui had already set his sights so far ahead. Illusory rabbits? Hundreds of them? What are you thinking? Xiao Chen hesitated, aware that venturing another 30 to 40 miles could attract mystic-level beasts. Such places were only safe to explore in a team. Fortune might falter, and even a group of 7 or 8 yellow-level beast masters could fall prey there. Indeed, their individual strength is not formidable, Xiao Hui acknowledged. However, their numbers are considerable. The illusory rabbit, a wind element beast with mystic-level potential, possesses astonishing speed. When it leaps, only a fleeting illusion remains, hence its name. The growth threshold for an illusory rabbit is exceedingly high. It requires merely 3 to 5 years to ascend to the yellow level. Those that progress from yellow to mystic level are exceedingly rare. Illusory rabbits reproduce prolifically, birthing an entire litter throughout their lifetimes. Such beasts are indeed suitable for farming, though no faction has reportedly succeeded in cultivating them. Similar to the wind wolf, the illusory beast predominantly awakens the wind blade skill. A flurry of yellow-level beasts, each unleashing a single wind blade, could easily dispatch numerous mystic-level beasts. Although the individual strength of illusory rabbits is relatively weak, their collective might is formidable. Notably, they fear flying beasts that surpass their speed. Xiao Hui, do not act recklessly. Such places are beyond our capability to storm. However, should you ever ascend to the yellow level, you could charge into the illusory rabbit's lair alone. Xiao Hui's speed was remarkable, his defenses robust, and his size diminutive. Encountering a lone rabbit, a swift dive would suffice to capture it. Many high-tier flying spirit beasts employed similar tactics for hunting. In truth, I wish to attempt it now. Xiao Chen was taken aback. You mean right now? Xiao Hui nodded, seemingly confident in his abilities. Xiao Chen had developed considerable faith in Xiao Hui, yet he remained uneasy about the prospect of him entering the den of yellow-level beasts. Xiao Hui, it's not that I doubt your strength. If you can independently hunt a yellow-level beast, then follow your instincts. Xiao Hui was a born hunter and likely had confidence in his prowess. At the 3rd level of the mortal realm, he had already been capable of hunting prey at the 6th level. Now, he was certainly equipped to face yellow-level beasts. Provided Xiao Hui genuinely possessed Earth-level aptitude, there should be no significant issues. Xiao Hui, proceed and test your strength. I will be right behind you, ready to assist at any moment. If you cannot prevail, retreat. The danger will not be immense. Xiao Hui pondered. I know underestimating my opponents is unwise, yet I cannot shake the feeling that this endeavor should be simple. Almost a given. Aside from appearance, Xiao Hui exhibited characteristics indistinguishable from high-tier demonic beasts. It was always prudent to exercise caution. No adversary should be underestimated. Very well. Today I shall demonstrate my true combat prowess. In truth, Xiao Hui only possessed a vague understanding of his own strength. Relying solely on intuition often proved unreliable. As Xiao Hui prepared for solitary hunting, Xiao Chen found sleep eluding him. He needed to keep a watchful eye, ready to intervene at any moment. Clearly, Fungus shared the same sentiment, extending its roots outward. Yet, Xiao Hui seemed determined to prove himself, vanishing into the heights and flying far away. This little fellow is exceedingly ambitious. Is it shameful to be unable to defeat a yellow-level beast at his current realm? Xiao Chen had not anticipated the pride that this demonic beast harbored. Fungu, let us wait. There should be no danger. What could be done? The young one had grown and was capable of confronting certain challenges. This was a good thing. The best course was to trust one's spirit beast. Xiao Chen, should I not also strive to improve? At this rate, in just a few years, Xiao Hui may surpass me, his elder brother. You are already quite remarkable. Your growth over the past few years has been steady, if not swift. As long as you continue to progress, even at a slower pace, you will eventually attain your desired realm. Xiao Chen believed that Fungu would undoubtedly create new miracles, advancing from the pinnacle of the yellow level to the mystic level. Xiao Chen, what if one day I find myself stuck at a certain threshold? What else could be done? I would procure more creation spirit liquid for you. If one vial is insufficient, 2 should suffice. There will always be opportunities to break through. Moreover, encountering bottlenecks is commonplace. Many beasts with mystic level potential remain trapped at the yellow level threshold. Take the illusory rabbit, for instance. Despite possessing mystic level aptitude, most only reach the 1st or 2nd layer of the yellow level. Most individual spirit beasts, upon reaching Fungu's level of strength, encounter bottlenecks, with some never managing to break through. Fungu, do you remember what we discussed while fleeing that courtyard? You once said that if you could not advance to the yellow level, it would not matter. Indeed, and now you are at the 4th layer of the yellow level. At that time, the idea of Fungu achieving his current level was unimaginable. Now, it was equally inconceivable to predict how far Fungu could go in the future. Chapter 43, Zhuo Bufan. As Xiao Chen and Fungu continued their discourse on breakthroughs, he suddenly noticed the task token displaying the information. Eliminate 1 yellow-level beast. By the heavens, it truly happened? Xiao Chen felt incredulous. Xiao Hui's strength was indeed capable of contending with yellow-level beasts. Ha ha ha. I knew Xiao Hui was extraordinary. Xiao Chen laughed heartily, his earlier concerns vanishing. Ha ha, Xiao Hui has surpassed me. Perhaps I will truly rely on him to sustain me in the future. Fungu also shared in the excitement, recognizing Xiao Hui's current prowess. Once he ascended to the yellow level, would he not be able to challenge even more formidable beasts? Before long, Xiao Hui returned, bringing with him a snow-white beast. Illusory rabbit, entirely snow-white, roughly the size of a wild boar. Xiao Hui, did you venture into the illusory rabbit's lair? Xiao Hui held his head high, confidently nodding in affirmation. Yet, his fur was disheveled, and he appeared somewhat disheveled. This battle, though victorious, must have cost him considerable effort. You truly are something. Did you need to make things difficult for yourself from the outset? To prove yourself, such recklessness was unnecessary. Xiao Chen placed the prey into the spirit beast space, only feeling completely relieved upon confirming that Xiao Hui was unharmed. Xiao Hui, with his head held high, exhibited a hint of pride. He was unsure why he felt compelled to charge into the illusory rabbit's lair, but it seemed that his inner pride prevented him from retreating over such a trivial matter. Yet what was he proud of? He himself did not know. Hunting a single yellow-level illusory rabbit yielded 3,000 to 4,000 contribution points. Xiao Hui, if you can hunt 1 yellow-level beast each day, you will earn back your medicinal expenses. Once Xiao Chen confirmed the little one's prowess, he did not hesitate. He immediately assigned Little Gray the task of hunting a Huangjia demon beast each day, whether it be a Huaning 2 or any other creature. After all, Huaning 2 are social beasts, and it is not always possible to find a solitary one. 1 a day is acceptable, more would be too taxing. I must one day uncover the lair of those cunning, scruffy rabbits. From the fragments of conversation, it was apparent that Little Gray's first independent hunt was not entirely smooth. This helped it gain a comprehensive understanding of its own capabilities, which was commendable. Little Gray, it seems you possess a clear awareness of your strength. How about sharing in detail how you managed to hunt that Huaning too? Regarding Xiao Chen's seemingly concerned inquiry, Little Gray chose to ignore it. In any case, from today forward, our hunting endeavors have entered a new phase. We plan to venture another 30 miles deeper, filling the spirit beast space before preparing more rice dumplings for Tungo. With Little Gray's newfound abilities, successfully hunting within the Huangjia demon beast ranks, there was no longer a need for excessive caution. We shall embark on a grand venture, earning enough soul power potions to last us for years to come. The three of us united could even take on the pinnacle of Huangjia demon beasts. Little Gray furrowed its brow, beginning to feel a bit more composed. Why has this master become blindly confident? Xiao Chen, my speed is swift, making it far easier for me to hunt demon beasts alone. Well done, Little Gray. Your elder brother is proud of you. Rest assured, in a few years when my strength is sufficient, I shall take care of you. Hearing this, Xiao Chen felt a twinge of discomfort. So you will take care of only one, right? After advancing another 30 miles, they found themselves amidst a plethora of Huangjia demon beasts, an ideal hunting ground. Brimming with confidence, the trio swiftly dispatched several Huangjia demon beasts. Consequently, their egos inflated, and they boldly approached the lair of a pinnacle Huangjia demon beast. Fortunately, through the technique of wood escape and Little Gray's flying ability, they successfully evaded capture. They fled for dozens of miles, arriving at an unknown territory. Little Gray, did you not say it was merely a docile big sheep? Finally free from danger. Xiao Chen sat on a large rock, panting heavily. Perhaps it was not a sheep after all, for it seemed far from gentle. I truly do not know what kind of demon beast it is, capable of unleashing thunder. I must learn from this lesson. I shall flee upon sighting such a creature in the future. Observing his soot-covered body, with clothes in tatters, Xiao Chen felt a surge of trepidation. Thankfully, they had escaped. He was uncertain of their current location, but he would seek vengeance once his strength increased. It was certain they were still on the outskirts of Luoxiao Mountain, so there was no need for excessive worry. Upon reaching a new area, Little Gray habitually took to the skies to survey the surroundings. Xiao Chen, there is a group of humans nearby. Xiao Chen held no particular thoughts about humans. He simply found it uncomfortable to interact with many at once. Let us hurry back and change direction. Instinctively wishing to avoid humans, this time, however, they found it unavoidable. The human adventurers capable of entering such places were likely composed of Huangjia beast tamers. Clearly, this was a highly professional group of human beast tamers, with one riding a horned eagle ahead to scout the way. Hey, that solitary human, do you need assistance? The rider circled in the air, exuding friendliness. Xiao Chen looked up to see a robust young man with a sun-kissed, dark complexion. No, thank you. Xiao Chen naturally responded with a smile to the offer of help. There's no need. You appear to be in quite a state after fleeing just now. Safety is paramount when out in the wild. Do not worry about causing trouble for others. Join us from the Qingshan tribe. At the very least, you won't have to worry about safety. All right. Xiao Chen was indeed feeling somewhat disheveled. However, if they were to act together, there would truly be no need for assistance. Just as Xiao Chen was about to decline, the man leaped effortlessly from the horned eagle, landing directly before him. The ease of his movement left Xiao Chen utterly astonished. He observed the young man closely, confirming he was indeed human. From a height of 7 or 8 zhong, he had jumped down effortlessly. Such physical prowess was comparable to that of demon beasts. Haha. My awakened skill is somewhat unique, granting me greater physical strength than others. By the way, my name is Zhuobu Fan. Those from the tribe call me Fan Go. What do you go by? This man, appearing to be of similar age to Xiao Chen, was surprisingly equal in strength, both being Huangjia 4th layer beast tamers. Clearly, he possessed a very amiable personality, exuding familiarity. Xiao Chen felt it would be somewhat impolite to remain silent, so he responded, I am Xiao Chen. In this place rife with demon beasts, it is easy to become separated. Stay with us, and I assure you will exit safely. Xiao Chen wished to express that he had come alone. Fan Go, I would prefer not to trouble you any further. I can manage on my own. Xiao Chen made his intentions quite clear, yet it seemed this man did not fully grasp them. Oh, there's no way you would be a burden. We from Qingshan tribe are exceptionally warm-hearted. As fellow humans, it is fate that we meet. Once we complete our mission and return to the Qingshan tribe, we shall drink and feast together. Xiao Chen noticed a significant issue. This man seemed unable to refuse anyone's request, especially when the other party harbored no ill intent. The situation became even more difficult to navigate. He was not afraid of wicked individuals. After all, they could simply be dealt with. However, those with good intentions posed a challenge. Fan Go, I have a flying spirit beast for early warning. I am not in danger. That gray sparrow of yours is merely of Fangjia strength. If it dares to fly around in a place like this, it could very well be swallowed whole. This is not the time for bravado. Follow me. Xiao Chen was reluctant to reveal little Gray's true strength, yet Zhuo Bufan had already taken matters into his own hands. Clearly, his own strength had also been greatly enhanced. Xiao Chen found himself unable to resist. Zhuo Bufan nearly dragged him onto the back of the horned eagle. How overwhelmingly enthusiastic. Xiao Chen, resigned, first summoned Little Gray and Tung Go back to the spirit beast space. Oh, your other spirit beast is a Qing Tung Yao as well? That's not a problem. Each spirit beast has its own unique traits. Our team's strength is formidable. You one team need to fight alongside us. Zhuo Bufan's sympathetic gaze was fully understood by Xiao Chen. Indeed, anyone who had contracted 2 such spirit beasts deserved sympathy. Brother Xiao, our Qing Shan tribe has sent 6 individuals in total. Each possesses strength comparable to mine, ensuring there will be no safety concerns in this area. The young man radiated sunshine, accompanied by a certain boldness, assuring Xiao Chen with a pat on his chest. Fangu, what kind of skill did you awaken? How is it that your physical strength appears significantly superior to others? It was evident that Zhuo Bufan's power and agility were quite impressive. My awakened ability is physical enhancement. Those who possess such abilities are relatively rare. There is nothing particularly special about it, just greater strength and resilience. This was the first time Xiao Chen had encountered such an ability, and he found it quite intriguing. Brother Xiao, what of your skill? Mine is far inferior. Wood escape technique. Xiao Chen only mentioned one, as contracting a Qing Tung Yao was already unfortunate enough. He felt it unwise to inquire further. That skill is quite good. It is best for escaping. Zhuo Bufan seemed entirely oblivious to any potential offense in his words, as he spoke the truth. Indeed, it is an excellent ability. Brother Xiao, survival is always of utmost importance. Standing on the broad back of the horned eagle, Zhuo Bufan maintained his balance even during high-speed flight. He patted Xiao Chen on the shoulder and presented him with a bottle. I didn't bring much on this mission. This is a special brew of QNGMI wine from the QNGSHN tribe, and it tastes quite delightful. To be honest, Xiao Chen had seldom indulged in alcohol, let alone this spirit crafted by a tribe. His curiosity piqued. He took a generous gulp. How to describe the flavor? It was piquant, with a hint of sourness, and as it slid down his throat, it felt as if fire ignited within him. The spirit coursed through him, contorting his face in response. Yet, under Zhu Bfn's expectant gaze, he struggled to swallow the spirit and managed to utter, "Good wine." Brother Xiao is indeed a forthright person. Most people sip this wine cautiously, but it is truly rare to see someone down half a bottle like you. Once we return, we must have a drinking contest. No need for a drinking contest. I would simply concede. The wine was not particularly enjoyable, but receiving a gift upon their first meeting was quite pleasant. Unsure of how to reciprocate, Xiao Chen fed a crystal core to the horned eagle. A recently acquired wind-type core. The eagle understood the favor bestowed upon it and returned Xiao Chen a grateful glance. This core was not farmed. It was obtained from wild beasts, hence its superior quality. Meanwhile, Zhu Bfn was surveying the surroundings, failing to notice Xiao Chen's actions. We have inspected this area. There are no significant dangers. Brother Xiao, allow me to introduce you to the people of our tribe. Xiao Chen clearly hesitated, preparing to decline. Fear not. Everyone is very welcoming and easy to get along with. Nightfall approaches, and the wild is most perilous. We should return now. Zhu Bfn's enthusiasm left Xiao Chen unable to utter a refusal. Ultimately, the horned eagle landed in a valley. Zhu Dg has returned. Let us prepare for dinner. Before he could see anyone, Xiao Chen heard a female voice. WNQing, this is a new friend of my brother. Please introduce him to everyone. As Zhu Bfn finished speaking, Xiao Chen noticed a young woman curiously examining him. She was youthful, her strength comparable to Zhu Bfn's. With a delicate appearance, her lively eyes and sun-kissed skin glimmered in the sunset. Dressed in distinctive animal hide clothing, adorned with a string of bone ornaments at her waist, she was strikingly unique. WNQing bore a striking resemblance to Zhu Bfn, revealing their sibling connection. Clearly, she was not overly enthusiastic about her brother bringing home a stranger. She scrutinized Xiao Chen with a hint of wariness before greeting him with a smile. Her brother was amiable, but he tended to be overly warm towards everyone, sometimes lacking discernment. Xiao Chen felt relieved. This was a more conventional way to meet. Zhu Bfn's exuberance was indeed an anomaly. Brother Xiao, please come in. Evidently, Zhu Bfn often made new acquaintances. Friends, by nature, come in both good and bad forms. Upon entering a specially made tent, Xiao Chen encountered the remaining 4 members of the group, 2 men and 2 women, all at the 3rd or 4th level of the yellow rank. I am Zhu Eming, Zhu Xn. They greeted each other amicably, which at least spared Xiao Chen from discomfort. These 2 are my cousins, Zhu Eling and Zhu Fing. It was quite normal for the tribe members to share the same surname. After exchanging pleasantries, it felt as if Xiao Chen had exhausted his social energy. In fact, the number of people he had met today was comparable to all the humans he had previously known combined. He usually refrained from interacting with humans, but today, Zhu Bfn had forcibly shattered that norm. The people of the QNGSHN tribe were genuinely straightforward and sincere. After some conversation, the atmosphere gradually became more harmonious. Observing their interactions, Xiao Chen thought that such a team would be quite effective in carrying out missions. They cared for one another, had clear divisions of labor, and their combined strength surpassed that of any individual. Brother Xiao, this is a horn made from the long horn of a rhinoceros, crafted by our QNGSHN tribe. Please accept it. Brother Xiao, I have nothing on me, but here is a short dagger polished from a wolf's fang, which can be used as a dart when coated with poison. This is for your gray sparrow. I assure you it will elevate its level quickly. Xiao Chen felt a headache coming on. While it was acceptable to meet new people, he wished they would not be so generous toward him. He was simply unaccustomed to such kindness. Perhaps he felt that such goodness had no connection to him, or he feared losing what he had. Thus, he preferred to avoid engagement. In any case, Xiao Chen's emotions were exceedingly complex at that moment. For reasons unknown, he had received a plethora of gifts, most of which were quite extravagant. What struck him as excessive was that after presenting gifts, they insisted on drinking. The women of the QNGSHN tribe seemed particularly vigorous in their drinking, downing large amounts with ease. Xiao Chen was compelled to consume several bottles of strong liquor for various bewildering reasons. Was this how one drank casually while out in the world? It was hard to imagine how they drank in more serious circumstances. A yellow-rank beastmaster found himself utterly defenseless before these spirits. Xiao Chen was oblivious to how much he had consumed. Initially, he passively partook, but eventually, he found himself lifting the wine jar and drinking freely. To his surprise, he even joined the QNGSHN tribe in singing and dancing. The spirit beasts stood guard nearby, posing no threat. Both Xiao Hu and Ting Ji were left speechless at Xiao Chen's antics. Chapter 44. QNGSHN tribe. The QNGSHN tribe. A small settlement upon the endless wasteland. It originated from a minor family in Dyn City and has since evolved into a force of over 1,000 individuals. The Zhu family's ancestors nurtured a profound horned eagle, and through generations, they now boast a sizable fleet of horned eagles. Zhu Bfn proudly regarded the QNGSHN tribe as the eagles of the wasteland. Possessing a flying spirit beast greatly facilitated many endeavors. Over the years, the QNGSHN tribe's strength has grown significantly, providing protection to a number of humans. Their small team of 6, each accompanied by a yellow-rank horned eagle, was indeed formidable. Xiao Chen had never consumed so much alcohol before, leading him to lose consciousness entirely. Upon waking, he immediately regretted his behavior from the previous night. Indeed, he detested the feeling of losing consciousness and self-control. Despite the deep slumber he had enjoyed, he awoke somewhat late to find the 6 members of the QNGSHN tribe intently discussing a map. QNGFing Valley is 10 miles away. I have charted the route. There are numerous powerful beasts within. We must avoid provoking any others. Zhu Bfn circled an area on the map, roughly 10 miles in scope. Zhu Ming and Zhu Xn, all 4 of you possess binding-type skills. Your task is to ensnare that earth bear. The earth bear? A tiered beast of the earth element, possessed immense strength, akin to that of a mammoth. This particular earth bear had reached the 6th level of the yellow rank, with true combat capabilities equivalent to that of an ordinary beast at the 8th or even 9th level. After several days of observation, its abilities included gravity technique and war tread, both of considerable might. While you cast your spells, remember to constantly change direction. Do not allow yourselves to enter the range of its gravity technique. WNQing, cast the wind shield on me, combined with my own physical strength. I can withstand the earth bear's war tread. Remember, our goal is not to slay it. Once we acquire that hive of spirit bees, we shall withdraw immediately. It turned out the QNGSHN tribe was on a quest for a hive of spirit bees. Indeed, spirit honey held considerable value. If they successfully transported that swarm back, it would undoubtedly create a lucrative new industry for the QNGSHN tribe. Such occurrences are rare and should not be overlooked. The Zhua siblings have been waiting here for several days, evidently to ensure the utmost success in bringing back this nest of spirit bees. Cultivating spirit bees is significantly less costly than raising spirit silkworms, as these bees forage for food independently, yielding comparable returns. Upon seeing Xiao Chen awaken, Zhua Bufan greeted him with a smile, saying, "Brother Xiao, you may choose to assist if you wish, but primarily, ensure your own safety." It was clear that Zhua Bufan did not expect Xiao Chen to be of much help. In dealing with the earth bear, they were only utilizing a fraction of their strength. Each individual was employing only their awakened abilities, without tapping into the powers of their spirit beasts. Typically, a Huang-tier beast master possesses 2 spirit beasts, and Xiao Chen observed that each had contracted a horned eagle. Zhuidagu, are you not considering directly slaying the earth bear? Xiao Chen inquired. Brother Xiao, the earth bear's innate talent is exceptionally high, and its true combat prowess should not be underestimated. There are likely Xian-tier demon beasts within Qingfeng Valley. Even if we encounter flying beasts, we must strive for a swift resolution. The critical point is that the earth bear has formidable defenses, and defeating it will indeed require considerable effort. In such a perilous location, conserving strength is paramount, and we cannot afford excessive soul power expenditure. Bringing back that nest of spirit bees would already be a significant gain. We have no further demands. Some individuals were tasked with restraining the massive bear, while others drew its attacks. Such cooperation was exceedingly rare, prompting Xiao Chen to swiftly assert his role. Very well, you all go about your tasks. I shall take responsibility for slaying the earth bear. The value of a demon beast with earth-tier talent is at least double that of an ordinary one. The spirit flesh of an earth bear is substantial, potentially fetching 10 to 20,000 spirit stones upon sale. What? You intend to kill the earth bear? Brother Xiao, if you fear returning from Luoxiao Mountain empty-handed, we can assist you in slaying a more ordinary demon beast on our way back. Indeed, these individuals were commendable, willing to undertake such efforts for him. No need. No need. I merely wish to give it a try. If I cannot slay it, I shall not force it. Do not forget, I have awakened an escape skill, allowing me to instantaneously retreat several miles away, ensuring my safety. The roots of Tung Gu can extend for 2 li, resulting in a 4 li span. If prepared adequately, Xiao Chen's survival capabilities are undeniably robust. However, the limitations of this escape technique are considerable. Certain powerful entities could easily sever these vines, leaving Xiao Chen with no avenue for escape. In any case, you must exercise caution. Once the battle concludes, we shall retreat. Wait for us at this designated spot. Shuo Bufan indicated a location on the map, evidently planning to extract him from Luoxiao Mountain. Xiao Chen felt immense gratitude towards these individuals. However, after slaying the earth bear, he intended to bid farewell to the members of the Qingshan tribe. He would later ascertain the whereabouts of the Qingshan tribe. In the future, the produce from Qingting Fort might not necessarily need to be sold in Daming City, as selling to these smaller tribes could prove safer and more convenient. At the very least, these brothers from the Qingshan tribe left Xiao Chen with an excellent impression, granting him a unique experience. Chapter 45, is it appealing? Qingfeng Valley, a notable location within the Luoxiao mountain range. It lies 100 miles from the outskirts, a habitat for Huang-tier and Xian-tier demon beasts. Ordinarily, Huang-tier beast masters would not dare to venture deeper into such territories, which explains why Zhuo Bufan and his companions are so cautious. In the dark of night, Qingfeng Valley was shrouded in silence, devoid of any breeze. 6 seasoned beast masters from the Qingshan tribe soared silently through the night sky on their horned eagles, making not a sound. Simultaneously, the prepared Tung Gu had stealthily buried its roots far away, traversing underground where ordinary demon beasts could not detect them. Xiao Chen, do you believe these 6 can truly contend with the earth bear? With the earth bear possessing peak Huang-tier combat strength, one would quickly recognize its might after a single encounter. Regardless, the combined strength of Xiao Chen and his companions was still far from sufficient. They will undoubtedly succeed. In terms of overall combat capability, these beast masters are not inferior to us. 6 equally matched and well-trained beast masters, with seamless coordination and thorough preparation, are bound to succeed in this operation. Observing Zhuo Bufan's arrangements for this battle, Xiao Chen gleaned much knowledge. Even with such confidence, they had devised several withdrawal strategies. Having thoroughly surveyed the situation regarding the demon beasts surrounding the earth bear, it seemed today would yield another profitable venture. A considerable income, 2,000 contribution points. Indeed, Xiao Chen had just found a related task, which he promptly accepted. Should they bring the earth bear back, it would fulfill a high-yield Huang-tier mission. The vital spot of the earth bear was not its head or throat, but rather its left chest. At that point, I would strike its vital area directly with my Gung Jin sword Qi, likely achieving a swift kill. A demon beast with its mobility completely restricted would be akin to a living target. The power of metal-based spells would manifest at this moment, as the wind-based spells would struggle to breach defenses, which would not pose a challenge for Xiao Chen. The earth bear resided in a vast cave, possessing immense strength that deterred anyone from disturbing its slumber at night. As several horned eagles approached its lair, it remained blissfully unaware. Xiao Chen observed this scene from a distance, astonished. Zhuoling, your wind barrier is truly effective. It not only muffles sound, but also conceals our presence. It was indeed a highly useful skill, well suited for acts of violence, ambushes, and assassinations. Hence, engaging in solitary combat is exceedingly inconvenient. The more individuals involved, the more diverse the awakened skills become, with many supportive abilities resembling divine techniques. Naturally, in the presence of high-tier demon beasts, these lower-tier skills are akin to child's play, proving ineffective. Zhuoling, do your utmost to prevent any sounds of battle from escaping. Let us proceed as planned. The 6 beast masters remained seated upon the backs of their horned eagles, evidently not intending to dismount, but rather casting spells while in motion. Utilizing ranged spells proved to be both convenient and expedient. Xiao Chen couldn't help but feel envious, realizing he must refine his Gungjin sword chi to strike enemies at greater distances. Wind binding, wind barrier, wind shield. Almost simultaneously, a flurry of spells was unleashed. Zhuo Bufan plunged into the depths of the cave. A giant bear, towering a zhong high, was soundly asleep, seemingly oblivious to the bindings placed upon its arms, swiping its massive paw in irritation. Naturally, it failed to shake free. The demon beast's vigilance remained remarkably high. Upon sensing no force, it immediately awoke. Its fist-sized eyes darted around, displaying confusion. However, upon spotting the intruding humans and horned eagles, it had no comprehension of the situation. With a furious roar, the earth bear bellowed, subsequently thrashing in a frenzy. One must acknowledge that the earth bear's strength was astonishing. Despite the simultaneous application of several spells, it managed to shift slightly. Furthermore, its perceptive abilities were extraordinarily acute, as it realized a troublesome human had infiltrated its cave, intent on stealing its honey. Human, you seek death. Such an affront could not be tolerated. The very reason it had traveled from its clan's territory was to obtain this nest of spirit bees, its most favored food being honey. The earth itself seemed to tremble in response to its intense fury. The cave was too dim for Xiao Chen to discern the specifics, but the falling stones from the cave's ceiling indicated the tremors were considerable. Tungu, now is the time, act swiftly. A vine erupted from the ground, hurtling towards the earth bear. The vine, as thick as an arm, bore countless barbs that glimmered like steel, and innumerable roots emerged from it, enveloping the earth bear entirely. In this moment, the earth bear found it nearly impossible to move. Xiao Chen, naturally, would not delay. It was imperative to conclude the battle swiftly. Would escape. Xiao Chen's figure appeared before the earth bear, the Gungjin sword aura already thrust forth. His soul power could sustain him for 10 instances of the Gungjin sword aura, regardless of its effect or whether it would slay the earth bear. After unleashing 6 strikes in succession, he ceased his actions. To determine whether the massive bear was indeed dead was a simple task. He merely needed to attempt to effortlessly confine it within the spirit beast space. With a mere thought, the earth bear vanished from sight, without a hint of danger. 2,000 contribution points were secured, with a Huang-level kill to his name. Xiao brother, you truly arrived, and you truly killed it? Zhuo Wanqing and the others were left in a daze. It was already astonishing enough that the Qing Tongue had come to their aid. But Xiao Chen wielding a Kai Tian axe was beyond their imagination. The axe was merely a facade. The true lethal weapon was the Gungjin sword aura. Of course, these individuals could not discern this in the darkness. They believed Xiao Chen had directly cleaved the massive bear in two with the axe. I still possess some brute strength and have experience dealing with such tough-skinned, thick-fleshed beasts. Had you not bound it, I would never have been able to slay such a colossal creature. Xiao Chen spoke earnestly. His strength was still insufficient to confront such a beast alone. Xiao Gu, your Qing Teng's power is commendable. We underestimated you. It is customary for anyone to habitually underestimate the Qing Teng beasts, which is entirely understandable. My strength is insignificant compared to all of you. Congratulations to everyone on your fruitful return. I have other tasks to attend to, so I shall not delay you further. Next time, I shall certainly visit the Qing Shan tribe and indulge in revelry with all of you. Having uttered these words, Xiao Chen executed another would-escape technique. Vanishing from the spot, the individuals from the Qing Shan tribe were left bewildered. Such a farewell was rather peculiar. Was there truly such urgency? This Xiao brother's strength is formidable. Even with my enhanced physical form, I would not be able to so effortlessly slay a giant bear. It seems he possesses the means to protect himself in this wilderness. In that case, let us return. Zhuo Bufan only feared that Xiao Chen might encounter danger alone in the Luoxiao mountain, but it now appeared there was no need for such concern. Indeed, let us hasten back to the tribe. We have achieved a significant feat. This spirit bee is no ordinary spirit bee. The thought of the generous rewards awaiting them upon returning to the tribe filled them with anticipation. A few horned eagles took to the night sky, flying outward from Luoxiao mountain. Xiao Chen watched as they disappeared from view, pondering deeply. Tungu, on the other hand, began to take root in the original valley, swiftly establishing a new Qing Teng garden. Tungu, we shall reside here for some time. Aside from completing our tasks, we will remain stationed here. Zhuo Bufan and the others had indeed chosen an excellent location. It was concealed, safe, and convenient for hunting, with no Xian-level beasts nearby. This area was teeming with Huang-level beasts, easily found at every turn. Xiao Hui, focus on hunting the weaker Huang-level beasts. You may also venture farther afield to hunt, but do not draw too much attention. Contemplating the days to come. If each of them were to hunt one Huang-level beast a day, he could simply recline and count his spirit stones. Tenggu, you need only submit one Huang-level beast daily. The rest of your catches shall be yours to keep. Considering the abundance of Huang-level beasts, Tenggu could indeed hunt several daily with ease. It is worth noting that its hunting range is quite expansive, though movement is hindered. A larger area yields a significantly effective hunt. The most ordinary of beasts could become the most fearsome killer within a designated area. The confines of the spirit beast space were still far from sufficient. Xiao Chen intended to devote his soul power in the coming period to expanding the spirit beast space. At the very least, it ought to accommodate several hundred Huang-level beasts to be deemed satisfactory. Currently, it could only hold 20 to 30 smaller beasts. Each day's hunting yield could gradually increase, and occasionally, he could complete some tasks. Every few days, Xiao Chen made the trek to the Yen city to submit tasks and process his catches. For the next 6 months, he found himself engaged in these repetitive activities. Along the way, he encountered several groups of humans who were not as warm as Zhuo Bufan and had little interaction with one another. After half a year, Xiao Chen's contribution points had nearly reached the 1,000,000 mark. Similarly, his Huang-level kill count had surpassed 1,000. Huang-level beast kills, 1296. In just over 6 months, Xiao Hui had reached the pinnacle of the ordinary tier, poised for a breakthrough at any moment. The little fellow had been fixated on a nest of illusionary rabbits, occasionally hunting one. With Xiao Hui's strength significantly bolstered, he frequently returned from outings with 2 prey, one for submission and another for Tenggu. With the increased quantity of refined Huang-level spirit meat, Teng Ji's strength had also improved considerably. Xiao Hui, once you reach the Huang level, we will likely need to return. Luoxiao Mountain is still rather unsafe. While it is manageable for now, prolonged stays will certainly invite danger. During these 6 months, he had observed the battles between Xian-level beasts from a distance on several occasions. Each day, Xiao Hui kept a vigilant watch over their surroundings. At the slightest hint of danger, they would need to flee. Xiao Chen, I am ready to break through. I simply have not done so yet. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was quite perplexed. Is it possible to hold off on a breakthrough? If you can break through, then do it. Xiao Chen clearly did not understand. It seemed Xiao Hui's growth was still somewhat restrained. Isn't your contribution point still lacking? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen immediately grew anxious. What do you mean by that? For this breakthrough, I will need approximately 4 bottles of creation spirit liquid. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nearly jumped up in anger. 4 bottles of creation spirit liquid, valued at 120,000 contribution points. If you can break through, why do you need creation spirit liquid? It is said that creation spirit liquid can enhance the qualifications of spirit beasts, but breaking through to Huang level should not pose a problem for Xiao Hui. I know what I need. It is as simple as that. It is like knowing you are hungry and needing to eat. You must buy it for me. At worst, I will repay you later. Xiao Hui's earnestness clearly indicated he was not speaking falsely. The spirit stones I earn are rightly spent on the 2 of you. But do not act recklessly. Is that creation spirit liquid truly beneficial for you? Initially, he thought he had some funds, but now they were entirely depleted. He had been hoping to purchase supplies in the coming days to cultivate some spiritual herbs. However, your breakthrough is more urgent. All other matters can wait. What else can be done? Xiao Hui's strength will ultimately determine how many spirit stones Xiao Chen can earn. It is merely spirit stones. The more he spends, the stronger he will become in the future. Xiao Chen could only comfort himself in this manner. As Xiao Chen fretted over how to quickly earn the remaining contribution points, he realized that Xiao Hui's growth could not be postponed. The sooner he broke through, the sooner he would enter a higher realm. Unlike Tenggu, he would still be able to ascend to the Xian level or even the Earth level in the future. At that moment, Xiao Chen was suddenly jolted from his thoughts by a series of thunderous roars. Xiao Chen, another battle at the Xian level is erupting, and it is only 3 to 4 miles away. 3 to 4 miles is alarmingly close. Tenggu, quickly retract the vines and prepare to retreat. Encountering battles at the Xian level, one ought to hide as far away as possible. Should they inadvertently become entangled, it would spell significant trouble. Xiao Chen positioned himself atop a large tree, peering through the gaps in the leaves to observe the aerial combat. To his surprise, there were humans involved. Xiao Chen never anticipated that his first sight would not be the fierce battles between formidable demon beasts. Instead, he encountered a human man, one whose presence radiated immense power. Though evidently human, he bore a pair of wings sprouting from his sides, allowing him to soar without the aid of spiritual beasts. What kind of awakened ability could this be? Xiao Chen was witness to a rare and peculiar skill, as few could awaken the ability to fly. The man was tall and imposing, yet his body was smeared with blood, leaving it uncertain whether he was injured or merely stained by the blood of demon beasts. He even licked the blood from his lips, exuding a somewhat bloodthirsty and sinister aura. This human was locked in a standoff with an unknown yet powerful flying demon beast. An awe-inspiring creature akin to a majestic eagle, possibly a being of Earth-tier talent. It was a mysterious flying demon beast of the profound tier, exhibiting remarkable combat prowess. Although Xiao Chen did not recognize it, he felt a strange familiarity, as if he had encountered this type of demon beast before. There were 3 such beasts in total. 2 were engaged in a fierce battle with 2 spiritual beasts. The other 2 were also flying spiritual beasts, unfamiliar to Xiao Chen. One boasted resplendent plumage, perhaps possessing blood ties to the peacock lineage, while the other was ablaze with fiery red, clearly of high quality. The 4 powerful profound-tier demon beasts pursued and clashed in the skies, presenting a rather captivating spectacle. However, Xiao Chen had no intention of lingering. For a creature of such power could unleash an area attack, potentially sweeping him away in the process. You people from the Beast Control Palace have overstepped your bounds. Surrender our tribe's younglings, or you shall meet a fate without burial. The eagle spoke human words, further indicating its extraordinary nature. In just a few sentences, it clarified the situation, a rather common occurrence. Xiao Chen initially intended to retreat, but froze upon hearing the words Beast Control Palace. The bloodied man was indeed a member of the Beast Control Palace. It was crucial to note that this palace would likely become his adversary in the future. Moreover, the man's demeanor sparked a sense of familiarity within him. Could this individual possibly be from the Yuming Palace? Upon this realization, Xiao Chen's perception of the man shifted entirely. It seemed that this man bore a striking resemblance to the figure clad in black robes and masked, despite the differences in physique and voice. The aura they exuded was remarkably similar. There must be a connection between the Beast Control Palace and the Yuming Palace. Although there was no evidence to substantiate this belief, Xiao Chen was overwhelmingly convinced. This powerful figure from the Beast Control Palace held his ground against 3 profound-tier demon beasts without faltering. A profound-tier beast master could contract 3 spiritual beasts, yet it seemed this beast master's 3rd beast had yet to mature and thus was absent from the fray. Since it is the Beast Control Palace, naturally, any spiritual beast can be captured. Your Lei Ying clan's talents are fortunate to be considered for becoming spiritual beasts of our Beast Control Palace. The voice was exceedingly arrogant. At that moment, Xiao Chen recalled why the sight of these giant eagles felt vaguely familiar. A group of disciples from the Beast Control Palace once visited the Qingting fort, their spiritual beasts being these Lei Ying. Those Lei Ying were not fully grown, markedly different from the current profound-tier spiritual beasts. Xiao Chen had thought they were some kind of large eagle. Lei Ying typically possessed Earth-tier talent, being wind and thunder-type demon beasts. Upon glimpsing the introduction of Lei Ying within the beast control space, Xiao Chen was astonished by their capabilities. Some mutated Lei Ying could even attain heaven-tier talent, making them exceedingly rare among wind and thunder-type demon beasts. Had he known of their prowess, he would have ensured that Long Sen left one alive during their previous encounter with the disciples from the Beast Control Palace. The Beast Control Palace was indeed formidable, capable of allowing its disciples to contract such powerful demon beasts in bulk. One day, I, Lei Ming, shall lay waste to your Beast Control Palace. The man declared confidently. Your ancestors have uttered similar words, which have echoed through several generations of my Beast Control Palace. The man was evidently attempting to provoke the Lei Ming, and the results were apparent. Upon hearing these words, Lei Ming's fur bristled in fury. This was a grave insult to the Lei Ying clan. While they could contract with humans, it had to be a mutual agreement. One must acknowledge that a beast master could significantly enhance a demon beast's strength and even its growth potential. Many powerful demon beast clans would collaborate with human factions, sending some of their offspring into the human realm. However, the most powerful clans typically refrained from such actions, as they possessed ample resources to nurture their own progeny. Lei Ming, we members of the Beast Control Palace are well aware of your clan's capabilities. You have pursued me for 1,000 miles, yet you still cannot kill me. We are quite close to Dian City. Do you dare to follow me further? The man laughed heartily, exuding confidence. Although he could not overpower the 3 powerful Lei Ying alone, it mattered little. As long as he survived, he would not consider it a defeat. This time, he had ventured deep into the territory of the Lei Ying and acquired numerous Lei Ying spiritual eggs. Soon, a new batch of Lei Ying would become the spiritual beasts of the disciples of the Beast Control Palace. Indeed, you have thoroughly scrutinized every detail regarding my Lei Ying clan. But have you ever pondered a question? Do we not understand the Beast Control Palace? Upon hearing this, the man remained unfazed. So what if you understand? My Beast Control Palace is strong, and completely indifferent to the attitudes of you weaklings. The Beast Control Palace was indeed powerful, and it was precisely for this reason that they failed to perceive their most fatal weaknesses. Ironically, it was this very weakness that Lei Ming had discerned. Lei Ming's voice was calm, his gaze akin to that of someone observing a doomed individual. The man seemed to sense an ominous shift, an inexplicable feeling of crisis enveloping him. However, he could not comprehend the source of this unease. His two spiritual beasts were still locked in a deadly struggle with two pursuers, holding their ground. Though he was at a disadvantage against Lei Ming, he still had the means to escape. He merely needed to endure until the disciples from the Beast Control Palace arrived, at which point they could capture the three profound tier Lei Ying and ensure their descendants would serve the Beast Control Palace. But something felt off. Just as the man prepared to signal his two spiritual beasts to flee, he saw them rapidly approaching, pursued by violent lightning. This was entirely normal. The two spiritual beasts flew at incredible speed, and at the critical moment, they evaded the two bolts of heavenly thunder. Although the two spiritual beasts escaped this technique, the spell did not cease. The man's face contorted in shock. "You beasts, how dare you?" Yet before he could finish his sentence, two bolts of heavenly thunder struck his direction. There was no escape, as Lei Ming had also made his move, significantly hindering his actions. A powerful, profound tier expert, struck simultaneously by three fierce spells, met his demise in an instant. Lei Ming coldly regarded the charred remains of the human and remarked, "The greatest flaw of your Beast Control Palace is treating spiritual beasts as mere slaves rather than combat partners. Because of the contract, the spiritual beasts must obey your commands, rendering them incapable of striking against you. Did you really think that nearing the human realm meant you were safe? You chose not to escape when you had the chance, intending to use us as distractions? If that is the case, let us eliminate your reinforcements from the Beast Control Palace as well." After saying this, Lei Ming turned to the two powerful spiritual beasts that had just gained their freedom. "When the Beast Control Palace members arrive, we shall combine our strength to slay them. After that, you shall be free. If you have nowhere to go, you can return to the territory of the Lei clan." After a series of statements, Lei Ming unexpectedly glanced in Xiao Chen's direction. "Human, you have been watching for quite some time. Do you find it captivating?" Xiao Chen had long been aware that high-level demon beasts possessed considerable intelligence. Upon encountering Lei Ming today, he indeed felt that this creature was entirely comparable to humans. Initially, he believed he was well concealed, only to discover that his whereabouts had been uncovered. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was filled with trepidation. However, he felt a sense of relief knowing that at a critical moment, Xiao Hui did not abandon him and was determined to lead him away from this perilous place. "Xiao Hui, do not rush." Although Xiao Hui was swift, carrying a person would certainly hinder its speed against the Lei Ying. They bore no grudges. And as a mere insignificant figure, surely it would not act against him, right? "I am Xiao Chen, having the honor to meet esteemed seniors. I merely happened to pass by. Rest assured, esteemed seniors, I have seen nothing and will never speak of today's events." This was a rather perfunctory excuse, yet it was the only one Xiao Chen could muster at the moment. He gestured for Xiao Hui to fly away first. While he prepared to use the wood escape technique to flee, Lei Ming observed Xiao Chen with keen interest, his scrutinizing gaze oddly reminiscent of a predator sizing up its prey. "This Qing tongue is quite remarkable." Indeed, it was, as it was still adorned with several green zongzi. Uncertain if it was a warning, upon hearing this, Qing Gu froze in place. If Qing Gu had drawn attention, escape would become even more challenging. "So, you relied on this Qing tongue when you killed that disciple from the Beastmaster Palace?" Hearing this, Xiao Chen was utterly astonished. Yes, he had indeed slain a disciple of the Beastmaster sect. How could Lei Ming know of this? It was simply unbelievable. If Lei Ming could discern this, could others among the human race also perceive it? Do not be alarmed. Besides those of the Lei Ying clan, no one else will be aware of this matter. I can see it because you saved one of my kin, and you carry the mark left by the Lei Ying clan. So that was it. This revelation was still quite unsettling. He had been unaware of such a mark on himself. "Xiao Chen, the Lei Ying clan has a long-standing tradition of repaying both enmities and kindnesses. This Qing tongue bestowed upon you by the steward of the Beastmaster Palace is yours, and you may also take whatever it possesses." After Lei Ming collected a dozen Lei Ling eggs, he imparted this to Xiao Chen. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen let out a long sigh, realizing that his back was drenched in sweat. What a commendable principle of repaying kindnesses and grudges. I truly admire it. In the future, do not be overly curious. Never pry into battles among the powerful. Thank you, esteemed senior, for your generous gift. If I encounter anyone from the Beastmaster Palace again, I will certainly seek to rescue your kin. Xiao Chen bowed respectfully to the Lei Ying before swiftly fleeing alongside the steward. "Xiao Chen, the strength of the Beastmaster Palace is formidable. You should refrain from provoking them." As he ran, Xiao Chen heard a voice from behind. I understand. I shall provoke them only when I am strong enough. Lei Ming shook his head in exasperation. Clearly, that was not his intention. In his view, Xiao Chen, having contracted these two spirit beasts, would no longer have the qualifications to oppose the Beastmaster Palace. Regardless of Lei Ming's thoughts, after running a considerable distance, Xiao Chen hastily employed the wood escape technique and vanished swiftly. He wished to avoid witnessing what would likely be a monumental battle, when one lacked sufficient strength. Even being a spectator carried its own risks. The steward of the Beastmaster Palace was surprisingly of profound strength, a formidable presence at that. Qinggu was ecstatic to have wrapped its first Xian-level spirit mead Zongzi. Xiao Chen, however, focused his attention on the multitude of items within the spirit beast space, which included the steward's token, spirit stones, and several soul artifacts. What excited Xiao Chen even more was the discovery of a substantial amount of potions. There were actually 23 bottles of Xian-level soul power potions. Each bottle was worth 10,000 spirit stones, making the total value exceed 200,000 spirit stones. What thrilled Xiao Chen further was the sight of 6 bottles of creation spirit liquid. It was a timely windfall. Xiao Hui, you can break through now. This happiness came as an unexpected surprise. Who could have imagined that slaying a disciple of the Beastmaster Palace years ago would yield such bountiful rewards today? After that, the Lei Ying had soared into the sky, and Xiao Chen had thought he would have no further connection to it. Just these potions alone were worth 200,000 spirit stones. Indeed, the wealth of a Xian-level expert was astonishingly vast. The 2 soul artifacts, a large blade and a pair of gauntlets, appeared to be of high quality, likely Xian-level as well. When calculated, these 2 items were also worth several tens of thousands of spirit stones. The remainder comprised various miscellaneous items, 2 Xian-level wind-type crystal cores, and some unknown quality spirit ore. He casually discarded the identity token, slowly refined the soul power potions, and allocated 4 bottles of creation spirit liquid to Xiao Hui. The 2 soul artifacts would be sold later, and the remaining supplies would be kept for future use. A few days later, Xiao Hui successfully advanced to the Huang level. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen's contribution points remained intact. Xiao Hui's advancement did not significantly change its size. It was still only as large as a large rooster. Far from being suitable as a flying mount, there seemed to be no discernible change, its fur remaining an inconspicuous gray. Xiao Hui, how did you manage to advance yet appear more like a gray sparrow? Xiao Hui was quite speechless. It did not desire this appearance. But it was a matter of natural endowment, unchangeable. By the way, Xiao Hui, what skill have you awakened? This was what Xiao Chen cared about most. Each breakthrough in major realms typically awakened a certain skill. I am not sure. Not sure again. Last time, it took quite a while to comprehend your abilities. And now we must go through it all over again. Just take a look. Xiao Hui demonstrated its ability. It was not a breathtaking technique and bore only slight similarities to its previous capabilities. When it utilized these abilities, its claws now shimmered with a layer of gold, along with some subtle changes. Alongside the gold, there danced some purple glimmers, mysterious and eerie. What is the purpose of this purple glimmer? I do not know. Aside from increased power, there do not seem to be any other changes. Regardless, this is the skill I have awakened. If it is useful, that suffices. Very well. A significant increase in attack power is indeed a good thing. In time, as you engage more frequently, you will naturally come to understand your new abilities. It was rather peculiar that the skills awakened by Xiao Hui were so unassuming. What further vexed Xiao Chen was that upon Xiao Hui advancing to the Huang level, he did not awaken any skills himself. It was truly unfortunate, an inexplicable stroke of bad luck. However, Xiao Hui's breakthrough had significantly boosted Xiao Chen's soul power, bringing him close to breaking through to the 5th layer. Previously, he could utilize the Gung Jin sword Qi 10 times. Now, he could manage approximately 12 times. Xiao Hui, now that you have advanced to the Huang level, continue taking the Huang level Jin Yuan Dan. Once your strength reaches the late Huang level, I will provide you with Xian level medicine. Qinggu, having made a small fortune, I will procure 2 Xian level wood type spirit cores for you. Xiao Chen pondered. And I shall buy myself a Xian level Kaitian axe. Having struck it rich, one must also consider treating oneself. Having left the Qing Tung tribe nearly a year ago. During this time, Xiao Chen had completed over 100 tasks in the Luoxiao mountain, having hunted 600 to 700 Huang-level demon beasts. This was indeed an impressive achievement, and as he observed his contribution points nearing 1 million, he felt a sense of satisfaction. The spirit beast space was also filled with various items, and this trip back to the Yin City would serve to clear out these belongings. Just after exiting Luoxiao mountain, Xiao Chen overheard discussions regarding the battle that had transpired within. It was said that the Beastmaster Palace had suffered the loss of several stewards, incurring significant damage. The formidable strength of the Beastmaster Palace had sustained such severe losses, making those who ventured into Luoxiao Mountain all the more cautious. Xiao Chen was not surprised by this outcome. The strength of Lei Ming and his companions was indeed formidable. Achieving remarkable results under such circumstances was not unexpected. In truth, he was a significant beneficiary of this situation, though he could hardly disclose it. He was reluctant to sell the 2 Xian-tier soul artifacts he possessed for fear of revealing too much. Upon entering Dian City, after emptying various goods from his spirit beast space, he found himself with over 200,000 spirit stones. Altogether, his wealth approached 1,200,000. He also made a visit to the Su family shop, where he sold a batch of spirit leaves. Once again, he was received by manager Huang, to whom Xiao Chen felt considerable gratitude after the latter had assisted in the birthing of Tengge. Whenever possible, Xiao Chen preferred to purchase items from manager Huang to support his business as a form of repayment. Manager Huang, I require a batch of spirit herb seeds, Xiao Chen stated. Manager Huang was somewhat taken aback by this request, as it was uncommon for a beast master to cultivate spirit herbs. The initial investment was substantial, and the risks were considerable. Should one lack sufficient strength, spirit herbs cultivated over several years could easily become someone else's fortune. Brother Xiao, are you planning to grow spirit herbs yourself? Huang inquired. Yes, I intend to cultivate by Ling Shun, Ziyun Xiao, and Tian Xian Lan, Xiao Chen replied. Upon hearing the names of the herbs, manager Huang nodded. These 3 spirit herbs were the primary ingredients for crafting soul power potions, widely sought after and in high demand. If successfully cultivated, they could yield great profits. Xiao Chen planned to dedicate some time to attempt concocting soul power potions himself. Should he fail, selling the spirit herbs directly would still be a viable option. I wish to plant 10 acres of each of these herbs. How many spirit stones will the seeds cost? He asked. Manager Huang's expression shifted as he regarded Xiao Chen more seriously. You are certain about 10 acres each? Indeed. Such a large gathering of spirit herbs may attract some trouble. Both humans and beast kind possess keen senses. Although he understood the kind warning from the elder, Xiao Chen had already considered these risks. Rest assured, I am fully aware of what I am doing. Very well, for 10 acres of each. The seeds will cost 300,000 spirit stones. Common spirit herb seeds require 10,000 spirit stones per acre. Also prepare 100 acres of Huang Zhuchao seeds. Xiao Chen added. Manager Huang could hardly fathom that this seemingly unassuming youth possessed such grand ambitions. Little brother, are you planning to cultivate land outside the city? I advise you to exercise caution and act judiciously. Xiao Chen nodded. Elder, there is no need for concern. I know precisely what I am doing. Unbeknownst to manager Huang, Xiao Chen was not merely cultivating land outside the city, but rather hundreds of miles away from the Yin city. My concern is not for you but for the future availability of those spirit leaves, the elder responded. Worry not, I will undoubtedly manage well. A year prior, Qingteng Fort had already planted 10 acres of Huang Zhuchao, which should suffice for the time being. With the addition of 100 acres of pasture, he could later expand his breeding operations. The expenditure for seeds amounted to 400,000, and an additional 100,000 was spent on spirit fertilizers, filling the spirit beast space once more. Acquiring spirit stones was exceedingly challenging, yet spending them was a matter of mere moments. After leaving the Su family business, Xiao Chen visited the Beast Tamer's pavilion, where he purchased numerous spirit herbs and crystal cores, exchanging the Kai Tian axe for a Xian-tier soul artifact. In addition to his own needs, he procured supplies for the 12 slaves. Comparatively, common-tier items were significantly less costly. A bottle of common-tier soul power potion was priced at 100 spirit stones, and he prepared 20 bottles for each of them, totaling only over 20,000 spirit stones. After a year of arduous tasks in Wanxiao Mountain, being able to bring back a substantial amount of supplies to Qingteng Fort was indeed a source of great joy. Throughout the past year, Qingteng Fort had remained tranquil, seemingly devoid of any incidents. Yet, in reality, many changes were occurring quietly. The fort had acquired 2 additional Huang-tier Qingteng Yaos, bringing their total to 10. The number of Qingteng had now approached 1,000, forming a considerable tribe. Many who visited Qingteng Fort still did not take it too seriously. Regardless of the number of Qingteng, their strength remained limited. Xiao Chen gazed at the green castle from high above, feeling quite pleased. Tengge, we are home. Tengge appeared equally excited. I must admit, I have missed my kin. Xiao Chen, I nearly forgot that we are the leaders of the Qingteng tribe. I long for home as well. Those spirit silkworms should have grown by now. I cannot let myself go hungry upon my return. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen felt a surge of frustration. At that moment, a wolf's howl echoed from the direction of Qingteng Fort. An old friend greets us. Bai Lang's strength has significantly increased. The wolf tribe remained highly vigilant, sensing Xiao Chen's approach from a distance. Although Xiao Chen did not speak the wolf language, he was capable of howling. The meaning was irrelevant. The emotion conveyed sufficed. In his view, his howl encapsulated the excitement of reunion, the joy of long separation, and congratulations on Bai Lang's newfound strength. However, several white wolves exchanged glances. Bewildered, this human returns after a year, and before even meeting, he begins to scold? Chapter 47. The Nuances of Human Relationships. After a year of stable development, the power of the white wolf tribe had greatly strengthened. During this year, numerous wolf cubs were born, and the population of the white wolf tribe was nearing 200. Such a clan, which produced a single litter throughout their lifetime, could recover their numbers quite swiftly. Xiao Chen's return was a significant event for Qingtung Fort. The 12 slaves stood respectfully nearby, while the white wolves of the tribe stood still, gazing up at Xiao Chen. The Qingtung Yaos, unconcerned with such formalities, also shifted their vines to clear a path. Bai Lang, you have remarkably advanced a level in strength over the past year. Congratulations. To Xiao Chen's astonishment, Bai Lang had reached Huang Tier level 9. This was unexpected, as the white wolf tribe was not known for high innate talent, and generally, it became increasingly difficult to progress beyond Huang Tier level 7 or 8. I am uncertain why, but since forming an alliance with the Qingtung tribe, it seems I have awakened some bloodline, hastening my growth. My breakthrough to level 9 also owes much to the Qingtung tribe. Those Pei Yuan Dan you provided have played a significant role, and the growth of the white wolf tribe is not without your assistance. Look at you. Such understanding of human sentiments for a beast. Xiao Chen remarked. I was initially concerned that you might hit a bottleneck, and thus I brought you some gifts. Xiao Chen produced a Xiantier Earth-type crystal core, waving it before Bai Lang. 100,000 for each. Do you want it? Bai Lang's eyes lit up at the sight of the crystal core. Of course, I want it. I can settle the payment later. There were numerous items worth 100,000 spirit stones, and the white wolf tribe could offer equivalent goods, yet Bai Lang found himself nearly penniless. As the tribe leader, he had distributed all his acquired resources. Are you truly going to pay? Xiao Chen teased. Can I genuinely opt not to? Bai Lang swallowed the crystal core whole, postponing the matter of payment for another time. It seems you genuinely have no intention of paying. However, let that be your compensation for the years I relied on you. Xiao Chen felt a flicker of anticipation at the possibility of Bai Lang breaking through to a Xiantier level. Should the white wolf tribe produce a Xiantier powerhouse, the strength of Qingtung Fort would be greatly enhanced. To that end, he intended not only to present a crystal core, but also to offer a vial of transformative spirit liquid when Bai Lang encountered a bottleneck. Xiao Chen, now that you have returned, allow me to show you around the territory. This past year has brought considerable changes to the white wolf tribe. Xiao Chen pondered whether this might not be appropriate, given that Bai Lang was the chief of the tribe. Nevertheless, he was indeed eager to observe the changes around Qingtung Bao, thus he leaped onto Bai Lang's back. On the vast and boundless wilderness, a youthful figure, exuding vigor and grace, sat astride the white wolf, resembling a flash of white lightning as he galloped freely. The wild wind howled past his face, lifting his hair. Xiao Chen clutched Bai Lang tightly, and during this exhilarating ride, he experienced a marvelous sensation of unity with nature. It seemed as if he had cast aside all worries and constraints, leaving only tranquility and joy within his heart. As the sun set and its afterglow bathed them, a beautiful tableau was painted before their eyes. The youth and the white wolf would stride side by side through countless years to come. Half a year prior, the Bai Lang tribe had aided the Hui Xiong tribe in repelling an invasion from other clans, reclaiming 2 li of land. This area would henceforth be used for cultivating pasture, with the Bai Lang tribe responsible for its guardianship. Over the past year, the Bai Lang tribe had captured numerous herbivorous demon beasts, and their 100-acre breeding ground was nearing its capacity. In the west, the Li tribe had recently seen the emergence of a formidable 9th-tier warrior who had begun to stir restlessly. This posed a potential threat that the Qingtung and Bai Lang tribes had jointly prepared for. The Bai Lang tribe had gained 3 additional yellow-tier warriors, and given a few more years, they could become one of the leading tribes in the vicinity. As they raced onward, Bai Lang relayed to Xiao Chen the various changes within the Bai Lang tribe. The transformation over a year was indeed remarkable. Bai Lang, do you have the opportunity to break through to the Xin tier? With your strength at the 9th layer of the yellow tier, this question must be considered seriously. Whether Bai Lang could advance to the Xin tier, and whether other yellow tier warriors nearby might also break through, along with the potential threat of powerful Xin tier demon beasts, were all pressing concerns that could not be ignored. It is difficult to say. I believe there is hope. However, it may be prudent to wait for the right moment, as an early breakthrough may not be beneficial. It seemed Bai Lang was contemplating these factors. If you do break through, what will happen with Long Sango? This was a concern for Xiao Chen. With 2 Xiantier warriors in such close proximity, conflicts could easily arise. It is hard to say for now. I can only restrict my tribesmen from leaving our territory. After I reach the 9th layer, I too would not dare to leave. The demon beasts are more sensitive to danger. Most of the time Bai Lang does not show himself, making it difficult for even his own kin to find him. If you were to truly break through one day, it is possible no one would know. You are right. It is not wise to provoke trouble at this time. In a couple of days, I will pay a visit to Long Sangu. If you are going, I will accompany you. I am still far from a breakthrough. Upon my return, I will strive to make a breakthrough before others anticipate it. Xiao Chen nodded. Currently, Bai Lang posed no significant threat to the Xiantier warriors. They were merely preparing for the future and planning ahead. By the way, Bai Lang, for the time being, I will have Xiao Hui join you for hunting. His strength is already considerable, but he still lacks experience. Bai Lang nodded. I will teach him all that I know. Xiao Chen felt greatly reassured by Bai Lang. After circling the territory, Xiao Chen returned once more to Qing Tung Bao. Tung Ge had already taken root at home. With his roots extending throughout the entirety of Qing Tung Bao, Xiao Chen sat upon a chair, facing 12 respectfully attentive slaves. You have all performed admirably this year. Each of you will receive 20 bottles of ordinary tier soul power potions. Additionally, for those who have achieved breakthroughs this year, you will receive 1,000 spirit stones for each layer you have advanced. Upon hearing such rewards, the slaves were filled with excitement. This was hardly the treatment of mere slaves. Many ordinary tier beast tamers would not earn such spirit stones in a year. Moreover, Xiao Chen had not returned in a year, and no one had imposed any restrictions upon them. This is what you deserve. You will have even more responsibilities ahead. Besides nurturing the Qing Tung, you will also be tasked with cultivating spiritual herbs. The spirit silkworms must continue to be bred, and the scale of this will expand further. Some slower-growing Qing Mu Ling Yang can be slaughtered first, with half of the spirit meat allocated to the Bai Lang tribe, and the other half used to nourish the Qing Tung. Xiao Chen also realized that effectively utilizing these slaves required merely assigning them tasks, after which he could largely leave them to their own devices. Upon returning to Qing Tung Bao, Xiao Chen finally relaxed. Although there had been little to do at Luo Xia Mountain, he had to remain vigilant. 2 days later, Xiao Chen organized the output of Qing Tung Bao and made another trip to Diyan City. Currently, the output of Qing Tung Bao consisted mainly of 2 parts, high-quality Qing Tung leaves and silkworm silk. Together, these 2 sources of income amounted to nearly 100,000 spirit stones over the course of a year. Chapter 48, A Fortuitous Opportunity. In the following month, both inside and outside Qing Tung Bao, there was a flurry of activity. The work of planting spiritual herbs was indeed quite substantial, a task that required the efforts of all individuals within Qing Tung Bao. 30 acres of spiritual herbs and 100 acres of pasture made for a total of 130 acres. Merely clearing such a plot of spiritual farmland was labor-intensive and time-consuming. Yet fortunately, Qing Tung Bao now had many brothers. Tung Ge, direct the brothers to level this land. Have some of the brothers with well-developed roots dig some water channels. In the future, the pasture produced will need to be transported by the Qing Tung brothers. Bai Lang brothers, the Wolf Tribe's warriors are the finest soldiers in battle, able to charge into the fray. Likewise, in times of peace, you are the most excellent guardians and pioneers, capable of building a home. All of you have awakened Earth-type skills. Loosening this soil should be within your capabilities, no? With such a consensus reached, there was no reason to hesitate. Even if they had to use their claws, this land must be prepared. Shaolingi. This jade slip details the methods of planting spiritual herbs. Take the time to study it well over the next few days. Once the spiritual herbs are grown, we will be able to concoct soul power potions ourselves, and you will certainly benefit from that. Xiao Hui, if you are not going to help, then stop sneaking food. Xiao Chen was genuinely exasperated. Aside from having slightly better talent and strength, this creature was indeed lacking in other respects. As everyone worked fervently, Xiao Chen did not remain idle. He diligently practiced his cultivation. Having obtained a Xiantier soul power potion from the Beast Tamer Guild steward, Xiao Chen used it directly. Finding it far superior to the yellow tier potions, 1 bottle would suffice for a month. His short-term goal was to reach the 5th layer. A month later, Qing Tung Bao had expanded its area of spiritual farmland, with the newly planted Huang Zhuchao thriving, appearing lush and green. The seeds of spiritual herbs that had been sown began to sprout, and Xiaoling Yi and the others would gradually start the nurturing process. Tung Ge refined the Xiantier Beast Tamer and began to refine Xiantier crystal cores. Xiao Hui had been following the wolf pack on their campaigns, truly sweeping the area with no rivals in sight. Previously, other flying demon beasts could roam near Qing Tung Bao, but now yellow-tier demon beasts would circle around upon sighting it. Moreover, Xiao Hui even ventured beyond the territory of the Bai Lang tribe, entering the Li tribe's domain to hunt. Flying demon beasts could come and go without a trace. Tribes like the Wolf tribe and the Li tribe truly could not impede them. As long as no incriminating evidence was left, there should not be any significant issues. Xiao Chen specifically reminded Xiao Hui to avoid Long Sanji's territory. Xiantier demon beasts were not to be provoked, while others posed no real threat. Xiao Hui's speed was impressive, often hunting several dozen li away. The little fellow was quite clever and very sensitive to danger. Xiao Chen was not worried for its safety. He allowed it to operate freely. Each day, it would at least bring back one yellow-tiered demon beast, which was Xiao Hui's harvest. Now, everyone in the Bai Lang tribe held Xiao Hui in high esteem. The tranquil life continued for several months. After Xiao Chen refined 3 bottles of Xian-tier soul power potions, he finally broke through to the 5th layer. At long last, his cultivation surpassed that of Tenggu, the first time in many years. With his enhanced abilities, the power of his Gungjin sword Qi had significantly increased, allowing for greater soul power to nurture his 2 spirit beasts. The speed of cultivation should be considered remarkably swift. Suddenly, Xiao Chen felt a sense of pride. His soul power aptitude must indeed be commendable. With such a shaky foundation in the past, his current rate of advancement is not to be underestimated. Just as Xiao Chen reveled in his achievements, he received a message from his elder brother, Luo Cheng. He was on the verge of breaking through to the 9th layer of the Huang rank. Having experienced fortuitous encounters over the past few years, and thus postponing his trial tasks, he acknowledged that his brother's strength surpassed his own. But reaching the 9th layer so swiftly seemed somewhat exaggerated. Luo Cheng must have encountered significant fortunes, first obtaining a D-level spirit beast, and now experiencing such an astonishing enhancement in his own power. It appears that within 3 to 5 years, Luo Cheng may indeed break into the Xian rank. A twinge of envy mixed with jealousy surged within him. What else could he do but continue his arduous training? Upon ascending a layer in strength, Bai Lang unexpectedly also reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer. Bai Lang's growth surpassed even Xiao Chen's. The crystal core had evidently provided immense assistance. In the eastern region, nearly 20 li away from Qing Tung Bao, a tree so large that it would take several people to encircle its trunk towered into the clouds. Standing over 100 zhang tall, such towering trees are relatively rare in the wilderness. The Lingyun pine, with its needle-like leaves that are slender and sharp, glimmered with a verdant sheen under the sunlight. A squirrel hid within its hollow, occasionally nibbling on a pine nut. Even the smallest of creatures possess their means of survival. These squirrels prefer residing in the lofty Lingyun pines, a place where only the aerial overlords dare to tread. The formidable aerial sovereigns do not typically harass such diminutive squirrels. Before Xiao Chen, the dragon eagle had been slumbering for several days, contemplating gathering pine nuts while it was still asleep. At that moment, the mighty dragon eagle suddenly opened its eyes. The little squirrel quickly retracted into its hole, gazing fearfully at the colossal creature. Little squirrel, I did not perish from hunger years ago, thanks to the pine nuts stored by your kind. I vowed then that on my territory, you could feast upon these pine nuts at will. Today, Brother Long San was in an unexpectedly good mood. Having just fully refined a crystal core and successfully breaking through to the 3rd layer of the Xian rank, the little squirrel clearly could not comprehend Brother Long San's words, merely chirping in response. Reflecting on its own journey, having traversed through hardship and relying solely on luck and strength to arrive at this point, it has indeed been no small feat. No one would have imagined that the aerial overlord of this region would engage in such lengthy discourse with a mere squirrel. Brother Long San unfurled his wings and rotated his neck as if acclimatizing to his surroundings. Little one, I am uncertain if I shall possess such fortune again. Should I triumph, you may feast on the pine nuts here without restraint. If I falter, then everything shall be left to fate. Such is the law of the wilderness. Immutable. These words seemed directed at the little squirrel, yet also to the myriad beasts under its protection. The fate of Qing Tung Bao may well parallel that of this little squirrel, hinging upon the outcome of this impending confrontation. After articulating these sentiments, Brother Long San felt he had conveyed all that was necessary. The Dragon Eagle clan inherently possessed commendable gifts. Those straying far from their kin were merely stronger variants of the gray sparrow. If they were merely gray sparrows, it would be tolerable, at the very least. They would not attract undue attention. Brother Long San raised his head, realizing that the sunlight was rather blinding. The patch of dark clouds in the clear azure sky appeared even more glaring. After waiting all these days, it was time to reveal himself, was it not? The little squirrel curiously gazed skyward, observing the dark clouds above. To its astonishment, those clouds suddenly dissipated, revealing a colossal figure in their stead. A soaring eagle. Another powerful aerial sovereign. Long, your aptitude is too exceptional. I cannot allow you to remain. Communication among the beasts was remarkably straightforward, clear in its intent. There was no avoiding this matter. Even if one fled to another place, the same issues would inevitably arise. Well, it is not that I do not wish to escape. Primarily, I did not anticipate your arrival to be so timely. You ought to have come a few years later. Had you indeed arrived a few years later, perhaps there would have been a chance for a different outcome. Your rapid growth is disquieting. I must periodically check in on you. The timing of consuming prey is naturally when they are at their most plump. Chapter 49. Luck accounts for 70%. Throughout these recent days, Xiao Chen had been oblivious to the world outside, wholly engrossed in his cultivation. When he heard Xiao Hui mention the happenings in the east, he was filled with fury. Xiao Hui, have I ever told you that you should not venture into Brother Long San's territory? One must remain vigilant. Brother Long San may not be entirely trustworthy. Besides, Xiao Hui possesses secrets. One must conduct oneself discreetly, lest suspicions regarding his identity as a gray sparrow arise. Xiao Hui was eager to clarify. Rest assured, no one has discovered me. What did you say? Xiao Chen's voice rose, more forceful than before. How could Brother Long San suddenly be in peril? If Brother Long San truly faced demise, the consequences could be dire. His confidence in planting such a multitude of spiritual herbs in Qing Tung Bao was partially due to the protection of a Xian rank powerhouse. I hurried back to inform you of the situation, and you reprimand me instead. Xiao Hui felt utterly aggrieved. It was merely a matter of witnessing a battle. Xiao Hui, speak clearly. Brother Tung, summoned by Lang. A sense of unease enveloped Xiao Chen. Should matters go awry, they could lead to serious trouble. If Long San were to perish, a new Xian rank beast would inevitably take command of this region. The future remained uncertain, but it was certain that it would not be better than the present. Xiao Hui, is there any possibility that Brother Long San may survive? At this moment, Xiao Chen still held onto a sliver of hope. Roughly, the third layer against the fifth layer. Do you think there is a chance? The possibility indeed existed, particularly when there was a significant disparity in their innate attributes. Detail the situation you witnessed. We cannot delay. Let us proceed to the site directly. Xiao Hui, speak as we walk. The nearly 20 li distance would take some time to traverse. Xiao Chen, do not fly. It may attract attention. I shall lead you. There may still be a chance. Bai Lang arrived swiftly, appearing just as Xiao Chen's heart was in turmoil. Indeed, wolves typically maintain composure in the face of danger. Calmness amidst chaos is a fundamental quality of every lead wolf, willing to sacrifice themselves for the protection of their pack. Bai Lang, quickly. Let us see how Brother Long San fares. As they sprinted, Xiao Chen relayed the pertinent information he possessed. He remained oblivious to the fact that Bai Lang's speed had significantly increased compared to before. Xiao Chen, it may not be as dire as you think. I too am wary of Brother Long San. I understand that its strength far exceeds that of its peers. In the wilderness, the law of the jungle prevails, and discerning friend from foe is not easily done. For now, Brother Long San is undoubtedly an ally. As Xiao Hui soared through the air, Bai Lang dashed across the ground. Amidst their run, Xiao Chen felt the wind painfully sting his cheeks. Wait a moment, Bai Lang. How is your speed comparable to Xiao Hui's? After running several miles, Xiao Chen finally grasped this astonishing reality. Could it be? Xiao Chen could hardly believe his eyes. He had yet to deliver the Zhao Hua Ling Yi, yet Bai Lang had already ascended to the Xian rank? Xiao Chen, do you find this strange? Bai Lang queried. I was originally the most gifted genius in the Bai Lang tribe, and with the resources you provided, is it not natural for me to possess such strength? Very well. The wolf tribe indeed displayed no modesty. A genius remains a genius, albeit merely one among hundreds. Nonetheless, that is commendable. With Bai Lang's breakthrough, Xiao Chen felt a profound sense of reassurance. Even if Long San had perished, was there still a glimmer of hope? Should we not proceed, Bai Lang? You have already transcended. Going there might complicate matters further. A sudden ascent to the Xian rank may not necessarily be a blessing. It could invite calamity. No, we must go today. If Long San is dead, the Bai Lang tribe and the Qing Tung tribe might endure. However, if you humans do not escape, you shall surely perish. Thus, Long San had indeed granted him significant convenience. Any other Xian rank overlord would hardly permit a human to remain in the wasteland for long. So you came for me. Xiao Chen was uncertain whether his decision to develop these ventures in the wasteland was wise. Lacking the strength for self-preservation was indeed arduous. A prodigy like Su Wan would have a multitude of powerful family members safeguarding her as she established her domain. Rest assured, Bai Lang, should your identity be compromised, we shall promptly retreat towards the Yin City. At that time, I shall procure resources for you, and once you truly grow stronger, you will no longer need to worry about any issues. When a decision must be made, it must be decisive. If circumstances truly deteriorate, perhaps he would be compelled to relinquish everything he had painstakingly cultivated over the past decade. The wolf tribe traverses the world. We can go anywhere. Moreover, we need not fear defeat. Bai Lang let out a fierce howl, a formidable aura radiating outward, instilling dread in the surrounding beasts. Bai Lang, are you mad? You are willingly exposing yourself. I must give Long San some hope. As long as he can endure a little longer, there may yet be a turning point. Today, I shall show that fellow the sharp fangs of my tribe. At this moment, Long San was utterly subdued, bloodied, and weak. Yet upon hearing the wolf's howl, His eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. "Huh. I, Long San, once thought my survival thus far was 70% luck and 30% strength. Today, it seems far more skewed, 90% luck and merely 10% strength." Facing the black claws, Long San burst into laughter. The Tsang-ing had naturally heard the wolf's howl, yet its eyes were filled with disdain. "A mere earth type by Lang that has just broken through. What do you think it can accomplish? At such heights? Can it even leap up here? Or do you believe earth-type magic can reach such altitudes? Such techniques are rare. So what? I, Long San, have lived a life devoid of friends, yet at the moment of my demise, I am grateful to have someone accompany me." Long San laughed heartily, accepting that his end was nigh, yet it did not seem so terrifying. "They are merely walking to their deaths. Your strength indeed surpasses mine. Yet it is impossible for you to kill me without sustaining any injuries. Even in your wounded state, you cannot defeat Bai Lang." "Ha ha." Long San laughed again, this time blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Long San, I have long cultivated a body of bronze and iron. You cannot compare." Tsang-ing was also smeared with blood, having sustained numerous injuries. While they were not fatal, the sight of immense gaping wounds was indeed alarming, yet their impact was minimal. "You Tsang-ing possess such gifted abilities. Naturally, my Long-ing tribe does as well. Just because I have not employed them does not imply I am incapable." Upon hearing this, Tsang-ing felt a sense of foreboding. After engaging in battle at such heights for so long, was there still an ability it had not utilized? Certain great clans awaken their first skill as a signature ability, one that often aligns extraordinarily with their lineage and is immensely powerful. Long San had awakened his signature skill, a fact Tsang-ing was entirely unaware of. Even if you have awakened a gifted ability, what good is it if you cannot wield it? Long San had already suffered grievous injuries, leaving him with little strength to retaliate. Seizing the opportunity presented by his weakness, Tsang-ing sought to take his life. "Long San, only one of us can survive, so please, meet your end." Wrath of the Wind God. The Wrath of the Wind God, an exceptionally powerful wind-based attack skill, is rarely awakened. Tsang-ing bellowed, and the surrounding air seemed to ignite instantaneously, a tempest roaring to life, forming a violent tornado. This tornado spun at an astonishing speed, carrying with it boundless power and destructive force. Wherever it touched, everything was drawn in, torn asunder by the immense gusts. In the instant the skill was unleashed, a dazzling light appeared in the sky, as if the wrath of the Wind God had descended upon the mortal realm. This brilliance, accompanied by the raging winds, created an overwhelming sensation. The destructive force of the wind was immense, capable of obliterating all, yet that was not the crux of the matter. It was merely a diversion. The true lethal strike lay in that ray of light. This was the innate skill of the Tsang-ing tribe, their ultimate move. As the Long-ing unleashed his innate skill, Tsang-ing decisively executed a fatal strike. Killing this Long-ing would permit him to ascend to the 6th tier within 6 months. Thereafter, he could systematically eliminate the nearby Xian-rank beasts, enabling him to dominate a greater territory and prepare for future elevation to the Earth rank. A strike of utmost power, a guaranteed kill. What was once a certain victory took an unexpected turn at the moment of his most formidable attack. A transparent barrier suddenly manifested, and a flicker of scorn crossed Tsang-ing's eyes. It was merely a shield. Could any shield withstand his ultimate strike? The anticipated scene of destruction did not unfold. Upon contact with the barrier, the ray of light bent as if it had encountered a copper mirror, reflecting back. Not good. Tsang-ing instantaneously realized the gravity of the situation, yet the speed of light was astonishingly swift, and by the time he comprehended the peril, it was too late. His body could not keep pace, and he watched helplessly as the beam pierced through his form. Only he understood the sharpness of this attack, and without surprise, he witnessed his blood gushing forth. In that fleeting moment, he felt his vitality draining rapidly. I never claimed my innate skill was an offensive one. I never expected Bai Lang to assist. His mere presence compelled you to utilize your most potent killing move. The cold words of Long-ing jolted him back to reality. He needed to swiftly eliminate this Long-ing and find a place to heal. I do not believe you can employ such skills twice. Indeed, it can only be used once, so what of it? If I am not mistaken, you have likely sustained a critical injury, and perhaps we shall perish here together. Both had suffered severe wounds, making survival unlikely for either. In their final moments, they could only fight fiercely, seeking mutual destruction. At that instant, Long-ing surprisingly felt a surge of joy. He was to die, yet someone would accompany him to the grave. When Xiao Chen arrived on the scene, he beheld two massive figures in the sky teetering precariously, nearly unable to maintain flight. Xiao Chen breathed a sigh of relief, at the very least. That Tsang-ing was also gravely wounded, temporarily posing no threat to Qingtung Fort. Bai Lang, have you awakened any long-range attack skills? Nonsense. No matter how formidable Bai Lang's strength, it seemed he could offer no assistance. Then why did you rush over so quickly if you cannot aid in any way? Xiao Chen was utterly speechless. This fellow had dashed over, and he had assumed he could contribute. It is not that I cannot help. As long as the Long Ying can return to the ground, I can ensure its safety. That indeed proves to be a significant assistance. Xiao Chen swiftly shouted towards the sky, Long Sangu, come here quickly. Long Sandao wished to descend rapidly, yet it was beyond its capabilities, leaving it to glide slowly through the air, driven solely by instinct. The eagle, now devoid of anger, realized its impending demise. Before its death, it longed to witness Long San's end. Perhaps due to excessive blood loss, its vision had become somewhat blurred, even inducing hallucinations. To its astonishment, it beheld a small gray sparrow soaring towards it. Such a feeble creature should have trembled in its presence, yet it dared to fly recklessly. Not only Long San, but even Xiao Chen was taken aback by the little one's audacity. Even a severely injured Xian-level beast would be beyond its ability to confront. Xiao Chen was stunned to discover that he had completed his only Xian-level mission, remaining in disbelief for quite some time. At that moment, the small gray had perched upon the eagle's back, soaring towards Xiao Chen, its claws gripping the eagle's massive form. How should one describe this? Words failed him. Overwhelmed by both joy and astonishment. Xiao Hui, how did you manage this? Indeed, how had it accomplished such a feat? It was on the brink of death, and he had merely granted it a swift end. Now, Long San was in a similar predicament. Should he seize this opportunity to grant it a merciful release as well? To be honest, Xiao Chen felt a fleeting temptation towards that thought. Chapter 50, A Turning Point of Fate. Xiao Chen had always believed that fate had dealt him an unjust hand, but the events of today led him to feel that perhaps his luck was not so dire after all. Long Sangu had survived, and the formidable eagle had been vanquished by Xiao Hui. The outcome was nothing short of perfect. Beside the towering Lingyun pine, Long Sangu sat on the ground, bloodied but breathing steadily, its powerful recovery abilities as a Xian-level warrior facilitating its gradual revival. Xiao Chen, disregarding the potential effects, directly placed some Huiyuan Dan into Long Sanji's mouth. Long Sangu gazed at Xiao Chen and Bai Lang, still grappling with the surreal nature of today's events. Wolfhead, congratulations on your breakthrough. Previously, he had addressed Bai Lang as such, but now that they shared the same realm, the titles must evolve. Moreover, Bai Lang had become Long San's savior. Long Sangu, it was merely good fortune. It seemed that everyone was experiencing a stroke of luck. At this juncture, Xiao Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Long Sangu had presumed his demise was inevitable, yet unexpectedly, the situation had taken a turn for the better. Xiao Chen, why would you take such great risks to rescue me? Such occurrences are typically inconceivable. What other reason could there be? It is simply that Long Sangu does not charge us protection fees. Xiao Chen was well aware that other Xian-level warriors demanded a portion of the profits from various tribes. Is that truly the only reason? Long Sangu inquired. Well, primarily, it was a spur-of-the-moment decision due to the suddenness of the situation. I acted on impulse, thinking we could always abandon this place if need be. Xiao Chen's frankness elicited hearty laughter from Long Sangu. And Wolfhead, you quietly broke through. Were you wary of me? As I bear the responsibilities of the Bai Lang tribe, one must indeed exercise caution. Long Sangu, this is the fundamental principle of survival in the wilderness. Much like you must constantly guard against that eagle. There was no denying the reality. Resources in the wilderness were finite, and no one wished for an additional Xian-level warrior to further divide the spoils. I must admit, I have considered collecting some protection fees. However, I have yet to solidify my own footing, so I have refrained from doing so. Additionally, Long San had no backing. It required Xiao Chen to procure vital resources for it. All right, let us set aside past matters and discuss the future. As the topic shifted to the future, the atmosphere grew somewhat solemn. Xiao Chen had long formulated a plan and now sought to discuss it with Long Sangu. If Long San agreed, they would remain allies, advancing and retreating together in unity. Should Long San refuse, Xiao Chen would have no choice but to end its life while it was still gravely injured. The rationale was simple. His demands were not excessive, and they shared a life-saving bond. Long Sangu, with Bai Lang's breakthrough to Xian level, the Bai Lang tribe requires development. Our request is modest, aside from the territories currently held by Qing Tung Bu and Bai Lang Bu. I hope that Bai Lang Bu may claim half of the territory left behind by the eagle. The eagle was immensely powerful, possessing vast lands. Acquiring half of its territory would significantly enhance Bai Lang Bu's potential for growth. Soon, the presence of the wolf tribe would be seen across a substantial area. Long San regarded Xiao Chen, who bore a serious expression, and chuckled. I, too, have danced upon the precipice of life and death, and thus, I am less concerned about such matters. Xiao Chen, if I were to join Qing Tung Bu, could you guarantee me a stable supply of resources? To be frank, when Xiao Chen heard Long Sanji's words, he could hardly believe his ears. Was this fellow harboring ulterior motives? He was well aware of Qing Tong Fort's capabilities, and he understood Long Sanji's prowess even better. For Long Sangu to lower itself to join Qing Tong Fort would mean the fort would soon no longer bear the Xiao surname. A wolf among sheep was indeed a highly unreliable notion. Long Sangu, I believe both Bai Lang and I have been quite sincere today. Long San clearly discerned Xiao Chen's thoughts and felt compelled to clarify earnestly, Xiao brother, I speak only the truth. If I had any ulterior motives, I would not broach such topics while grievously injured. Upon reflection, it made sense. Long San, in its current state, could have accepted any demands Xiao Chen presented. To feign compliance and later renege once fully restored would indeed be the most astute course of action. Long San go. There is nothing within Qing Tong Fort that would catch your eye. While those Qing Ting vines might be exchanged for some spirit stones, they are hardly noteworthy to a Xin-level beast. I wish to join Qing Tong Fort for several reasons. Firstly, it is simply not in my nature to act as a tyrant ruling over a territory. Secondly, I possess confidence in my own talents. Even the Long Ying tribe can progress significantly through their training, and their demands for tribute from other tribes are not excessively high. Of course, my desire to join Qing Tong Fort stems from the vision I have for its future. Hearing this, Xiao Chen found himself at a loss for words. He had no certainty regarding Qing Tong Fort's future or whether it even had one. Long Sanji's sincerity compelled Xiao Chen to entertain a degree of belief. Long Sangu, you truly believe Qing Tong Fort has a future? Naturally, Qing Tong Fort will most assuredly evolve into a formidable power. It is even conceivable that it may surpass Dian City. What a fanciful notion. This was no longer a matter of sincerity, it was sheer folly. Yet, Long Sanji's unwavering gaze and unyielding expression revealed no signs of deceit. Long Sangu, that is far too extravagant a claim. If one day Qing Tong Fort were to achieve the status of Qing Shan tribe, I would be eternally grateful. That is but a natural expectation. Xiao Chen found himself questioning whether this individual, having danced so close to death, had perhaps lost their senses. Of course, my admiration is not solely for the Qing Tong vines, nor for you as an individual, Xiao brother. As long as that second spirit beast of yours can evolve, venturing deep into the wilderness will be entirely viable. That second spirit beast? At last, Xiao Chen comprehended the situation. Long Sangu was inclined to join Qing Tong Fort merely due to Xiao Hui's influence. Whether it was Xiao Chen or the Qing Tong itself, both were merely secondary considerations. But do you even know what kind of creature Xiao Hui is? Long Sangu shook its head. Naturally, I do not know. However, as a fellow avian species, there exists a profound respect emanating from the depths of the soul that cannot be mistaken. It is often imperceptible, only truly felt when engaged in battle. No matter how formidable the Hui may be, it is impossible for it to transcend realms and slay its Song Yang, even if the latter is on the brink of death. Indeed, the origins of Xiao Hui are rather remarkable. Although Xiao Chen is unaware of its true lineage, he can certainly boast about it. A glimmer of reverence appeared in his gaze as he looked towards Long Sangu. He never expected that the secrets of Xiao Hui would have been partially discerned by you. Who could have anticipated that this seemingly ordinary Xiao Hui belongs to the sacred clan? Upon hearing these words, a flicker of astonishment passed through Long Sanji's eyes. Long Sangu, I implore you to keep this secret safe. Long Sangu nodded in agreement, stating, Brother Xiao, my words come from the depths of my heart. If you do not trust me, you may have that one take a look. Before it, I cannot utter a falsehood. With this revelation, Xiao Chen felt even more incredulous. Xiao Hui, are you truly that remarkable? It had not lied. It was merely a matter of instinct. Xiao Chen sensed that today might indeed be a turning point in his destiny. The prospect of a profound figure joining the Qing Tong Fort was too significant to refuse. What ensued would likely be a discussion concerning the terms of engagement. To be frank, Xiao Chen was not a stingy individual. Long Sangu, what are your requirements for joining the Qing Tong Fort? Given the strength of such a formidable ally, Xiao Chen felt it was prudent to gauge the situation. I wish to transplant this Ling Yun song to the Qing Tong Fort. I wish to reside atop it. Additionally, that nest of squirrels is my friend. They must not be harmed. Xiao Chen was left utterly bewildered. What was this fellow talking about? Was this truly the tyrant he had diligently served? Furthermore, what else? Each year, provide me with a Xianjia crystal core or a Xianjia pill would suffice. Xiao Chen breathed a sigh of relief. These demands were reasonable. Both could be provided. After pondering for a moment, Long Sangu continued, if it is convenient. I would like to occasionally discuss certain matters with that one. Enough with that one. Simply call it Xiao Hui. Let us arrange this. Until Xiao Hui surpasses your strength, let it learn hunting from you and accompany you in your endeavors. You may consider it half a disciple. This matter is within my purview to decide. Upon hearing this, Long Sangu leapt up, disregarding his grievous injuries. For Long Sangu, today was an extraordinarily remarkable day. Not only had he narrowly escaped death, but he had also acquired an unexpected stroke of fortune. Years later, when he reflected on this day, Long Sen-gu would still feel that fate had been kind to him. Today marked a pivotal juncture in the destiny of Long Sen-gu. Chapter 51, It Must Be You. Long San-ji's joining of the Qing-tung fort was undoubtedly one of the most significant events since its inception. With both Long San and Bai Lang, two formidable figures, stationed there, the hunting range of the Bai Lang tribe expanded tenfold. The Wolf Clan is a major race of the wilderness, encompassing everything from the lesser Bai Lang to the mighty Tian Lang. In such peripheral areas, Bai Lang and Feng Lang are the most common. The emergence of a Xianjia powerhouse from the Wolf Clan is certainly no trivial matter. Every evening after sunset, Bai Lang howled at the moon from the nearby hills. His howls, passionate and resonant, could be heard for dozens of miles, especially pronounced in the tranquil night. This served as a declaration of territory and a call to others. After rescuing Long San-gu, Bai Lang had been engaging in similar activities daily. The most immediate result of this was that several wolf packs gradually made their way into the Qing-tung fort. Most were Bai Lang, but some were also Hui Lang and Feng Lang. As Xiao Chen observed the increasing number of wolves, he was naturally elated. Previously, he had thought that the Lin family's cultivation of Feng Lang was quite impressive. Now, it seemed such methods were rather commonplace. With a single howl from Bai Lang, the number of wolves within the Qing-tung fort doubled in just a few days. The Wolf Clan reveres strength, and upon choosing to submit, they would not easily betray. Given the current circumstances, it would not be long before the wolf population reached 5 or 600. 5 or 600 wolves, 5 or 600 elite warriors. The influence of the Bai Lang tribe was expanding significantly and required more wolves to intimidate various factions. The territory of the Qing-tung fort also extended several miles southward, not due to a significant increase in Qing-tung, but to ensure ample space for planting more spiritual herbs. These enterprises, when housed within the Qing-tung fort, would be secure, and the quantity of Qing-tung still needed to be augmented. Inspired by the Wolf Clan, Xiao Chen also prepared to transplant all the Qing-tung within a radius of several dozen miles to the Qing-tung fort. Besides Qing-tung, he would also consider other plant-based demonic beasts. Once he possessed Xianjia power, the development of the Qing-tung fort would accelerate rapidly. With a command from Bai Lang, the spiritual herbivores such as Qing Mu Ling Yang, Qing Mu Mang Niu, Qi Jiao Ma, and Chongban Lu were directed into the breeding grounds. Currently, the number of demonic beasts within the breeding grounds had swelled to a considerable extent, reaching nearly 800 or 900. Had he not sown such a substantial amount of Huang Zhu Chao in advance, he would truly be unable to sustain such a quantity of spiritual beasts. Of course, Xiao Chen was only concerned about the number of spiritual beasts being too few and not about the fodder being insufficient. The vast expanses of the wilderness offered countless lands. If 100 acres were insufficient, he could simply clear another 100. Raising these spiritual beasts incurred minimal costs, yet yielded stable profits. The issue of manpower was entirely resolved by the Wolf Clan, so Xiao Chen hardly needed to exert much effort. Xiao Chen pondered. Why has no one from the Wolf Clan, who have hunted for generations, ever considered corralling their prey for breeding? Is this not quite natural? The Wolf Clan excels in hunting, and maintaining their wildness is paramount. They are born warriors. Consuming farmed spiritual flesh does not align with the nature of the Wolf Clan. Upon hearing this, Bai Lang found it quite reasonable, yet sensed something was amiss. Indeed, the Wolf Clan must not lose its ambition. If they abandon their fundamental essence, no amount of spiritual flesh will be able to sustain them. Thus, our collaboration is optimal. The human race possesses advantages in cultivating seeds that surpass those of most other races. The Qing-tung fort must draw upon the strengths of all clans to maximize our benefits. Presently, the Qing-tung fort has gradually transformed into a hub for goods. An increasing amount of resources from the wilderness are being sold to the human world, and Xiao Chen would also place numerous items from the human world for sale within the Qing-tung fort. Recently, Xiao Hui's slaying of the Tsang Ying enabled Xiao Chen to complete his first Xianjia task, earning him a reward of 100,000 contribution points. The complete corpse of Tsang Ying allowed him to fulfill another Xianjia task, directly netting him 500,000 contribution points. The flesh of Tsang Ying, with its exceptional talents, is indeed quite valuable. Bai Lang, have you found the nest of that Tsang Ying? They have been searching for a month without any leads. Logically, the nest of Tsang Ying should contain some valuable items. That creature is too elusive. Perhaps it lacks a fixed nest. If it cannot be found, there is nothing to be done. Xiao Chen felt helpless. He might have missed out on a significant fortune. Moreover, he wondered where Xiao Hui and the others had gone these past few days, as he had not seen them at all. However, he was not overly concerned. As Long San-gu was now with Xiao Hui, and safety was not an issue, they probably ventured deep into the wilderness. Perhaps they would return with another Xianjia demonic beast. Xiao Chen harbored such hopes. After completing 2 Xianjia tasks, He immediately accepted another, Xianjia, assassination quest, to slay 10, Xianjia, demonic beasts, with current progress at 0. Though they claimed to be master and disciple, it felt as if this master had become a mere follower. Long Xinggu, originally of a stable and conservative nature, was now emboldened by Xiao Hui to venture forth. Fortunately, the frequent emergence of yellow-tier assassination counts indicated that they were still quite safe. As Xiao Chen contemplated the matters concerning Xiao Hui, Xiao Shi suddenly approached him. Master, all the Ling can have undergone a transformation. All the silks have been organized and are ready for sale. The Ling can's 9th transformation. It is uncertain how far it can be cultivated. The late stage of the fan-tier Ling, Yi can support the Ling can in undergoing a 2nd transformation. The Qing tongue leaves incur no cost, and with 2 harvests of cocoons, a considerable profit in spiritual stones can already be amassed. The 3rd emergence of the silkworm, a rare and precious Xian-tier material, possesses extensive applications. The value of this silkworm silk surpasses that of the combined yields from the previous 2 metamorphoses, making it pivotal for Xiao Chen's accumulation of spirit stones. Typically, these spiritual silkworms are tended to by slaves, and he has not paid them much attention for quite some time. Xiaoxi, take me to have a look. The scale of spiritual silkworm breeding at Qingting Fort has expanded significantly, generating a substantial income of spirit stones annually. The area dedicated to silkworm cultivation has grown to approximately 10 acres. Each year, the breeding scale increases, to the point where Xiao Chen felt a sense of unfamiliarity upon seeing the rows of racks beneath the verdant shade. The racks are divided into 3 tiers, each housing neatly arranged trays of spiritual silkworms, resembling a lush green ocean. Each tray is brimming with vitality, the silkworms wriggling enthusiastically as they voraciously consume tender Qingting leaves, producing a soft, rhythmic rustling sound. After the first cocooning, the silkworms undergo significant physical changes, growing as thick as a thumb. 2 slaves navigate through the rows, busily and methodically performing their tasks. They diligently care for each tray of silkworms, ensuring their healthy growth, adding mulberry leaves, cleaning the trays, and checking the growth status of the silkworms, which entails a considerable workload. What moved Xiao Chen was the radiant joy of harvest evident on the faces of several slaves. As time passes, the silkworms gradually grow, beginning to spin silk and form cocoons. Each pristine white cocoon adorns the trays, resembling glistening pearls. For these slaves, these cocoons symbolize not only the fruits of the silkworm's labor, but also their hopes and futures. Xiaoxi, your workload is quite substantial. In a few days, I will purchase another batch of slaves. The 12 slaves currently at hand are of high quality, each with the potential to break through to the Huang tier. They must not spend too much time on trivial matters. It is time to acquire another group of slaves. They do not necessarily have to be of high caliber. As long as they are functional, even if only for the sake of the Qingting, it is worthwhile to purchase another batch. In the future, Huang tier Qingting leaves will not be sold externally. You are to regularly harvest and store them. Silkworms that have cocooned twice will be fed Huang tier spirit leaves, and we must cultivate silks from the silkworms that have undergone their 3rd transformation. Qingting Fort already possesses several Huang tier Qingting plants, yielding a considerable quantity of spirit leaves. We should begin preparations for storage now, so they can be readily available when needed. Selling a batch of spiritual silkworms can yield over 100,000 spirit stones. And Qingting Fort has significantly replenished its silkworm stock through several rounds of procurement. Approximately every 6 months, a batch can be harvested, and Xiao Chen is satisfied with this profit. The more ordinary slaves are typically around 30 to 40 years old, with their contracts indicating a Qingting demon rank of about 5 or 6. Each of these slaves costs 3,000 spirit stones, and this price is due to the bulk purchase. Acquiring 12 individuals this time clearly is insufficient. For Qingting Fort to thrive, adequate labor is essential. Trusting others is not an option. Purchasing slaves has become the optimal choice. The 12 slaves have been with Qingting Fort for several years, each attaining the 6th tier of strength. Furthermore, these 12 individuals possess the temperament to remain composed, having executed their duties flawlessly over the years, enduring hardships without complaint. They are acutely aware of their circumstances, dedicating every moment to diligent cultivation. Xiao Chen appreciates their relentless efforts and the camaraderie they share. With 12 individuals, each paired with 10 slaves, the manpower appears sufficient for the time being. 120 intermediate slaves, at 3,000 spirit stones each, totals 360,000. This figure causes Xiao Chen a pang of heartache, yet this investment is imperative. To plant an additional 200 acres of Huang bamboo grass, the seeds alone will cost 200,000. Xiao Chen also plans to procure a batch of Huang tier spirit fertilizer for the mini Qingting, hoping to cultivate even more Huang tier Qingting. With such a vast quantity of Qingting at Qingting Fort, acquiring a batch of spirit fertilizer will consume 10,000 contribution points. Qingting Fort is continuously expanding, and the expenses in spirit stones are soaring. Furthermore, purchasing additional cultivation supplies and procuring provisions for the Bailang tribe has completely depleted Xiao Chen's substantial funds. A trip to Dian City resulted in the Bailang tribe exhausting their resources, exchanging them for a quantity of Qingyuan pills and crystal cores. Everyone is in dire need of funds, each resorting to their own methods. The Bailang tribe, consisting of hundreds of wolves, has all their fur meticulously trimmed. Shortly after Xiao Chen's return from Dian City, Xiao Hui accompanied Long Sin back. Amidst such a chaotic situation, Xiao Chen initially intended to scold them. However, upon seeing Long San's massive form burdened with several Huang-tier demon beasts, his ire quickly transformed into amusement. Indeed, it is Xiao Hui, remarkably capable. A Xian-tier overlord has been reduced to acting as a porter. Long San, several feet long, is a wind-type demon beast with impressive wind manipulation abilities. With so many demon beasts on his back, not a single one has fallen. Xiao Chen, take these bird eggs to exchange for money. Xiao Hui, seemingly unconcerned with the Huang-tier demon beasts, instructed Long San to carelessly drop them to the ground. Instead, he was meticulously guarding a clutch of bird eggs, each the size of a fist. What is this? Xiao Chen, seeing these spirit eggs for the first time, deduced they must belong to some avian species. Each egg is smooth and pristine, emanating a mystical glow and possessing a unique charm. Xiao Chen can distinctly sense the vibrant life force contained within these eggs. We flew 300 miles deeper into the wilderness to obtain these. Xiao Hui stated casually, as if it were an inconsequential feat. 300 miles. Are there not Xian-tier demon beasts everywhere? Xiao Chen felt a mix of joy, anger, and trepidation. Long San, you must not allow him to act so recklessly in the future. Otherwise, Xiao Hui, you will remain in the spirit beast space. Xiao Hui, accustomed to Xiao Chen's scolding, has become impervious to his reprimands. Xiao Chen, we were very cautious. There are indeed risks, but it was worth the trip. Long San expressed satisfaction with the results of their venture, feeling prouder than if he had slain a Xian-tier demon beast. Enough, let us quickly sell these bird eggs. That creature is quite fierce. If it comes after us, it would indeed be troublesome. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen hastily stored the 6 remarkably high-quality spirit eggs in the spirit beast space. Xiao Chen, you recognize this type of demon beast. These 6 spirit eggs were stolen from the Yushou Palace. Thus, these 6 eggs are the eggs of the Laying. The Yushou Palace, is it located in the wilderness? It should be a stronghold established by the Yushou Palace, a settlement with tens of thousands of inhabitants. You infiltrated that settlement? Impossible. It was Xiao Hui who did the stealing. Xiao Chen remained skeptical. That is still unlikely. Xiao Hui clarified. It was intentional for me to bring these spirit eggs away. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy. Hearing this, Xiao Chen instantly comprehended the situation. He recalled the words of Lei Ming atop Luoxia Mountain. The Yushou Palace treats spirit beasts as slaves. The spirit beasts that enter the Yushou Palace are unfortunate. No one wishes for their offspring to follow the same path. Hence, Xiao Hui's theft went unnoticed. Long San added, only Xiao Hui could accomplish such a feat. Others would not gain the trust of the Laying. Xiao Chen remained puzzled. Could this unreliable creature truly be so trustworthy? Chapter 52, Frustration. Xiao Chen has always known the Yushou Palace to be formidable, so much so that he often hears of their affairs without needing to inquire. He never imagined that a mere settlement established by the Yushou Palace could host tens of thousands of people. Any disciple of the Yushou Palace can possess a spirit beast of such high caliber as the Laying. The Laying, with its earth-level talent and dual attributes of wind and thunder, is indeed a formidable creature. Each Thunderhawk's spirit egg can fetch over 10 million lower-grade spirit stones. The accumulation of 6 such eggs undoubtedly presents Xiao Chen with the prospect of unimaginable wealth. Yet, the formidable strength of the Beastmaster Palace raises a question. Does he dare to sell these spirit eggs? Clearly, he does not, for doing so could easily draw unwanted attention. Moreover, he hesitates to even mention this matter to others, fearing it might bring calamity upon him. Xiao Hui, you have presented me with a formidable dilemma. How could I possibly relinquish such a rare treasure? The sudden acquisition of 6 spirit eggs has left Xiao Chen in a state of unrest, unable to focus on food or sleep. What dilemma could possibly be greater? If you were too afraid to sell them, why not nurture them yourself? If you do not wish to raise them, roasting a few of the eggs to eat is also an option. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen found himself at a loss for words. Xiao Hui is indeed far more composed and audacious than he is. I would go bankrupt raising even one of you. Yet you suggest I nurture them all. You must not stray too far from me in the future, especially refrain from causing trouble recently. The trouble has already begun. It must be resolved. Brother Long San, is the Beastmaster Palace's estate 300 miles from here? The last time their disciples traversed this distance to hunt. Who knows if such occurrences will happen again? It's probably around 350 miles. If you are uneasy, you could go take a look. Naturally, Xiao Chen did not dare to go, and for reasons unknown, it seemed that the more he wished to avoid the Beastmaster Palace, the more entangled he became with them. Previously, he had slain their disciples. Now, he had stolen their spirit eggs. Brother Long San, what is their strength like? I do not know if there are any Earth-level experts, but there are at least dozens of Xian-level experts. I dared not approach closely and only observed from afar. Speaking of this, admiration was evident on Brother Long San's face. Xiao Chen, however, felt an urge to curse. How could Xiao Hui directly undertake such a significant risk in a place where Brother Long San dared not tread? It seems he must invest more time in providing Xiao Hui with some safety education. Brother Long San, do you think if I deliver these 6 spirit eggs to the Thunderhawk tribe's territory, I could receive some benefits in return? Xiao Chen recalled what Lei Ming had said. The Thunderhawk tribe repays kindness and vengeance alike. Such a risk cannot be taken. The Thunderhawk tribe resides deep within the Luoxiao mountain, and Xiao Chen may not even be able to reach there. Brother Xiao Chen, you need not be so troubled. In any case, these spirit eggs can retain their vitality for years if left in that state. If a solution cannot be found, then we may simply wait. This reasoning holds true, yet the thought of relinquishing something that could be exchanged for such a substantial sum is unbearable. If these 6 eggs were sold, Xiao Hui would be able to acquire a significant portion of the materials needed for the marrow cleansing. Xiao Chen, there is actually another method. Sell these spirit eggs in the city of demon beasts. However, that would be exceedingly far and fraught with danger. Perhaps it is best to refrain and not risk your own life. 6 million spirit stones worth of items, and he is too afraid to sell them. Who could possibly understand this feeling? Xiao Chen sat atop Brother Long San's Lingyun Pine, gazing deep into the wilderness for an extended period. After several days of contemplation, Xiao Chen finally made a difficult decision. Yet, he felt it to be the right one. Brother Long San, I am going to kill someone. Upon hearing this, Brother Long San looked perplexed. Brother Xiao Chen, are you seeking to kill someone to vent your frustration? While there may be some frustration to vent, resolving this predicament necessitates the death of a person. Slaying that Beastmaster Palace steward and rescuing that Xian-level Thunderhawk is the only path to turning the tide. Brother Long San's mouth fell agape. Slaying the Beastmaster Palace steward. What kind of fanciful dream is this? But wait, did you not advise Xiao Hui against taking risks? I cannot shake the feeling that you are even more reckless than he is. Brother Long San thought that having Xiao Hui steal a few spirit eggs would not pose too much danger. Yet, the notion of killing a Beastmaster Palace steward is not only exceedingly difficult, but it could also incite a cascade of subsequent troubles. I have made my decision. I must kill him. Xiao Chen's gaze gradually intensified, his eyes sharp and brimming with murderous intent. It was the first time Brother Long San had witnessed such a transformation in Xiao Chen, who now appeared resolute and decisive. Is this the true essence of Xiao Chen? Of course, this newfound image did not endure long, as Xiao Chen began to plead. Brother Long San, please, you must assist me this time. Hearing this, Brother Long San was truly exasperated. So, this arduous task of murder is to fall upon him? Brother Xiao, it is not that I am unwilling to help. I simply cannot compete. Do you grasp the combat prowess of a Beastmaster Palace steward? And they are not merely one. Brother Long San is indeed a remarkable being. Yet he cannot be dragged into a death trap. Brother San, for Xiao Hui's sake. This matter does not even have enough weight for Xiao Hui's sake. I am still his master, and I must ensure his safety. Very well, even invoking Xiao Hui's name proves ineffective. This matter is becoming increasingly complicated. What if you consider my face? As soon as Xiao Chen uttered those words, he felt they were superfluous. Forget it. Let us not speak of face anymore. Brother Long San had to remind Xiao Chen, Brother Xiao, you should not lose your reason over spirit stones. Such a substantial sum would make anyone envious. But living is always of utmost importance. Why not roast those eggs and nourish Xiao Hui's body instead? Brother Long San was always prudent, unwilling to take risks that might lead to death. Brother San, what if this is not about spirit stones? This matter is of utmost importance to me, one that concerns life and death. Brother Long San, for certain matters, I must act, regardless of the risks involved. Xiao Chen spoke with great seriousness, contemplating how to articulate this notion. Just as Brother San remained steadfast, facing life and death pressures without ever leaving this place. There are always certain matters that compel Brother San to persist, be it this land that nurtures your growth, a belief in your heart, or a desire to protect something beautiful. Brother Long San, as a flying demon beast, possesses incredible speed. He is acutely aware of his circumstances and knows that he is being watched by that hawk. There are ample opportunities to escape. Brother Long San, some matters must be confronted. If you flee once, you may spend a lifetime on the run. Characters like Brother San can choose to stand and die, never bowing to fate. Brother San may be struck down, but he will never be defeated. With no other recourse, Xiao Chen could only attempt this strategy, which had proven very effective with Bai Lang. Brother Long San, in a fit of exasperation, exclaimed, "Xiao Chen, just tell me what you want. Spare me this emotional appeal. Are you trying to play the sympathy card? Let me tell you, this tactic does not work on me. It is not that I am unwilling to assist. There is simply no opportunity whatsoever." Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. If opportunities could be found, would Brother Sin be willing to act? Chapter 53. The threshold is too high. How to eliminate a strong adversary from the Beastmaster Palace is indeed a formidable challenge. If no opportunities exist, then one must create them. If one cannot win, then one must devise a strategy. These spirit eggs retain several years of vitality, so there is no need to act immediately. Thorough preparation is essential. Brother Long San, grant me 2 years for preparation. Xiao Chen stated this resolutely, regardless of Brother San's agreement. Brother San was quite conflicted. 2 years is too short to effect significant change. For Xiao Chen, however, 2 years could yield numerous possibilities. Reflecting on it, Xiao Chen had spent nearly 20 years since leaving that courtyard. Now, after 2 decades, he was finally prepared to take that step. He must retrace his steps to the origin and have a serious discussion with that figure in the black robe and mask. Deciding to slay a steward of the Beastmaster Palace marks the first step he must take. The Huangjia Beastmaster can live for a century or 2. Indeed, time is ample. Furthermore, he may have the opportunity to ascend to the Xuanjia level, thus significantly extending his lifespan once more. Not long after Xiao Hui's return, he advanced to the 2nd layer of Huangjia. Recently, Brother Ting's strength has been steadily increasing, and a breakthrough to the 5th layer appears imminent. Of late, Brother Tung has been unusually quiet, diligently absorbing energy, and has spoken considerably less. It seems he is engrossed in monumental endeavors. Brother Tung, have you not yet refined that bone? Xiao Chen inquired. It's rather strange. As my strength increases, I find this bone increasingly extraordinary. I can't help but feel that I am no longer the Qing Tung I once was. Xiao Chen observed Brother Tang's leaves, which remained unchanged in shape and vibrancy. How can you not be Qing Tung? You are, without a doubt, the genuine article. I rather wish you could exhibit some transformations. The leaves may remain the same, but the roots and stems have changed. Perhaps the exterior is unchanged, yet the essence has transformed. Xiao Chen, brimming with curiosity about Brother Tung's metamorphosis, promptly snapped a vine. Despite his considerable strength, the vine proved remarkably resilient, resisting multiple attempts to break it. Brother Tung, you are quite impressive. Xiao Chen, undeterred, drew forth the Kai Tian axe. With a single swing, a segment of the Qing Tung was cleaved in 2. Indeed, you have become formidable. Xiao Chen utilized the soul artifact, exerting half his strength just to sever the vine. Brother Tung had undeniably evolved, becoming immensely powerful. This transformation was not merely a matter of ascension in rank. It appeared that some intrinsic quality of power had altered. The center of the Qing Tung, once composed of whitewood fibers, now revealed a slender golden thread at the core, almost imperceptible unless one looked closely. Brother Tung, have you awakened a new skill? That shouldn't be possible. You have yet to break through to Xuanjia, thus cannot awaken a 3rd skill. This is not an ability per se. It indicates that Brother Ting's essence has indeed undergone some changes. I only recently noticed that my Qing Tung has grown significantly more resilient. Among the vast expanse of Qing Tung in Qing Tung Fort, only Brother Tung exhibited such peculiarities. Why are you still troubled? This is a splendid development. You have consumed more than others and refined so much spirit flesh. It is only natural to be exceptional. Brother Tung, of course, recognized the positive implications. Yet the abnormality of the situation left him feeling somewhat anxious. To some extent, this transformation was not solely Brother Ting's. It represented a mutation within the entire Qing Tung lineage. For a single Qing Tung demon to battle across several minor realms is inherently extraordinary. Although Brother Tung had been unaware of this at the time, alas, I have watched Xiao Hui grow rapidly, and as the elder brother, I felt compelled to exert myself. I did not anticipate such drastic changes to occur. Why lament when you have gained so much? Push yourself harder, and in the next 2 years, I intend to complete my slaying tasks. He required numerous spirit stones, with a mandate to slay 10,000 Huangjia demon beasts. I can already break through to the 5th layer. This progression feels somewhat rapid, leaving me with a sense of uncertainty. Xiao Chen found it difficult to comprehend this sentiment. A person destined for ordinariness suddenly acquiring brilliance would naturally be cautious. Brother Tung, we have truly evolved. We must now weigh our breakthroughs carefully. If I did not know you better, I might suspect you were showing off. Just grow wildly. There is no need for concern about anything else. Brother Tung followed Xiao Chen's advice and opted for a breakthrough. Ascending to the 5th layer of Huangjia, he became a remarkably powerful Qing Tung demon. Brother Tung's combat prowess might now approach that of an 8th or even 9th layer demon beast. to fulfill his slaying tasks. He could venture into the depths of the wilderness or to Luoxiao Mountain. Naturally, there were numerous locations teeming with demon beasts, albeit some distance from Dian City. Elder brother Luo Cheng initially intended to accompany him to complete the trial task, yet this individual seemed to have encountered some fortuitous event and had not returned. Now, he could not afford to wait any longer. He must participate in the trial task. With both Brother Tung and Xiao Hui's strengths having risen, it was time to explore the outside world. Each trial task was a life-and-death endeavor, fraught with peril. However, to grow rapidly, this might be the most suitable method. Participating in trial tasks would preclude bringing Long Sengu along. He could only rely on his own strength. Engaging in trial tasks required payment. Even the most basic trial task demanded 10,000 contribution points. Only Huangjia Beastmasters could participate, indicating that his current power rendered him one of the weakest entities in the task arena. Before undertaking the task, Xiao Chen sold off all the resources from Qing Tung Fort, exchanging them for essential survival items. When shopkeeper Huang learned of Xiao Chen's intention to participate in the trial task, he expressed some concern. "Are you so strapped for cash? I see you have made quite a profit just selling Qing Tung leaves. Elder, you wouldn't want me to perish in the trial grounds, would you? What items do you have that would be suitable for me?" Xiao Chen, lacking sufficient experience, deemed it wise to consult the elder. "Nothing particularly special. I merely require some pills and soul artifacts. Remember, focus less on the extent to which you can complete the task and prioritize preserving your life." Shopkeeper Huang seemed to recall some harrowing experiences, his trepidation evident when he mentioned trial tasks. It's commendable that young people are daring and combative. But for an old fellow like me, it's better to stay here and sell goods. As if recalling something, shopkeeper Huang produced an item. "This is the only Xuanjia soul artifact I possess, which can conceal your aura, preventing others from discerning your depth. Furthermore, this artifact can enhance your speed by half, a crucial tool for escape." This was an ensemble crafted from Xuanjia silkworm silk, remarkably lightweight, with some defensive capabilities. With this garment and his would escape technique, escaping danger would be effortless. "Thank you for your generous gift, Elder," Xiao Chen exclaimed with excitement, preparing to bow in gratitude. Shopkeeper Huang quickly interjected, "What generosity! I am selling this to you, and you will receive an 80% discount." Upon discussing finances, Xiao Chen found the allure of the Xuanjia soul artifact diminished. Nevertheless, as the items were genuinely useful, he begrudgingly made the purchase. The Lingfeng robe, a Xuanjia soul artifact, could double his speed. The item was somewhat expensive. Otherwise, Xiao Chen would have considered acquiring a piece of defensive armor. With a limited budget, he could only procure the essentials: 100 bottles of Huangjia Huiyuan Dan for recovering soul power, 10 bottles each of Huangjia healing and detoxification pills, and 100 Huangjia Gentian Lei, a disposable soul artifact. Well, the items were sufficient as he had run out of money. Xiao Chen had previously been unaware of the existence of such disposable soul artifacts. "Elder, is there also a Xuanjia Gentian Lei?" Naturally, the power of a Xuanjia Gentian Lei is comparable to an attack from a Xuanjia expert. However, it is somewhat pricey, 100,000 for a single use. "Very well. Farewell. 100,000 for a single-use soul artifact? This is madness. Normal Xuanjia soul artifacts are generally priced similarly. There are indeed many types of trial tasks available. Yet Xiao Chen found few that he could accept. Urgent trial task. Lan City is facing a beast tide and urgently requires support from human powerhouses. The northern border defense line of the Daki Empire has been breached, endangering millions of lives. Xuanjia Beastmasters are needed for defense. A celestial tier soul devouring beast has entered the human realm, causing over 10,000 deaths. A group of Earth tier powerhouses is required to band together for a joint assault. Marine beasts from the stormy sea have landed, causing severe losses and necessitating reconstruction. All humans are welcome to assist. Xiao Chen looked at the various tasks, smiling bitterly. It seemed that any one of these tasks bore the threat of death. This world is astonishingly vast, with countless task locations that are completely unfamiliar. Humanity occupies merely a minuscule portion of this realm, and among the myriad races, humans rank rather low. The human world is indeed rife with turmoil. With the frequent obliteration of human cities, the number of defensive tasks is exceedingly high, while reconstruction tasks abound, yet exploratory missions are exceedingly rare. These tasks indicate that humanity remains entrenched in a defensive posture. Each time one participates in a trial mission, it constitutes a remarkable contribution to the human race. Every task yields military merit, with a single merit point convertible into 100 contribution points. However, with Xiao Chen's strength limited to the Huang rank, he has already been excluded from many tasks. Most of the missions available to Huang rank Beastmasters require team collaboration. Consequently, the tasks available to Xiao Chen are quite few. Entering the ancient battlefield to slay undead creatures necessitates the awakening of potent fire-type skills or the ability to dispel spirits. Without a second thought, Xiao Chen bypassed such daunting tasks. They were simply too formidable. He even contemplated abandoning the endeavor altogether, as embarking on trial missions alone would be exceedingly unwise. He considered a few remaining tasks, hoping for a stroke of luck. Unexpectedly, a voice resonated from behind him. "Are you Xiao Chen?" He was indeed Xiao Chen, yet among the few acquaintances in Dian City. Encountering a familiar face here was unexpected. Turning around, he beheld a smiling visage, one that seemed vaguely familiar. "You are Su Lin?" Su Lin was no longer the youthful lad he once knew. The passage of time had etched some weariness onto his features, suggesting he had experienced considerable trials over the years. Undoubtedly, Su Lin now appeared significantly stronger than he had during his days at the fan rank. The chance encounter at the Beastmaster Guild was unexpected, and Xiao Chen was surprised that Su Lin could still recognize him. "Haha, indeed, it is Brother Xiao. It brings me great joy to see that you have made remarkable progress in strength." Su Lin's genuine happiness was evident, while Xiao Chen felt a twinge of confusion, as their bond hardly warranted such enthusiasm. "Brother Xiao, I sought you out afterward, but I found that those from Qing Tung were no longer around, and I had thought." Back then, Xiao Chen had indeed held back a multitude of Frost World Python for them, but that was merely a matter of mutual benefit, hardly deserving of such heartfelt gratitude. Xiao Chen was unaware that Su Lin had faced numerous adversities over the years, having witnessed the darker sides of humanity. In comparison, Xiao Chen's earlier assistance did indeed seem remarkably selfless. Reluctantly, Xiao Chen nodded in acknowledgement of his own virtue. "Brother Xiao, are you planning to participate in the trial mission?" Xiao Chen genuinely wished to partake, yet the high entry requirements left him feeling somewhat inadequate. "I am indeed interested, but I just haven't found a suitable opportunity." Upon hearing this, Su Lin's eyes sparkled with delight. "Why not join us? We have lost 2 members and are currently in need of reinforcements." Su Lin's sincerity was palpable, and if he had to team up with someone, partnering with Su Lin was certainly preferable to aligning with strangers. "Su brother, my abilities are rather average. I fear I may become a liability." "Nonsense, Brother Xiao. Your cultivation to this level speaks volumes about your strength." Presently, Xiao Chen's power level had reached the 5th tier of the Huang rank, 3 tiers below Su Lin and merely 1 tier below Su Yang. Such strength made it entirely feasible for them to team up. "Brother Xiao, my initial requirement was merely the 4th tier of the Huang rank. To be honest, I have been searching for suitable candidates for several days without success. Fortuitously, I encountered you today. Let me introduce you to Su Yang and the others. They will surely be delighted to meet you." Su Lin was exceedingly enthusiastic, treating Xiao Chen as if he were a long-lost friend, devoid of any awkwardness. "Su brother, have you undertaken trial missions before?" "No," Xiao Chen confessed. "To be honest, I have little trust in others, and embarking on tasks alone is far too perilous. Thus, your arrival is perfectly timed." Su Lin's beast was a flame demon tiger of formidable strength. However, he still lacked the confidence to undertake trial missions. Chapter 54. A Shared Foe. The Su family of Tiannan City was once a prestigious Beastmaster clan. A few years ago, several powerful experts from the Su family encountered calamities simultaneously, resulting in a swift change of ownership of their assets overnight. No one knew what transpired. It was rumored that the direct descendants of the Su family had vanished without a trace. Whether they had been transformed into slaves or had genuinely disappeared remained a mystery. The circumstances surrounding the Su family were highly peculiar, and no one seemed to care. Xiao Chen was oblivious to the Su family's plight. He assumed Su Lin hailed from a significant power, out seeking experience. Yet now, their situation appeared rather bleak. Indeed, their current predicament was rather dismal. In Dian City, they were forced to squeeze 4 individuals into a small room. Moreover, they were still reliant on ordinary tier soul power potions for cultivation, only occasionally resorting to Huang tier potions upon reaching a bottleneck. Xiao Chen had met Su Chun and Su Yang. To his astonishment, he also encountered an even younger youth. "Brother Xiao, this is Su Jing, my attendant." The few of them shared a small dwelling. Was he truly just an attendant? Xiao Chen discerned something amiss, but chose not to reveal it. After greeting everyone, he turned to Su Lin. "Su brother, it's not that I distrust you. However, I must clarify certain matters before I can join you on missions, as the disparity in strength between your group and myself is considerable." Had Xiao Chen spoken this way a decade ago, Su Lin would have outright declined cooperation. Yet after facing numerous experiences over the years, Su Lin recognized the wisdom in Xiao Chen's caution. "Brother Xiao, feel free to voice any inquiries. Are you fleeing from pursuers? Otherwise, with your capabilities, you wouldn't be confined to such a small space. Surely, you could find some tasks to undertake or hunt a few beasts for a decent living." Xiao Chen recalled the scene of several spirited youths charging recklessly toward a horde of frost giant pythons. Su Lin was taken aback by Xiao Chen's insight. Indeed, anyone with a modicum of awareness could perceive their unusual circumstances. Brother Xiao is correct. We are evading enemies. Over the years, I have had to tread carefully, and even when undertaking tasks, I dare not venture out alone. Currently, I cannot even summon the Flame Demon Tiger in public. Xiao Chen immediately understood the Flame Demon Tiger, much like his Thunder Eagle, was not meant to be publicly displayed. I never anticipated you would dare to steal someone else's spirit beast cub. Upon hearing this, Su Lin's eyes reddened. He wished to defend himself, but ultimately chose silence instead. Brother Xiao, while the trial missions may be perilous, they also provide an opportunity to elude pursuit. Even when I go to the Beastmaster Guild, I only dare to go alone. Finding a partner requires extensive observation, and I cannot invite someone lightly. Indeed, they had endured considerable hardship over the years. Teaming up for trial missions necessitated 5 members, and Su Lin's group was one short. Still searching for a reliable companion. These youths, younger than Xiao Chen, had managed to cultivate to their current level despite their circumstances, which was quite impressive. Su brother, aren't you concerned about me disclosing this information? Brother Xiao, you are already aware of what my spirit beast is. The words that needed to be spoken have long been expressed, and now we find ourselves with no other option but to place our trust in Xiao Xiying. SLN spoke with utmost sincerity. Indeed, they could no longer afford to squander their time and must seize the opportunity to grow vigorously. If these individuals were truly scions of powerful factions, Xiao Chen would have little interest in them. However, if they were desperate individuals, he found himself contemplating their potential. There was no other reason. Their innate talents were simply exceptional. It could even be said that they were rare geniuses. The adversaries he would face in the future would be formidable, and relying solely on himself would not suffice. He must secure allies. Clearly, these individuals were highly suitable candidates. After contemplating the feasibility of the situation, Xiao Chen ultimately voiced his thoughts. Xiying, to speak candidly, I too am being pursued. Our destinies are intertwined, and we ought to support one another. However, individuals like us have endured too much, making it difficult to trust others. SLN resonated with Xiao Chen's words. One's experiences leave indelible lessons etched deep within the soul. You are also being pursued. Yes, my enemies are formidable. After some thought, Xiao Chen articulated his proposal. Is it possible for us to collaborate? When your pursuers arrive, I will assist you wholeheartedly. Likewise, when I require your help, you must also exert your utmost. SLN readily agreed to such cooperation, yet acknowledged, however, it's difficult to place complete trust in one another. Perhaps we can undertake a single mission together, but I cannot commit to a formal alliance. Such matters will naturally evolve as circumstances unfold, Xiao Chen reflected. In my view, the most stable alliances are either forged through shared interests or a common, sufficiently powerful enemy. By collaborating on tasks and supporting one another, we align our interests. SLN's eyes lit up. So, we merely need a common enemy? If none exists, we can create one, Xiao Chen replied. You are correct. If you assist me in eliminating a few individuals to demonstrate sincerity, I can reciprocate by handling a few of your adversaries as well. To cultivate a strong relationship beyond shared interests, engaging in some morally questionable deeds together can also solidify our bond. For instance, if we collectively seize a particular asset belonging to Xiao, we would undoubtedly find ourselves on the same side. By transforming Xiao Chen's enemies and SLN's enemies into mutual foes, Xiao Chen was indeed willing to shoulder the burden. Though he suspected that SLN's adversaries were far less formidable than those of Xiao, SLN shared similar thoughts. He believed that Xiao Chen, standing alone, could hardly possess any notable enemies. Thus, he promptly acquiesced to Xiao Chen's request. What do you want us to do, Xiao Xiying? Engage in a robbery, eliminate a few foes, and seize some resources. Quite a simple task, or at least that's how Xiao Chen perceived it. Of course, he did not disclose that their target was an asset under Xiao. SLN hesitated. It is not impossible, but I do not currently require assistance in eliminating anyone. To his surprise, their initial discussion about collaborating on a trial mission had suddenly shifted to one of murder and arson. If you prefer not to take action, I will provide ample compensation. You have yet to contract your second spirit beast, correct? I can offer you a delightful surprise. Indeed, seizing Xiao's assets and subsequently contracting spirit beasts procured from them would render it impossible to avoid conflict with Xiao. Eventually, SLN would discover that he possessed 2 remarkably gifted spirit beasts, both of which were illicit acquisitions. Contemplating this, he realized the unfortunate predicament he would find himself in. Perhaps Qing Bo would become his best refuge. When individuals find themselves cornered, Even the faintest glimmer of hope compels them to take a chance. Moreover, SLN held a measure of trust in Xiao Chen. He was uncertain whether Xiao Chen was a good person, but he believed Xiao Chen to be principled, someone who would not utter words lightly. As long as SLN and his companions took the first step, Xiao Chen would undoubtedly honor his word. He intended to provide each of the four with a spirit egg of a thunder hawk, though not for free. They would gradually repay him later. After all, they could not sell them, but binding four individuals of immense potential with these items was certainly worthwhile. When SLN and his companions learned the origins of these spirit eggs, they would likely desire to resolve their troubles even more fervently than Xiao Chen. By slaying the enforcers of Yshug, Xiao Chen had secured several excellent allies. Chapter 55, 2 Turning Points. Since deciding to take action against Yshug, Xiao North began to pay close attention to all matters concerning the organization. Yshug possessed an abundance of assets, to the extent that they were almost overwhelming. In Dynch, there were numerous stores affiliated with Yshug, which Xiao dared not disturb. The assets located outside the city, however, posed no such concerns. They could be seized directly. This operation was executed quietly, with no one aware that a medicinal field, situated 100 miles north of the city, had been raided. Not merely visited, but entirely stripped of its 100 acres of spirit herbs, with no guards left behind. Having completed this, rather than returning to Dynch, Xiao flew several hundred miles south to Qingbo. The assets of Yshug were guarded by a Su-ng, White Tiger, which Xiao naturally could not handle alone. Thus, Long SNG and Biling were summoned to assist. SLN and the others were astonished to witness Xiao ability to mobilize Su-ng Liang. Presently, they were all nervously seated atop Long SNG, while Xiao appeared quite elated. Xing, do not be anxious. We are all on the same side now, and there is no need for formality. Feel free to ask any questions. I will answer them all. At this moment, each of the four bore blood on their hands, leaving traces of their misdeeds. Which faction do those we killed belong to? A place guarded by a Su-ng beast cannot possibly be insignificant. Yshug. The simplicity of these words caused SLN's expression to shift dramatically. Only now did Xiao reveal the name of this faction, clearly intentional. Well, where are we headed now? To my home, Qingbo. You have seen the Qing before. Xiao remained remarkably composed, answering every inquiry. How can I trust that you will not change your mind later? With the blood of Yshug's people on their hands, SLN found himself in a precarious position, with leverage firmly in Xiao grasp. Yet, he possessed nothing to counterbalance Xiao, and the latter's control over a Su-ng Yoshu was a force he could not contend with. I have no reason to waver, for the cost would be too great. Every investment must yield returns. It would make no sense for me to invest significant resources in you only to betray you later. Xiao was undoubtedly earnest in his desire to collaborate. He merely lacked a sense of security and sought some degree of autonomy. Amidst their puzzled gazes, Xiao produced 4 spirit eggs, Thunderhawk, with talents above the earth level, a flying spirit beast with dual attributes of thunder and lightning. Each of these high-quality spirit eggs was worth 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones, equating to 2 million low-grade spirit stones. The others gazed at the spirit eggs in Xiao's hands, hardly able to believe their eyes. This was a surreal occurrence, bordering on the fantastical. Xiao, have you truly attained such strength? They wondered why someone with such prowess would still seek to undertake trial missions. Indeed, my strength has grown, especially after acquiring such a substantial quantity of high-quality spirit herbs today. Little did Xiao realize that not only had he seized a significant cache of yellow-level spirit herbs, but he had also obtained several. Su-ng Yo. Yshug was extraordinarily wealthy. Even a single asset could be worth hundreds of thousands or even millions of spirit stones. I offer you an opportunity to choose. The Liang is rather sensitive, and the decision of whether to form a contract rests in your hands. However, what other choice do they have? They have already slain disciples of the Yusho Palace and now stand in opposition to it. Naturally, they must secure a contract with this exceedingly precious spirit beast. Only with formidable strength can one possess the means for self-preservation. Let me be clear, these offerings are not given without cost. Considering we are allies, I shall grant you a 50% discount. Secure the spirit beast first, and then repay gradually. If each of you possesses such a powerful flying spirit beast, acquiring Ling Shi will be significantly easier. Ling Shi can be earned over time, but the opportunity to contract with the Lei Ying is a singular one. This day is truly surreal for the few from the Su family. Initially, they found themselves inexplicably aligned against the Yusho Palace alongside Xiao Chen. And now they have contracted a spirit beast from the palace and visited Xiao Chen's residence, witnessing the vast empire he has amassed over the years. Su Lin, let me clarify matters first. Even among brothers, accounts must be kept clear. I can provide you with this opportunity, but earning Ling Shi must come from your own efforts. Having brought you to my home, my foremost concern is to prevent anyone from stealing it. It is essential to establish the rules now to avoid future misunderstandings. This is, of course, understood. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, the others were rather pleased. Xiao Chen's clear accounting indicates he harbors no ulterior motives toward them. Otherwise, he would simply seize everything without hesitation. You shall rest here for 2 days, familiarize yourselves with your awakened skills, and test your combat prowess. Working together on tasks will yield better results. Xiao Chen knows a bit about Su Lin and the others, but he is particularly intrigued by the youngest, Su Jing. Xiao Chen's candor, in stating what needed to be said, encouraged Su Lin and the others to share openly. We hail from the Tiannan Su family. Xiao Chen nodded. Though he was unaware of the location of Tiannan City and had never heard of the Su family. The Su family has encountered troubles. Xiao Chen continued to nod. As he began to piece together some information. Su Jing and I are direct descendants of the Su family. Our first contracted spirit beast was the Lian Mo. Remarkably, both of these individuals have secured such exceptional spirit beasts. Su Yang and Su Chun are collateral descendants, having contracted Huido. In truth, Huido is a commendable spirit beast, possessing decent innate abilities and a balanced array of skills. Both Lian Mo who have awakened the skill Lian Fencheng, capable of unleashing swathes of intense flames with great power. My first awakened skill is Lian Hujuan, a defensive technique. The skills of the others are diverse. One possesses Huolong Shu, inflicting continuous damage upon foes. Su Jing has awakened Yin Shu Fan, allowing him to summon a fiery furnace, controlling the movements of enemies within a designated area. Xiao Chen and Su Yang also boast impressive fire attack skills. Most fire-type skills are inclined towards damage. It is quite commendable that Su Jing awakened a crowd control skill. To be frank, while these skills are somewhat singular, they lack excellent synergy. The strategy would likely involve Su Jing controlling a group of enemies while the others unleash their flames. Should the 4 fire-type beast masters join forces, they could potentially melt spirit iron into liquid. It is my hope that one of you can awaken a support skill. Healing abilities are crucial on the battlefield. Xiao Chen felt quite satisfied, recognizing the strength of these 4 individuals and the formidable nature of their spirit beasts. Although their combinations may seem somewhat illogical, one must admit they form an elite team. The Lian Mo who, once a lofty existence, now stands as Xiao Chen's companion. Su Lin's Lian Mo who boasts a formidable strength at the 8th tier of the Huang rank, due to its exceptional talent. Its true combat power is nearing that of a Xian rank beast. If not for Su Lin's financial struggles over the years, it would have surely advanced to the Xian rank long ago. With high defense, substantial output, great strength, and swift speed, it also serves as a mount. Even now, Xiao Chen feels a tinge of envy upon witnessing such a spirit beast, especially with Su Lin and Su Jing, both possessing high-quality spirit beasts. They are not at all inferior to the disciples of the Yusho Palace. With a few more companions, Xiao Chen genuinely feels elated. It is evident that the brothers from the Su family share in this joy, albeit a bit reserved due to their lack of familiarity. A few days later, the spirit beasts they contracted were born, each starting at an impressive foundation, with every laying emerging at the 8th tier of the mortal rank. In contrast to Xiao Chen's Xiao Hui, who must gradually ascend from the 1st tier, this rate of advancement is remarkably swift. With both wind and thunder attributes, the skills awakened depend on fortune. Among the 4 brothers, 2 awakened lightning powers, while the other 2 acquired wind skills. The lightning power not only injures foes but also dispels impurities, proving quite formidable. The wind skills are also commendable. The combination of wind and fire yields excellent results. Regrettably, no one awakened a healing skill. Indeed, it is evident that mere pursuit of strength is insufficient for beast masters. Moving forward, it is imperative to cultivate beast masters with diverse abilities. Those who awaken unique skills often enjoy elevated status. In contrast, the skills awakened by this group are primarily combat-oriented, rendering them somewhat monotonous and lacking in excitement. Since we are to undertake team tasks, it would be prudent for all of them to join the De Yin Shihu Tuan. Previously, Xiao Chun had invited Wang Su to join the De Yin Shihu Tuan, but this fellow withdrew after fleeing. With the assembly of 6 tigers in the De Yin Shihu Tuan, the elder brother would surely be pleased. Presumably, the elder brother is too busy. He suddenly discovered that his identity token had upgraded from vice captain to captain. He is unsure when this occurred, he has quietly risen in rank. This means he can directly access the various benefits provided by the Beastmaster Guild. Unfortunately, the elder brother cannot return, otherwise, the entire team would be present for the first mission of the Seven Tigers Tuan. Xiao Chen had long been prepared. While the four brothers of the Su family took several days to finalize their mission preparations, each of their fire-type spirit beasts was equipped with a layer of armor for added protection, allowing them to charge forward in battle. Though they possess limited funds, they have prepared some healing potions. With all preparations complete, they returned to Dian City. Upon reaching the city gate, they overheard discussions regarding the theft of an important spirit field belonging to the Yusho Palace. Not only were all the disciples stationed there slaughtered, but it was rumored that a certain steward's Xian rank spirit beast had also been killed. This incident drove the steward nearly to madness, vowing to capture the culprits. Hearing this news, Xiao Chen and the others felt a twinge of guilt. Nevertheless, they must proceed with their mission and can only feign ignorance. Upon returning to Dian City, Xiao Chen maintained a semblance of calm, while Su Lin's emotions were rather complex. Their initial venture from Dian City with Xiao Chen had transformed everything. Of course, they welcomed this change, as it was far better than hiding in a dilapidated room in Dian City. At 38 years of age, Su Lin, with his strength at the 8th tier of the Huang rank, is already quite remarkable. His earlier life was one of affluence, arguably deserving of the title of great wealth and nobility. With extraordinary talent and an excellent family background, he easily contracted a family spirit beast, one of the finest bloodlines. His earlier years were smooth sailing, yet the subsequent decade and more have been fraught with extreme poverty, living precariously. Su Lin's turning points are twofold. One occurred after he turned 16 when he secretly fled to the distant Dian City, thus evading calamity and preserving the last remnants of his family's bloodline. Young men often venture far from home, traversing thousands of miles to explore the world. Little did he know that once he stepped out, he could never return home. Before that, when they were completely destitute, they successfully hunted several frost world pythons, earning themselves several thousand spirit stones. What was once deemed a trifling fortune had unexpectedly become their lifeline. Upon returning from their hunt, they learned of the calamity that had befallen their family. Subsequently, Su Lin faced a series of betrayals and schemes. It was only through remarkable fortune and relentless effort that he managed to rescue Su Jing from Tiannan City. The first half of his life resembled a beautiful tapestry, rich and vibrant, with the young man who had shielded them from the giant pythons serving as the final stroke of brilliance in that portrait. Su Lin's second pivotal moment in life was also due to the young man named Xiao Chen. The once stagnant existence regained vitality with his arrival. They did not merely seek to survive. They bore the weight of blood feuds and the responsibility of continuing the Su family's legacy. Thus, mere survival was insufficient. They aspired to thrive. Even in the face of adversity, they never considered casually contracting a spirit beast as a temporary measure. Even knowing that the trial tasks would entail life and death challenges, they were eager to take the risk. Just then, that individual inexplicably introduced several immensely powerful thunder eagles, as if fate had orchestrated the event. Hey, Su Lin, what are you daydreaming about? We need to decide where to undertake our trials. This is quite significant. Brother Xiao, I leave this decision to you. In terms of strength, Su Lin surpassed Xiao Chen by a considerable margin. However, in age, Xiao Chen was 7 or 8 years his senior. It was reasonable for the members of the Su family to address him as an elder brother. How can I single-handedly decide matters of life and death? When it comes to understanding this world, I am far inferior to you. This was indeed the truth. During the past few days, Xiao Chen had engaged in casual conversations with Su Lin and the others, during which he had absorbed a wealth of knowledge. For instance, he learned that one could purchase a storage soul device the size of a room for 10,000 contribution points. Chapter 56. Have we come to the wrong place? In a world dominated by demon beasts, humanity has managed to persist until now, which undoubtedly speaks to their merits. Humanity rests upon two principal pillars, one represented by the forces of the Beast God Temple, with the Beast Tamer Alliance being a significant faction therein. The other pillar comprises several human empire alliances. Cities like Dian City are merely inconspicuous among the myriad forces of humanity scattered across this world. To the north, spanning tens of thousands of miles, lies the territory of several powerful human empires. The Longting Empire is one such formidable empire, boasting a population of 2 billion and considerable strength. North of the Longting Empire is the renowned Hong He grassland, a realm of demon beasts. The boundary between the Longting Empire and the Hong He grassland is a lengthy and formidable pass stretching 8,000 miles. During this time, the human pioneers constructed a renowned defense line, the Hong He defense line. The most prominent feature of this defense line is a magnificent wall towering hundreds of feet. Every 7 or 8 years, powerful demon beasts from the Hong He grassland lead their armies to assault the Hong He defense line. According to human records, there have been thousands of battles here, with several hundred being particularly brutal. Presently, Xiao Chen and the Su brothers stood atop the famed wall, gazing out at the vast grassland beyond. The expanse was boundless, stretching as far as the eye could see. In that moment, Xiao Chen seemed to feel the grandeur and majesty of the heavens and earth, as well as the insignificance of humanity. The wind of the grassland was so distinct that he believed he could hear the echoes of history. Observing the wall's battle-worn scars, Xiao Chen felt an overwhelming urge to express his thoughts. Hey, are you all here for a task? If you're not interested in the task, please don't block the way. You're wasting everyone's time. An exceedingly unfriendly voice called out from behind Xiao Chen. He had been so absorbed in the view that he had forgotten he was still in line. Brother, I assure you, we are indeed here for a task. We have come to safeguard the peace of the human realm. I understand your eagerness to contribute to humanity, but there is no need to rush. As expected, upon elevating the conversation to this level, the beast tamer behind them ceased to urge them. Xiao Chen leisurely produced 5 identity tokens and presented them to an attendant of the Beast Tamer Alliance. Captain Xiao, your team's strength is still relatively weak. It's advisable not to venture more than 10 miles from the city wall. Remember, this is a battlefield, quite different from the wilderness. If anyone is injured, retreat to the Xiao fortress immediately. Furthermore, the military achievements you earn here will be accurately recorded, and you may return to the Xiao fortress for supplies and exchanges at any time. Above all, take care. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Chen felt a twinge of anxiety. It seemed that danger indeed lurked ahead. The Xiao fortress is a strategic point on the Hong He defense line. Beyond this point lies the territory of the demon beasts. Following last year's beast tide, large-scale battles were unlikely for the next few years. Your task is straightforward: to eliminate as many demon beasts as possible. The more you slay, the greater the odds of successfully repelling the next beast tide. The reason Xiao Chen and his companions chose to undertake their trials here was precisely this. With no large-scale demon beast assaults anticipated, the risks were somewhat mitigated, provided they remained cautious. Each time a beast tide strikes, many humans perish at the Hong He defense line. On several occasions, demon beasts have directly breached the defense line, causing immense destruction. Xiao Chen was reluctant to engage in actual combat. It was far too perilous. However, coming here to deplete a portion of the demon beast's strength shortly after the beast tide was an acceptable endeavor. As members of humanity, they ought to contribute in some capacity. Adjacent to the Xiao fortress was a small town where numerous merchants procured demon beast carcasses to send to the human realm. Similarly, they brought with them ample healing potions and soul power elixirs. Shopping at the Xiao fortress proved relatively convenient. After registering their identities, Xiao Chen and the Su brothers exited the Xiao fortress and set foot on the Hong He grassland. Xiao Chen found nothing particularly novel about the scenery. It bore some resemblance to the wilderness. However, the Su brothers were brimming with enthusiasm, eagerly mounting their steeds and charging into the depths of the grassland. Slaying a common-tier demon beast earns 1 point of military merit, while a yellow-tier demon beast yields 10 points. The rewards for slaying a mysterious-tier demon beast are even greater, with each one granting 100 points. 1 point of military merit can be exchanged for 100 contribution points, meaning that killing a common-tier demon beast could yield anywhere from 1 to 100 spirit stones, while slaying a yellow-tier beast could earn 1,000. Brother Xiao, isn't this military merit a bit too easy to earn? If we only target common-tier demon beasts, won't it be somewhat perilous? Su Jing, lacking experience, oversimplified the situation. Is it possible that there are no common-tier demon beasts here? With so many trial takers around, they might have effortlessly dispatched those low-tier beasts. Following the city wall, Xiao Chen and his group found an unoccupied spot where they slowly unfolded a map. The map indicated areas where common demon beasts were likely to appear. Just 10 miles from the wall, mysterious tier beasts were known to roam. A team of their caliber should not stray too far from the city wall. The Hong He defense line's wall was exceedingly long, and even progressing alongside its base offered opportunities to hunt numerous demon beasts. The Su brothers were overly eager to achieve glory, and they would hardly agree to stick to the wall. Brother Xiao, let us play it safe and venture out to a distance of 7 or 8 miles. Hunting demon beasts in that vicinity should pose no significant issues. Currently, they had yet to spot a single demon beast. They even questioned whether suitable prey could be found even 7 to 8 miles beyond the wall. Clearly, both he and the Su brothers lacked sufficient understanding of the situation here. The claim that no beast tide would occur in the next few years referred to the absence of thousands of demon beasts attacking the city simultaneously. They were unaware that outside the city walls, hordes of monstrous beasts roamed freely. These creatures did not inhabit this land. They too were warriors. It was indeed no exaggeration to say that a battle was underway. Thus, it was settled, they would advance cautiously. For precaution's sake, Xiao Chen summoned Xiao Hu to maintain vigilance. However, as soon as Xiao Hu soared into the sky, it began to warn Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, dozens of large birds are fixating on us ahead. We will be attacked if we venture beyond this area. Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback. Had they already been targeted just after leaving the fortress? After all, what lay before them appeared utterly tranquil. Moreover, this was the fortress's exit, and these beasts dared to approach so closely? Xiao Hu, what might their strength be? They seemed to be at the third or fourth rank of the yellow tier, numbering around 30. With such a multitude, especially flying beasts, how could they possibly contend? Doubts began to creep into Xiao Chen's mind. Had they indeed arrived at the wrong location? This was purportedly one of the safest trial missions. Chapter 57, An Exceptional Talent. Xiao Chen possessed a sense of pride. They had just exited the Zinc Inn fortress and encountered the first wave of monsters. Retreat was not an option. He thought thus, and the few spirited youths shared the same sentiment. They exchanged glances, seemingly understanding one another's thoughts, and nodded in unison. Let us fight. At that moment, another squad emerged from the Zinc Inn fortress. Clearly, they, like Xiao Chen, were embarking on such a trial for the first time. They were equally filled with enthusiasm and anticipation. Hong He de Chao Yuan, here I come. One beast tamer at the fourth rank of the yellow tier exclaimed, grounding himself firmly, arms wide open, embracing the liberating winds of the grassland with exuberance. The others were equally exhilarated, as if success was just within their grasp. Xiao Chen and his companions were somewhat speechless. Was it truly necessary to celebrate merely for arriving at the grassland? Although internally, they too felt a surge of excitement. However, this fervor lasted only a brief moment. Suddenly, the ground behind the exuberant beast tamer heaved, and a shadow erupted from the earth like an arrow released from a bowstring. The target was none other than the self-absorbed beast tamer, and Xiao Chen did not hear the tamer's scream. Only the sickening sound of bones snapping reached their ears. Before any sound could escape, the individual was already lifeless. Xiao Chen and his companions stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for words. Be careful of the ground, big brother Xiao. Do not stand on the earth. Su Lin urgently pulled Xiao Chen onto the back of the Li Ynmh, their eyes warily scanning the terrain. It's a DXing Ling. Everyone, be cautious. The other task squad quickly grasped the situation. It was an Earth-type beast lurking underground, preparing for a surprise attack. The DXing Ling, an Earth-type monster, could traverse underground with remarkable speed and immense power. A sense of dread washed over Xiao Chen. Fortunately, another squad had just arrived. Otherwise, the DXing Ling's next target could very well have been him, leading to a premature demise before even leaving the Zinc Inn fortress. With a single strike to incapacitate the enemy, the creature vanished swiftly, leaving them without a clear view of its form. Perhaps it was best to remain cautious for the time being. They would ignore the flock of flying beasts for now. Witnessing such a brutal hunt had indeed left a profound impact on several of them. A vibrant life was extinguished in an instant, and the Zinc Inn fortress was still directly behind them. They could not afford to be careless. Although the surroundings appeared serene, danger lurked at every corner. The flock of flying beasts might serve as scouts, or perhaps as some form of bait. They were unaware of the nature or abilities of these flying creatures. It was entirely possible that while they focused on the aerial beasts, several formidable foes could emerge from the ground to sever their necks. Su Lin, let us prepare ourselves adequately before advancing. If possible, we must eliminate that DXing Ling. The squad that had suffered a sudden loss of a member wisely retreated back to the Zinc Inn fortress, albeit somewhat dejectedly. However, it was indeed a prudent decision. Xiao Chen donned his Windwalker garb, feeling significantly lighter. Lacking a mount, he temporarily shared one with Su Lin, moving forward at a slow pace. The group remained silent, yet their focus was fixed on the ground. Tungu had yet to be summoned, as the few fire-type spirit beasts were not particularly adept at dealing with subterranean monsters. Nevertheless, for these young warriors, finding and slaying that creature was paramount. It was essential for them to better prepare for future encounters with Earth-type monsters, as well as to practice their coordination, ensuring they could respond more effectively when danger struck. Of course, this was also tied to a certain youthful pride. Having been taught a lesson so soon after their departure, they felt compelled to offer a counter. There were two strategies for dealing with the DXing Ling. One could mount a steed and flee quickly, knowing the creature's speed underground was limited and it would struggle to keep pace. Alternatively, they could seek out the beast and eliminate it directly. The creature was likely still lurking beneath the surface, waiting for another opportunity to strike. Xiao Chen contemplated the potential routes the beast could take underground, as well as its next target. Su Lin made a gesture for silence. He required a tranquil environment to discern any subtle sounds. The Li YNMH, too, was prideful and would not tolerate ADX Ing Lang's provocation. The sensory abilities of spirit beasts far surpassed those of humans, and suddenly, the massive paws of the Li YNMH struck the ground with a forceful thud. Well done, Xiao Chen exclaimed in delight, for he observed movement beneath the surface. Melted lava bind. Su Jing reacted swiftly, casting a restraining spell. A massive furnace materialized beneath the grass, presenting considerable difficulty for a monster of the same rank to breach. As Su Jing initiated his spell, the other companions sprang into action. Flame conflagration, explosive fire technique, wind and sand erosion. For beast tamers and their spirit beasts launched a simultaneous assault. Xiao Chen watched in awe as the ground transformed into a sea of flames, the temperature soaring to the point where even spirit iron could be melted. A lizard-like beast, covered in scales and a vivid crimson hue, emanating a meaty aroma, emerged before them. Indeed, they were not particularly skilled at handling subterranean beasts. However, with 7 or 8 fire-type attacks converging, even the earth itself could be liquefied. Each spell possessed a considerable area of effect, completely enveloping the DX Ing Ing S location. This was their first battle upon entering the Hong He de Chao Yuan. They had slain a mid-tier earth-type beast. Yet, for them, this battle held immense significance. It marked their true first step in this world. Years later, when they recalled the DX Ing they had jointly vanquished, they would still feel an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. What is a DX Ing? But a large lizard. They wondered who would claim the reward for this kill. Haha, I may be the weakest, but luck favors me. 10 points of merit acquired. The brothers, pleased with themselves, found Xiao Chen equally in high spirits. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from above. Why? Xiao Hu sprang into action, transforming into a blur as it dove toward the ground. Its movement mirrored the swift precision it displayed when stealing spirit silkworms, its speed leaving no room for reaction. However, this time, its target was not a silkworm, but the DX Ing. By the time they comprehended the situation, Xiao Hu had already returned to the sky, clutching a black lizard in its claws. The formidable defenses of the DX Ing seemed entirely insignificant before Xiao Hu. The creature was effortlessly pierced through, falling silent. It was a swift and decisive kill. In stark contrast to the earlier tumult, this simple act of hunting stood out prominently. Su Lin could not help but swallow hard. Big brother, how did you train a Hu Chu to such a remarkable level? Not only the Hu Chu, but the power of that vine was also astonishingly formidable. How shall I articulate this? Such matters are exceedingly challenging to explain, so I shall refrain from delving into specifics. I have merely engaged in ordinary nurturing without undertaking anything particularly extraordinary. Perhaps it is simply that my talent for beast mastery is somewhat exceptional.